You clearly awakened as a level 6S mechanic, but you are mocked by all the classmates as the most useless waste. Even your girlfriend despises you as a 3-second man, only because the mechanic is a terrifyingly explosive profession. But when the energy is poured out, it instantly falls from the altar. But what they don't know is that I have awakened an extraordinary talent for infinite ammunition. At this moment, I look at the talent panel information appearing in my mind, and my whole body's blood instantly boils. Just as I was about to go and invite my girlfriend to join me in the dungeon to experience what unlimited firepower is, I see her chatting enthusiastically with a blonde young man. I walk up to her with a displeased look on my face. To my surprise, her face changes drastically when she sees me. I told you the day before yesterday that we were done. From now on, don't come and bother me again. I stand still in shock, then slowly speak up after a moment. Are you sure? Li Fan, over this past year, I've found that our personalities are somewhat incompatible. It's better to break up sooner rather than later. It's a good thing for both of us, and it won't hold us back. I raise an eyebrow, instantly understanding that her past kindness towards me was only because I possessed the talent of full spiritual power. And when she found out that Yuan Ting had awakened as a night wanderer, while she was just a lackluster mechanic in the illusionist profession, she immediately decisively abandoned the feelings between us. As I prepared to leave disappointedly, Yuan Ting sneered triumphantly. Li Fan, didn't expect this. Even if you have great talent, awakening as a mechanic is meaningless. Mechanics are no different from sewer workers. Choosing me was the right decision, because only a powerful night-wandering god like me can protect the nursemaid. With that, Yuan Ting embraced Lu Ruyan's slender waist, his gaze burning as he glanced at her ample milk jugs. Lu Ruyan smiled shyly, showing no signs of resistance. You just smiled faintly at this. Yuan Ting, keep an eye on your nursemaid. She might run off to feed someone else in the future when she meets stronger teammates. With that, I decisively turned and headed towards the dungeon teleportation hall. Newbies who awaken their professions usually have 2 leveling modes. The first is to team up and grind experience by killing monsters in the wilderness, while the second is to purchase dungeon entry tickets at the dungeon teleportation hall and directly teleport to exclusive dungeons suitable for their level. At this point, I arrived at the ticket sales window. As an orphan with tight finances, I reluctantly took out all my savings and bought a ticket to the dark forest for 100 gold coins in order to level up. Soon, I entered a sparse forest. Suddenly, a group of giant minotaur monsters over 2 meters tall appeared before me. These minotaurs were spaced apart, and would only attack if approached within 5 meters. Of course, if they were attacked, even if beyond this range, they would redirect their aggression towards the attacker. Despite having unlimited ammunition, I still needed to be vigilant and avoid pulling too many monsters at once, as being surrounded by these minotaurs would be dangerous. With a thought, I used the skill Grot Gun Array. After a flash of white light, a matte silver grot gun quietly floated in front of me. This was a superpower control skill that all mechanics possessed, allowing them to control all superpowered weapons they created through telekinesis. After the mid-game, mechanics would have an exaggerated number of superpowered weapons. At the same time, I noticed my spiritual power had decreased by 1 point, from 200 to 199. This meant that the grot gun could exist in the real world for the next minute. After the time elapsed, another point of spiritual power would be deducted to extend the duration of the superpowered weapon. During this time, I could use superpowered weapons indefinitely since the ammunition was unlimited. Time was precious, so I continued summoning grot guns. After a moment, 10 grot guns appeared in front of me. For safety reasons, I had to clear the dungeon within 20 minutes. Excitement filled my eyes as I walked into the dark forest. The effective killing range of the grot gun was 50 meters, but knowing my poor marksmanship, I positioned myself 20 meters away before commanding the 10 grot guns to fire simultaneously. Bang! 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 The dense gunfire erupted instantly, and the Minotaur burst into a cloud of blood mist before crashing to the ground. Killing the Minotaur earned me 10 experience points. Watching the sudden kill notification, my body trembled with excitement. This was amazing. Unlimited firepower. This is the right way for a mechanic to open up. With a rough understanding of the Minotaur's defense and my own attack power, I felt relieved. 10 minutes later, I reached the deepest part of the dark forest. Near a bonfire, there was a giant Minotaur boss over 3 meters tall emitting a fierce aura. Without hesitation, I commanded the 10 grot guns to unleash a frenzy of fire. Although the Tauren boss's defense is 5 times that of ordinary monsters, in the dense rain of bullets and arrows, it only ran 3 steps towards the side before falling to the ground with a bang. Ding! Killed the Tauren boss. Gained 50 experience points. Cleared the dark forest and gained 100 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 11. Seeing the continuous flashing of the instance prompts in front of me, my eyes lit up. Wow! Leveled up just like that. Indeed, leveling up by soloing instances is fast. Afterwards, I quickly opened the profession panel and saw that the mana value in the attribute column was full again due to leveling up. Not only that, there were also 5 points of free potential at the top of the panel, which can be freely allocated. Li Haotian didn't even think about it and directly added it all on top of his spiritual power. Together with the 5 points of basic attributes gifted by leveling up, Li Haotian's spiritual power value now had 210 points, which allowed him to summon an extra glockenspiel to use for 10 minutes. Right at this moment, Li Haotian suddenly felt a flash of purple light in front of his eyes, and a piece of armor-like equipment fell beside the Minotaur King. Li Haotian was slightly stunned, then immediately reacted with a look of surprise on his face. No way! A normal copy that actually popped out a purple suit? Li Haotian quickly walked up and picked up the equipment. Name, the Minotaur King's bright silver chest armor, unbound. Type, light armor. Attribute, strength increased by 14 points. Spiritual strength increased by 14 points. Li Haotian sighed with some disappointment on his face as he looked at this equipment. Light armor. Ah. What a shame it's not for me to use. There are a total of 5 types of equipment in this world. Cloth armor, leather armor, light armor, heavy armor, and plate armor. Legal professions generally use cloth or leather armor. Magic and martial arts dual cultivation generally use light armor, while most physical professions use heavy and plate armor. Like Li Haotian's mechanic profession, it was actually a type of legal system that could only use leather armor. Of course, it's not impossible to use other types of gear. However, if it is not suitable for your profession, not only will the attributes be added incorrectly, but you will also lose the defense bonus of the armor class proficiency. Forced use is more costly than it is worth, so it's rare for a professional to do it. The jewelry type of equipment is rather common to all professions, as long as the attributes are appropriate, and the grades of the equipment from low to high were trashy white, common green, fine blue, rare purple, artifact grade pink, legendary orange, and golden epic equipment. White suits are everywhere and can be bought for a few random silver coins. Ordinary green clothes, whether it is the field of small monsters or copies of the inside of the ordinary monsters, have a greater chance will come out. Take to the auction at least can be sold for more than a gold coin. At this level of the blue suit, it will only be produced by elite monsters, while copy bosses are a must-have. And the price of the auction has instantly come to dozens of gold coins. As for the rare grade purple suits, they would only be produced by bosses, and the chances were on the low side, with only a 10% chance of being produced. If one wanted to buy a purple suit at the auction house, it would be at least hundreds of gold coins, and an ordinary professional would have to save up for quite a while to get one, which was why it was called a rare class. Although this purple suit could not be used by Li Haotian, he could take it to the auction house and sell it. This stuff alone is a few hundred gold coins in the bank. As for artifact grade powdered clothing, although all copy bosses and elite monsters could potentially produce it, the chances were simply too low. 100% explosion rate, not available to non-European kings, but if one did come out, it would be a huge profit, worth at least a few thousand gold coins. If you were lucky and came across an artifact with extreme attributes, it would be a good thing that was hard to find for $10,000. In addition to this armor, the Minotaur King, as a boss, also exploded a blue suit, the Minotaur King's leather armor belt. It just so happened that this thing was able to be used by Li Haotian, so he decisively equipped it to himself, increasing his spiritual power by 11 points once again. Now, all the monsters in the dark forest were purged by Li Haotian. Just now, he was so busy brushing the monsters that he didn't take anything, and after Li Haotian put away the purple suit with an excited face, he started to go all the way back and sweep up the rest of the loot. The 2 elite minotaurs contributed 2 more blue suits to Li Haotian. As for the other ordinary minotaurs, they produced around 20 green suits. On top of that, there were all sorts of messy copy materials such as minotaur teeth, leather, and pieces of fine iron. These materials might still be somewhat useful for ordinary mechanics, as they were given drawings, and super-powered weapons would need to gather their own materials to make them. However, it was completely useless to Li Haotian, who could sell them all for gold coins. Li Haotian roughly calculated that even if he took out that purple suit and left it out, he could earn almost 200 gold coins just by taking these things to the auction house and selling them. And the entrance ticket to the Dark Forest is only 100 gold coins. That is to say, when a person like Li Haotian brushes alone, he can not only brush his experience like crazy, but he can even make a big profit. Thinking of this, Li Haotian didn't want to waste time and immediately activated the teleportation crystal. 3 seconds later, his figure reappeared in the middle of the replica hall. Then, Li Haotian walked towards the outside with an excited face. Target, the auction house. When the staff saw Li Haotian's expression, they first froze, then subconsciously glanced at the clock next to them. How did this guy come out so quickly? By the look of him, could it be that he still has something to gain? couldn't have hit the blue suit, could you? No, it can't be. The first elite Minotaur in the Dark Forest has to kill more than 10 normal Minotaur to be met. Just how can he, a freshly transformed mechanic, kill more than 10 Minotaur in 10 minutes? The staff member shook his head in amusement. But just at this time, a message was suddenly updated in the display panel above the Dark Forest teleportation entrance. Record for the fastest clearance in the Dark Forest, 25 minutes and 12 seconds. Passer, Li Haotian. The staff member froze and stood up instantly. With a crash, the chair behind him fell to the floor. He rubbed his eyes hard, incredulously, and looked over again. Asterisk 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 asterisk, he exclaimed with a shocked face. You know, the last record for the fastest clearance was an hour, and it was set by a group of 4 people. Li Haotian was only one person, or a mechanic who had just been transferred. How did he clear the level in half an hour? It couldn't be that the Minotaurs inside the replica were sacrificed en masse. The staff member hurriedly shook his head, shaking the stupid idea out of him. Those Minotaurs are reckless but not brain-dead. How could they collectively sacrifice? What the staff didn't know was that the time Li Haotian really used up to brush this copy was actually only 10 minutes. As for the remaining 10 minutes or so, it was all spent when he went back to collect materials. It couldn't be helped. Collecting materials alone was indeed a bit less efficient. Could it be that? Is that kid discovering some kind of bug jamming trick? The staff member was dumbfounded. He really couldn't figure out how on earth a freshly transformed mechanic managed to single-handedly brush the Dark Forest. Chapter 5, Level 12? Thunder Ruins. To make it easier for professionals to buy and sell equipment, the auction house was right next to the duplicate teleportation hall. Li Haotian entered the auction house, found a vacant window, and brainstormed all the things he was going to sell. The trading rules of the auction house were simple. The seller would bring out the materials or equipment they wanted to sell, and then, the staff of the auction house would give a suggested selling price based on the real-time market price. If the seller recognizes this suggested price, they can list the item directly on the auction house to sell it. If you don't feel that this price is right, you can also make your own adjustments to the suggested selling price, increasing or decreasing it, and then list it again. When your item is auctioned off by someone else, the auction house takes a percentage of the brokerage fee and the rest goes directly to the top of the seller's account. When the window teller saw the bright silver armor of the Minotaur King that Li Haotian took out, a slightly surprised look appeared in his eyes. Yo, the young man is lucky. Actually exploded this thing. Li Haotian asked with some anticipation. How is the market price of this thing? The counter clerk quickly inquired and laughed. There have been many newly awakened professions in the past 2 days. The bright silver armor of the Minotaur King is just right for light armor professions. The last one just happened to be bought by someone else at a market price of 500 gold coins. 500 gold coins. Li Haotian pondered slightly and continued to ask, was the last piece of the Minotaur King's bright silver armor put up recently? The teller nodded. That's right. It's only been up for a couple days and it's been seconds. Li Haotian just thought a little and decisively said, I'll hang 600 gold coins. The teller glanced at him with the gaze of an appreciative adulterer. The young man is quite good at seizing opportunities. Okay, I know. Give me the equipment. Li Haotian hemmed and hawed, handing the armor that shone with a faint purple light to the teller. Many new professions had awakened during this period of time, and purple suits like these were always preferred by the sons of large families who liked kryptonite. After all, artifact-grade powder suits were too expensive, and the pre-professional's upgrading speed wasn't really slow, so buying powder suits would be too much of a luxury, and it wouldn't take long for them to be updated. The blue suit has less attributes, and wearing it out is a bit pricey, so those sons of big families don't really look at it. And the purple suit is a relatively good fit. A few hundred gold coins apiece. A little expensive, but the attribute bonus is good, and will not bring too much burden to the family. Just right for pretending to show off. Hanging up the purple suit, Li Haotian sold all the other blue and green suits, as well as all kinds of materials that he had scavenged in the copy. These ordinary things will be directly acquired by the auction house, so Li Haotian does not need to hang on to them. Emptying all the gains from this copy, Li Haotian once again pocketed 223 gold coins, enough for him to buy 2 more tickets. Taking this money, Li Haotian left the auction house without stopping and walked towards the copy teleportation hall again. On the other side of the auction house, a triangular-eyed male youth looked at Li Haotian leaving with a flickering gaze, took out his cell phone, and dialed a phone number. Outside the city, Yuan Ting was half lying under the shade of a tree with a proud face, wrapping his arms around Dugwian's thin waist and occasionally touching a handful of her rounded thigh flesh. In the envious eyes of the others, Yoren watched the security guards sent by the clan struggle to brush the monsters. None of these security guards were too high-leveled. They were all level 18 or 19 professionals. However, against those 11 level 2 boars around, the efficiency was still much faster. Even with the group experience shared, it was still much faster than fighting the monsters on your own. Just then, the phone on Yuan Ting's waist suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and realized that it was from the lapdog he had arranged to squat on the equipment at the auction house. Hello. Yuan Ting answered the phone loudly. Hey, brother Yuan, the last piece of light armor has been bought. All the equipment you want is complete. Yuan Ting's eyes lit up and he couldn't wait. Send me over once you've bought everything. Upon hearing Yuan Ting's unceremonious words, the dog-legged man, however, suddenly lowered his voice. Brother Yuan, I'm calling to report a piece of news to you. Do you know who put up that last piece of the Minotaur King's armor? Yuan Ting impatiently said. It's none of my business. It's still going to end up in my hands anyway. It's Li Haotian. I saw with my own eyes that Li Haotian took out a bunch of materials to sell, including this bullhead king armor. I said I don't care. Wait, who did you say hung it up? Yuan Ting suddenly froze in mid-sentence and sat up straight to ask again. Li Haotian. Yuan Ting's brows furrowed. Li Haotian? He's a freshly awakened mechanic, and someone is actually willing to team up with him to brush copies? No, brother Yuan. I just followed Li Haotian to the copy teleportation hall. I saw with my own eyes that he bought a ticket and teleported into the dark forest. This kid didn't have a group. He's actually soloing his copy. The dog-legger's voice suddenly turned shocked. Yuan Ting's eyes glared. Miso stood up, incredulously said, What did you say? Tell me again? Li Haotian didn't form a group. He entered the copy alone. The dog-legger still had that tone of disbelief. Yuan Ting's entire body froze. This can't be possible. He's a newly awakened mechanic. Even if he made a super weapon, it's impossible for him to single-handedly brush the dark forest. What the hell is going on here? Yuan Ting couldn't help but mumble. A moment later, he then instructed on the phone. You give me a good eye on that side. If Li Haotian really manages to pass the copy and come out, notify me at the first time. Yes, brother Yuan. Yuan Ting hung up the phone. His original leisurely mood had long since disappeared. The Dokurigane beside him also heard the conversation between the two. Her rosy lips slightly open, and she was similarly dismayed. More than 20 minutes later, Yuan Ting's phone rang again. Asterisk. Brother Yuan, that kid is out. 22 minutes and 36 seconds. That kid even set a new speedway record. Yuan Ting's pupils instantly contracted as he lost his voice and exclaimed. What did you say? 22 minutes? He set a new record all by himself? Asterisk. That kid teleported into a new copy. Thunder Ruins. He's still alone. Dokurigane covered his mouth in shock. Thunder Ruins? Isn't this a copy that you have to be level 12 to be qualified to enter? He's already level 12? Yuan Ting's face was cloudy as he quickly began to calculate in his mind. If Li Haotian really cleared the copy solo, then he could exclusively enjoy the experience of the monsters in the copy. The monsters in the dark forest were also at least level 10, and with the extra bonus of copies, the experience was obviously much more compared to the small monsters in the wild. Combined with the experience of clearing the copy, if you soloed it twice, the experience was indeed just enough to get to level 12. But what makes him a broken mechanic? A single copy? Yuan Ting had a disbelieving look on his face as he gritted his teeth and said, Go to the duplicate teleportation hall. Chapter 6 Me, the Bug. 10 minutes later, Yuan Ting arrived at the replica hall with Dugwian and a group of security guards in an aggressive manner. With a glance, he saw the triangular-eyed youth next to the Thunder Ruins teleportation port and quickly headed that way. That kid is still inside the copy? Yuan Ting asked through gritted teeth. That's right, I've been watching, and he's not out yet. Yuan Ting nodded gently with a grim face and turned his head to look at the display panel not far beside him. Above the dark forest, there was a line of blinding red characters on it, displaying the latest clearance time of the dark forest, as well as Li Haotian's big name. And at that moment, the commotion over here had already attracted quite a few people's attention. When everyone saw the latest clearance record of the dark forest, wow! All kinds of exclamations and comments instantly drowned out this area. Asterisk. Single brush the dark forest? It actually set a new record? How on earth did this happen? Li Haotian? Strange. Why does this name sound somewhat familiar? Nonsense. It sure sounds familiar. Isn't this the unprecedented full spiritual value big brother? Is he? It can't be. I heard from my friend that he was awakened as a mechanic. Although the mechanic is listed as a phantom god profession, but how the actual situation is clear to everyone. How can he, a freshly converted mechanic, single brush the dark forest? Is he finding some sort of past trick and sitting there stuck in a bug? Upon hearing these people's comments, Yuan Ting's eyes instantly lit up. Has Li Haotian found some kind of trick to get stuck in a copy bug? Right, definitely. Otherwise, How could he really solo a copy with just a trashy mechanic who had just turned a new job? But immediately afterward, Yuan Ting's brows furrowed. He had sneered at Li Haotian before. Even if Li Haotian had found some kind of trick to get stuck in a bug, he definitely wouldn't tell him. So what could he do? While the outside world was still hotly discussing how exactly Li Haotian stuck the bug, he was frantically advancing through the Thunder Ruins. Thunder Ruins is a level 13 copy, and the monsters inside are Dark Thunder Rhinos. The Dark Thunder Rhinoceros had better defense and attack power than the Minotaur, but moved even slower than the Minotaur. For Li Haotian, this kind of monsters with high offense and thick defense, but shivering leathery movement speed, happened to be the most suitable for him to utilize his abilities. After having the experience of soloing the Dark Forest twice, Li Haotian was now very confident in his fire output. In order to increase the speed of pushing monsters, Li Haotian spent a huge amount of money to purchase a full set of green cloth armor including jewelry, which cost him more than 10 gold coins. This is because cloth armor has the most spiritual power added to it, although leather armor specialization would weaken his own defense to the extreme if he wore it. But, in front of 20 glockenspiels, did Li Haotian still need defense? There was no need at all. Alright, right now, his spiritual energy value had been piled up to as much as 300. Even if you use 20 glots at the same time, that's enough to last 15 minutes. Although there were 30 more monsters in the Thunder Ruins than the Dark Forest, and the total number came to 80. In front of the infinite ammo renewal grot, those thick-skinned Dark Thunder Rhinoceros didn't have any resistance at all. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of bullets frantically pouring resounded throughout the ruins, and the Dark Thunder Rhinoceros leader, who was over 4 meters long, let out a hiss of grief and indignation and collapsed to the ground. Even the majestic unicorn horn on its forehead was bombarded by Li Haotian and pitted, nearly breaking. 2 blue lights flashed, and 2 blue suits appeared beside the Dark Thunder Rhinoceros leader. Li Haotian approached to take a look and his eyes lit up. Oh, it just happens to still be a leather armor. It's not bad. The spirit power has been increased by 20 points. It's considered to be the best of the best among the blue suits. Where at first, although I have enough firepower now, but adding more spirit power is never a bad thing. Anyway, wearing a blue suit won't bind it. When it's phased out in the future, then I'll take it to the auction house to sell it. Then, Li Haotian lightly returned the same way and began to quickly collect materials. The unicorn horn and rhinoceros skin of the Dark Thunder Rhinoceros could be worth much more than the materials that fell from the Minotaur. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Haotian sighed sadly as he looked at his experience value. The further back you go, the harder it really is to upgrade. I'm all alone with my exclusive copy experience, and it's all just 60% experience value. Forget it, at least there's no shortage of ticket money. Big deal. Li Haotian gently shook his head, crushed the teleportation crystal, and exited the copy. He's out. He's out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 21 minutes. He even found a speed pass bug for Thunder Ruins. My goodness. Is this a special talent only available to mechanics with innate full spiritual power? Being able to detect copy bugs? As soon as Li Haotian came out, the noisy and cacophonous exclamations immediately startled him. Holy, what the hell is this? Why are there so many people around all of a sudden? Seeing the envious and jealous gazes of those around him, Li Haotian subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the display board above the Thunder Ruins. Thunder Ruins fastest clearance record, 21 minutes and 21 seconds. Passer, Li Haotian. Seeing the information update on it, Li Haotian instantly understood what had happened. It seems that it's the news of his solo speed copy that's gotten around. Great God, how did you get stuck with the bug? I'll pay 100 gold coins for it. Please tell me. Get lost. How dare you ask for only 100 gold coins? Is he, great godly, someone who lacks 100 gold coins from you? I'll offer 1,000 gold coins. Great God begs to be taken. Brother Haotian, I wonder if I can take my little sister to brush a few? My little sister is of the sea naga profession. Not only can she heal her wounds, but she's also very moist. Looking at the blue-haired chick who was vigorously twisting her water snake waist as if she wanted to twist herself out of the water, Li Tianhao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Sea naga. On your body full of fish scales, even if it's moist, it's still diaphragmatic. Li Haotian couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. Everyone misunderstood. I did not card bugs. We are single brush with strength. We do not think of shortcuts, or step by step to upgrade properly. Go. Honest and reliable little Lang Jun. Li Haotian student sincerely advised everyone while squeezing through the crowd towards the auction house side, while beeping in his mind. Card bugs? Ha, look who's looking down. I, for one, am the bug. The 2 tickets he had just bought had already been used up, and now, he was going to go and dispose of the materials and exchange them for gold coins to come back and continue to brush up on his experience. looking at Li Haotian's back. The crowd's faces showed a disappointed look of "it's really like this. It's not like the copy bug hasn't been discovered before, but anyone who finds the bug doesn't publicize it, but rather uses it as a channel to make money by brushing their own copies for equipment." As for what Li Haotian said about single brush with strength, meh, stupid coins only believe it. You're a trashy mechanic who just switched jobs and has a gross amount of power. Just as Li Haotian was about to walk out of the gate, a playful figure suddenly stopped in front of him. Li Haotian raised his eyebrows when he looked up. "Doka Royan, you're in my way." Chapter 7 Brush Blast Thunder Ruins. Level 15. A flash of embarrassment flashed across Dokgun's face, but as soon as she thought of Li Haotian's experience and gain from soloing the copy, she immediately suppressed the embarrassment. In its place was a slight fire in his heart. "Haotian, I was joking with you before. Let's make up. I'm the recognized school flower of Castle Peak Academy, and you're the most outstandingly gifted and talented person in Castle Peak Academy, and our classmates have always praised us for our good looks. Moreover, mechanics have always been the biggest shortboard in terms of defense, and the holy priest that I awakened is also the absolute best in the auxiliary professions. Not only can it add defense buffs, but it can also heal injuries. This is simply heaven's arrangement." The more Dokuragain said, the brighter his eyes became, as if it were true. While listening to Dugwian's boasting, a mocking smile appeared on Li Haotian's face. "No need. I think you were right before. Our personalities are a bit inappropriate. It's better to separate so that we won't delay each other." Li Haotian purposely aggravated the tone above delay, hearing Dugwian's bright smile slightly stiffen. After saying that, Li Haotian didn't even look at Dugwian and directly pushed her away and walked outside. Not to mention that Dokuragain's holy priest was only a first-tier profession. Even if it was a phantom god aid, Li Haotian wouldn't give it a second glance right now. Once the green tea masquerade is torn off, who knows if such a woman will be on the verge of falling back again in the future when she is in danger. Keeping this potential threat around is purely too much. What's more, when Li Haotian's level rose, he wouldn't even need a supporting profession at all. With unlimited firepower on his side, and a variety of defensive super weapons to use after a high level, it would be extremely difficult for others to injure him. So how would he still need to be healed? Watching Li Haotian walk into the auction house next to him, Doga Yan's mouth slightly opened, and his face was filled with disappointment and embarrassment amidst the strange gazes of the crowd of onlookers. Beside him, Yuan Ting walked out with a sullen face, glaring at the surrounding crowd of eaters with a sinister glare, angrily rebuking, "What are you looking at? A bunch of country bumpkins, not doing anything proper, just knowing to get along. Do you guys still want to compete with me?" The crowd showed indignation in their eyes, but looking at Yuan Ting, who was wearing a purple outfit and was a phantom god profession, they really didn't dare to go up and provoke him. What's more, the Yuan family behind Yuan Ting was also a considerable force in the Four-Elephant City, and the children of ordinary families really didn't dare to offend him. After watching the show, Li Haotian was unwilling to disclose the skills of the bugs, so it was meaningless for the onlookers to stay here, and they all dispersed, waiting for the crowd to leave. Yuan Ting looked towards the auction house with a jealous face and said with hatred, "What a pity, Li Haotian. This poor kid actually still doesn't fall for it. If he's willing to take you through a copy once, I'll be able to find out about his skills of getting stuck in bugs." A flash of regret flashed in Dokuragain's eyes. Yuan Ting didn't know that just now. If Li Haotian was really willing to readmit her, Dugwian would have faked it and directly followed Li Haotian to hang out, and wouldn't have returned to Yuan Ting's side. Not to mention that she wouldn't have told Yuan Ting about the skill of the card bugs according to the plan that was originally formulated. Earlier, the reason why she had decisively kicked out Li Haotian and Yuan Ting was originally because she wanted to borrow the Yuan family's power to quickly upgrade and at the same time acquire equipment in order to stand out in the college selection 3 days later and strive to enter one of those 2 best superhuman higher education institutions in the Eastern Dragon Empire. But if Li Haotian's talent was to be able to find duplicate bugs and clear the level quickly solo, then if Dugwian brushes duplicates with him, the 2 of them, even if they would distribute the experience, would definitely be faster than following Yuan Ting and brushing the wild monsters. Moreover, if 2 people brush the copy, the equipment will only be distributed by 2 people, but the ticket is still the same price, and the earnings inside the copy are enough to offset the ticket. This was equivalent to the fact that she could infinitely brush copies with Li Haotian in these 3 days, and the upgrade speed was absolutely awesome. It was important to realize that due to the level restriction of the copy, even if the Yuan family was willing to find 2 level no more than 15 professionals to take them into the copy, it wouldn't be much faster than a normal group, and the experience would be shared out even more, and the efficiency would rather not be as fast as consistently brushing the wild monsters outside, which is like Li Haotian, solo into the copy, 2 or 3 times directly up to level 12. This speed, simply faster than a ING rocket. Li Haotian came to the auction house and sold all the materials and unwanted equipment collected from the 2 copies behind him. Then he retrieved the gold coins from the Minotaur King's armor that had already been seconded by Yuan Ting, and after deducting the auction house's handling fee, he had made a total of more than 200 gold coins. Li Haotian didn't use these gold coins to buy any equipment and immediately walked towards the replica hall. He had already made up his mind to rush straight to level 20 in 3 days, because the second stage of talent would be unlocked at level 20, and there would be 2 more skills. When the time came to participate in the college selection, Li Haotian would be able to have 100% certainty. I'm afraid that there isn't anyone in any of the East Dragon Empire's newly minted professionals who doesn't want to enter those 2 supreme academies, Qing Hua Academy and Beta Academy. This was because only by entering these 2 highest institutions would you have the chance to join the High Guild. The high-level copies were basically all controlled by various high-level guilds. As for those high-difficulty, high-level Abyssal copies, large group books, camp confrontation copies, and even international killing copies, it is very easy to become cannon fodder if you don't have a guild to rely on. Returning to the replica hall, Li Haotian bought 8 entrance tickets to the Thunder Ruins in one breath. As the level rose, the experience value required for upgrading also grew rapidly. Li Haotian roughly calculated that according to this growth rate, he was afraid that he would have to brush the Thunder Ruins 8 times in a row before he could rise to level 15. Moreover, as the level of the replica increases, so does the price of the admission ticket. While the tickets for the Dark Forest only cost 100 gold coins, the Thunder Ruins cost 120 gold coins. And for 8 tickets, that's 960 gold coins. For those ordinary professionals with little background, this was definitely a huge amount of money. But the good thing is that Li Haotian is a single brush. The things produced in the copy all belong to him alone. In terms of money he is not much pressure. From the afternoon to the evening, Li Haotian happily went in and out of the Thunder Ruins, and even the staff of the duplicate teleportation hall had become numb from watching. After an unknown amount of time, Li Haotian used up his last ticket and entered the Thunder Ruins once again. He lightly summoned 20 glockenspiels and surrounded himself, then steadily moved forward, crushing his way to the boss area. With the last round of frantic firepower pouring in, the Thunder Demon Rhinoceros leader once again fell to the ground with a loud thud, his blood level returning to 0. Ding dong! Congratulations on your promotion to level 15. Seeing this upgrade prompt that suddenly appeared, Li Haotian's eyes lit up fiercely. He couldn't even look at the loot and immediately opened the attribute panel, because by level 15, you'll be able to unlock another new skill. Chapter 8 New Skill, Gatling Rotary Machine Gun. The first few attributes were still increasing steadily, and Li Haotian didn't even bother to look at them, directly adding all 5 points of free potential rewarded by the upgrade to the spiritual power. Then, impatiently clicking on the last column, Talents, he looked towards the column of skills in it. Just below the bright silver glockenspiel in the empty skill bar, hovered a black, superpowered weapon several times larger in size. Skill, Gatling Rotary Machine Gun. Skill description, summons a Gatling Rotary Machine Gun, which consumes 2 points of psychic energy for every minute of its existence. Note, the Gatling Rotary Machine Gun will be automatically withdrawn after the psychic power value is zeroed. Seeing this thing, Li Haotian couldn't help but let his eyes light up and his whole body shook with excitement. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I thought level 15 would only unlock an automatic rifle or something, but I didn't realize it was actually a Gatling. As a learner, when Li Haotian saw these words, he immediately mobilized the relevant knowledge he had once learned in his mind. The Gatling Rotary Machine Gun, which uses 614, 7mm caliber barrels in a circle, is capable of firing at an astonishing rate of over 1,000 rounds per minute. This firepower pouring speed was even fiercer than Li Haotian's current 20 grotesques combined. Even if the spiritual energy value consumed per minute was twice that of a glockenspiel, the intensity of its firepower was not comparable to a glockenspiel at all. After ascending to level 15, together with the equipment's spiritual power boost, Li Haotian's spiritual power value was now more than 400 points. What does 400 plus psychic power mean? It represented that Li Haotian could summon and use 20 Gatling rotary machine guns at the same time within 10 minutes. With the gift of unlimited ammo, his Gatling machine gun is able to maintain the highest rate of fire all the time without the need to change magazines. 20 Gatlings, that's over 20,000 rounds per minute. Also, super weapons don't suffer from fire decay or barrel overheating. This also meant that there would be no vacuum at all in Li Haotian's firepower dump. With this kind of intensity of firepower, not to mention the monsters of more than 10 levels, even the monsters of 20 or 30 levels can't carry it. From now on, his efficiency in leveling copies would increase by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, without saying anything, Li Haotian immediately summoned 20 black-colored Gatling rotary machine guns. That one black muzzle was like the devil's eyes, staring ferociously ahead. Li Haotian licked his lips excitedly. His eyes roamed around for a while before landing on a nearby boulder. With Li Haotian's thought, 20 Gatlings fired at the same time. Da 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 da. A storm of debris immediately shot up from the huge 2-man-high rock, and in just a few seconds, the huge rock was shot to pieces by this ferocious firepower dump. Hiss. Although he had already made some mental preparations, when he saw the scene in front of him, even Li Haotian, who was the originator, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Holy, this is too berserk. Satisfied, Li Haotian retrieved these Gatling machine guns, and a frenzied look appeared in his eyes. The firepower is enough. Now, what I need the most is to pile on the spiritual power. Exiting the occupation panel, Li Haotian suddenly saw the purple light next to the boss, slightly stunned and surprised. Such good luck. Actually bursting purple armor again? Li Haotian hurriedly ran over to check the equipment attributes. Name, Magic Rhinoceros Bracelet, Unbound. Type, Jewelry. Attribute, Speed increased by 10 points. Spiritual power increased by 40 points. It can be. It's actually a bracelet. Just so I can use it. Li Haotian nodded with satisfaction and directly put on this equipment. Exiting the Thunder Ruins, Li Haotian immediately ran to the nearby auction house and sold all the materials and equipment he got from brushing the copies before, exchanging them back for more than 2,500 gold coins, before he was satisfied and left to go back to sleep. The next day, when the sky was only beginning to dawn, Li Haotian couldn't wait to come to the duplicate teleportation hall, but what he didn't expect was that Yuan Ting and Dugu Yan were actually here as well, and besides them, Yuan Ting was followed by 2 security guards. Seeing Li Haotian, Yuan Ting's face changed slightly. Li Haotian had already reached level 15 and was in a good mood. When he saw these 2 goods, he suddenly remembered Yuan Ting's words that taunted him yesterday, and with a twinkle in his eye, he walked towards them. Yo, isn't this the mighty Night Wanderer, Grand Duke Yuan? What? You're not going to rob the wild monsters today, but you're ready to come and mix up the copies as well? Li Haotian said in a conspiratorial manner. Next to him, Dugu Yan looked at Li Haotian with a complicated gaze. His heart was not in a good mood, because when Li Haotian came over just now, he never looked at her squarely from beginning to end, as if she was a passerby, not even worth a second glance. Yuan Ting had an ugly look on his face. Li Haotian, don't be complacent. Isn't it just that a blind cat ran into a dead rat and discovered the technique of getting stuck in a bug? You're just mixing it up in Thunder Ruins, and with a trash profession like yours, you're destined to remain a chicken rib in the future. Oh yeah? Let's wait and see then. Li Haotian laughed and walked towards the ticket sales office without any concern. Seeing Li Haotian's springy face, Yuan Ting snorted angrily and walked toward the Thunder Ruins. After brushing wild monsters all day yesterday, his level had finally risen to level 13. Today, he purposely found 2 level 15 security guards and prepared to enter the Thunder Ruins to try his hand at it. He didn't believe that Li Haotian could find the copy bug, and that such a powerful night wanderer like him wouldn't be able to find it. He wasn't the only one. Several sets of people who had risen to level 12 had already teamed up to go in today, all with the same fluky mentality, wanting to try and find a bug to quickly clear the Thunder Ruins. Li Haotian came to the ticket window and took out 700 gold coins and handed it to the ticket agent. Give me 5 entrance tickets to Greater Canyon first. Grat is a higher level copy, and the price of the entrance ticket is naturally higher, costing 140 gold coins apiece. The ticket salesman is the one who watched Li Haotian's crazy single brush copy yesterday. Looking at Li Haotian's handsome face, he was even a little numb. Oh, Thunder Ruins entrance ticket 5 right. Hiccup. You, what did you say? Greater Canyon. Because Li Haotian brushed the Thunder Ruins for most of the day yesterday, the ticket agent subconsciously thought that Li Haotian was still brushing that. But he was only halfway through his sentence when he suddenly reacted and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Great Canyon. This was a copy that could only be entered at level 15. He's even level 15 already? What a ing upgrade speed. As the ticket taker exclaimed, many people in the hall had their attention drawn to the commotion on this side of the room. Yuan Ting was just about to activate the entrance ticket when he heard the words Glatz Canyon, and his whole body froze. Turning to look this way, Li Haotian smiled lightly. That's right, Glad Canyon. 5 entry tickets. Chapter 9 Glatz Canyon, where firepower is king. Li Haotian took the entrance ticket to Greater's Canyon from the baffled ticket agent and turned toward the teleportation area. Greater Canyon is slightly higher level than Thunder Ruins, and the teleportation area is right next to Thunder Ruins. Li Haotian passed by Yuan Ting, winked at Yuan Ting, and smiled cheekily. Mighty Yuan Gongzi, go for it. If you're any slower, maybe I'll even find the bugs in Glat Canyon? Hearing Li Haoyang's conspiratorial voice, Yuan Ting's face turned into a pig liver color in anger. After opening the taunt, Li Haotian laughed and walked into the transmission area of Glat Canyon. disappearing with a flash of his figure. Seeing Li Haotian teleporting into Glatt Canyon solo again, quite a number of other people in the copy teleportation hall stopped their steps that were ready to enter the copy and turned to gather this way. Holy, he went into the copy alone again. Hey, do you guys think he can still get stuck with the copy bug this time? Nonsense. If he's not sure, he'd go in alone and look for death? How envious. Is this the gold content of full spiritual power? This is too much. I've never heard of a mechanic who can upgrade this fast. Don't say mechanic. He is afraid that he is the fastest in the whole profession to upgrade in the early stage. Only one day to level 15. What a ing animal. The murmurs of the people around him rose like a tidal wave, and the originally quiet copy transmission hall became lively all of a sudden. Yuan Ting clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Greater Canyon has simple terrain with a total of 150 monsters, almost double the number of Thunder Ruins, and the distribution of monsters is denser as well. In this environment, I don't believe it. He's a broken mechanic who can continue to get stuck in a bug. Saying that, Yuan Ting simply sat down next to him and stared unblinkingly at the teleportation area of Glatt Canyon. He would wait for Li Haotian, that lucky and pretentious kid, to come out and then ruthlessly taunt him back. Otherwise, he just couldn't swallow it. Dokura again stared blankly at the empty Greater Canyon teleportation area, his heart suddenly becoming bitter. After all, she had spent a year with Li Haotian and knew what Li Haotian's character was like. If there was no absolute certainty, Li Haotian definitely wouldn't go into the copy alone to find discomfort. Therefore, she dared to be certain that Li Haotian was absolutely certain that he could pass the copy solo. Dokura's heart ached so much that it was hard to breathe. If he hadn't said that he broke up with Li Haotian yesterday, then he, today, should also have level 14, right? Then another day of replica painting today will definitely get you to level 15, even if the experience will be split evenly. However, right now, Li Haotian was already level 15 while he himself was only level 13. Don't look at this as a simple 2-level difference, but in reality, I'm afraid that the experience value is twice as much as level 10 to level 13. It's too late for regrets. At the entrance of Greater Canyon, the air was slightly distorted, and Li Haotian's figure quietly appeared. It was the entrance to a huge canyon, with only a 10-meter wide passage in the middle that led straight into the depths of the canyon. The entire canyon is yellowish-brown in color, with towering rock walls on both sides, making the terrain extremely treacherous, and in the center of the path was densely packed with small, hunched, greenish-gray-skinned, menacing-looking men, frost goblins. These kobolds, some with spears, some with staffs, were in groups of 3, roaming back and forth through Grat's Gorge. Unlike the Minotaur and Thundermaw Rhinoceros, the frost goblins in Grat are much stronger in intelligence than the first two, and there is clearly a tie-in. A level 15 professional who had unlocked a second professional skill had a huge increase in combat power. As a result, this copy, which could only be entered at level 15, was also significantly stronger in terms of difficulty than the previous one. However, in Li Haotian's eyes, the difficulty of this copy had instead dropped by a large margin. He looked at the frost goblin in front of him with excitement in his eyes and gently licked his lips. These little arms and legs don't look like they're built to last. Li Haotian muttered in a low voice and began to use his skills. Gatling rotary machine gun. A huge machine gun with a length of more than 2 meters instantly appeared above Li Haotian's head, and the 6 black holes of the gun barrels exuded tyrannical killing intent. Looking at the 2 points of spiritual power value that had been deducted from his attribute panel, Li Haotian grinned. But 9 cows. In the next moment, at Li Haotian's summons, a Gatling rotary machine gun quickly appeared, almost drowning Li Haotian's entire body in it. With that purple suit just now, Li Haotian's spiritual power value had already exceeded 400 at this time. In other words, even if he summoned 20 Gatling rotary machine guns, it would be enough to last for 10 minutes. I don't know if it was because they were being pointed at by too many black holes of guns, but the several groups of frost goblins not far from the entrance seemed to sense the danger, and one by one, they cast their eyes over. Li Haotian hemmed and hawed and bent down slightly. Afterwards, his right foot violently stomped on the ground and instantly dashed towards the valley. At the same time, the densely packed Gatling rotary machine gun in front of him opened fire at the same time. Crackle! The ear-piercing whine of ammunition sparking out of the gun's chamber suddenly resounded through the land. Because of the gift of unlimited ammunition, Li Haotian didn't have to worry about running out of bullets in the slightest. Dense munitions, as if countless plowshares, wreaked havoc directly on the earth. Unlike the Glockenspiel, the Gatling rotary machine gun has an effective range of a full 1,000 meters range. Li Haotian didn't even need to look. Under the ammunition pouring from the 20 machine guns, the frost goblins within the range of 1,000 meters in front of him were instantly torn into pieces of broken meat. Not even a lump of bone could be seen. In a flash, waves of blood rolled over, 5 minutes. However, in a mere 5 minutes, Li Haotian rushed to the boss area where the Frost Goblin King was in one breath. He hadn't even gotten a good look at the exact appearance of the boss before the meat grinder like rain of bullets had swept it into a puddle of flesh. Kill the Frost Goblin and gain 30 experience points. Kill Frost Goblin. Gain 30 experience points. Kill the Frost Goblin Elite and gain 50 experience points. Kill the Frost Goblin King and gain 100 experience points. Ding dong. Past Glatz Canyon. Gain 300 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations on setting the fastest time to clear Greater Canyon. And gaining 500 experience points. A series of prompts were like the crazy pop-ups in the live broadcasting room of millions of fans, rapidly flashing in front of Li Haotian's eyes. Li Haotian stopped on his feet, gasped slightly, and turned around to look at the canyon behind him, an unimpeded look in his eyes. Ha ha ha, lol, what a ing blast. Now that's a mechanic. Truly, firepower is king, and a mechanic is worth 100. Chapter 10, Crazy Upgrade. Level 20 goal reached. Looking at the battle results he created in 5 minutes, Li Haotian's eyes shone brightly. In the case where the difficulty of the copy had obviously increased by a large margin, Li Haotian's clearance speed was instead faster. The Gatling rotary machine gun. True to its name, 20 Gatling machine guns firing at the same time. Unlimited bullets. A rate of 20,000 rounds poured out per minute. And the end result, a complete and utter sweep. Right now, Li Haotian could even be sure that with his current firepower, even if he entered a level 20 plus copy, he would definitely be able to crush it all the way. These low-level monsters didn't have the slightest resistance at all. Li Haotian's heart was filled with burning heat, and he immediately began to clean up the battlefield, collect the materials and equipment popped out by the monsters, and then leave the copy. The crowd of onlookers outside were still chatting idly when they suddenly saw a cloud of white light illuminating the teleportation area of Grat Canyon, and they subconsciously swept a glance at it before they were ready to avert their eyes. Because since Li Haotian entered the copy just now, a total of 15 minutes had only passed now, and as we all know, the difficulty of Greater Canyon is beyond Thunder Ruins by a long shot. Li Haotian had taken more than 20 minutes to speed through Thunder Ruins before, and to brush the even harder Greater Canyon. Even if he could find a copy bug, how could it take more than half an hour, right? However, when their gazes fell on the person who appeared, the area, at once, became dead silent. Li Haotian? Why is he out now? It's not a bug jam failure, is it? The eyes of the crowd all showed a look of astonishment. But then, the display board above Glat Canyon was immediately updated with a message that shoved all of the crowd's jumbled speculations back into their stomachs. The record for the fastest clearance of Greater Canyon, 15 minutes and 21 seconds. Passer, Li Haotian. Looking at the small, big red line, the surroundings were first quiet, and then immediately exploded. Woj. Nima. I'm not blind. 15 points to solo Greater Canyon? This kid can't be the Frost Goblin Prince. Yuan Ting's entire body shook dramatically, his eyes staring listlessly at the display board above his copy with a ghostly look on his face. Dugwian's mouth was even opened into an O shape, and even the small tongue above the throat could be seen clearly, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Although she thought that Li Haotian could single brush Greater Canyon, she never thought that Li Haotian would be able to speed through in such a short time. That's a whole 150 monsters. It also includes 5 elite monsters and a boss. Did Li Haotian rush straight to the boss area? Doesn't he even need to lick the bag to collect the loot? It's definitely not that he's stuck with a bug, it's that the copy is bugged. Dugwian wasn't the only one who had this thought. There were already several people in the surrounding crowd whose eyes began to flicker. There were even a few with decisive personalities, but they even rushed directly to the ticket office and decisively bought an entrance ticket to Grat Canyon, and then walked directly towards the teleportation area without even forming a group. Seeing someone's silhouette disappearing into the Greater Canyon, Yuan Ting finally returned to his senses. He deadpanned Li Haotian with an unbelievable gaze for a long time, and when he saw that Li Haotian didn't hesitate to activate an entrance ticket again and disappeared into the Greater Canyon teleportation area, he couldn't sit still any longer. He yanked Dokuragain by the hand and rushed towards the ticket window with gritted teeth. A security guard next to him froze as he watched his young master buy back a ticket and walk toward Grat Canyon, hesitating for a long time before opening his mouth and asking, "Young master, what are you doing?" "Nonsense. Of course we're going to try out Grat Canyon. Can't you see that everyone else has already teleported in?" Yuan Ting gritted his teeth. The security guard was even more puzzled. "But young master, those people are the ones who have already leveled up to 15 a long time ago, but you're only level 13. Yuan Ting's feet lurched and his body stiffened slightly. Asterisk. Almost forgot about that. I'm really pissed off at that kid. Yuan Ting awkwardly cursed angrily in his heart while turning his feet toward the Thunder Ruins. An hour later, Yuan Ting grimly reappeared in the duplicate teleportation hall with Dugwian and 2 security guards, with 2 level 15 security guards helping to brush the monsters. Yuan Ting's efficiency in brushing their copies would naturally not be low, but the reason why they fought for a whole hour before coming out is mainly because Yuan Ting is not dead set on it, and spent a lot of time inside to carry out all kinds of probing, trying to find out Li Haotian's stuck in the bug method. The results naturally speak for themselves. Li Haotian's bug is simply his own, unless Yuan Ting can pull Li Haotian a piece of copy. Otherwise, he will not be able to find Li Haotian's card bug skills. When Yuan Ting came out, he learned from the comments of the people around him that Li Haotian had already entered the Greater Canyon for the 5th time, and that he was stuck in the bugs. At this moment, even if Yuan Ting no longer looked down on Li Haotian's mechanic profession, he had to admit that Li Haotian's full spirit power of 100 did seem to give him some kind of distinctive talent. At least in terms of rating copies, he couldn't even catch up with Li Haotian. Thinking of this, Yuan Ting, who thought that his talent was not weaker than Li Haotian's, held a belly full of fire and dragged Dugwian outside. Since it was impossible for him to rely on his copy to quickly brush up his experience and upgrade, he would still have to go out into the wilderness to brush up on monsters, with the help of a home security guard. At least it's a fine line. Oh yeah, and have the security guards bring in that big new tent. Li Haotian likes to single brush the copy. Right. I will single brush your girl and let out the fire properly. In the next 2 days, besides eating and sleeping, Li Haotian spent almost all of his time on brushing copies. Escorted by the superb firepower of 20 Gatling rotary machine guns, Li Haotian's efficiency in soloing copies was so fast that even he smacked his lips. By the evening, Li Haotian had rushed to level 18, unlocking the next harder copy, The Depths of Greater Canyon. The next day, early in the morning, in the eyes of many people who were shocked and envious, Li Haotian took all of the materials and equipment that he had previously collected from the copies to the auction house and sold them, exchanging them for tens of thousands of gold coins. Then, all of those tens of thousands of gold coins were used to buy the entrance ticket to the depths of Greater Canyon. Don't look at the fact that there are only 2 levels from 18 to 20. As you level up, the experience required to upgrade increases almost geometrically. The experience value required for these 2 levels was feared to be dozens or hundreds of times more than when Li Haotian first started upgrading. As if he was tireless, Li Haotian teleported into the depths of Greater Canyon over and over again in the ticket agent's numb eyes. Tireless gunfire came from the depths of the canyon, and the boss of the depths of Grat Canyon, the Flame Goblin King, was once again shot to a pulp. Ding dong! Congratulations on your promotion to level 20. Seeing the upgrade prompt that suddenly appeared, Li Haotian's whole body shook dramatically, and a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Level 20. Finally reached. Chapter 11 New Talent. God's Perspective. Li Haotian couldn't even bother to look at the equipment that the boss had popped out, but immediately opened the attribute panel to check it out. Afterwards, adding 5 points of free potential to the top of the spiritual power value, Li Haotian immediately pulled the panel to the bottom and tapped on the Talent column. Seeing the newly appeared skill in Talent, Li Haotian's surprised expression froze for a moment. This, 2 skills, according to what he had once learned. Every time any professional increased their level by 5, they would unlock 1 more skill. That is to say, if things go normally, there should only be 1 more skill at level 20. However, Li Haotian popped up with 2. Li Haotian hurriedly checked it out curiously. Skill, Rocket Launcher. Skill description, summons a rocket launcher to deliver a powerful blow to the enemy. For every minute the rocket launcher exists, it consumes 4 points of spiritual energy. Note, the rocket launcher will be automatically withdrawn after the spirit power value is zeroed. Li Haotian's eyes shone. Good lord! Finally a ranged weapon of mass destruction. Although the amount of spirit power value consumed had also doubled, with the attack power of the rocket launcher, the consumption was definitely worth it. Knowing that with the talent of unlimited ammunition, Li Haotian's rocket launcher didn't need to consider consumption. With this, in conjunction with the Gatling rotary machine gun, 1 attacking and 1 sweeping, it would be enough to weave an adequate fire suppression network in a skirmish. This kind of power, in the low-level copy is directly the rhythm of invincibility. Li Haotian took a deep breath and shifted his gaze to another extra skill. Achievement bonus skill, Exoskeleton Armor. Skill description, summons exoskeleton armor that drastically increases the user's strength, defense, and speed. For every minute the exoskeleton armor exists, it consumes 4 points of psychic power value. Note, the exoskeleton armor will be automatically retracted when the psychic power value returns to 0. Seeing the first line of introduction, Li Haotian froze for a moment. Achievement rewards? What achievement? I don't think the textbook said anything about it. Do professionals have this stuff? But immediately afterward, he was ruthlessly amazed by the effect of this skill. Ordinary mechanics have two biggest disadvantages. One is not durable enough. This problem has been solved by Li Haotian's unlimited ammunition talent. The second thing is that the mechanic's protection against himself is weak. In the face of a surprise attack by the enemy, or a more bizarre enemy ability, the mechanic is vulnerable to home stealing by the opponent. But with the exoskeleton armor, Li Haotian's protection of himself could make up for some of the shortcomings in this area. At the very least, it wouldn't be so easy to get killed in seconds by an enemy sneak attack. In addition to that, the exoskeleton armor had an even greater benefit for Li Haotian, increasing Li Haotian's map running speed. With Li Haotian's current firepower, ordinary copies are basically seconds all the way. There was even a situation that was extremely absurd to ordinary professionals, and that was that Li Haotian's rushing speed was far less than the speed at which he was brushing the map. You know, the effective range of a Gatling rotary machine gun is a full 1,000 meters. This kind of distance, Li Haotian can even be said to be visible and killable. Running map efficiency naturally cannot keep up, and the exoskeleton armor could not only drastically increase his movement speed, it also had 6 mechanical tentacles like spider legs on it, which could help Li Haotian quickly pass through those treacherous terrains. In other words, although this thing didn't improve much in terms of attack power, it was much more functional in terms of defense and assistance. Definitely an extremely practical super weapon. After looking at these two newly unlocked skills, Li Haotian looked at the talents on the right side with anticipation. In addition to the unlimited ammo icon at the top of the original bar graph, another icon has been illuminated at the bottom. Mechanics exclusive talent. Stage 2, God's View. Remark 1, construct a 360-degree hologram view in your mind. And this view is free to zoom in on any point in it. Remark 2, the initial range of God's View is 100 meters in diameter centered on itself. And for every enemy killed, the range of God's View expands outward by 1 meter. Remark 3, level 30 can unlock the third stage of exclusive talent. Aha! Li Haotian was slightly stunned, then immediately came back to his senses. A 360-degree hologram? And free view zoom? And God's View expands with every enemy killed? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Doesn't this amount to a mega insertion of eyes? Hiss. Li Haotian immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. It's not a gift. It's a ING gift. Mechanics are already known for their attack range. So if you combine that with God's View, wouldn't you be invincible? When it comes to the later stages, when a high-level professional wants to grow up, who doesn't have to kill millions and millions of monsters? If these monsters were converted into God's perspective, at that time, he would be able to control hundreds of square kilometers centered on himself at any time. No hint of the wind in it could escape his sight. This was the ING equivalent of being invincible at birth, and the enemy just couldn't even try to sneak up on you. Thinking about this, Li Haotian's entire body was a bit dumbfounded. This talent, it's really one more than the other. Li Haotian took a few deep breaths, which forced down the incomparable excitement in his heart. He began to think about something else. Tomorrow was the selection meeting jointly organized by all the major universities. Should he swipe his copy a few more times to expand the observation range of his God's perspective a bit? After a long time, Li Haotian slowly shook his head. Forget it, don't waste money for now. The current God's View was 100 meters in diameter. And based on the college selections of previous years, I'm afraid that the level of other professionals besides him would be around level 15 at most. A 100-meter alert range was more than enough to deal with a low-level professional of this level. What's more, he had a Gatling rotary machine gun and a rocket launcher to weave a fire network, both of which could reach a range of 1,000 meters. At this distance, even without the aid of God's View, his direct coverage bombardment by sight was enough to eliminate all the enemies. Compared to God's perspective, what he lacked the most right now was actually spiritual power value. As long as he had enough spirit power, he could maintain his firepower and never lose it by virtue of his unlimited ammunition. After thinking clearly, Li Haotian did not delay any longer and immediately began to clean up the battlefield. Ha! It actually exploded a purple suit? Surprised, Li Haotian picked it up and found that it was a piece of leather armor, which was just right for him to use, so he didn't hesitate to change that piece of garbage green clothing on his body. Confirming that all the equipment and materials had been picked up, Li Haotian left the copy and quickly walked towards the auction house next to him. Chapter 12, Mechanics Need to Carry Staffs Too? He sold everything he had swiped during this period of time and exchanged it for more than 10,000 gold coins. Then, in the auctioneer's surprised eyes, Li Haotian swept a number of purple clothes in a row. The whole body was bird-dogged, and the green and blue widows all turned into a noble purple color. He opened the attribute panel again and looked at the spiritual power value on it, finally nodding in satisfaction. 630 points. This spiritual power value was enough for him to summon 10 Gatling rotary machine guns and 10 rocket launchers and fire them for 10 minutes. Li Haotian was sure that with his current firepower, not to mention the illusory god profession, I'm afraid that even all of the newest professions of this session combined would not be able to match him. This student, don't you want a weapon? The auctioneer kindly reminded Li Haotian when he saw that he had bought a purple suit but only did not buy the most important weapon for a professional. There's a purple suit just hit the shelves this morning. AK-47 yo, comes with fire attribute enchantment. When activated, it can attach fire attribute attack to any skill. The output is stable, and it's not easy to get stuck. Do you want to take a look? Li Haotian was slightly stunned, suddenly remembering that there was also the matter of weapons. Too many super weapons for self, all but forgetting the most important weapon for most professionals. Typically, the best weapons for mechanics are guns of all kinds. The AK-47 is a weapon that not only mechanics like to use, but also other professions often buy one for self-defense. Although their mastery of firearms was far inferior to that of a mechanic, with the attack power of an AK-47, it could still be of considerable use in a battle between low-level professionals. The only bad thing about it was that if you used a weapon that wasn't your profession's weapon, the spirit power consumption would become more than twice the original amount, and the durability of the weapon would fall off terribly. Wait. Li Haotian suddenly brightened up and thought of something. A weapon, if it is to be effective, requires a professional to catalyze it and use it as a medium to perform a skill. But if the weapon is locked down and only equipped, not used, that weapon would be equivalent to becoming a pendant that would only provide the professional with basic attributes without any effect. This article will have a huge impact on the average professional. For example, for a mage, an extremely high-quality staff not only reduces the consumption of spiritual energy and increases the power of spells when the mage is reciting incantations, but also speeds up the casting of spells. But for Li Haotian, the weapon's effect bonus, it doesn't seem to matter at all, because all of his means of attack all originated from the superpowered weapons summoned by his skills. He didn't need the effects of the weapons to be augmented at all. In other words, Li Haotian actually didn't have to use a weapon that suited him. And even if he used a weapon from another profession, it wouldn't have much of an effect on him. For him, there was only one thing that mattered the most, and that was the spiritual power value. If he could get a weapon with a high spiritual power value, even if he just locked it without using it, he would be able to provide Li Haotian with a large amount of spiritual power. Thinking of this, Li Haotian immediately asked the auctioneer, "Is there any extreme staff?" "Auctioneer? Aren't you a ing mechanic? You don't want a gun. You want a staff? What the hell? Yes, but this student, the staff is not suitable for you to use. Are you sure you want to look at the staff?" The auctioneer endured a kind reminder. Li Haotian nodded decisively. "Right, I want the staff. This, okay." The auctioneer had no choice but to open the search bar of the staff to Li Haotian. There's even an artifact-grade powdered staff? And it just happens to be level 20? Seeing the noble pink color in the search results, Li Haotian's eyes immediately lit up. Retarded goblin staff. Spiritual power increased by 150. Asking price, 2,000 gold coins. Holy, so cheap. Seeing the selling price of this staff, Li Haotian couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Generally speaking, the price of artifact-grade powdered clothing was at least 4,000 or 5,000 gold coins or more, and 2,000 gold coins was really the price of cabbage. Weapon effect, spell power doubled. Skill cooldown time increased by 50%. Casting time increased by 50%. Remarks, you can't have it both ways. 50% plus 50% equals 1. It's a fair deal. But immediately afterward, when he saw the weapon effect of the staff, the corner of his mouth twitched a bit. Nima, what kind of brain-dead effect is this? Fair your ass. Doubling the power is great, but adding 50% to the skill cooldown? Mage's range is not good. You increase the skill cooldown by 50%. Still play a hairline As for increasing the release time by 50%, that's even dumber. Mages are already prone to interruptions when casting spells, causing them to fail, and you're not creating an opportunity for the enemy by increasing the time by 50%. No wonder no one wants this thing with such a low price tag. The negative effects are too severe. The higher the level of the equipment, the stronger the additional effects. However, the additional effects are not all positive, and sometimes there are negative effects. It is up to the professional to weigh the scale of this. Obviously, with the negative effects of this thing, no sane mage would want to use it. It's too much of a loss. But, the base attribute of this staff has a whopping 150 points of spiritual power added to it. Nice guy. It's not bad for a pink suit, but it's also the staff with the strongest increase in psychic power. This thing was indeed an accumulation for mages, but for Li Haotian, this was definitely a true artifact. With this staff, Li Haotian's spiritual power value could instantly skyrocket to over 800 points. With such a high spiritual power value, Putting aside the natural recovery effect of spiritual power, it was already enough for him to summon 20 Gatling rotary machine guns and 10 rocket cannons with full firepower for 10 minutes. As for the negative effects that arose when using a divine artifact, it was not a problem at all for Li Haotian. This was because he had no intention of using this thing at all, and was purely just using it as a prop to increase his basic attributes. When he equips the staff, he'll just lock it down and use it as a hiking staff, which won't affect his ability to use his mechanics skills at all. This thing, it was as if it was customized for Li Haotian. Without hesitation, he said, "I'll take this one." The auctioneer looked at him with a stunned expression. "Are you sure? Although the artifact-grade powder suit is precious, the staff is not suitable for you to use in the first place, not to mention that its negative effects are so strong." Li Haotian waved his big hand. 2,000 gold coins shook out with a clatter. Even a little impatient. Okay, hurry up and trade." The auctioneer had no choice but to teleport this powder suit from the warehouse through the teleportation device to complete the transaction. Getting this weapon, Li Haotian did not hesitate to equip it on himself and lock it. Spiritual power value, 805. Li Haotian turned away with an excited face. Fully equipped and ready for anything. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's college auditions. Chapter 13, High School Selection Conference, beginning. Just as Li Haotian completed the transaction, the capital of the Eastern Dragon Empire, Tianjing City, countryside villa garden. A luxurious villa covering an area of 500 square feet was situated in it, with wide courtyards at the front and back, and extremely atmospheric decorations. On the third floor of the villa, there is a bedroom with a predominantly pink color scheme. The sound of water in the huge lavatory gradually stopped, and a moment later, a tall young girl opened the matte glass door and stepped out of the lavatory. She was wrapped in a thick, soft towel, but even that couldn't hide the greatness of her breasts and the roundness of the back of her buttocks, and her long legs were mostly covered, but the half of the calf that was exposed was still blindingly white. Ding dong! A beep came from the phone. She opened her cell phone to take a look, and a surprised look appeared on her face. "Ha! The goblin staff I listed on the auction house was actually bought?" A faintly curious look appeared in her soulful eyes as she gently shook her head. "Interesting. I wonder which new master manipulator actually dares to use this." When she finished, the young girl casually threw her cell phone back on the bed, ready to dry her hair first. Just then, a thick male voice came from outside the house. Yo, tomorrow we're going to the 4-Elephant City to hold the selection meeting. Have you packed your bags yet? The young girl's voice was crisp as she returned. "I'm all set, Daddy. You're the student representative of our academy, so show some spunk when the time comes, and don't embarrass Dad." The young girl smiled cheekily. "Don't worry, Dad. I'm a level 29 elemental controller, the most outstanding genius girl of Qing Hua Academy for 100 years. How could I possibly disgrace you? You girl." The thick male voice seemed somewhat helpless, but did not refute the young girl's boast. Early the next morning, the brilliant sunlight fell from high above, showering the entire 4-Elephant City. As one of the several largest city barriers in the Eastern Dragon Empire, 4-Elephant City was a very important stronghold for the annual college selection conference. At this moment, the huge 4-Elephant Square had already gathered all the newly minted professionals, including the 10 surrounding satellite cities. Qingshan Academy, where Li Haotian was from, also occupied one of the areas in the square under the leadership of the academy teacher. On one side of the square, a huge platform had long been set up, and the teachers and leaders of the admission offices of the major colleges and universities in the East Dragon Empire had already taken their positions one after another. In the center of the high platform, 2 huge tables were the most conspicuous. Behind the table on the left sat a middle-aged man with a straight nose and square mouth and a good-looking face. The man had a faint smile on his face, a bit of amiability in his majesty, and behind the man stood a young girl who was standing in a pavilion. The young girl was tall, and her long, straight thighs seemed to take up half of her body. With bright features, a chest like a sublime mountain, and a ponytail high on the back of her head, she was lively and confident. Behind the table on the right, there was a middle-aged woman with a serious expression, straight eyebrows, slightly high cheekbones, and tightly pursed lips, looking stern. Behind her, the same young girl stood. This young girl seemed as if she was carved out of the same mold as the middle-aged woman. Her eyes were slightly upturned, her chest was as flat as a mirror, and she was carrying a spear behind her back. Her expression was bland, but her gaze appeared to be proud. These two were none other than the enrollment teachers of the 2 best higher institutes in the Eastern Dragon Empire, Qing Hua Academy and Beta Academy. Seeing that the enrollment representatives of each academy had already taken their positions, at this time, the presiding officer of this college selection conference came in front of the 2 of them and respectfully said, "Lord Jiang, Lord Yun, the students who are participating in this college selection conference have already arrived. So I would like to ask the two of you to preside over the big picture. Qing Hua Academy and Beta Academy had a superb status in the Eastern Dragon Empire, producing numerous powerful professionals. The teachers of these two colleges were all in the military, which is why the presiding officer of the conference called them Your Excellency. The middle-aged woman with a serious expression nodded her head gently and turned her head to the side. Teacher Jiangjun, the people are almost here. Let's begin. Jiangjun smiled faintly. The last college selection conference was hosted by our Qing Hua Academy, and this time, it'll be a trouble for Mr. Yun Miao. Yun Mo was not surprised in the least and nodded her head. The high school selection had always been hosted by Qing Hua Academy and Beta Academy in turn, and this term, it just happened to be Beta Academy's turn. Yun Miao stood up and stood in front of the high platform. Her stern gaze swept a circle of the newly minted professionals below her, and she spoke. I am Beta Academy's enrollment teacher Yun Miao, and I announce that this college selection conference officially begins. Yun Miao's speech was simple and rough, without unnecessary padding and rendering, directly entering the topic. Please ask the student representatives of each academy to come out, spaced 2 meters apart, and stand in the open space below. Yun Miao pointed towards the open space below the high platform and spoke indifferently. As soon as the words were spoken, a student stepped out from behind all of the college admissions teachers and headed down to the open space below. Zhang Jin turned his head with a smile and laughed at the young girl behind him. You go too. The young girl smiled cheekily. Aha! After everyone stood in order below, Yun Mia reached out and grabbed in the air, and a golden staff appeared in Yun Mia's hand. Seeing that golden light, the newly minted professionals below couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Golden color represents epic level quality. In the Green Mountain Academy's array, Li Haotian also couldn't help but smack his lips slightly. In a low voice, he murmured, worthy of being a teacher of Beta Academy, the first strike is an epic. It's really powerful. It was important to know that epic level weapons were only possible to be spawned by large group books, and every epic weapon that was spawned would cause a bloody storm in the group book. This was because once an epic weapon left a large group, it would be bound to the professional, and no one else would be able to use it even if they captured it. Therefore, if you want to obtain epic equipment, you can only fight for it in the group book. With the weapon in hand, a low incantation sound quickly came out of Yun Mia's mouth. Afterward, Yun Miao let out a low gulp. Refractive illusion mirror, only to see her swing her staff forward. A layer of brilliant golden light suddenly shot out and landed on the student representatives of the various academies in the open space. Then, only to see these students' bodies slightly shaking, a golden shadow that seemed like a doppelganger took a step out from within them and stood in front of them. Yun Miao's staff swung again, and another layer of golden light enveloped over. Those golden light shadows then slowly melted and expanded under the illumination of those golden lights, turning into a huge translucent light mirror. In the light mirror, there seemed to be an illusory figure looming. Sweeping his eyes over these light mirrors, Yun Miao said in a deep voice, next, I will announce the rules of this selection meeting. Chapter 14 Selection Rules, 3 Challenges. Hearing Yun Mia's voice, Li Haotian's expression became a little more serious. He knew that although the college selection conference was held once a year, the selection rules were different every time. Yun Miao scanned these newcomers below. Her voice was calm, but everyone could hear it clearly. These students in front of you are the best of the last freshmen from each academy, and in the light mirror in front of them is a projection of themselves, a projection capable of using all of their own abilities, but with half the overall strength of their main body. Each of you will have 3 choices to enter the light mirror and hold out for 3 minutes under the attack of the projections inside to gain admission to the academy that student represents. Saying this, Yun Miao gave a slight beat and continued. What I want to remind you of is that the different academy representatives, their own ranks and strengths will also be extremely different. And the number on the nameplate on the chest of each academy representative represents that student's current rank. Therefore, think carefully before you choose. Otherwise, once you choose an opponent that exceeds your ability, it will be equivalent to wasting an opportunity. And if you fail all 3 challenges, it means that you are eliminated from this college selection conference and will have to wait until next year. This selection meeting will last until 12 p.m. Those who haven't completed their challenges by 12 p.m. are likewise considered eliminated. So let's begin. After saying that, Yun Miao turned around and walked back to her seat. Jiang Jin frowned slightly and looked at Yun Miao. Teacher Yun Miao, this rule you formulated seems simple and straightforward, but for those newcomers, it's actually quite difficult. Yun Miao glanced at him and said in a deep voice, are you saying that the information is not equal? Jiang Jin nodded. The talent of those student representatives wasn't bad in the first place, and they've been studying in various academies for a year. Although the newcomers can roughly know the level of strength of the student representatives through the nameplates and the occupational seals on their foreheads, but the apparent rank, and the actual fighting strength are two completely different things. It's not going to be easy for them to choose the right academy and opponent for them. Yun Miao's face was calm. So, I gave them 3 chances to choose. If they weren't brainless idiots, they should have made a conservative choice first, or at least made sure to keep themselves from being eliminated. On top of that, hit the colleges that are better and better suited to you. Zhang Jin pondered for a moment and gently shook his head. That being said, I'm afraid that not many of them would be able to make it this far given their age and experience. Yun Miao's expression condensed and her tone became cold and stern. Teacher Zhang Jin, the last world copy. Have you forgotten about it? A helpless look appeared on Zhang Jin's face. As a professional, talent alone is not enough if you want to grow and develop. If they only know how to fight brute force based on their talents and abilities, they may be able to be complacent for a while at the lower level stages. But what about at the higher levels? Large group books, kill copies, world copies, these high-level copies, if you're not careful, you'll die in them. How many so-called geniuses has our Eastern Dragon Empire lost in the last few world copies? More than enough. Half of them died in the last world copy alone. Which one of the Yin-Yang masters and ninjas from the Sakura country, and those old hairy guys from the Rice country, aren't eyeing us? Speaking of this, Yun Miao snorted coldly. Over the years, our empire has cultivated far too many embroidered pillows, all of which are useless trash. Simply a waste of national resources. What we want is not a first-tier professional with outstanding talent or an even more powerful illusory god profession, but a true elite with wisdom and courage who dares to think and act. If they can't even do this most basic self-judgment and choice well, even if they grow up in the future, they will still be cannon fodder for death. This kind of student, we don't need in beta. Zhang Jin looked at the cold and hardened Yun Miao, shook his head inside, and said no more. In these recent years, the East Dragon Empire does have some tendency to have no successor. On the plaza, because of Yun Mia's words just now, all the students participating in the college selection conference all began to chatter and discuss. Really, the rules of this selection meeting are too rough. That's right, although the skills of each profession are fixed, but those student representatives have already studied in the academy for a year. They must be far superior to us in terms of skill mastery and form development. Just letting us choose like this is obviously not wanting us to pass. Hey, what can we do about this? I just looked around. Those student representatives are at least first-tier professions. There are even quite a few illusory god professions among them, and the worst of their professions are above level 24. Even if that illusory shadow can only exert half of his strength, I'm afraid that it won't be easy to deal with. In the midst of the surrounding people's comments and complaints, Li Haotian came to the front of those students and looked at the 2 student representatives in the very center. Jiang Wu Yuyu, a level 29 elemental controller, and Yun Lan, a level 29 battle mage. Li Haotian looked around. Besides this young girl, the highest representative of the other academies was only at level 27. The gap was really obvious. Looking at these 2 young girls with very different temperaments, Li Haotian murmured in a low voice, worthy of being the representatives of Qing Hua and Beta. Both are illusion god professions, not to mention that the ranks of these 2 are also clearly a step stronger than the other academies. Li Haotian was a bit hesitant at once. Qing Hua and Beta were both the best academies in the Eastern Dragon Empire, and were both in between, whether it was the quality of their teaching or the number of strongmen they had once produced. For an ordinary person, being able to enter either of these 2 academies would be a great blessing. Li Haotian, looking at you, do you still want to hit Qing Hua Academy and Beta Academy? Just as Li Haotian was deliberating, a mocking voice came from beside him. Li Haotian turned his head to see that it was actually Yuan Ting and Dugu Yan. Yuan Ting had a mocking expression on his face. Li Haotian, this is the college selection conference. It relies on real strength. You can find crooked ways to get stuck with bugs in your copy. Do you still want to get stuck here? Li Haotian laughed coldly and said, I'm not stuck on bugs. What's it got to do with you? 2 days ago. I don't know who wants to learn from me, but unfortunately, IQ is not enough. Want a card but not that opportunity. Yuan Ting was instantly infuriated. A dead duck with a stiff upper lip. Li Haotian, today this young master will let you see what a true illusion god profession is. Compared to my night voyager, your trashy mechanic is only good enough to jam a bug, and nothing else. With that said, Yuan Ting walked towards the illusionary mirror in front of Yun Lan with a proud face. Castle Peak Academy. Yuan Ting, level 16 Night Wanderer, challenges Beta Academy. Chapter 15 The Qing Hua Beta Controversy. Yun Lan, who was standing proudly next to the illusion mirror, looked at Yuan Ting in surprise, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Level 16 Night Wanderer? Yuan Ting's entire body was resplendent with purple light, displaying his rare grade equipment in front of everyone's eyes. Nodding his head haughtily, precisely. Yun Lan nodded slightly. a hint of a smile on his face. Not bad, go. Hearing Yunlan's praise, the surrounding newly minted professionals all revealed envious expressions. You know, this is a representative of the elite students who can represent Beta Academy. The students who were able to enter Beta Academy were already the pride of the heavens. The ones who could represent Beta College in the college selection conference were the best of their class of students. To receive a good comment from her already hinted at one thing, Yuan Ting would most likely pass the Beta Academy's examination. Yes, sister. Yuan Ting was also secretly happy in his heart and shamelessly replied back as if he had already passed the examination and successfully obtained the entrance qualification of Beta Academy. Li Haotian had a watchful expression on his face and was in no hurry to choose. Watching Yuan Ting step into the illusionary mirror of Beta Academy, the requirement for the test was to last 3 minutes under the phantom attacks of the representatives of each academy, and it was still early in the evening. With Li Haotian's strength, he was naturally in no hurry at all. At this time, quite a few eager budding professionals had already chosen their targets and started to enter the phantom mirrors of the various academies to make their first attempts, but many more are still waiting to see what happens. Watching students with the same goals as their own take the lead in the challenge, trying to find some tips that will help them pass the test from the experience of others who have eaten the crab. Unfortunately, the world in the phantom mirror seems like a single copy. Not to mention these onlookers, even the mirage mirror's body, those elite student representatives from various academies, were unable to know the status of the battle inside. Time flew by, and the first students to enter the illusion mirror challenge had already had people come out one after another. Aside from a small number of faces showing joy, most of the students had a dejected look on their faces. Clearly, their judgment was not matched by their own abilities, and in front of Beta Academy and Qing Hua Academy, everyone's eyes were focused on Beta Academy's phantom mirror. They all wanted to know if Yuan Ting could pass the examination of Beta Academy. Holy, it's been 2.5 minutes and it feels as if he's got something going for him. TSK, it's worthy of being a night wanderer that's in the middle to upper echelon of all the illusion god professions. The fighting strength is really strong. To have managed to hold on until now. Humph, you don't have to look. That guy is fully clothed in purple. He must be the son of some big family. The increase that this purple suit alone gives him is already exaggerated. As time passed, the murmurs of the people around them increased, and even quite a few nearby were attracted by the commotion over here. Ha! Isn't that the mechanic who got stuck in the bug? Why is he over here too? He wouldn't want to challenge Beta Academy and Qing Hua Academy as well, would he? Laughing to death. The Mirage Mirror Challenge is not a brush copy. There's just one big boss in there. Does he expect to get stuck in a bug in the Mirage Mirror? Mechanic? I've heard of him. He's the only student in Green Mountain Academy with a full spiritual value, right? Ha! How unlucky. Such a strong talent, but awakened a mechanic of the most ribald type. That's right. Fast upgrading is useless, even if he can get ahead of us in the early stages. But after level 20, I'm afraid that a trash mechanic might not be as useful as a second-tier profession. Scoffing sounds rang in the ears from time to time, reaching Li Haotian's ears. Li Haotian's face was flat, but he was not moved at all. If he was really just an ordinary mechanic, he might even feel a little sad inside when he heard these arguments. But he, the mechanic, is actually quite different from those who need to slowly save up their belongings. Not only do you not need to gather materials to make super weapons yourself, but you also have unlimited ammo and God's perspective to boot. A mechanic with infinite firepower. Not to mention crushing the illusion god professions of the same level. Even if they were 1 or 2 tiers higher, they would only be able to kneel and sing conquest under the ravages of infinite firepower. Just then, one of the eaters sourly shouted out, asterisk. It's been 3 minutes. He really passed the Beta Academy's examination. The crowd of onlookers was in an uproar. Immediately afterward, the illusory mirror beside Yunlan flickered with light, and the cloaked and ragged Yuan Ting reappeared, panting heavily. Despite his wretched appearance, the arrogance on his face was even greater than just a moment ago as he looked towards Yunlan and said, Sister Yunlan deserves to be the most outstanding student of the last class of Beta Academy. She's really powerful. Only half the strength of the Phantom are as strong as this? Fortunately the test only lasts for 3 minutes. If it were even a minute longer, I'm afraid I would have to be picked to death by my senior sister under the spear. Yunlan let out a light laugh and shook her head slightly. This freshman was quite good at talking, with obvious compliments between his words. The refracting phantom mirror was one of her teacher's stunts, and with the rules set by her teacher, it was naturally unlikely that there would be a situation where she would kill her opponent. At best, she would be brutally beaten and thrown out. You're not bad either. It's only been 3 days since your career awakening and you've managed to achieve this level. Not bad for a night wanderer. Go stand behind me. When the examination is over, we will bring you back to Beta Academy together and officially become a member of Beta. Yun Lan said indifferently. On the high platform, Yun Miao's serious face also slightly relaxed a few points and nodded slightly. Jiang Jin smiled and congratulated. Mr. Yun, congratulations to Beta Academy for being the first to open. Yun Miao glanced at him and smiled lightly. A level 16 Night Wanderer is indeed not bad, and looking at the equipment he is wearing, I think he must also come from one of the big families in Four Elephant City, and his overall quality is indeed much stronger than those grassroots. At those words, Jiang Jin frowned slightly, a little displeased in his heart, because he was born from grassroots. He was able to achieve what he has today. I don't know how much effort he has put in and how many times he has been met with blank stares before he was able to put down roots in Tianjin City. Jiang Jin's voice turned cold. The children of large families are indeed a bit stronger than ordinary people in terms of innate conditions, but the key to whether or not they can become strong still depends on themselves. Although talent and equipment are important, they can only bring them onto the path of the strong. As for how far they can ultimately go, it mainly depends on one's heart and wisdom. The corner of Yun Miao's mouth hooked up a faint mockery. Professionals and ordinary people are not the same. Professionals with trashy talent and lack of resources, how much more effective can they be if they work harder? Saying that, Yun Miao's gaze fell towards Li Haotian at the front of the crowd. Take this student for example. Although it is an illusory god profession, but the actual role is afraid that it is not even comparable to a second-tier profession. Back then, Marshal Li's forcefulness to spend so much to cultivate that grassroots mechanic, isn't it the best example? 20 years of hard work, yet it was easily destroyed by a tiny ninja. Qing Hua put in so many resources, and all you got in return was this? Yun Miao shook her head and said, Marshal Li has also gotten a bit senile in these recent years. Chapter 16, Mechanic with a Staff. Hearing Yun Miao mention Lord Marshal, Jiang Jin's face immediately sank. Marshal Li came from Qing Hua and is the pride of all Qing Hua students, but since that time when the mechanic was successfully assassinated by the Sakura nation, Marshal Li's prestige has taken a huge hit, especially Beta Academy, which was a rival of Qing Hua Academy. Because of Marshal Li's rise back then, Beta had been suppressed by Qing Hua for decades. Taking advantage of the accident, North Delta College is even more slammed. But on the contrary, the people from Qing Hua Academy couldn't refute it yet. Obviously, they had made the security of that mechanic almost foolproof. Who knew how that assassin from the Sakura country had gotten through the heavy screening and ran to Tianjin City to succeed in his assassination? This matter is, indeed, bizarre in the extreme. In the face of Yun Miao's inappropriate words towards the marshal, although Jiang Jin was indignant in his heart, he could only endure and say no more. Under the stage, Yuan Ting, who had successfully passed the Beta Academy's examination, smoothed out his scattered hair and looked at Li Haotian with a proud face. Li Haotian, see, this is the difference between a true illusion god profession and your trashy pseudo-illusion god profession. Yuan Ting's eyes were downcast, his nostrils were 45 degrees down, and his expression carried an air of disdain, as if he had already ascended to the top of his profession. You can be stuck for a moment in a copy of a bug, but can you be stuck for a lifetime? Can you still be stuck with an enemy that won't make a move on you after level 30 in a confrontational copy? Humph. Resign yourself to the fact that you're just a trashy mechanic, comparable to a sewer's pseudo-illusion god. The surrounding people looked at Li Haotian with gazes of watching the situation, as if they wanted to see Li Haotian's face as he fled in shame. However, looking at Yuan Ting's appearance of a heavenly destined protagonist, Li Haotian's eyes flashed with a thick sense of mockery. He slowly walked forward, similarly coming in front of Beta Academy's phantom mirror and sneered. TSK, look at your 2/5 of a millionaire, just passing an examination. Those who don't know, would think that you're already 100 levels great god. Seeing that Li Haotian still dared to talk tough, Yuan Ting's face instantly pulled down. He was about to counterattack, but to his surprise, Yun Lan, who was in front of him, was the first to speak. Yun Lan's gaze swept over the artifact-grade goblin staff behind Li Haotian's back, and a hint of contempt appeared on his face. Just passing an examination? Where did you get the nerve to say such a thing? A mechanic with a staff? Humph. A freshly transferred mechanic, the most chicken-ribbed illusory god profession, with such a strong sense of vanity, dares to presume to comment on others. Li Haotian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Yun Lan. The corner of Yun Lan's eyebrows rose as she reprimanded. What are you looking at? My East Dragon Empire's international status has been declining year after year in recent years because of the increasing number of impractical people like you. Do you think artifact-level staffs are rare? Carrying a piece of powdered clothing will garner you eyeballs? Humph. After 6 years of compulsory superpower education, it's amazing that you don't even understand the consequences of using weapons across professions. It's just stupid. For someone like you, once you're accidentally caught up in an Abyssal copy or a confrontation type copy, I'm afraid you'll be finished in minutes. A pure waste of imperial resources. Behind Yunlan, Yuan Ting listened with a dark feeling in his heart. He didn't expect that this Yunlan's senior sister looked high and cold, but her mouth was so sharp that it was almost poking him in the heart. Sister Yun, don't say that. This Li Haotian in front of you, but the Qing Hua Academy's perennial #1 super schoolmaster, or the unprecedented full spiritual power value of 100. Maybe, there's still some great use for this staff? Yuan Ting was conspiratorially complaining for Li Haotian from the side. Li Haotian gave him an odd look and muttered secretly, "Hey, isn't this guy's professional passive called Crooked Strike?" Don't say it. His guess is quite accurate. Yunlan glanced back at Yuan Ting, a flash of surprise in her eyes, but then she said with disinterest, "So what if you have a full spiritual power value? Awakening a mechanic. Not to mention your full spiritual value. Even if your spiritual value doubles again, it's still a trash profession. A mechanic juggling a staff. Is it hard to believe you want to practice dogfighting? With goods like you. Don't say you'll last 3 minutes under my phantom's attack. Don't even take half a minute. You'll have to be thrown out." Coldness flashed in Li Haotian's eyes as he looked at Yunlan playfully. "Not even for half a minute? Are you sure?" Yunlan smiled proudly. "Humph. A trash profession. Half a minute is lifting you up." Li Haotian laughed, reached behind his back and removed the staff from his back, striding towards the illusory mirror in front of Yunlan. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared into the phantom mirror, leaving behind only a brash mockery. What does a frog at the bottom of a well know? The power of the powdered staff is enough to blow your dog's head off. Wow! Hearing Li Haotian's declaration, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Yunlan was even angered to the point that her pretty face turned red and her delicate body trembled slightly. How dare a kid who had just been professionally awakened for 3 days call her the student representative of Beta Academy, a frog at the bottom of a well? What an anticlimax this is. She gritted her teeth and said, "Brat who doesn't know how to die. When you are beaten out by my phantom, then, let's see how you can still pretend." Beside Yunlan, Jiang Wu Yu's stunningly beautiful face then flashed with a touch of curiosity and gravity. She had read the transaction records yesterday, and the staff that she had listed on the auction house was the one that had been bought yesterday in 4 Elephant City. The slowed goblin staff is a strong effect, but the negatives are likewise tremendously hard. She couldn't believe that there was such a coincidence that 2 people who bought such a staff existed in 4 Elephant City, so she was almost 99% certain that her staff was bought out by this mechanic named Li Haotian in front of her. Is it ridiculous for a mechanic to carry a mace? Of course it's ridiculous, but the problem was, this goblin staff was a level 20 equipment. This also meant that Li Haotian was already level 20. Just now, those people only focused on mocking Li Haotian, but they didn't even think about it. Just how astonishing it was for a mechanic with 3 days of career awakening to rise to level 20. Of course, this might also have something to do with the fact that the retarded goblin staff was so ribbled and had an extremely low burst rate that people only knew it was a powdered outfit, but didn't realize that it was a level 20 artifact equipment. When Jiang Wu Yu thought of Li Haotian just now under the ridicule of the crowd, but without the slightest intention of shame and anger, but instead a calm look, a premonition suddenly arose in his heart. This mechanic, it seems that it is not quite the same as an ordinary mechanic. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Jiang Wu Yu's gaze was fixed dead center on the illusory mirror in front of Yunlan, as if expecting some sort of miracle to happen. And after Li Haotian stepped into the illusory mirror, he found himself as if a copy had teleported to a place that was like a coliseum. 50 meters in front of him stood a young girl. There was no difference between it and the cloudland outside, except for the fact that his eyes were lifeless. A line of hints suddenly appeared in front of Li Haotian's eyes. Ready time, 10 seconds. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Chapter 17, Concentrated Fire. Kill the Phantom in seconds. Looking at the countdown that appeared in front of him, Li Haotian was not surprised at all. This was because when he had watched from the outside earlier, he had already heard some of the people who had come out of the test talk about the situation in the phantom mirror. But this was normal. The ones participating in the examination were all newcomers after all. It would really be a bit too harsh to go in without any preparation and be attacked by those elite students in a blistering attack. While the opposite Yunlan Mirage stood still, Li Haotian quickly used his exoskeleton armor to attach a layer of defense to himself first. At the same time, it could also drastically increase his own strength, speed, and other various attributes. Then, 20 black-colored Gatling rotary machine guns and 10 rocket launchers quickly appeared, their blackened muzzles and guns all aiming at Yunlan's phantom, bringing the entire area around Yunlan within attack range. 4, 3, 2, 1. Fighting begins. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. 20 Gatling rotary machine guns opened fire at the same time, but the furious rain of bullets did not shoot at Yunlan, but instead blocked off all 10 meters around her. The remaining 10 rockets, on the other hand, focused their firepower on bombarding Yunlan. The corner of Li Haotian's mouth gently hooked up as he muttered, "Battle Mage, an alternative among mages. Fast speed, extremely strong melee combat skills, and sharp attacks. But as long as I block off all your evasive space and then bombard you with rockets, even if you are strong in melee combat, will you still be able to run out against my artillery fire?" As expected, the opposite side of the Cloudland Mirage was just about to make a move, but when faced with the overwhelming rain of gunfire, he was instantly confused, and the whole person stood there frozen, actually not knowing how to react. The phantom doppelganger created by Yun Miao through the refracting phantom mirror not only inherits 50% of the body's strength, but also has 100% of the body's combat experience. But the problem was, even if Yunlan was the best of the last class of students, she had never encountered a hangdog like Li Haotian. At level 20, encountering this level of firepower suppression is a gross shot. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A huge explosion rang out. With a bang sound, in just a blink of an eye, Yunlan's phantom was blown into a sky of light debris by the rocket launcher and disappeared. Li Haotian grinned. This is the illusion god profession? Nothing more than that. As Yunlan's phantom disappeared, a strong sense of distortion swept towards Li Haotian, exactly the same as when he teleported in just now. Li Haotian moved in his heart and immediately disarmed all his skills, and the Gatling rotary machine gun and rocket launcher in midair, as well as the exoskeleton armor on his body instantly disappeared. Outside, on the high platform of the square, the cold and arrogant Yun Miao's body slightly shook, and his pupils instantly contracted. This, Jiang Jin, who was next to her, sensed Yun Mia's strange behavior and turned his head to look at her in surprise, wondering what this arrogant was up to again. Yun Miao stood up violently and walked out a few steps forward, her eyes staring dead ahead of Yunlan with a shocked expression on her face, because just a moment ago, she felt a phantom she had created unexpectedly disappear. Moreover, this phantom was also her favored disciple, Yunlan. No, it's impossible. How can a mechanic in the district? Yun Miao's eyes were filled with an unbelievable look as he muttered. There are only two possibilities for the phantom to disappear. One that was voluntarily lifted by her. Two, it's just busted. But with Yunlan's strength, even if this phantom was only half as strong as her main body, there was no way it would be blown away by a mechanic who had just been transformed for 3 days. Because of the words left behind by Li Haotian before he entered the illusion mirror, the commotion below continued. The crowd looked at the hard-faced Yunlan, who was still talking about the mechanic who had dared to put words in his mouth to the senior student of Beta Academy. Right at this moment, a light flashed, and Li Haotian's figure reappeared in front of the crowd. Seeing him appear, Yuan Ting's eyes suddenly lit up. He laughed loudly and strangely. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being a waste mechanic. It didn't even last 20 seconds before being knocked out. Li Haotian, are you pretending again? You pretend again for me? Now you tell me, who is the frog at the bottom of the well? Aren't you going to use that broken artifact staff to blow out Sister Yun's dog? Head, dead duck's mouth trash. You're also worthy. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Ting seemed to hate attracting the attention of everyone in the entire square, and his voice was so loud that he was completely yelling at the top of his voice. The crowd of onlookers roared with laughter, and various taunts quickly followed. Laughing my ass off. From just now until now, he's only been in there for more than 10 seconds, right? Worthy of being a 3-second real man. So damn fast. Hey, maybe someone else has already busted the dog's head of a North Delta senior in such a short period of time? The voice was filled with a conspiratorial flavor. Jiang Wu Yuyu, who was beside Yunlan, was also slightly stunned when she saw Li Haotian appear, but once she fixed her eyes on it, the doubt on her face slowly turned into surprise and incredulity, because she noticed a detail. After reappearing, Li Haotian was actually no different from before he went in. If he was really beaten out by Yunlan's phantom, it was impossible that his clothes weren't even wrinkled and his hair wasn't even the slightest bit messy. Did he really break Yunlan's dog's head in such a short period of time? Ah no, Yunlan's phantom? Just as this incredible thought rose in Jiang Wu Yuyu's mind, the illusionary mirror in front of Yunlan suddenly resounded with a series of click, 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 click breaking sounds. Then, in everyone's shocked and bewildered gaze, bang, a light sound exploded and disappeared. Worthy of being a garbage mechanic, I really overestimated you. I didn't expect that you would even have 20 seconds. Over there, Yunlan was still focusing his output on Li Haotian with a mocking face. Who knew that his words would come to an abrupt end only halfway through? She looked at the disappearing phantom mirror in front of her with a dumbfounded look on her face, a flash of bewilderment in her eyes. The mirror of illusion. Broken? What's going on here? Why did the teacher suddenly undo my refractive illusion? Yunlan subconsciously turned back to the high platform. Then, she caught a glimpse of Yun Miao, who was standing at the edge of the high platform, staring at this side with a face full of disbelief. What's wrong with the teacher? Why does she have that look on her face? Yunlan had just said this in her mind. And then, her whole body stiffened violently before she looked behind her along with Yun Mia's line of sight. This was because she realized that Yun Miao was not looking at her, but at Li Haotian behind her. Yunlan's eyes suddenly widened and her mouth slightly opened as she looked at Li Haotian with a shocked expression. The expression on her teacher's face had told her that the refractive illusion was not lifted by her teacher's initiative. That means, Yunlan turned his head violently, his eyes staring dead at Li Haotian, but the words in his mouth couldn't be completed. You. Chapter 18, Passing the Examination. Join Qing Hua Academy. The surrounding crowd that was still jeering seemed to have realized that something was wrong as well, and the murmurs slowly subsided as their puzzled gazes moved back and forth between Yunlan, Li Haotian, and Yun Mia on the high platform. Looking at Yunlan and Yun Miao's shocked expressions, their hearts thumped as an incredible thought suddenly rose. Li Haotian looked around the crowd and gently waved the staff in his hand, the smile on his face slowly expanding. Fortunately, my staff, it can really blow your dog's head off. Boom! The scene exploded. An incredulous gasp erupted from all mouths. This mechanic with a mace actually blew away the phantom of a North Delta senior. This can't be right. How the hell did he do that? Could this also be a bug jam? Asterisk. Is a divine artifact level staff this strong? That's so true. A shocked expression appeared on Zhang Wuyao's face. This guy, he actually really hammered away at Yunlan's phantom? Does the mechanic use the staff? Does it have some hidden effect? Or extra bonus? An inquisitive and curious light blossomed in Zhang Wuyu's soulful eyes, landing on Li Haotian. Yunlan stared at Li Haotian with a hard look on his face and asked, "A mere mechanic can never defeat my phantom. What exactly did you pull off in there?" Refracting illusion mirror was a skill that came with the Cloud Mist's refracting staff of light, and was usually used by Cloud Mist to hone its junior disciples, but even Yun Mia, a spellcaster, was unable to perceive the exact situation in the illusory mirror. In other words, the battle that Li Haotian had just fought in the illusion mirror could not be seen by either Yun Miao or Yunlan. Therefore, none of them knew exactly what means Li Haotian used to burst Yunlan's phantom. Seeing that Yunlan was still putting up a front now, Li Haotian sneered. "What? You can't stand being beaten up by a mechanic you look down on for blowing up a phantom? Does your examination still have the part of recapping the battle process?" Yunlan was furious as the two small buns in front of her chest bulged. "Okay, Yunlan." Yun Miao on the high platform suddenly spoke out to interrupt Yunlan. Looking at the staff in Li Haotian's hand, a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. After hearing that Li Haotian was a mechanic just now, she hadn't actually paid much attention to this newly minted professional. Therefore, he didn't notice that this artifact level staff behind Li Haotian was actually a level 20 sluggish goblin staff. This mechanic, after all, had soared to level 20 within 3 days of his professional awakening. How the hell did he do that? She also heard the discussion of those people below just now. Is it really just a card copy bug? But the problem was that there was more than one copy in the interval from level 10 to level 20. Does he get stuck with bugs in every copy? Yun Miao always felt that something was wrong. Your name is Li Haotian, right? Although I don't know how you did it, but since you defeated Arashi's phantom, it's considered that you passed the test. Stand behind Arashir. When the test is over, we'll bring you back to Beta Academy, Yun Miao said in a deep voice. Li Haotian raised his eyebrows and glanced at Yun Miao, then at Yuan Ting, who was gritting his teeth with a gloomy face. An odd smile suddenly appeared on his face. "I don't think I said anything about joining Beta Academy, did I?" Yun Miao's complexion changed, a bad premonition suddenly rising in her heart. "What do you mean?" Li Haotian laughed. "If I remember correctly, you just said that the rule of the examination is that everyone has 3 chances to challenge, but there's no rule that says you have to enter that academy if you pass the illusion test, right?" A disbelieving expression appeared on Yun Miao's face. Being able to enter Beta Academy to study is the dream of all newly minted professionals. Aren't you still unwilling? Li Haotian laughed coldly. Our Eastern Dragon Empire's highest academy is not just Beta Academy. After saying that, he didn't even look at Yunlan and turned around to walk towards Zhang Wuyu next to him. Greeting Zhang Wuyu's surprised and dismayed gaze, Li Haotian smiled faintly. Newly minted mechanic. Li Haotian. I wonder if I can challenge Qing Hua Academy. Ha? Oh. Of course. Zhang Wuyu finally came back to her senses from that series of changes just now and replied excitedly. Unprecedented full spiritual value. Obviously a mechanic but with a staff. And only 3 days after transferring to level 20. This Li Haotian. So mysterious. On the high platform, Jiang Jin also finally reacted, quickly getting up and coming to the edge. his eyes burning as he looked toward Li Haotian. Li Haotian gently nodded his head, mockingly glanced at Yunlan and Yuan Ting, and took a step into the illusory mirror in front of Jiang Wu Yuyu. As before, the illusionary mirror was still the empty space that resembled a coliseum, and not far away stood the phantom of Jiang Wu Yuyu. The 10-second countdown prompt reappeared. Li Haotian repeated his old trick and used the exoskeleton armor first, then summoned 20 Gatling rotary machine guns and 10 rocket launchers again, densely arranged in front of his body. As the countdown ended, the furious fire spewed out again. As an elemental controller, Jiang Wu Yuyu couldn't even finish her spell before she was overwhelmed by the rain of gunfire and blown into a sky of light debris. The familiar twisting sensation descended once again, and Li Haotian disarmed his skills and disappeared. The outside world was quiet, and now there was no one who still dared to mock Li Haotian. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared dead-on at the illusory mirror in front of Jiang Wu Yuyu. Yun Miao's pupils contracted slightly, and her body stiffened once again. In another 10 seconds or so, Jiang Wuyao's phantom was also broken. Li Haotian's figure reappeared in front of everyone's eyes, still without a red face or breath. It was as if he had just taken a walk in circles, and even his clothes and hair were not the least bit disorganized. And Jiang Wu Yuyu in front of the illusion mirror once again issued a click. Click, 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 click. Then the next instant, it exploded apart. Although Jiang Wu Yuyu had expected such an outcome, her heart was still filled with shock when her phantom was really also easily annihilated by Li Haotian. Yunlan was a combat mage with extreme melee strength, while she herself was an elemental controller with extreme long-range attacks. This Li Haotian, isn't he afraid of long-range and close combat? Even if he had risen to level 20, it had only been 3 days since his transfer, so how could he have amassed a super powerful weapon that could instantly kill himself and the Cloud Lantern Phantom? That's amazing. Li Haotian wore a smile on his face as he looked at Jiang Wu Yuyu, whose cherry lips were slightly opened and whose expression was a bit dumbfounded, and asked, "This senior sister, I should have passed the selection test of Qing Hua Academy, right?" Before Jiang Wu Yuyu could reply, Zhang Jun on the high platform had already said loudly and excitedly, "That's natural, Li Haotian, you have already exceeded the test, and we, Qing Hua Academy, are honored to invite you to join." Chapter 19, Dokuragain, You've Ruined My Future. The moment Zhang Jun said this, the surroundings became silent. Various voices of envy and amazement followed. Oh my god, he really passed even the Qing Hua Academy's examination. He even had the teacher of Qing Hua Academy personally invite him to enroll. How on earth did he do that? Does a mechanic with a staff have some hidden attribute bonus? Next to him, Yun Lan, who represented Beidou Academy, had the same unbelievable look on her face, her fists clenched and her silver teeth clenched. Yuan Ting, who was behind her, was even more jealous with reddened eyes, staring dead at Li Haotian. Compared to the woeful situation he had just passed the Beidou Academy's examination, Li Haotian's lightheartedness was simply rubbing him on the ground. And what was even more excessive was that he only lasted under Yunlan's phantom attack for 3 minutes, while Li Haotian, however, directly blew up Yunlan's and Jiang Wu Yuyu's phantoms in 20 seconds. How the hell did that little bastard do that? If it wasn't for the fact that Yunlan had also spoken out against Li Haotian just now, Yuan Ting would have even wondered if Beidou Academy and Qing Hua Academy had joined forces to put on a show with Li Haotian. On the high platform, Yun Miao was equally pale. Li Haotian's behavior just now was simply a naked slap in the face of Beidou Academy. Silence. Looking at the noisy discussion below, Yun Miao's heart flamed and he roared angrily. When the crowd below returned to silence, she stared hatefully at Li Haotian, who was standing behind Jiang Wu Yuyu, and said loudly, "The selection continues. Whoever dares to clamor again will be directly stripped of their selection qualifications." Amidst the strange looks of the newly minted professionals, she grabbed her staff once again and swung a piece of golden light at Yunlan and Jiang Wu Yuyu, condensing a new refractive illusion mirror in front of the two. After doing so, Yunlan returned to his seat with a sullen face, the light in his eyes shifting, glancing at the youth behind Jiang Wu Yuyu from time to time. As the high school selection continued, Jiang Wu Yuyu was idle and curiously turned her head towards Li Haotian, asking in a clear voice, "Li Haotian, how exactly did you defeat the phantom doppelgangers of Yunlan and I?" Li Haotian smiled and winked at her. "I'm a mechanic. Of course by virtue of super-powered weapons." Jiang Wu Yuyu's rosy lips slightly skimmed. "Humph. Don't want to say it even if you don't want to. Not honest at all." As a senior student of Qing Hua Academy, Jiang Wu Yuyu still had a better understanding of the early stage of a mechanic's level of combat power. With Li Haotian's strength that had just been awakened for 3 days, she didn't think that her phantom would not even last 20 seconds before being blown away. It must be that Li Haotian had other means but didn't want to tell himself. Li Haotian innocently shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't really lying. He did kill the phantom with his super weapon. Only, the number of his super weapons was, perhaps, slightly more than that. As the day wore on, the light dimmed and the sun slowly descended towards the mountains. As the 12 o'clock deadline for the selection drew closer and closer, those budding professionals who were still on the fence had to bite the bullet and choose an academy representative to take the test, with some passing and others being eliminated. There were cheers, regrets, and cries of pain. Dugwian sat behind the student representative of the Skylight Academy with an ironic face, but his gaze always swept over to the side of the Qing Hua Academy, to the young man who had a calm face and was resting his eyes with his eyes closed. As a Tier 1 professional holy priest, her talent was definitely considered good as well. Based on his cautious character, Dokuragain took the lead in choosing the Skylight Academy, which was known for cultivating auxiliary professions, for the examination. With the holy priest's shield of light, she managed to hold on for 3 minutes to pass the test. She then challenged Beta Academy and Qing Hua Academy. However, facing the attacks of Yunlan and Jiang Wu Yuyu's phantoms, she only lasted for 2 minutes with all her might. And the final result, naturally, was failure. At this time, Dugwian's heart was filled with all kinds of emotions: remorse, anger, resentment, loss, disobedience. If she hadn't broken up with Li Haotian in the first place, in these 3 days' time, she would have been able to reach at least level 17, or even level 18 by following Li Haotian and brushing the duplicates. How would it be like now, when she had only managed to rise to level 15? Moreover, in order for Yuan Ting to send her the purple outfit, these past few nights, she had hardened herself to accompany Yuan Ting to stay up late for the battle. But even so, Yuan Ting had only given her 3 or 4 purple suits. If she followed Li Haotian, with Li Haotian's gains in the copies, she would have long been in a purple suit by now, with a high probability that she would be able to pass the selection test of Beta Academy and Qing Hua Academy. Unlike now, you can only enter the second-tier Skylight Academy. Li Haotian, you heartless bastard. You ruined my future. You deserve to die. Damn you. Dugwian's fists were clenched tightly, and a sense of resentment surfaced in his eyes. On the high platform, Yun Niao glanced at the time and stood up. She raised her hand and grabbed her staff, waving it in the air. The golden luster was splendid and unusual in the night, and the translucent light mirrors in front of the students representing all the academies instantly disappeared. A few of the light mirrors still had students who were being assessed in them, and they were forcibly ejected as well. Yun Miao said in a deep voice, "Time's up. This year's college selection ends here. Those who didn't pass the selection, wait until next year." At these words, the cries of pain in the arena became even louder. As a budding professional, if they can't get into a college or university, they're on their own for the next year. And the rate of progress in self-study is certainly a long way behind that of students in colleges and universities. In the future, the gap between them and their peers, too, will widen. Yun Miao disdainfully glanced at the sore losers below, turned his head to look at Yunlan, as well as the dozen or so freshmen behind Yunlan who had passed the selection test, and coldly said, "Beta Academy belongs to, follow me." "Yes, Teacher Yun." The crowd behind Yunlan agreed in unison, a proud and self-satisfied emotion showing in their eyes. Being able to pass the Beta Academy's examination, they did have the capital to be proud of. Only Yuan Ting was looking over at Qing Hua Academy with a grim gaze. Just like Beta Academy, behind Jiang Wu Yuyu there were similarly more than a dozen freshmen who had passed the examination. But overall, the freshmen on this side of the ball are, obviously, more woefully out of shape. This was not because Jiang Wu Yuyu's phantom strength was weaker than Yunlan's, but because most of these newly minted professionals did not have a few purple suits on their bodies. So resisting the phantom's attacks was going to be much more strenuous. Tsinghua College has a nickname in the folklore, which is the school for the poor. North Delta College, on the other hand, is known as an aristocratic private school. Although they were both the highest academies in the Eastern Dragon Empire, the background and bias of these two academies could be seen from their names. Grassroots-born Jiangjin looked at these new students below whose faces were filled with anticipation and excitement, as if he had seen himself a few decades ago, and smiled gently with a gentle smile. "Little ones, congratulations. From today onwards, you are considered to be truly stepping onto the path of a professional." Chapter 20 Surprise. Random Abyssal Copy. "Yes, Teacher Jiang," the freshman of Qing Hua Academy excitedly returned. Jiang Wu Yuyu's absolutely beautiful face also bloomed into a smile. "All of you, congratulations on passing the examination. You have one night to go back and pack up your things. Early tomorrow morning, still gather here. We'll go through the city's teleportation array and return directly to Tianjing City." As the two highest academic institutions of the Eastern Dragon Empire, Qing Hua Academy and Beta Academy, Both were located in Tianjin City. Everyone agreed and left individually, going back to packing. Under the secret attention of Jiang Jin and Jiang Wuyuyu, Li Haotian also followed the crowd and left. Late at night, for Elephant City, a certain villa in Lianhua Villa. In the splendid hall, Yuan Ting sat on the leather sofa with a gloomy face. Opposite him was a middle-aged man dressed in an elaborate suit with a big back haircut. The middle-aged man cupped a cigar as thick as an adult's finger in his hand. His brows slightly furrowed as if he was thinking about something. Only after a long time did he slowly speak. "You mean that brat Li Haotian is harboring secrets?" Yuan Ting nodded his head and said, "Dad, I fought with that Yun Lan's phantom, and I'm sure that if Li Haotian didn't have any other means in his possession, he would never be able to kill Yun Lan's phantom within 20 seconds. Yun Lan is an illusionary god profession herself, and the attack power of a battle mage is even stronger than my Night Voyager. Not to mention, Yun Lan is a level 29 battle mage. Even if that phantom is only half the strength of Yun Lan's main body, it's still not something that a mechanic who's just been transferred for 3 days can fight against. You mustn't forget that Yun Lan has already studied at Beta Academy for a year, and to be able to serve as Beto's student representative, Yun Lan's strength is definitely among the elite. But even so, her phantom couldn't even manage to last 20 seconds in front of Li Haotian. This is completely abnormal. With this kind of strength gap, wouldn't it be that even Yun Lan's main body is not a match for Li Haotian? How is this possible?" Hearing Yuan Ting's words, the middle-aged man nodded his head gently, indicating that he agreed with his son's point of view. "So, what do you think? Is the secret he's harboring?" Yuan Ting frowned for half a day and shook his head helplessly. "I'm not sure, but I have a hunch that Li Haotian's ability to constantly jam copy bugs and quickly single-swipe copies is definitely related to the secret he's hiding. If I can learn his secret, maybe I can become as strong as him, and..." Yuan Ting's eyes flashed with light. "Dad, don't you want to know Li Haotian's method of getting stuck with the copy bug? He can keep getting stuck in bugs from level 10 to level 20 copies. Does this mean that even if he rises to a higher level later on, he'll still be able to get stuck in bugs and copies as well? Dad, if we can get hold of his secret, then we'll never be short of replica resources in the future, and we'll definitely be able to drastically speed up the family's development." "Copy resources," the middle-aged man repeated in a low voice, seemingly still hesitant. "But he's already a student of Qing Hua Academy now, so if we want to deal with him, we have to make sure that we can't let this secret leak out. Otherwise, if you offend Qing Hua Academy, you'll be in big trouble." Yuan Ting said sinisterly, "I know, Dad. You first arrange the manpower. I will always pay attention to Li Haotian's movements. Once we find the opportunity, we will." Yuan Ting made a vicious neck-wiping motion. Just then, all of a sudden, a blinding red light suddenly shot in through the window. Yuan Ting and the middle-aged man immediately noticed the anomaly and quickly got up to check the situation outside. This is... The middle-aged man looked at the red pillar of light outside the city that seemed to run through heaven and earth in astonishment. Random Abyssal copy. Li Haotian had just returned home to collect his things and prepare for bed when he was similarly attracted by the red light outside the window and looked toward the red light pillar in surprise. "The limited level is 30 level?" Seeing the 3 bars that were faintly visible in the light pillar, Li Haotian muttered. As a learner, the knowledge about the Abyssal copy immediately surfaced in Li Haotian's mind. Abyssal copies, divided into random Abyssal copies and directional Abyssal copies, are a kind of copy with the highest returns except for large group books and world copies. As the name suggests, the random Abyss copy would randomly appear in any location in the world, and the most notable feature was this red pillar of light that seemed to be able to run through heaven and earth. The location where the red light pillar was located was the teleportation port for the randomized Abyssal copies, and the number of horizontal bars in the column of light represents the level at which the random Abyssal copy is limited to entry. As for the other type of directed Abyssal copy, you can only rely on the Abyssal token that is spawned in the random Abyssal copy to teleport into it, and no matter which kind of Abyssal copy, it represents a large amount of Abyssal materials and experience, and any Abyssal monster, there is a possibility of bursting pink and purple clothes. The burst rate is 10 times that of the ordinary copy. What's more, the Abyss copy is the only copy that can produce legendary orange clothes, and apart from the golden epic equipment, the legendary orange equipment produced in the Abyssal copies were the best equipment that a low-level professional could get. This is because golden epic equipment is only produced in large groups. As for the large group book, only those who are above level 50 and have completed the career advancement awakening are qualified to enter. Ding, ding, ding. Right at this moment, a series of beeps came from Li Haotian's cell phone. He opened his cell phone and found that it was Jiang Jin sending a message in the freshman group that he had just built. Jiang Jin and everyone. A random Abyssal copy has appeared in 4 Elephant City. During the appearance of the random Abyssal copy, All city teleportation arrays within a 100-mile radius will be blocked. We are canceling our return trip tomorrow morning, and will return to Heavenly Capital City when the random Abyssal copy has been raided. Looking at this message, Li Haotian was not surprised in the slightest. Because of the characteristics of the random Abyssal copy blockade area, he had learned about it in his textbooks before. Once the random Abyssal copy appeared, within a 100-mile radius, all professionals could only enter but not leave, equivalent to being forced to blockade. Ordinary people without awakened professions were instead unaffected. Moreover, there is a level restriction on this in but not out. For example, if the random abyss that appears now restricts entry to level 30, then the mandatory blockade of the square mile is also level 30. All professionals higher than level 30 were all unable to enter. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ear-piercing sirens came from the city lord's mansion in the center of Four Elephant City. The city lord's majestic voice then rang out. Professionals of Four Elephant City, this appearance of the Abyssal copy is limited to level 30. Professionals below level 30 can go to the teleportation portal on their own to raid the Abyssal copy. The time limit for this Abyssal copy's raid is 3 days. Good luck with the raid. Chapter 21, Dark Surge. The grown-up Yuan Ting. Hearing this voice, all of the professionals in the Four Elephant City had a look of gravity on their faces, because they know that random abysses are time-limited. For every 10-level increase in entry level, the raid will take 1 more day. For example, this random abyss is limited to level 30 and the raid time is 3 days. If it's limited to level 50, that's 5 days of raiding time. Once the raid time has passed and the lord in the Abyssal copy has not been killed, then, the Abyssal copy would release the Abyssal mist, flooding everything within a 100-mile radius, transforming all the living beings in it into abyssal creatures with no spiritual intelligence and only a desire to kill, and collecting them into the abyss. Therefore, once a random Abyssal copy appeared, it was equivalent to a life and death crisis for all the professionals in the area. However, unlike the others' gloomy faces, Li Haotian's heart was filled with excitement, because the number of monsters in the Abyssal copy, which was much more than the normal copy, was simply the best place for him to brush the monsters to increase the range of God's view. Thinking of this, Li Haotian immediately gathered some drinking water and food at home and prepared to head to the area where the light pillar was located. At that moment, another message was sent from the cell phone. Jiang Zhen at everyone gather at the entrance to the abyss. Your levels are still too low to be allowed to trespass into the abyss copy. Obviously, Jiang Zhen is going for collective control. Fear that these firstborn calves who are not afraid of tigers will quietly run into the Abyssal copies to send them to their deaths. Li Haotian looked at his cell phone and raised an eyebrow as he went out and walked towards the outside of the city. Lianhua Villa. A certain villa. Yuan Ting looked at the red pillar of light that ran through the heavens and earth, and seemed to suddenly remember something as he violently turned back to his own father and excitedly said, "Dad, our chance has come." A light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he immediately comprehended the meaning of his son's words. "Tinger, do you think that Li Haotian will also enter the Abyssal copy, and that you want to settle him in the Abyssal copy?" Yuan Ting nodded heavily. "Not bad. From my understanding of Li Haotian, since he is harboring a secret, and that secret can allow him to resolve Yunlan and Jianwu Yuyu's phantoms within 20 seconds, there is a high probability that he will choose to enter the Abyssal copy to fight for his life. Although the Abyssal copy is dangerous, it is likewise a great opportunity for professionals. Whether it's the high amount of experience from the Abyssal monsters or the high-grade equipment in them, Li Haotian definitely won't let it go." The middle-aged man thought a little and immediately said decisively, "Good. I'll immediately gather my men and send a level 30 professional into the Abyssal copy to resolve Li Haotian, and definitely force out the secret of his stuck copy bug." Yuan Ting thought for a moment and said, "Father, Li Haotian has a hard mouth. I may not get his hidden secrets just by forcing him. I have to go in as well. As long as we can catch him, I will be able to forcefully read his memories with the Night Wanderer's soul-devouring skill. At that time, even if his mouth is tough, he will never be able to keep his secrets, and at the same time, it will also stop him from deceiving us with falsehoods." The middle-aged man was shocked and looked at him with some concern. "But son, you are only level 16 now. A level 30 Abyssal copy, even the lowest level Abyssal monsters are level 27 or above." This, Yuan Ting smiled confidently. "Dad, if I remember correctly, our family should still have an Abyssal contract, right? With the Abyssal contract in place, our people will be able to teleport in at the same time without being randomly separated. With level 30 bodyguards following me, even if I encounter any danger, they will be perfectly capable of delaying me for 5 seconds, and when that time comes, I'll be able to forcibly teleport out by activating the Abyssal contract, so there shouldn't be much of a problem in terms of safety." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression loosened slightly, patting his son's shoulder with an appreciative expression and sighing, Ting, you've grown up. Our Yuan family has a promising future with you. Yuan Ting smiled proudly. Li Haotian went all the way straight to the area where the abyssal light pillar was located. At this time, although it was already late at night, but along the way, it was crowded and lively. These were the people who had rushed to the abyssal teleportation portal to spectate. The appearance of the abyssal copies concerned the lives of all the professionals in the region. Although professionals higher than level 30 couldn't enter the abyss and couldn't see the rating situation in the abyss copy, they obviously couldn't sit still if they were just left to wait at home. After leaving the 4-elephant city, the wild monsters outside the city had all disappeared at this time, consciously withdrawing 100 miles away. They had long sensed the aura of the abyss and automatically retreated away. Li Haotian came to a short distance outside the western city. A huge red pillar of light with a diameter of more than 10 meters stood here, quiet and silent, but giving people a sense of morose thrill. At this moment, a lot of people had already gathered around the light pillar, and the circle in the very center was the teachers and student representatives of the colleges that had come to hold the college selection conference this time. Li Haotian saw the leading duo of Jiangjun and Yun Miao at a glance. He came behind the crowd and hid himself among them. Yun Miao glanced at the representatives of the various academies, and although her face was serious, she didn't have much to worry about. She said in a cold voice, "All right, the representatives of the colleges for this college selection have arrived, so I'll talk about the precautions first, and then you guys will go into the abyssal copy and start rating. First, the teleportation of the random abyssal copy is also randomized, which means that after you enter, you will be randomly teleported to any area of the abyssal copy, but you will never be teleported to the core area where the abyssal lords are located. Secondly, the monsters in the abyssal copies are endless, and as long as the lord doesn't die, the abyssal altar he's guarding will continue to sprout abyssal monsters. Therefore, in response to these 2 points, the longer you delay in trying to raid the abyssal copy, the more unfavorable it will be for you. In addition, if the professional who raids the copy isn't strong enough and kills the monsters too slowly, in the later stages, the number of abyssal monsters piles up and it will also be difficult to raid. Saying this, Yun Miao's voice slightly lurched as she swept a circle of student representatives from various colleges and universities. However, this time, our luck is quite good. Because of the colleges and universities selection, all of you are elite students from various colleges and universities below the 30th level, and most of you are above the 25th level, together with the local professionals of 4-elephant city. As long as you guys go in and quickly group together before charging collectively, with the power of all of you, raiding this abyssal copy shouldn't be too much of a problem. Well, I've said all that needs to be said. Time is precious, so go on in. The student representatives of the other academies all looked serious one by one, both excited and apprehensive in their flickering gazes, and agreed in unison. Yes. After saying that, one by one, they walked into the crimson pillar of light and disappeared with a flash of their figures. Li Haotian also followed behind the crowd and walked towards the light pillar. Suddenly, a stern cry rang out from behind Li Haotian. "Stop! You, a level 20 mechanic, dare to go in and seek death?" Chapter 22, Abyssal Copy. Raiding begins. Hearing this chortle, Li Haotian raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look expressionlessly, only to see that at the forefront of the crowd, Yun Miao, who originally had a stern expression, had her fine eyebrows raised high, staring at Li Haotian with a deadly stare. Li Haotian glanced at her lightly, his gaze slightly cold. He was not prepared to meet with Jiangjun and the others and went in quietly, but he did not expect that he would actually be called out by this woman to break his whereabouts. Moreover, as Beta's enrollment teacher, the tone in which this Yun Miao spoke was really a bit condescending, making him very uncomfortable. Level 27 abyssal monsters, although a bit higher in level, have no intelligence, only the instinct to kill and a single ability. All things considered, its true strength is only equivalent to an ordinary professional in the 20s. The corner of Li Haotian's mouth gently hooked up. If we compare it to Yun Lan, an elite student of your academy, it shouldn't be that much stronger than her phantom, right? This kind of strength, it's not enough to reach the level of making me seek death. Li Haotian's expression was calm as he met Yun Miao's gaze that shot at him, without the slightest intention to back down. Ungrateful brat, do you think an abyssal copy is the same as a college selection? The phantoms I create won't aim to kill, but the abyssal monsters won't hold back. Yun Miao reprimanded with a gloomy face. In the face of endless abyssal monsters, how many bullets can you, a freshly transformed mechanic, afford to consume? Unable to even accurately assess your own abilities, the East Dragon Empire is getting weaker and weaker because of you blindly confident losers. Beside him, Jiangjun's face immediately sank. Teacher Yun Miao, pay attention to your status. Those words are too much. Yun Miao snorted coldly and gave Li Haotian a disdainful glance, the light of a grain of rice. also deludes itself into becoming a white moon. Since you want to go in and get yourself killed, it's just right to let you see just how much of a gap there is between a trash illusion god profession and a true illusion god profession. Don't think you're great just because you passed the college selection with some kind of tricky method. You're still unimpressive in front of our beta's elite. Yun Miao looked toward Yun Lan, who was about to step into the light pillar, and shouted, Yun Lan, I'll give you 1 day to lead the crowd to take down this abyssal copy for me. Yes, teacher. Yun Lan stared fiercely at Li Haotian and stepped into the light pillar with great strides, disappearing. On the other hand, Li Haotian, however, was pulled to Jiangjin's side by Zhang Wuyuyu. Jiangjin looked deeply at Li Haotian and didn't blame him for his behavior just now. Instead, he whispered, Li Haotian, are you sure you want to go in? Li Haotian nodded solemnly. Teacher Jiang, don't worry, since I dare to go in, I definitely have the certainty of self-preservation. I won't joke with my life. The light in Jiangjin's eyes flickered, and only after a long time did he ruthlessly clench his teeth, taking out a parchment scroll that emitted a faint white light and handing it to Li Haotian, and said in a deep voice, This is the Abyssal contract, and Yo-Yo has one as well, and it guarantees that it will allow you to teleport in without being separated. If you are in danger in an Abyssal copy, you can activate the Abyssal contract, which will allow you to forcefully break away from the abyss and teleport out. Li Haotian glanced at Jiangjin in surprise. He naturally knew about the Abyssal contract thing. In the auction house, the Abyssal contract was a rare prop worth 100,000 gold coins, and there was no market for it. He didn't expect that Jiangjin would be willing to give him this thing as a life-saving card. The emotions in his eyes changed slightly as he took it solemnly and said in a deep voice, Thank you, Mr. Jiang, I'll keep this favor. Noticing the sincerity in Li Haotian's eyes, Jiangjin nodded in relief and said to Zhang Wuyuyu, You, when you go in the replica, the two of you have to take care of each other and must not separate. I know, Dad. Zhang Wuyuyu gave Li Haotian a curious look and crisply agreed. She knew that Jiangjin was actually urging him to take more care of Li Haotian in the Abyssal copy, only the words were said in a more euphemistic manner. After saying that, the two of them turned towards the pillar of light and stepped into it hand in hand. Jiangjin looked at the disappearing backs of the two men and muttered, 3 days of transferring will get you to level 20, and you'll be able to solve Yun Lan's and Yo-Yo's phantoms in 10 seconds. There's an old saying in the Eastern Dragon Empire that a special person will be special. Li Haotian, don't let me down. On the other side of the light pillar, Yuan Ting and a few big men hid among the crowd and watched as Li Haotian and Zhang Wuyuyu teleported into the Abyssal copy at the same time. A vicious light flashed in Yuan Ting's eyes and he whispered, he really went in. Let's go too. This time, he won't be able to fly. Yes, young master. Stepping into the light pillar, Li Haotian only felt a slight dizziness in his brain. Afterward, the scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in the middle of a barren mountain surrounded by dead trees. In the air, there was a faint smell of sulfur. As Li Haotian looked around, all the places within his vision were the same scene, and far ahead of them was a large, sprawling mountain. The great mountain was also pitch black, as if it had grown out of hell. The top of the mountain flashed with crimson bloodlight, while the faint roar of demons came from over there, and on this side of the mountain was a huge hill winding downward to meet the dark forest full of dead trees below. There are towering rocks on either side of the hillside, which, at a glance, looks like a water conduit, stretching from the top of the hill to the bottom. At this moment, there was a tall figure on the hillside that was vaguely moving downwards. Zhang Wuyuyu looked at the scene in front of her, and a serious look appeared on her stunningly beautiful face as she said, the Abyssal Lord has already summoned quite a few abyssal monsters. Li Haotian looked at the winding downward terrain of the distant hillside. His eyes lit up, and a thought popped into his mind. This terrain, it seems to be very suitable for shutting the door and beating the dog. An idea popped into his head, an idea that would brush up quickly. Go, let's go over there first, he said with some impatience. Zhang Wuyuyu looked at him in surprise. Past? Just the two of us? Yeah, what's wrong? Li Haotian was puzzled. Zhang Wuyuyu pointed at those black shadows with a speechless face and said, can't you see? The bottom of the hill is afraid to have gathered nearly 200 abyssal monsters, plus those on the hill. I'm afraid the number of abyssal monsters is more than 500. We too go over there to give away our heads? Don't look at the fact that Zhang Wuyuyu was a level 29 elemental controller, or a senior student of Qing Hua Academy, but the abyssal monsters had thick skin and high resistance. Even if she was an elemental controller who specialized in AoE output, at best she would be able to kill a few dozen of them, and her spiritual power value would have to be exhausted. Even with spiritual power potion replenishment, it would definitely not be able to withstand an abyssal monster attack of 500 or more. What's more, the Abyssal Lord at the top of the mountain was still summoning abyssal monsters in a steady stream. Li Haotian hemmed and hawed. Don't worry, I won't lead you to give away your head. Trust me. Let's go. Saying that, with a flash of light on Li Haotian's body, an extremely mechanically beautiful metal exoskeleton was put on. He controlled his legs to stomp forward, and amidst the clanging mechanical roar, Li Haotian swiftly swept towards the side of the hill. Abyssal copies. The raiding begins. Chapter 23, Slaughtering Fire Demons. Wildly brushing experience. Looking at Li Haotian, who was rapidly moving away like a steel warrior, Jiang Wu Yuyu covered her lips in surprise. Exoskeleton armor. Wasn't this a mechanic level 30 manufacturing drawing? Why does Li Haotian have it now? Hey, wait for me. Seeing that Li Haotian was getting farther and farther away from himself, Jiang Wu Yuyu finally came back to her senses and hurriedly harnessed the wind elemental power to chase after Li Haotian. As an illusory god profession, elemental controllers were born with an affinity for various elemental attributes and could master the mysteries of many elements. The two of them quickly approached the bottom of that mountain range, and when they got closer, Li Haotian finally saw the appearance of those abyssal monsters. They were nearly 2 meters 5 in height, with a majestic and sturdy figure, dark skin, 2 curved and thick demonic horns on both sides of their heads, sharp teeth protruding from their lips, and amber-colored vertical pupils in their eyes, giving them a vicious appearance. And what was even more astonishing was that a faint layer of red flame burned on the surface of their bodies, exuding a rich sulfuric aura. Jiang Wu Yuyu said in a deep voice, "This is a fire demon," leaning towards the warrior type, with strong strength and defense. You can't get too close to them when fighting or you'll get burned by the hellfire burning on them. She looked around her surroundings, and some palpitations came through her eyes. Li Haotian, we have to back off. There are already too many fire devils gathered under the hillside for us to cope with. Li Haotian briefly glanced at the fire devils that had already run down the hillside, briefly calculated his firepower, and secretly muttered, "About 200 or so. Not much of a problem." Then, Li Haotian squinted his eyes at the mountainside again, and only after determining the terrain did he turn his head to Jiang Wu Yuyu and said, "The terrain is open down there. I'll take care of these fire devils, and wait for a while to go to the mountainside to block the road, and then I'll give you a brush of experience." Jiang Wuyo looked at him with a confused expression. "You'll fix it? There's over 200 fire demons down there alone. How are you going to deal with that?" Jiang Wu Yuyu was just about to inquire, but then, her big round eyes instantly glared. Li Haotian moved. Facing these fire demons with thick skin and exaggerated defense, he directly summoned 20 rocket launchers, not even planning to use the Gatling rotary machine gun. In terms of ranged lethality, the rocket launcher is significantly more powerful than the Gatling rotary machine gun, and is better suited to cover bombing. Granted, the lack of a Gatling rotary machine gun would affect the density of the fire grid blockade, but he wasn't soloing a copy right now. With a level 29 elemental controller next to him, with God's View controlling the surrounding situation, and Jiang Wu Yuyu assisting, Li Haotian could completely bombard with impunity. With the speed of these fire demons, they would definitely not be able to quickly burst to his side and pose a threat to him. In just a blink of an eye, 20 rocket launchers were neatly arranged in front of Li Haotian. Then the next instant, a frantic bombardment went on and on. Boom, 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 boom. It was only when the two fire devils not far in front of Li Haotian realized the two's traces, roaring and preparing to pounce over. But in just a split second, these two big guys were blown to pieces. Successfully killed the fire demon. Gained 150 experience points. Successfully killed the fire demon. Gained 150 experience points. Looking at the kill prompt floating up in front of him, Li Haotian's eyes lit up. Worthy of being an abyssal copy, the experience value was indeed much higher than a normal copy. Without any further delay, Li Haotian immediately urged his exoskeleton armor towards the fire demon group while shouting, "Start harvesting! Senior Sister Jiang! Follow me!" In Jiang Wu Yuyao's shocked gaze, Li Haotian rushed out and began to bombard wildly. Violent explosions suddenly rose and fell, and the fire demon's severed limbs and arms were like bloody fireworks, constantly blooming on the black earth. Looking at this amazing scene in front of him, Jiang Wu Yuyu finally realized how this guy had killed himself in Yunlan's phantom. With this kind of firepower intensity, not to mention the phantom that only had 50% of their body strength, even if they personally went on the field, they wouldn't be able to carry it for 3 seconds. Hiss. A moment later, Jiang Wu Yuyo sucked in a breath of cool air. Li Haotian's mechanic. There was no ammunition limit. From just now until now, these rockets haven't stopped firing. No wonder this guy can rise to level 20 in 3 days. The infinite ammo mechanic brushes the copy. It's completely horizontal all the way. Those people still say he's stuck with bugs. Stuck with nothing. The guy himself is a bug. 5 minutes. In a short span of 5 minutes, Li Haotian cleared away the fire devils at the bottom of the hillside, leaving only a mess all over the ground. Ding dong. Congratulations on your promotion to level 21. Looking at the upgrade prompt that surfaced in front of his eyes, Li Haotian's face revealed a look of surprise. Good guy. This experience value. Earn it. The Abyssal copy. It really is the best place to level up. Not only that, after killing these 200 monsters, Li Haotian's God's Perspective talent also expanded to a 300-meter range. In this way, Li Haotian's bombardment accuracy was, once again, greatly improved. Li Haotian opened his attribute panel and saw the free potential gifted by upgrading, and excitedly said, after reaching level 20, the free potential for each upgrade has also increased from 5 points to 10 points. Now, my range can be increased by another cut, and my spiritual power value has been brought back to full. Closing the panel, Li Haotian looked toward the fire devils on the hillside that were still surging downward and rushed over with a big smile. Experience value. Here I come. Amidst the clanging sound of mechanical friction, Li Haotian drove the exoskeleton armor furiously towards the hillside. There were towering rock walls on either side of the hillside, and blocked by these two, the fire demon could only walk down the trail. And such a dense group was just right for Li Haotian's unlimited ammunition rocket bombardment. With the assistance of God's Perspective, Li Haotian was able to manipulate the rocket launcher to carry out accurate bombardment at a distance of 300 meters, never missing any fire demon. Compared to the open terrain below, Li Haotian's killing speed on the hillside was even more efficient. It had only been a few minutes before he had already killed his way to a position close to the peak. Looking at the last remaining 40 or so fire devils, Li Haotian finally stopped his endless bombardment and turned his head to Jiang Wu Yu beside him, who had been shocked to the point of numbness. Senior Sister Jiang. The monsters of the Abyssal copy are counted according to individual kills. There is no group experience distribution. For the rest of these, you kill them. Ha! Jiang Wuya finally came back to her senses. She subconsciously glanced behind her. More than 500 fire devils, actually slaughtering all the fire devils that had popped up before in these few short minutes. Good. Jiang Wu Yuya took a deep breath and pushed down the shock in his heart, took out a purple staff and began the final cleanup. Fireball, lightning strike, wind blade saving shot. As Jiang Wu leisurely recited the incantation, various spell attacks cut across the sky and landed on the remaining 40 or so fire demons. When Jiang Wu Yuyo still had about 20% of her spiritual power value left, she finally killed all of these fire demons, reaping a large amount of experience value. Chapter 24, Blocking the Crystal. K-Heads? Seeing the power of Jiang Wu Yuyu's spell, Li Haotian secretly nodded his head. Elemental Controller was worthy of being a phantom god profession, and the AoE damage was really not bad. Jiang Wu Yuyu's face also showed excitement. She didn't expect that she had planned to protect Li Haotian, but in the end, she was instead taken flying by Li Haotian. If it wasn't for Li Haotian blocking those fire devils on the hillside, she would never have been able to kill them so easily. Although the experience value she swiped was far from being able to compare with Li Haotian, she was not the least bit dissatisfied, because in a place like the Abyssal replica, it would be very foolish to drain all of your spiritual energy value. If something unexpected happens accidentally and you don't have any power to defend yourself, you'll be screwed. And 20% of the psychic value is the amount of blue that must be left to prevent accidents. That was why Li Haotian roughly calculated the number of monsters and left more than 40 for Jiang Wu Yuyu, just enough for her to kill. When Jiang Wu Yuyu eliminated all of these remaining 40-odd fire devils, Li Haotian controlled the exoskeleton armor, stepped over the ground full of limbs, and walked towards the front. He saw that there was a huge sinkhole in the middle of the mountaintop. In the center of the sinkhole was a huge hexagram formation that looked like an altar. And on top of this altar, there was a huge 5-meter-tall fire demon hissing and roaring. Every minute that passes, 10 fire demons will emerge from the altar. Apparently, this is the Abyssal Lords. Seeing the final boss, Jiang Wu Yuyu excitedly pointed downwards. Li Haotian, the Abyssal Lord is there. Kill it. This Abyssal copy is considered to be a completed raid, and the Abyssal boundary outside will be lifted as well. The corner of Li Haotian's mouth hooked into a smile. The Lord is so cute. How can he be killed off? Jiang Wu Yoyo? Li Haotian laughed. Just kidding. Why do you look like you're having an earthquake? Jiang Wu leisurely sighed in relief, and said without a trace of humor, don't joke about it. Hurry up and settle it and get out. Hey, just based on your battle record just now, I'm afraid that all of Yunlan and the rest of them combined don't have as many monsters as you've killed. When you go out, I'd like to see if that old woman from Beta still dares to speak out of turn. Jiang Wu Yuyu's small face bulged as if it was a bun. Over the years, the competition between Beta and Qing Hua had become more and more intense, and as the best of Qing Hua's previous class, Jiang Wu Yuyu hadn't been shaded by Beto's students, just like Yun Miao had done to her father before. Who knows? Li Haotian gently shook his head, the light in his eyes flickering. The Abyssal copy has only just begun. And this time, the limited time can be as much as 3 days. How can we let it end so soon when we have such a great opportunity to brush up on our experience and we don't even have to buy an entrance ticket? Jiang Wu Yu froze. She glanced at the fire demon limbs all over the ground behind her, and immediately realized Li Haotian's meaning. You are trying to. Li Haotian nodded heavily and grinned. That's right. Leave the Abyssal Lord behind and let it constantly summon fire demons. Free experience. How can I miss it? Jiang Wu Yu subconsciously said. But if the time drags on, the Abyssal copy will become more and more difficult. Before she could finish her sentence, her voice suddenly cut off, but her eyes quickly lit up. The most important reason why the Abyssal copies become harder to pass the more they drag on is that the Abyssal Lords will keep summoning Abyssal demons. By the time you get to the later stages, the number of Abyssal demons will even cover the entire Abyssal copy. At that time, it was naturally impossible for a professional of the same level to deal with the tidal wave of Abyssal demons, and they would surely die. But the problem is, now there's Li Haotian. With Li Haotian's firepower of unlimited ammunition, he was completely capable of clearing the newly summoned Abyssal demons every once in a while. In this way, the number of Abyssal demons couldn't even get up, and would only turn into the souls under Li Haotian's cannons, contributing to the experience value. At the thought of this, Jiang Wu Yu's expansive bosom suddenly undeniably rose and fell violently. This is too much. The equivalent of blocking the door of the crystal K-head. Seeing the burning in Jiang Wu Yu's eyes, Li Haotian knew that she had already comprehended his meaning. He turned around and pointed at the long slope that snaked downward, and smiled as he said to Jiang Wu Yu, Senior Sister Jiang, please use the Earth Wall spell to seal off the various turns on the slope, and then let's go down there and wait for the Abyssal Lord to summon the fire demon, and we'll just clear it up once an hour. Jiang Wu Yu was puzzled. Why did you use the Earth Wall technique to separate the various turns? Li Haotian explained. The appearance of fire devils is constant. If we don't use the Earth Wall technique to separate them, we have to clear the fire devils at all times, so we won't have the time to rest and recover our spiritual power value. If there are Earth Wall spells blocking every other distance, those fire demons will have to spend time breaking the Earth Wall spells, and with your level 29 Earth Wall spell defense, getting a dozen or two of them should be enough to stall for an hour. And then next you know. Li Haotian winked at Jiang Wu Yu with an innocent face. Jiang Wu Yu immediately reacted and looked at Li Haotian with a face of admiration. It's still you who are thoughtful. Looking at the gangly-looking youth in front of him, Jiang Wu Yu's eyes flickered with strange colors. This guy, not only is his strength strong, but he also has quite a brain. She secretly marveled in her heart. Then, the two of them cleaned up the battlefield and collected loot along the road while releasing their Earth Wall spells to head down the road. When the two had gathered all the supplies, they immediately and excitedly began to divide the spoils. Harry, 2 pieces of legendary level orange equipment, 5 pieces of artifact level pink equipment, and a few hundred pieces of blue equipment. If this is brushed for 3 days, I'll go out and become a rich generation in seconds. Li Haotian looked at the equipment on the ground and said excitedly. Next to him, Jiang Wu Yu stared at the yellow-orange staff and couldn't help but gulp. Li Haotian laughed, and without the slightest hesitation, he handed that legendary grade orange staff to Jiang Wu Yu. We're really lucky, Senior Sister Jiang. This legendary grade staff is just right for your profession. It's only level 30, but with the quality of the legendary grade, you should have enough to use until you advance to awakening at level 50. Jiang Wu Yu looked at him in surprise. This is a legendary level equipment. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Saying that, Jiang Wu Yu's gaze subconsciously swept the pink dress staff behind Li Haotian's back. The staff was only suitable for use by law professions, and the cost of using it for other professions would be very high, with the only exception being Li Haotian. Jiang Wu Yu thought that Li Haotian would use this legendary grade staff by himself. Li Haotian smiled faintly. Sister Jiang, I can feel the sincerity of you and teacher Jiang towards me. As the saying goes, a gift is a gift. This staff, you can take it. Jiang Wu Yu gave him a deep look, and a bright smile suddenly blossomed on her face. Aha! Thank you then. Also, we're about the same age, so don't call me Sister Jiang from now on. It sounds rusty. Just call me Yo-Yo. Chapter 25, Two Abyssal Lords? Difficulty level Abyss. Looking at the sincere smile on Jiang Wu Yu's face, Li Haotian was slightly surprised. A touch of strangeness quietly surfaced in his heart, and smiled. Good. Jiang Wu Yu joyfully took the staff and said to Li Haotian, you put away the rest of the things. With this staff, this time when I enter the Abyssal copy, my harvest is already enough. The rest belongs to you. Li Haotian nodded with a smile, and without being polite with her, he changed one of the leather armor from the pink outfit for himself, and put all the rest into the item bar. The other orange suit was a large sword, which he couldn't use, and he also put it away for the time being. preparing to exchange it for this when he met up with the others later on. If the others had orange suits for him. After that, the two of them rested in place to recover their spiritual energy and waited for the next wave of harvest. After another 2 hours passed, Li Haotian blasted the last fire demon, and Jiang Wu Yu once again used the earth wall technique to separate them on the hillside and continued to raise monsters. After brushing 2 more waves of abyssal monsters, Li Haotian's level had also risen to level 22. Low-level professionals had experience bonuses for brushing high-level monsters, looking at Jiang Wu Yu with a face of envy, because she was just the opposite. A level 29 professional brushing a level 27 monster would have less experience instead, coupled with the fact that the experience value she needed to upgrade was much higher than Li Haotian's. There was still a very long way to go before level 30. After finishing organizing the loot, Li Haotian frowned and looked behind him, wondering, strange, more than 2 hours have passed since we came in. A level 30 limited abyssal copy. The map shouldn't be as big as this, right? How come we can't see anyone but us? Hearing him talk about this, Jiang Wu Yu also looked puzzled. Yeah, logically speaking, even if they teleported in farther away from this side, 2 hours should be enough time for them to gather their men and fight over. How is it that not a single person can be seen until now? On the other side of the mountain range that Li Haotian and the others couldn't see, hundreds of professionals gathered together and were frantically charging towards the top of the mountain. Among them was a white figure with a proud and cold face. A spear swept left and right like a swimming dragon, specializing in attacking the fire demon's head. Bang! 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 With a soft thud, the fire demon's head exploded like a watermelon. So powerful. From just now until now, Senior Sister Yun is afraid that she has killed hundreds of fire demons. Right? There definitely are. If it weren't for Senior Sister Yun as the main force charging ahead, I'm afraid the number of fire demons would be in the thousands by now. Worthy of being a senior student of Beta Academy, not only is he himself a phantom god profession, his battle skills are also so sharp. According to this progress, in at most 1 hour, we should be able to attack the top of the mountain and take care of the Abyssal Lord at the top of the mountain. Ha! Then again, how come we haven't seen Yo-Yo Jiangwu from Qing Hua Academy? Hey, there's that mechanic. I saw them teleport in together. How come I haven't seen them? Hey, what's the point of guessing? It must be that mechanic who came in and saw how powerful the fire demon was and found a place to hide. As for that student representative from Qing Hua, maybe he saw that little white boy as a good-looking guy and went as a bodyguard for him. TSK, Qing Hua Academy. It really hasn't been very good these past 2 years. I don't know if they've been poisoned by mechanics. How come from the top to the bottom? They all like that kind of trashy profession. 50 minutes later, Yunlan hacked away the head of the last fire demon with a spear, his chest panting slightly, but his eyes revealed a smug look. She looked at the huge fire demon in the mountaintop sinkhole and said in her mind, Jiang Wu Yu, it seems that you still haven't learned your lesson and will only waste your time on junk mechanics. With a flick of her spear, she pointed downwards with vigor and exclaimed, everyone follow me and charge. Destroy the Abyssal Lords and take down this Abyssal copy. Hokuta is awesome. Cloud Beauty is awesome. Brothers, copy and go. Kill. Seeing that they were about to raid the replica, excitement appeared in everyone's eyes, and each of them displayed their magic skills to follow Yunlan as he rushed towards the Abyssal Lord. Take my spear. Frost Meteor Stab. Yunlan searched for an opportunity and roared, the ghostly blue ice attribute power instantly spreading to the entire spear, attaching a frosty color to the spear and flinging it out fiercely. The shadow of the ghostly blue spear flickered in the air, passing precisely through the Abyssal Lord's eyes. Roar! Suffering this heavy blow, the Abyssal Lord hissed madly. Yunlan took advantage of the situation and repulled her ice spear from the ground, leaping high into the air and chirping, meteor fall. The ghostly blue light smashed down heavily. Click sound, directly pierced through the Abyssal Lord's head, the spear deeply into its body. The Abyssal Lord's hissing sound came to an abrupt end, and his huge body fell to the ground with a loud crash. The crowd cheered in unison. At the back of the crowd, Yuan Ting looked at the Abyssal Lord's collapse with a gloomy face and said with a hateful voice, damn it! That cunning brat Li Haotian. He actually hid until now once he entered the copy. This is hopeless. The Abyssal Lord is dead. The copy raid was successful. When it teleports out, it won't be so easy to find trouble with him again. Yunlan deftly jumped off the Abyssal Lord with a proud face and waited for the prompt that the Abyssal copy raider had succeeded. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The arrogance on Yunlan's face became stiff, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Not only him, but everyone looked around in disbelief. What's going on? The Abyssal Lords are dead, so why isn't there a hint? And there's no teleportation port to get out? Chattering murmurs quickly rose through the crowd. Right at this moment, the corpse of the Abyssal Lord that had just been killed by Yunlan suddenly disappeared. and the altar that was covered in bizarre patterns quickly lit up. Two Abyssal Lords not killed simultaneously within 10 minutes. Abyssal altar activated. If another Abyssal Lord cannot be killed within 6 hours, this Abyssal Lord will be resurrected and randomly teleported to any location in the abyss. Resurrected Abyssal Lords are no longer restricted and can move freely. Looking at the hints that appeared in front of him, Yunlan's face changed drastically. Two Abyssal Lords? Free to move after resurrection? Asterisk. This isn't a normal random abyss. It's a difficult random abyss. It's finished. All of our people are on this side, and the Abyssal Lords on the other side must have amassed countless Abyssal monsters. We're in trouble this time. Yunlan also reacted quickly and said with a dark face, "This is the difficult abyss. The other Abyss Lord must be on the other side of the mountain range. Everyone follow me immediately to find a spell to teleport to the other side. Another Abyssal Lord must be dealt with within 6 hours." Behind the crowd, Yuan Ting was stunned, then came to a realization. The difficult abyss will have two people teleported directly into another Abyssal Lord's territory. And if those two people don't realize it right away and get the word out for both sides to raid at the same time, it gives the Abyssal Lord time to summon a lot of minions. And that's what makes the difficult abyss difficult. Li Haotian and the others must be the two who were randomly selected and directly teleported to the other side of the mountain range. Zhang San, you're awakened as an Earthwalker. Immediately lead us across the mountain range and finish off Li Haotian before the others find the teleportation spell formation. Yes, young master. Chapter 26, Yuan Ting, give it to me. On this side of the mountain range, Li Haotian and Jiang Wu Yuyu finished clearing the monsters once again, and Li Haotian looked at the upgrade prompt in front of him and was very excited. Ding dong! Congratulations on your promotion to level 22. What luck! I actually exploded a legendary leather armor this time. Li Haotian finished organizing his equipment and couldn't wait to put on the legendary leather armor. Looking at the spiritual power value in the panel breaking through 1000, Li Haotian slightly smacked his lips. Good guy. It's worthy of being a legendary grade equipment. This spiritual power value is added really fiercely. 1,000 points of spiritual power value was enough for Li Haotian to use 25 rockets at the same time for 10 minutes of uninterrupted output. And the firepower was enhanced by another cut. Jiang Wu Yuyu was just about to say something when suddenly, a line of prompts appeared in front of the two of them. If both Abyssal Lords are not killed at the same time within 1 minute, the Abyssal Lord resurrects and opens his second form at the same time. Resurrected Abyssal Lords are no longer restricted and can move freely. The two of them were slightly stunned, and Jiang Wu Yuyu came to a sudden realization. No wonder no one has come over for such a long time. So this isn't an ordinary Abyssal copy, but a difficulty level 1. She also looked at Li Haotian with a bit of consternation and said breathlessly, "You brushed the monsters too easily, causing the Abyssal monsters on our side to fail to accumulate. So I haven't been thinking in the direction of the difficult abyss." Li Haotian was a bit embarrassed and was just about to speak, when suddenly, his expression moved slightly and he looked to the side front. After these waves of monsters were brushed, Li Haotian's God's view had expanded to a diameter of 2,300 meters. This special talent was equivalent to a passive skill, and there was no need to consume any spiritual energy value when using it. Ever since entering the copy, Li Haotian had been turning the God's view to the maximum. 2 kilometers away in front of the side, Li Haotian suddenly saw that the originally flat ground suddenly rises up a dirtbag. Then with a clatter, several figures actually came out from under the dirtbag. The one leading the way was Yuan Ting. Yuan Ting cautiously looked around to confirm that there were no Abyssal monsters around before climbing out of the tunnel. Strange, isn't the other Abyssal Lord over here? How come not a single Abyssal monster can be seen? Several hours have passed since we entered the Abyssal copy. It's reasonable to say that there are at least 2,000 plus Abyssal monsters over here, right? Yuan Ting was puzzled. Behind him, Zhang San and the others' faces also flashed with a touch of doubt. Fire demons move at a slow speed, so maybe this side isn't the area where the Abyssal Lords are, so they haven't found their way over here yet. Yuan Ting let out a grim smile. This is just right. Li Haotian and that Jiang Wu Yuyu only have 2 people facing the fire demon army. They can definitely only retreat. Maybe they're hiding around here. Go! Seize the time. We have to finish off that brat Li Haotian before Yunlan and the others find the teleportation spell formation. Li Si hesitated for a moment and asked, "Young master, Jiang Wu Yuyu from Qing Hua Academy should also be with Li Haotian." "With her. We are here." Yuan Ting seemed to have thought of this problem a long time ago. A fierce color flashed in his eyes. "What are you afraid of? This is an Abyssal copy. In the midst of an Abyssal copy, people will die if they are not careful. Even if she is a senior student of Qing Hua Academy, an accident is nothing to be surprised about, right?" A ghostly light flashed in Wang Er's eyes. "Young master, what do you mean?" Yuan Ting said fiercely. Li Haotian is now a student of Qing Hua. If we want to force Li Haotian to ask about his hidden secrets, Zhang Wuyu will definitely not stand by and watch. In that case, let's even her together. Saying that, Yuan Ting gestured with his hand on his neck. Wang Er and the others looked at each other and nodded heavily. Good. Through God's perspective, Li Haotian had all the movements of Yuan Ting and the others in his eyes. Ha! These guys actually tried to kill me? Luckily, I've learned lip syncing before, and with God's perspective, it's just perfect. Li Haotian's eyes flashed with a stern light and muttered somewhat thankfully. Next to him, Zhang Wuyu froze for a moment and said in surprise, Haotian, what are you talking about? Who wants to kill you? Isn't it just the two of us? Li Haotian looked at her and hesitated slightly before telling her about his God's perspective talent. Zhang Wuyu's eyes suddenly widened and her lips slightly opened as she incredulously said, What? What did you say? Every time you kill a monster, that God's perspective of yours can expand outward by 1 meter? Now it's already expanded to 2,000 meters in diameter? How come I've never heard that there's such a thing as a talent for professionals? Could it be that it's a special ability that only comes with a full spirit power value? Also, is Yuan Ting so bold to actually dare to kill even me? Li Haotian said in a deep voice. Whether it's true or not, we'll know if we go and verify it. Too many fire demons have been killed by us over here. It might make Yuan Ting wary. Come on, let's go over a bit and wait for them to deliver. Saying that, Li Haotian immediately pulled on Zhang Wuyu and approached Yuan Ting's side. The two of them quietly came to a distance of 500 to 600 meters from Yuan Ting's 4 people. Li Haotian thought about it and directly summoned 50 Gatling rotary machine guns and 20 rockets, which were buried under the black soil in front of him in a fan shape, ensuring that they could cover every inch in front of him without any dead angle. When Zhang Wuyu saw how cautious Li Haotian was, a flash of color flashed in his eyes. Amazingly talented without being arrogant, well thought out and well prepared, with the strength of the mechanic's control over the superpower weapon. Once he realized that something was wrong, Li Haotian could instantly attack with a thunderous force, saving the time of summoning the superpower weapon and giving the other party a chance to sneak attack. After doing this, Li Haotian sneered and waited quietly. A few minutes later, Zhang Wuyu really saw Yuan Ting's 4 people carefully feeling their way this way. She glanced at Li Haotian, already believing most of what Li Haotian had just said. At the same time, Yuan Ting also saw Li Haotian and Zhang Wuyu, who were sitting on the ground and resting. At the sight of these two, Yuan Ting's eyes lit up furiously and he exchanged a glance with Zhang San and the others. Yo, isn't this the senior student of Qing Hua Academy? What? Hiding here in order to protect this mechanic who doesn't know the heights of heaven? Yuan Ting said loudly. Hearing the mocking implication in Yuan Ting's tone, Zhang Wuyu's eyes flickered and secretly glanced at Li Haotian. Now, she had completely believed what Li Haotian had just said. Yuan Ting would never have been so rude to her if he hadn't intended to deal with her along with him. Li Haotian swept a glance at the 3 bodyguards who were vaguely dispersed to both sides in an encircling shape, and gently hooked up the corner of his mouth. Yuan Ting, you're a level 10 odd waste who dares to run into the Abyssal copy without knowing the sky, and you deserve to talk about me as well? What? Getting fat with 3 bodyguards? Yuan Ting's face instantly grimaced. How dare you talk tough when you're dying? When I swallow your soul and get the secret of the card copy bug, I'm still afraid that I can't upgrade quickly? Zhang Sanli see Wang Er. Catch him for me. Chapter 27 Pass the Abyss copy and unlock Barrett. Zhang San and the others were about to make a move, but Li Haotian had a bizarre expression on his face. So you want the secret of my card bug? Then you said it earlier. This is not simple. I will tell you is. With a swish sound, 50 Gatling rotary machine guns and 20 rocket launchers instantly flew out from the ground. The black holes of the gun muzzles blocked all the evasive routes of Yuan Ting's 4 people. Yuan Ting's 4 faces stiffened and froze directly in place. The smile at the corner of Li Haotian's mouth slowly expanded, while the ruthless color in his eyes became more and more intense. You see, this is the secret of my stuck copy bug. More guns and enough firepower. Yuan Ting's eyes were filled with shock as he screamed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You've only been transmuted for 3 days. How could you possibly have accumulated so many superpowered weapons? Li Haotian mocked. The gold content of a full spiritual power value of 100. What do you know? You've got my secret. Now, you can go to hell. Yuan Ting hissed in fear. No, Li Haotian, you can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, our Yuan family will definitely not let you go. Beside them, Zhang San's several faces turned pale, their legs shaking like chaff. Even if the 3 of them were level 30 professionals, they would have no resistance at all against 50 Gatling rotary machine guns and 20 rocket launchers. A mechanic with plenty of firepower would have been able to take 1 for 1. Li Haotian coldly said, those who kill people will always kill. Yuan Ting, you said it yourself. In the middle of the Abyssal copy, people will die if they're not careful. The high achievers of Qing Hua Academy will die. Won't you? The dude from 4 Elephant City. Do the same? Yuan Ting's eyes widened incredulously. Isn't this what he said before? How did Li Haotian know? His mouth opened slightly as if he wanted to say something else. However, Li Haotian didn't give him this chance and decisively controlled all the super-powered weapons to fire at the same time. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. The furious rain of gunfire instantly flooded Yuan Ting's 4 men. Yuan Ting was only level 16, and he couldn't even hold up for a second against such a furious attack before he was swept into a puddle of broken meat by the Gatling machine gun. Zhang San roared furiously, instantly holding up an earth-colored shield that enveloped himself. Li Si, and Wang Air. Li Haotian raised his eyebrows and said in a cold voice, "Ooh, Earthwalker? You've mastered the earth element control well. It's just a pity that in front of my unlimited ammunition, how many seconds can you last?" Zhang San's eyes glazed over. No, unlimited ammo? At the rate the Gatling machine gun was pouring out bullets, the magazine would be empty in 3 seconds and would have to be replaced. However, 1, 2, 3, the firepower has not diminished in the least. A look of despair appeared in Zhang San's eyes. Really unlimited ammunition? How could there be such a perverted mechanic? In the next moment, with a bang, the shield was directly shattered by the violent ammunition. Zhang San's men were instantly torn into rambling flesh by bullets and artillery fire. Li Haotian disarmed his superpower weapon and turned his head to Jiang Wu Yu and smiled. Yu, the traces of my attack method are a bit obvious. Just in case of accidents, please clean up the battlefield with flames. Aha! Jiang Wu leisurely agreed, and blazing flames erupted from her hands, burning all the flesh, blood, and bones on the ground into ashes, blending in with this black earth. Then, the two of them returned to the bottom of the previous hill and continued their big business of blocking the Crystal K heads. On the other side, Yunlan and the others finally found the hidden teleportation spell at the edge of the map and came over here. It was just that the place they teleported over was far from the mountain range, and by the time they carefully arrived near the Lord's area, another 3 hours or so had passed. At the top of the mountain, Li Haotian once again blasted the fire demon, an expectant look in his eyes. The experience value is finally enough. Sure enough, the next moment, the upgrade prompt appeared in front of Li Haotian's eyes. Ding dong! Congratulations on your promotion to level 25. Li Haotian couldn't wait to open the attribute panel and check the skill bar. At level 25, you'll be able to unlock another new skill. Li Haotian looked toward the bottom of the Gatling rotary machine gun, and his eyes snapped open. Skill, Barrett Sniper Rifle. Skill description, summon the Barrett Sniper Rifle. For every minute the Barrett Sniper Rifle exists, it consumes 8 points of psychic energy. Note, the Barrett Sniper Rifle will be automatically withdrawn after the spirit power value reaches 0. Holy, it's actually Barrett. If this thing is paired with God's View, it's simply invincible. Li Haotian's body trembled slightly with excitement. Barrett Sniper Rifle, commonly known as the cannon. Effective range 2,000 meters. Maximum range 6,000 meters. If a normal person were to use this thing beyond 2,000 meters, it would be very difficult to ensure shooting accuracy. However, Li Haotian was different. His God's perspective had now expanded to 4,000 meters away. If there are enough Barretts and they fire in unison with God's View, it's terrifying to think about. Li Haotian forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and exited the attribute panel. He glanced at Yunlan and the others, who were 3,000 meters away from this side, and knew that in a short while, they would be here. Li Haotian looked at Jiang Wu Yu. Yu, the experience is almost brushed up. Settle it. When Yunlan and the others entered within Li Haotian's God's perspective, Li Haotian had already told Jiang Wu Yu this news. It was good that after brushing experience for such a long time, Jiang Wu Yu had also risen to level 30, and after a brief discussion between the two of them, they decided to end this copy of the Abyss before Yunlan and the others found out about it. Obviously, Li Haotian didn't want to expose his ability to others. Jiang Wu Yu nodded in agreement. Good. Li Haotian's excited gaze fell on that lone Abyssal Lord and muttered, just in time. I'll use you to try out the power of this Barrett Flurry. Li Haotian stood at the edge of the sinkhole. The altar at the bottom of the sinkhole was more than 2,000 meters away from him, but with the Barrett's range, it was not a problem at all. In the next instant, the densely packed Barrett instantly appeared in front of Li Haotian, the pitch-black gun barrels all pointing at the Abyssal Lord below. Li Haotian instantly pulled the focus through God's perspective, and then perfectly controlled each Barrett for aiming through superpower control. Take my move. 100 shots. Li Haotian's eyes flashed with fervor as he controlled hundreds of Barretts to fire at the same time. Bang! Neat! Low rumblings converged into an outburst. Then, Jiang Wu Yu was shocked to see that the Abyssal Lord's body, bang sound, directly in the hundreds of big gun sniping, exploded into flesh and blood fireworks. Good power. Jiang Wuyoyu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The Abyssal Lords have been eliminated. Congratulations to all professionals. You have successfully cleared the difficult level Abyssal copy. The teleportation exit is open. You may leave on your own. Looking at the copy prompt that suddenly surfaced in front of them, Yunlan and the others stopped in their tracks at the same time. Their eyes froze and their mouths slowly widened. Chapter 28, A Battle of Two? Lords of the Abyss. Wiped out. Yunlan glanced back in confusion. The professionals who had followed her teleportation were behind her. And who had killed the Abyssal Lord over here? Suddenly, two figures emerged in Yunlan's mind, Jiang Wuyoyu and Li Haotian. It seemed that she hadn't seen these two people since she entered the Abyssal copy. Could it be that the two people who were randomly transported over here were them? Were they the ones who took care of the other Abyssal Lord? No, never. Jiang Wuyoyu's strength was half a caddy with her. That Li Haotian, although he was a mechanic who could fight 1 against 100, but after all, he had only just been transformed for 3 days. How many superpowered weapons could he accumulate in this amount of time? And the Abyssal copy had opened 7 or 8 hours ago. According to the frequency of the Abyssal Lords summoning monsters, the Abyssal monsters over here should be at least 3 to 4,000 in number. Just by the two of them, how could they be able to kill so many Abyssal monsters? With this order of magnitude, even a level 50 professional who had completed the advancement awakening would have to be exhausted. Yunlan's heart was filled with shock and suspicion. Her figure instantly sprang out of her spot and flew towards the mountain range over there. When the Abyssal Lords are annihilated, all the Abyssal monsters will also be annihilated along with the Abyssal Lords. Now, she no longer needed to be alert to her surroundings. With the speed of a battle mage, under the full run, in just a few moments, Yunlan arrived at the place where Li Haotian and the others were blocking the crystals. At this time, the Abyssal monster corpses on the large slope had all disappeared, annihilating into black dust. Yunlan looked at the teleportation portal in the center of the altar with a somewhat ugly face. She gritted her teeth and took a step into the portal. There was a blurring of vision, and when the scene in front of Yunlan's eyes smoothed out again, her eyes immediately swept around. Then, she heard Jiang Wuyoyu's fluttering voice. Dad, I'm level 30. You said before that I still need at least a month. How about it? Your daughter is great, right? Yunlan's pupils shrunk, and his already gloomy expression became somewhat ironic. The one who killed the other Abyssal Lord was indeed Jiang Wuyoyu. She and Jiang Wuyoyu were the pride of the sky among the last students of Qing Hua and Beta respectively, and their realms of strength were not too far apart. And now, Jiang Wuyoyu had risen to level 30 before her, which meant that Jiang Wuyoyu had definitely killed more Abyssal monsters than her. But then, she felt something was wrong. If all the Abyssal monsters over there were solved by Jiang Wuyoyu, then she should be at least 31 by now, right? Could it be that Li Haotian also killed a lot? Yunlan's astonished gaze fell on Li Haotian beside Jiang Wuyoyu. It was just a pity that unless the professional took the initiative to display his or her rank, otherwise, outsiders could only see the professional's profession mark, but not the specific rank. At this time, the other professionals who participated in raiding the Abyssal copy were also teleported out of the Abyssal copy one after another, and the blood-red light pillar had turned into a golden-yellow color, representing that this Abyssal copy had already been raided. Looking at the disciple with messy hair and clothes full of dirt, Yun Miao's face carried a faint hint of pride and appreciation. Facing an Abyssal copy of the same level, for example, will be a struggle. Before Jiang Wuyoyu and Li Haotian out of the time, Yun Miao also some surprise. How these two people look clean and dry. In addition to clothes have a little wrinkled. Even the hair is not how messy. Could it be because the Abyssal monsters were easier to deal with this time? But immediately after, Yunlan who came up behind her made her immediately dismiss the thoughts she had just had. And the look she gave to Jiang Wuyoyu and the others instantly became sarcastic. Jiang Wuyoyu and Yunlan's strengths were similar, but Yunlan and the other professionals who came out after them were clearly in a much more sorry state. This means that they must have still gone through some hard fighting. Then why did Li Haotian and Jiang Wuyoyu look so calm? The answer is simple, these two must be hiding behind the paddle. But thinking about it, facing an Abyssal monster that was at least level 27, with Li Haotian's strength of level 20, if he didn't hide behind it and be helped by Jiang Wuyoyu to take care of it, he would have to die if he wasn't careful. Heck, it's really a crap mechanic. Although he didn't know what trickery he used to defeat Yunlan's phantom during the examination, when he encountered a real life and death battle, wouldn't he immediately be revealed in his original form? Thinking of this, Yun Miao's voice was slightly louder as she said appreciatively, Lan'er, well done. Compared to a year ago, you have indeed grown a lot. I just heard someone say that this random Abyssal copy is actually still hard level? Although there were two slow-reacting hangers-on who dragged their feet and failed to deliver the message in time, Yun Miao glanced at Jiang Wu Yu and Li Haotian indifferently, then said, "But I didn't expect that you guys responded quite quickly, and even in such a situation, it only took such a short period of time to kill 2 Abyssal Lords. Well done." When these words came out, Yun Lan's face turned red. The professionals who came out after her all looked at each other with strange expressions. Seeing the change in the complexion of the crowd, Yun Mia frowned, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. What? Could it be that you guys had some other change of heart during the process of raiding the replica? Yun Nao asked in a deep voice. Yun Lan whispered, "Teacher, after we killed the first Abyssal Lord, we realized that another Abyssal Lord existed. After that, we immediately started looking for a teleportation spell to the other side, but when we went over there, we didn't find a single Abyssal monster along the way, until we are about to approach the mountain range where the Abyss Lords are located." Saying this, Yun Lan paused for a moment, biting her lower lip as she looked towards Jiang Wu Yu and Li Haotian. Cloud Misty pursued in confusion. And then what? Then, Abyssal Lord was destroyed, and the copy prompted that the raid was complete. Yun Lan gritted his teeth. Yun Mia froze, seemingly not reacting for a moment. It was only after a long time that she resumed speaking. "You mean, the second Abyssal Lord, you didn't kill him?" Yun Lan nodded with an ugly face. Yun Miao seemed a bit unconvinced. "Impossible. According to what you just said, besides you guys, there is no one else in the area of the other Abyssal Lord. Suddenly, Yun Mia's whole body shook as if she suddenly remembered something, and she violently turned her head towards Jiang Wu Yu and Li Haotian. After the Abyssal copy was cleared, these two were the first to come out. In other words, when Yun Lan and the others hadn't even reached the boss area, Jiang Wu Yu and Li Haotian were already there. Could it be that the second Abyssal Lord was killed by the two of them? Yun Miao blurted out in shock, her voice even a bit shrill. "Impossible. How could an elemental controller and a freshly transformed mechanic destroy an Abyssal Lord surrounded by so many Abyssal monsters?" Chapter 29 shocked Jiangjin. Not only Yun Miao, those professionals who appeared later were likewise staring at Jiang Wu Yu and Li Haotian with unbelievable faces. The cacophony of chatter grew louder. They all knew the mechanism of the difficulty Abyss copy very well, except for Jiang Wu Yu and Li Haotian, who had been teleported to the other side at the beginning. It seemed that no one could kill the second Abyss Lord before they arrived, and in that time just now, they had already learned about Li Haotian's origin from the others, as well as those rumors about him before. Could it be that this unprecedented full spirit value mechanic with the talent is really the card copy bug? He can even get stuck with the Abyss copy bug? Otherwise, even if Jiang Wu Yu was a senior student of Qing Hua Academy, it would be impossible for her to kill so many Abyssal monsters by herself. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Jiangjin's face was also filled with shock as he looked towards Li Haotian. As a father, he naturally knew exactly what level his own daughter was at. Jiangjin dared to be certain that the one who could do all this was definitely Li Haotian, but he couldn't figure it out all the same. With Li Haotian's level, what kind of divine bug was he stuck with to be able to kill the Abyssal Lord with the strength of two people surrounded by so many Abyssal monsters? Greeting the crowd's shocked and puzzled gazes, Li Haotian smiled faintly and looked around at the crowd. "Want to know how we got stuck in a bug to kill the Abyssal Lord?" The crowd nodded frantically like chickens pecking at rice. Li Haotian swept his playful gaze to Yun Miao and said in a serious manner, "It's very simple. Because this trash illusion god profession of mine has too much charisma. As soon as the Abyssal Lord saw me, he immediately bowed his head and showed his loyalty with his death, and then we cleared the level." When these words came out, the whole room was silent. Yun Miao's face, which was still dark with anticipation, instantly became like a sewer. Cloudy, dark and smelly. This asshole kid, taunting her again. But a crisp laugh came from the side. Yun Lan looked at Jiang Wu Yu's bright, flower-like smile and nearly gritted her teeth. Compared to the calmness of Jiang Wu Yu and Li Haotian, her wretchedness at this moment was like a lost dog. The surrounding melon eaters could also see that Li Haotian was intentionally disgusting Yun Mia, both wanting to laugh, but also in the way of Yun Mia's identity, suffocating unusually hard. Zhang Chen's astonished gaze looked back and forth at Li Haotian. He was also curious as to how exactly Li Haotian had killed that Abyssal Lord. However, he knew that this was not the occasion to speak and immediately stepped forward to round off the situation. "Alright everyone, since the Abyssal copy has been raided, the spatial blockade will be lifted with it. I have to take these new students back to the academy, so I'll take my leave." After saying that, Jiangjin immediately left with the people from Qing Hua Academy. Returning to the hotel he had checked into, Jiangjin explained to the other freshmen that he would give them an hour to go back and prepare before returning here to gather and head to Tianjing City. After everyone left, Jiangjin left Li Haotian alone. With just a wave of his hand, a golden-colored staff appeared within his grasp. Jiangjin then pestled his staff toward the ground and said in a deep voice, Empty boundary. Pale silver luster instantly surged out from the staff, transforming into a translucent silver shroud that expanded outward, enveloping the entire room. Feeling the powerful fluctuation of mana emanating from Jiangjin's body, and seeing the circle of golden light edges that lit up outside of Jiangjin's occupational seal on his forehead, Li Haotian sighed in admiration in his heart. Worthy of being an enrollment teacher that can come out on behalf of the Qing Hua Academy, he has indeed completed his advancement awakening. Judging from this mana fluctuation, I'm afraid he's at least a level 60 or higher professional as well. Jiangjin stared at Li Haotian with a burning gaze and asked eagerly, Li Haotian, can you tell me how exactly you killed the second Abyssal Lord surrounded by Abyssal monsters? Li Haotian glanced at Jiangjin, and then met Jiang Wu Yuyu's expectant eyes, and said with a faint smile, actually, it's not that rare to say the least. Yuyu and I used the geographical advantage to centrally divide those Abyssal monsters, and then killed them every once in a while. Yo-yo? Jiangjin glanced at his own daughter with an odd gaze. Jiang Wu Yuyu's pretty face slightly reddened and glared at her dad. I'm about the same age as Li Haotian. So what's so strange about being called directly by name? A look of realization flashed in Jiangjin's eyes as he turned his attention back to Li Haotian's words. Concentrated division with the help of terrain? Killing at regular intervals? But there are only two of you, and with so many abyssal monsters, even if you split it up, you shouldn't be able to finish killing that many, right? Jiangjin frowned. Jiang Wu leisurely looked at Li Haotian, who smiled faintly and said to Jiangjin, luckily, with the firepower of the mechanic, it can still be killed. With that, Li Haotian raised his hand and a rocket launcher appeared in front of Li Haotian. A rocket launcher? Jiangjin was stunned, and subconsciously said, although the power of this thing is good, if you are facing hundreds of abyssal monsters, without more than 10 of them, it is simply, hiccup. Before Jiangjin finished speaking, in front of Li Haotian, a rocket launcher spilled out as if it didn't need money. In the blink of an eye, however, it had already filled the space in front of him densely. As far as the eye can see, I'm afraid there are at least 50 of them. Looking at the still growing number of rockets in front of him, Jiangjin's entire body was dumbfounded. What the is this? What the is this? Isn't this kid a mechanic? How come he can still use illusions? Jiangjin couldn't help but rub his eyes and reach out to touch the rocket launcher in front of him. The touch was cold, hard, and actually real. Again he felt to the side. 1, 2, 3, all solid. These rockets, surprisingly, are all real, not illusions. Jiangjin's mouth slowly opened wide. Li Haotian, you are. Li Haotian stopped summoning the rocket launcher and said with a smile, Teacher Jiang, look at this firepower. It should be enough to deal with a few hundred abyssal monsters, right? Jiangjin couldn't even speak in one gulp, as if his tongue was tied. Enough. Jiangjin came back to his senses from the shock and stared dead at Li Haotian. You have someone behind you? Otherwise, it's impossible for you to accumulate so many rockets in just 3 days of switching. Li Haotian gently shook his head. I'm an orphan. Mr. Jiang is in charge of enrollment. My information should have been read long ago, right? And these rockets? Jiang Wu Yuyu also looked at Li Haotian with glittering eyes. This was a question she wanted to ask when she was in the Abyssal copy, only considering that it involved Li Haotian's secret. She had held back until now. Li Haotian calmly said, maybe it's because of the full spiritual power value. My skills are different from ordinary mechanics. They give drawings and need to make their own super-powered weapons. And my skill is to summon super weapons directly. Chapter 30, On Top of the World. Don't need to manufacture it. Just summon a superpower weapon? Jiangjin's eyes instantly widened. Mechanics can still do this? This is the first time I've heard of a mechanic who can use super weapons without having to make them, and can summon so many. Jiangjin's face changed wildly. Only after a long time did he murmur. No wonder you were able to take out so many abyssal monsters with only 2 of you. With so many rockets, the firepower pouring in is indeed enough. Ha? Wait. Jiangjin asked again as if he suddenly remembered something. With this amount of rockets, the demand for rockets isn't small. You've only been transferred for 3 days. Where did you get so many rockets? Li Haotian smiled faintly. Oh, that's not a problem. I'm a mechanic and have unlimited ammunition. Oh, you have unlimited ammo. That's nothing. Wait. What did you say? Tell me again. Jiangjin was only halfway through his sentence when he instantly reacted, so shocked that he almost took off in place. Hui Yuhao smiled and said, I'd say that all of these super-powered weapons I've summoned have unlimited ammo, which is a special talent that appeared after my professional awakening. A special talent? What is this thing and why don't I have it? Jiangjin's eyes froze as if he was listening to a metaphysical story. Li Haotian shrugged. I don't know. It might be that I only have it when I'm full of spiritual power value. I've searched through the information and I didn't find that there is such a thing as talent in the attribute panel of a professional. Jiangjin only felt that his brain was in chaos. You can just use super weapons without having to manufacture them. And there's no limit on ammo? He had never heard anything so outrageous. You should have unlocked more than one skill by now, right? Could it be that all of your current super-powered weapons all have unlimited ammunition? Jiangjin stared dead at Li Haotian. Li Haotian nodded his head. Yes, currently all of my superpower weapons, all of them have unlimited ammunition. With a poof, Jiangjin sat on his butt on the sofa. Even Jiangwu Yuyu, who had expected this next to her, covered her mouth in surprise when she heard Li Haotian say this matter himself. In that case, when you level up in the future and unlock a more powerful super weapon, won't you be able to have unlimited ammunition as well? Jiangjin asked. As of now, it should be. Li Haotian nodded his head. After thinking about it, he simply displayed his attribute panel in front of the two. Since the conversation has come to this, we might as well lay it all out on the table. From this period of time with Jiangjin's father and daughter, Li Haotian could see that they were really good people and were still trustworthy. Jiangjin and Jiangwu Yuyu immediately curiously came up and examined it carefully. The attribute panel at the front wasn't any different from other professionals, and the most obvious difference was the talents column at the bottom. Li Haotian opened his talent, and Jiangjin's pupils instantly contracted. Sure enough, there are no design plans. It's a straight-up super weapon. Glockenspiel, Gatling rotary machine gun, achievement reward skill, exoskeleton armor? What the hell is this? Jiangjin couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Rockets, Barrett. That's not right. Why do you have an extra one in your skill? Jiangjin looked up at Li Haotian. Jiangwu leisurely tugged on his dad and pointed towards the top left of the attribute panel. Level 25? It's only been a few hours of Abyssal copies, and you've directly leveled up by 5. Jiangjin couldn't help but burst out. After looking at the skill bar on the left, he subconsciously cast his eyes to the talents on the right. That look almost didn't make him think he was having a brain hemorrhage. Mechanics exclusive talent. Stage 1, unlimited ammunition, limited to super weapons summoned by occupational skills. Remarks, level 20 can unlock the second stage of exclusive talent. Mechanics exclusive talent. Stage 2, God's View. Remark 1, construct a 360-degree hologram view in your mind. And this view is free to zoom in on any point in it. Remark 2, the initial range of God's perspective is 100 meters in diameter centered on itself, for every enemy killed. The range of God's perspective expands outward by 1 meter. Currently 2348 meters. Remark 3, level 30 can unlock the third stage of exclusive talent. Jiangjin even trembled in his voice. It's really unlimited ammo. God's perspective. You have more than one talent after all. Or the growable kind. This kind of heaven-defying talent effect can be unlocked every 10 levels? The more Jiangjin spoke, the more rapid his breathing became, and Jiangwu Yuyu next to him was even more shocked and covered her small mouth, nearly screaming out, Who? Jiangjin panted heavily and slapped his face hard, even wondering if he was dreaming right now. Only after a long time did he readjust his mindset and looked at Li Haotian with the gaze of a god. No wonder you upgraded so fast. No wonder you can speed through every copy. With such skills and talent, how can monsters of the same level stop you? It must be a sweep. It's so perverted at only level 25. If you wait for your level to increase and unlock more and more talents in the later stages, by then, how terrifying your actual battle power must be. Jiangwu Yuyu also murmured. No wonder you could detect Yuan Ting and the others approaching. So it's because of this. With this kind of heaven-defying talent effect, even if you don't unlock the talent later on, with these two alone, it's enough to crush all illusion god professions. No wonder you were able to instantly blow up Yunlan and Ice Phantom. With this kind of firepower, not to mention the Phantom, even if there were 10 of us, it wouldn't be enough for you to kill a mechanic who can directly summon super weapons, a mechanic with unlimited ammunition, a mechanic with his own god's perspective. We've picked up a treasure. Jiangjin stared at Li Haotian with a deadly stare. His excitement was unrivaled. If you level up, when you go for large group books and international copies in the future, won't you be able to withstand a legion by yourself? Jiang Shang took a deep breath and heavily patted Li Haotian's shoulder, saying excitedly and solemnly, Li Haotian, I want to introduce you to the Marshal. Li Haotian was stunned. Marshal? Our East Dragon Empire's Marshal Li Fuzi? Jiangjin nodded heavily. Not bad. With your potential, in the future, you will definitely be able to take on 1,000. No, a supreme demon who can fight a nation with one. When you level up, what are these ordinary regular copies and abyssal copies? Large group books and international copies are your true stage. With you here, our Eastern Dragon Empire will definitely be able to get out of its current predicament and rise strongly. Li Haotian, are you willing to contribute to the country? Li Haotian's entire body shook and his gaze instantly became solemn, naturally willing. 30 years ago, Marshal Li led our Donglong Empire to stand firmly on the world stage. And if I have the chance, I would like to make our Donglong Empire go one step further and stand proudly on top of the world. Chapter 31, I'm going to destroy all of you. Hearing Li Haotian's declaration, Zhang Zhen's body shook and his eyes exploded with essence. Well said. This is the kind of bravado that I, an East Dragon male, should have. Zhang Zhen came to Li Haotian's side, a solemn look in his eyes. Li Haotian, who else knows about this exclusive talent of yours? Li Haotian shook his head. I know, awesome. I haven't told anyone except you guys. Zhang Zhen nodded appreciatively. Not bad. This talent of yours is just too heaven-defying. Once it is exposed, other countries will surely see you as a thorn in their side. The less people know about it, the better. Zhang Zhen thought for a moment and asked, Li Haotian, if you still have anything else that needs to be packed, go back and get it now. After you arrive in Tianjing City, you might not come back for a long time. Li Haotian nodded. Well, I've already put away the things. Just go back and get them. Good. Then you go and come back quickly. Yo, you accompany Li Haotian to go together and come back once you've gotten your things. Don't hang around outside. Okay, Dad. Zhang Wuyu smiled cheekily and pulled Li Haotian towards the outside. After the two left, Zhang Zhen excitedly dialed a phone number. A few moments later, the phone was picked up on the opposite end. Hey, Zhen, why did you suddenly remember to call me? An old and gentle voice came from the phone. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Zhen's expression became unusually respectful, and he subconsciously stood up. Teacher, I have an important message to report to you. Oh, what important news? The old voice was a bit surprised. It's like this. I came to 4 Elephant City for the enrollment selection, and I met a budding professional here. Zhang Zhen quickly spoke about Li Haotian's situation. That's the way things are. Before Zhang Zhen's words fell, he heard the breathing coming from the opposite side instantly become much thicker and sharper. Unlimited ammo? God's perspective? Zhang Zhen, this is no joke. Are you sure? Zhang Zhen solemnly said. Teacher, I've seen Li Haotian's attribute panel with my own eyes. It's absolutely not false. Phew. The opposite party exhaled heavily, as if digesting the shock the news had brought him. It was only after a long time that the old voice resounded again, saying solemnly, Zhang Zhen, when you return, bring him to me immediately. Yes, sensei. Half an hour later, Li Haotian and Zhang Wu leisurely returned. Then, one after another, the other budding professionals finished packing their bags and returned here, waiting for the last freshman to arrive. Zhang Zhen decisively said, everyone's here, let's go. Return to Qing Hua. Yes, excitement was all over the faces of the newly minted professionals. Under Zhang Zhen's leadership, the group headed towards the city's teleportation hall, and at this moment, for Elephant City's Lianhua Villa, the Yuan family's villa, Yuan Tian Gang, the head of the Yuan family, sat in the middle of the hall with an iron collar and clenched fists. Family Master, we've almost asked all those professionals who came out of the Abyssal copy, and none of them have seen young Master. Below, a black-robed man in his 30s kneeled down on one knee and said in a deep voice, according to a few people who have seen the young Master, after they entered the Abyssal copy, the young Master has always followed the crowd. It wasn't until after they killed the first Abyssal Lord that the young Master suddenly disappeared, and after that, they never saw him again. The man in black hesitated and said gruffly, young Master, they are not out now. I am afraid. Bang! Clanking. Yuan Tian Gang angrily swept the coffee table over with one hand, and the expensive cups and utensils suddenly shattered all over the place. Seeing the anger of the family head, the man in black didn't dare to utter a single breath. You go down, Yuan Tian Gang said in a low voice. Then on the young Master's side, the man in black hesitated. Yuan Tian Gang's face was grim. There's no need to go and ask. Call all the people back. Yes, Family Master. The man in black froze for a moment and bowed as he retreated. After he left, Yuan Tian Gang was the only one left in the empty hall. Yuan Tiangong's face gradually became hideous, and his eyes flickered with insane rage. He growled in a low voice, dare to touch my son, Li Haotian. I want you to die. The Abyssal light pillar would disappear 1 hour after the Abyssal copy was finished being raided. At this point, if there are still people who have not come out, they will also be forcibly ejected from the Abyssal copy. However, the red pillar of light outside the 4 Elephant City had now completely disappeared, while Yuan Ting and Zhang San several people still hadn't appeared. This meant that they had died inside the copy. Those people didn't know where Yuan Ting and the others went afterward, but Yuan Tian Gang could guess. Zhang San, who he had sent to protect Yuan Ting, had awakened his profession to be an Earthwalker, and while the others were still searching for a teleportation spell formation to go to the other side, Yuan Ting and the others must have already used Zhang San's ability to vanish and go to the other side. As for the purpose, Naturally, it is to kill Li Haotian and devour the soul to seize the secret. But now, Li Haotian had returned unharmed. How did Yuan Ting and the others die? Yuan Tiangang didn't even need to think about it. Absolutely inseparable from Li Haotian. Maybe that female student from Qing Hua Academy was also involved. Ever since his wife's death, Yuan Tiangang had treated Yuan Ting as a treasure in his poem, doting on him. Now it was killed by Li Haotian and the others. Even if that Jiang Wu Yuyu's father was a teacher of Qing Hua Academy, Yuan Tiangang would definitely make them pay and avenge his son's death. Li Haotian, Jiang Wu Yuyu, Jiangjun, even if you are from Qing Hua, I want you to accompany my son to the grave. Yuan Tiangang's voice seemed to come from the 9 specters. With a flash of light, space was instantly distorted, and a strong sense of weightlessness swept over him. In just a few short breaths of time, the scene in front of Li Haotian's eyes became clear again. This was also a teleportation hall, but compared to the teleportation hall in 4 Elephant City, this place was feared to be more than 10 times bigger. Jiang Wu Yuyu looked at the dozen or so new students and smiled cheekily. Everyone, welcome to the capital of the Eastern Dragon Empire, Tianjing City. Seeing this familiar place, Jiangjun seemed to have been a bit impatient and immediately led the crowd outside. Let's go. Back to the academy first. Looking at her father with a face of urgency, Jiang Wu Yuyu stomped her foot, her red lips slightly pouting. Dad is also really. What's the point of being in such a hurry? Humph. Let's go. Haotian. Saying that, Jiang Wu Yuyu naturally pulled up Li Haotian's arm and chased outside. Li Haotian didn't notice that at the exit on the other side, Du Guyan, who had a beautiful appearance but her face was filled with a gloomy color, was staring at them slyly, a flash of resentment in her eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The person standing beside Li Haotian should have been me. The person who joined Qing Hua should also have been me. The jealous Duguian hissed madly in his heart. Li Haotian should have belonged to me. You deserve to die. You all deserve to die. What I cannot have, no one else deserves. Destroy. I will destroy all of you. Chapter 32, Fitting Can't Fit? Under Jiangjun's leadership, Li Haotian and his group left the teleportation hall and quickly walked towards the interior of Tianjing City. After walking for a while, Li Haotian looked at Jiang Wu Yuyu doubtfully. Yuyu, aren't all the major colleges and universities in Tianjing City, including Qing Hua College, set up on the outskirts of the city? How are we going to walk towards the city? Jiang Wu Yuyu smiled cheekily. It's true that the Academy's headquarters is located on the outskirts of the city, but our Academy's guild has a branch in Tianjing City, and through the guild's internal teleportation arrays, we'll be able to return directly to the Academy. Qing Hua Academy's guild? Several other freshmen glanced at each other excitedly. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, all the major academies had their own guilds, and the more powerful the academy is, the more gold the guild will have. There were a total of 3 strongest guilds in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Separately, the guilds formed by the Green Dragon Academy, the Nucleus Flat Elite, a guild formed by North Delta Academy, Glory of the Dead, as well as the guild formed by the East Dragon Empire's military, the Dragon Group. It was worth mentioning that the Marshal of the Eastern Dragon Empire, as the #1 person in the military and the honorary principal of Qing Hua Academy, was not only the president of the Dragon Group Guild, but also the president of the Nucleus Leveling Elite Guild. While the Beta Academy was originally founded by the combined efforts of all the major clans in the empire, the guild president has always been the president of the Clan Elders Council to hang on to the position. 10 minutes later, the crowd arrived at Tianjing Avenue, which ran through the north and south of Tianjing City, and walked towards the huge green-colored building at the side of the avenue. From a long distance away, Li Haotian could make out the 4 guild letters written on the building, Nuclear Flat Elite. Here was the branch of Qing Hua Academy set up in Tianjing City. As for the General Assembly, it was naturally within the Qing Hua Academy. Jiangjun walked into the middle of the chapter first. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, enrollment is back? There was a steady stream of greetings. Aha. Jiangjun smiled and responded to the people around him. Li Haotian looked at this scene with surprise. He didn't expect that Jiangjun's status in Qing Hua Academy seemed to be quite high. Jiang Wu Yuyu sensed Li Haotian's doubt and came to his ear to explain in a low voice. My dad is Marshal Li's personal disciple, so everyone treats him with more respect. Li Haotian was stunned for a moment. Holy, Marshal Li's personal disciple? He didn't expect that Jiangjun actually had this kind of identity. No wonder he was so convinced to introduce himself to Marshal Li. So Marshal Li was his teacher. Standing up on the chapter's teleportation array, the light shifted before his eyes. By the time Li Haotian regained a clear view of the scene in front of him, he had already arrived at the exclusive teleportation hall of Qing Hua Academy. Returning to his home base, Jiangjun was relieved. Li Haotian curiously looked around and realized that this teleportation hall covered an astonishingly large area. not smaller than the teleportation hall of 4 Elephant City in the slightest. And besides this teleportation array they were coming out of right now, there were dozens of teleportation arrays in the hall, leading to who knows where. He turned his head to look at the dozen or so new students and spoke. Go out the door and turn right. That's the new student enrollment office. Your information has already been passed over. Just go directly over there to report your names and follow the process to go through the enrollment procedures. Yo, take them over. And by the way, introduce them to the general situation of our academy. Li Haotian, you come with me. Saying that, Zhang Jin immediately pulled on Li Haotian and walked outside. Jiang Wu Yuyu had already guessed where her dad was going to take Li Haotian, and quietly made a face before turning to the other freshmen. Everyone, come with me. I'll take you to the enrollment procedures. After exiting the teleportation hall, Li Haotian realized that Qing Hua Academy, one of the 2 highest academic institutions in the East Dragon Empire, was actually built on top of a small mountain. As far as the eye could see, there were countless buildings densely packed amongst the lush trees, rather like a feeling of being hidden in the forest. The teleportation hall they came out of, on the other hand, was located halfway up the mountainside high up, close to the top of the mountain. After Jiang Jin came out, he turned around and walked towards a path behind the teleportation hall that led straight upwards. Li Haotian hurriedly followed and asked, Teacher Jiang, where are we going? Don't I need to go through the enrollment procedures first? Jiang Jin laughed. Your enrollment procedures? Yo will do it for you. Right now, we have to go meet someone first. Seeing someone? Li Haotian's heart stirred and suddenly became a little excited. He had guessed who he was going to see. Following the path to a pavilion, Jiang Jin took the lead and walked in, taking out a milky white crystal and said to Li Haotian, come in and stand on the teleportation array. Li Haotian did as he was told. Then, Jiang Jin injected his own spiritual energy into the crystal, and the teleportation array glowed brightly. Li Haotian only felt that the pavilion from before had disappeared in front of his eyes, and in its place, there was a small courtyard with quite a farmhouse atmosphere. Jiang Jin respectfully stood in front of the small courtyard and said, Teacher, I've brought Li Haotian. A pale, gentle voice responded immediately, as if the owner of the voice had been waiting for them for a long time. Come in. Yes, Sensei. Jiang Jin promised and led Li Haotian toward the courtyard. Entering the hall in front, Li Haotian saw at a glance that on the first place of the parlor, there was an old man with graying temples but a hale and hearty face. The old man's gaze swept over Jiang Jin and immediately landed on Li Haotian. Jiang Jin whispered to Li Haotian, quickly meet Lord Marshal. Li Haotian's body shook, and an excited expression appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, it's this one. He stepped forward and respectfully said, Li Haotian, meet Marshal Li Fuzi. Marshal Li's eyes shone brightly as he carefully sized up Li Haotian once more and said in a deep voice, Li Haotian, I heard Jin say that the mechanic you've switched to has the gift of unlimited ammunition and God's perspective? Marshal Li didn't beat around the bush and asked directly to the point. Li Haotian didn't dawdle, and simply displayed his attribute panel, tapping on the column of talents. Seeing this column of never-before-seen panel attributes, Marshal Li's pupils contracted slightly. A mechanic's exclusive talent? There's such a strange thing in the world. Marshal Li muttered. Suddenly, his eyes condensed and he looked at Li Haotian excitedly. Li Haotian, use your superpower weapon to attack me with all your might. Li Haotian froze for a moment and confirmed. Do your best? Marshal Li nodded confidently. Don't worry. With your current rank, you can't hurt me yet. Li Haotian glanced at this room and gently shook his head. I'm not afraid of hurting you. I'm afraid that this room can't fit my superpower weapon. Marshal Li froze for a moment and said in dismay. Can't fit? Can't fit? He subconsciously glanced at his parlor. In terms of area, this place is more than 200 square feet even if it's not particularly large. And it can't even fit? Just how many super weapons can this kid summon? With intense curiosity in his eyes, he headed outside first. Go outside. I'd like to see how different you, a mechanic, really are. Chapter 33, Marshal of the Eastern Dragon, Li Fuzi. While saying that, Marshal Li took big strides towards the outside. Li Haotian smiled calmly and similarly followed out. Jiang Jin landed at the end with a curious look on his face. Although he had already seen Li Haotian's exclusive talent and heard his daughter recount Li Haotian's battles in the Abyssal copies, he had never actually seen the actual battle effects, and was naturally looking forward to it in his heart. Arriving at the open space outside the small courtyard, Marshal Li stood with his arms folded, his eyes burning as he stared at Li Haotian and said in a deep voice, Little fellow, come on, let me see just how strong of an attack you can burst out. Li Haotian nodded his head slightly, and after just a brief thought, he started summoning super power weapons. With a swish sound, the densely packed Gatling rotary machine guns were like magic, rapidly filling the space around Li Haotian. 20, 50, 100. 200, 400, 600, and the sky was filled with Gatling. In just the blink of an eye, 600 Gatling machine guns appeared in front of them, watching Jiangjin and Marshal Li's pupils shrink. Although Li Haotian's current level was far from being able to compare with theirs, this order of magnitude of super-powered weapons filling the field of vision still gave an extremely formidable sense of shock. After coming out from the Abyssal copy, Li Haotian's level had been raised to 25, and coupled with changing a few pieces of equipment, his total spiritual power value had now exceeded 1200. The 600 Gatling rotary machine guns consume a total of 200 points of psychic value per minute of existence. With his current spiritual energy value, it was just enough. Since he wanted to display his ability, Li Haotian naturally had to choose the most eye-shattering way. Looking at the densely packed Gatling rotary machine guns in front of him, Jiangjin's eyes widened and his mind was greatly shaken. "Marshal, I'm going to start," Li Haotian said in a deep voice. Marshal Li subconsciously nodded slightly. In the next moment, 600 Gatlings simultaneously erupted with a roar, and all of the overwhelming firepower spewed toward Marshal Li. Because the fire coming out of the barrel was too dense, it made it seem as if a bright spotlight appeared above Li Haotian. With blinding fire, a Gatling rotary machine gun has a rate of fire of 1,000 rounds per minute, 600 Gatlings. That's a full 600,000 rounds. What's a hail of bullets? This is the real gunfire. Worry. Jiangjin was so shocked that he subconsciously took a step back and couldn't help but burst out. Marshal Li's old face also trembled, and the wrinkles on his face twitched fiercely. It was good that he was, after all, a superpower ranked number 1 on the global ranking list, and he had long since raised his hand and wiped it into the air. At that moment, the air around Marshal Li's body immediately rippled, emitting a muffled bang sound, immediately forming a huge water ripple-like light cover, enveloping him. In the next instant, this huge light shield was instantly covered by Li Haotian's exaggerated firepower. Bang, 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 bang. Intense air collision sounds rang out continuously, and the ammunition that Li Haotian poured onto Marshal Li was blocked in full. Seeing this scene, Li Haotian's pupils slightly contracted, similarly extremely shocked. So strong. Is this the power of the top illusion god profession, the creator? He couldn't help but mutter out. Marshal Li Fuzi of the East Dragon Empire, known as the world's strongest professional. The super illusory god profession maker that he had awakened was a unique profession in the entire world. Back then, it was because of his appearance that the East Dragon Empire had risen from a second-tier country to become a first-tier power that the world had to treat with caution. Even the strongest superpower in the world today, the Free Federation, must be wary and attentive. And Marshal Li's awakened master builder profession was the strongest profession in the world. The creator, with the power to control all things. At the same time, it is possible to control and change the form and density of all things with this power. For example, air, water, fire, metal, earth, everything in the world, except for living beings with life, can be manipulated by the creator. Of course, there are limitations. That is, you can't convert across types. For example, you can't turn water into fire or air into dirt. But even so, Marshal Li's ability was already heaven-defying enough to naturally restrain all professions. It could even be said that it would be impossible to kill him without exhausting his spiritual energy value. For example, right now, with a casual swipe of his hand, Marshal Li condensed the air around him into an air shield of amazing density and strong defense, protecting all of himself. No matter how crazy the ammunition in the outside world was, it couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Seeing that half a minute had passed, and the 600 Gatling rotary machine guns floating above Li Haotian were still pouring out ammunition without stint, Marshal Li's eyes were filled with shock. Nice guy, really unlimited ammo. And the ground within 10 meters around Marshal Li, except for the area he occupied, was all swept into a hornet's nest by Li Haotian, as if it had been plowed by a plow rake. After confirming that Li Haotian's ability was true, Marshal Li then said in a deep voice, "That's enough. Stop." Li Haotian nodded slightly, and with a thought, the Gatling rotating machine guns that roamed the sky instantly disappeared. Marshal Li waved his hand to disperse the air shield that surrounded him, his eyes staring dead at Li Haotian, his eyes as brilliant as stars. Excitedly, he said, "Good. What a mechanic. What a mechanic with full spiritual value." Then, he looked at Li Haotian with anticipation. "Li Haotian, are you willing to worship me and become my close disciple?" Hearing this, Jiangjin's face revealed a look of astonishment, and Li Haotian was also slightly stunned. Marshal Li solemnly said, "Li Haotian, your ability is too important to our East Dragon Empire. When you level up in the future, you will truly be the strongest profession in the world, even more powerful than me. If you're willing to worship me as your master, We'll do everything we can to cultivate you, and with your leadership, our East Dragon Empire will definitely replace the Free Federation and crush the world's nations. He was now completely certain that Li Haotian would definitely become a turnaround for the Eastern Dragon Empire to go further. To know, Li Haotian is only at level 25 now. Only unlocking 2 mechanic exclusive talents is already so heaven-defying. In the future, if he waited for Li Haotian to level up and unlock more skills and talents, then even he wouldn't be able to carry Li Haotian's attacks at all. Don't look at him as being able to control everything, but controlling distance was the shortcoming. If Li Haotian was a mechanic with a similar level as him, he could completely control the distance and output remotely with superb firepower. With Li Haotian's gift of unlimited ammunition, once his spiritual value ran out, Li Haotian's supernatural weapon would be able to sweep him into a sieve. With the intensity of this kind of attack, no one would be able to carry it. And more importantly, the Mechanicus itself is a horrific weapon of mass destruction. The importance to a country is countless times greater than he, the founder. Chapter 34, Teacher accepts another personal disciple? Li Haotian came back to his senses and said with some excitement, Marshal Li, I grew up listening to your legends. You are the pride of all the people of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Of course I am willing to worship you as my master. Ha 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 ha. Marshal Li let out a loud laugh, and his magnificent laughter carried out a long way. Good. From today onwards, you are my 4th personal disciple, and at the same time, my closed disciple. Marshal Li pointed towards Jiangjun, who also looked shocked next to him, and said to Li Haotian with a smile, Haotian, this is your 3rd senior brother, rank 68 elemental controller. Jiangjun, you should already be familiar with him. Li Haotian was astonished and hurriedly bowed towards Jiangjun. Greetings 3rd senior brother. Jiangjun also finally came back to his senses at this time, looking at Li Haotian with a sigh. I didn't expect that you would actually become my junior apprentice brother. Marshal Li looked at Jiangjun with a serious face. Jun, I'm sure you're well aware of the importance of Haotian to our Eastern Dragon Empire. From now on, you must protect him. The safety of his life trumps everything, including me. Jiangjun's entire body shook, his face solemn. Yes, teacher. Marshal Li smiled faintly and then said, Jun, I remember that there seems to be a villa near Qingfeng that no one lives in, so in the future, let Haotian live there. Marshal Li nodded slightly and then said, also, you go find Qingfeng and Frost right now and tell them to come over to my place immediately. Okay, teacher. Jiangjun agreed and didn't dare to delay, immediately heading outside. Looking at Jiangjun's departing back, Marshal Li turned his head to look at Li Haotian with a gentle expression. Haotian, you'll rest here at teacher's place for a while. Teacher is going to go out, and will introduce your elder brother and second sister to you in a while. An unbelievable expression appeared in Li Haotian's eyes. Green Peak? Frost? Could it be the current president and vice president of Qing Hua Academy, as well as the vice presidents of the Dragon Group Guild and the Nuclear Flat Elite Guild? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Hansuang? These two were both Marshal Li's personal disciples? Wang Qingfeng, powerful illusion god profession, level 78 sword saint, vice president of the Dragon Group. Ling Shuaihan, powerful illusion god profession, level 76 void walker, nucleus leveling elite vice president. These two were said to be vice presidents, but in reality, they were the true masterminds of the 2 major guilds. This was because the nominal president of these 2 guilds, Marshal Li Fuzi, hadn't directly interfered with the affairs of the 2 guilds for several years. In other words, the actual masters of the 2 major guilds now, one was his eldest senior brother and the other was his second senior sister? It's a monkey's errand. Li Haotian excitedly agreed. Yes, teacher. Then, Li Haotian came to the house and meditated on his knees inside, recovering his spiritual energy in the process. Marshal Li thought for a moment, and with a flip of his hand, a huge brush the thickness of a baby's arm appeared. He then tossed the quill lightly. The brush even floated up on its own and landed on top of the house, spilling out a layer of light shield downwards, protecting Li Haotian within. Because of that assassination incident once, even if Li Haotian was in his own residence at this time, Marshal Li didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless anymore. After doing so, he nodded slightly in reassurance and quickly left. After more than 10 minutes, Jiangjun arranged everything and returned again, and beside him, there was a man and a woman. The male wore a sword robe imitating an ancient style, had a perfect inverted triangle body, and although the muscles on his body were not particularly strong, the lines were extremely powerful and explosive. The features were straight, the sword eyebrows were high, and the whole person carried a stern flavor. This person was none other than the vice president of the Dragon Group and also the president of Qing Hua Academy. Wang Qingfeng. The female was tall, with clear features and a noble temperament, just like an iceberg snow lotus. At first glance, I'm afraid that no one would have imagined that such a gentle woman would be the vice president of Qing Hua Academy, as well as the vice president of the Nuclear Flat Elite Guild. With the identities of these two, in the Eastern Dragon Empire, they were definitely top-notch big shots. Wang Qingfeng followed Zhang Jin toward the teacher's residence while asking curiously, "Junior brother, what exactly is the reason for the teacher's sudden call for us to come here today?" Ling Xuehan also looked curiously at Zhang Jin. In the past few years, Marshal Li had retreated to the background, and unless there was some particularly important event, otherwise, he would rarely appear in the public eye anymore. Regardless of whether it was the Qing Hua Academy, the Dragon Group and the Nuclear Flat Elite, they were all left to Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan to handle. Therefore, both of them were a bit surprised to receive a sudden summons from their teacher. Faced with the questions of his eldest brother and second senior sister, Zhang Jin smiled mysteriously. "Eldest brother, from today onwards, you're going to have to change your tone and call me third senior brother instead of junior senior brother." Wang Qingfeng immediately froze and exchanged a glance with Ling Xuehan and said in surprise, "You mean, teacher, he's accepting personal disciples again?" Zhang Jin laughed and nodded. Ling Xuehan's clear face was filled with curiosity. "Third senior brother, the last time teacher took you on as a disciple was more than 10 years ago, right? So how could he suddenly take on another personal disciple?" Thinking of Li Haotian's explosive performance earlier, Zhang Jin looked emotional. "You'll know when you see junior brother later." Wang Qingfeng's eyebrows moved slightly. "Oh, in that case, that new personal disciple that teacher has taken in is now in teacher's small courtyard?" Zhang Jin nodded. "That's right." Ling Xuehan asked, "What is the occupation of this young master of ours that even a teacher can't help but open his door to take in a disciple again?" Wang Qingfeng guessed, "It must be some powerful and rare illusion god profession. Could it be apostle of light? Or a night demon?" Zhang Jin shook his head with a strange expression on his face. "Junior brother is a mechanic." "Huh? What? A mechanic?" Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan glanced at each other in surprise. After hesitating for half a day, Wang Qingfeng tried, "Could it be that teacher wants to restart the mechanical god of war program again?" Ling Xuehan frowned slightly. "Molded mechanics are certainly strong. Before we poured countless resources into cultivating that level 76 mechanic, we were even able to crush several countries, including the Free Federation, in the international war replica." But, Wang Qingfeng also had a slightly sullen expression. "But the resources consumed in trying to create such an undercard is just too great. In the event of an accident like the last time, the loss is really a bit unaffordable for our Qing Hua Academy and the Eastern Dragon Empire." Zhang Jin smiled with seemingly deep meaning. "Eldest brother, second sister, don't worry, junior brother's mechanic isn't quite the same as an ordinary mechanic. His talent is so strong that even his teacher is ashamed of himself." "Even the teacher is ashamed of himself?" Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan were startled at the same time, their faces filled with doubt. A teacher's profession is recognized as the #1 creator in the world. How can a mere mechanic be ashamed of himself even as a teacher? Chapter 35 Eldest Brother and Second Sister. While talking, the three of them had already arrived at the small courtyard where Marshal Li lived. However, as soon as they entered the small courtyard, the three of them were stunned at the same time. Ling Xuehan muttered, "Mountain River Pen? Teacher actually holds this junior brother in such high regard that he even left behind the Mountain River Pen to protect him before he left?" The Mountain River Pen, the #1 ranking existence on the weapon list, was also Marshal Li's exclusive weapon. The fame is so great that no one knows about it. Wang Qingfeng's face was sullen. "Third senior brother, what exactly is the origin of this junior brother of ours?" Zhang Qin sighed as he moved his eyes away from the Mountain River Pen and spoke. "He's a freshman who just transferred this year. I found him when I went to 4 Elephant City to conduct the selection test." "A new student? So, he's only just transferred a few days ago?" Wang Qingfeng was stunned. "A freshman who just transferred a few days ago. And the teacher is so solemn." Ling Xuehan was still about to ask something when suddenly, Marshal Li's secretly excited voice came from behind. "Qingfeng, Xuehan, you guys are here. Come on, let's go in first." The three of them hurriedly bowed and saluted Marshal Li, and Ling Xuehan asked suspiciously, "Teacher, you just went to?" Marshal Li waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "I'll go and issue a notice that in half an hour, the 100 Gongs Council will be convened." Hundreds and hundreds of public meetings? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan's bodies shook as an incredulous look appeared in their eyes. Even Zhang Jin, who was prepared in his heart, was a bit stunned. The 100 Guilds Council was the highest meeting that all guilds in the Eastern Dragon Empire had to attend. Normally, only major events involving the national destiny of the Eastern Dragon Empire would be convened. The last time it was convened was 10 years ago, when the Free Federation was targeting the East Dragon Empire in the major replicas, and Marshal Li was outraged to bring a resolution to declare war on the Free Federation. and a copy of the mega international war that followed that parliament, referred to as World War II. The mechanic secretly trained by the East Dragon Empire was so powerful in the copy that it almost wiped out all the participants from the Free Federation and its allies, sending shockwaves throughout the world. At the same time, it also made the East Dragon Empire the leader among the world's first-tier powers, and other countries no longer dared to easily provoke it. It was only regrettable that not long after that, the mechanic that the Eastern Dragon Empire had secretly cultivated was inexplicably assassinated and killed, and the countless resources Marshal had poured into him were instantly wasted. And this has led to the Free Federation coming back strong internationally in recent years, suppressing the Eastern Dragon Empire in various ways. Marshal Li's prestige, as a result, suffered a considerable blow. But after 10 years, because of Li Haotian's appearance, the teacher seems to be ready to make a move again. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan were stunned and subconsciously turned their gazes to Li Haotian in the room. It was obvious that the teacher had called a meeting of the 100 males, and it must have been because of their youngest senior, this mechanic who had just been transferred. Marshal Li reached out and with a wave, the mountain and river pen floating in midair fell back into his grasp and disappeared. Haotian, come over here and meet your eldest senior brother and second senior sister, Marshal Li said gently. Li Haotian opened his eyes and immediately got up and walked this way. He glanced at Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan and hurriedly greeted. Li Haotian, meet eldest brother and second sister. The two nodded subconsciously, as if they hadn't recovered from that news earlier. Marshal Li smiled faintly and said directly to Li Haotian, Haotian, use your skills, let your eldest brother and second elder sister see. Oh yeah, that display you just made should not have consumed much. You shouldn't be able to recover much spiritual energy in such a small amount of time, so summon as much as you can. Li Haotian promised. Okay, teacher. Then, after thinking about it, he mentally used the skill, Glockenspiel. Bang! A matte silver pistol immediately appeared in front of Li Haotian. A Glockenspiel? What's so special about this pistol? How come I don't see? Wang Qingfeng took a few glances and did not find anything special about this pistol in the slightest. His brows furrowed, but before he finished his words, bang 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 bang, silver light flashed in front of Li Haotian one after another, and a Glockenspiel madly flashed out and kept emerging from the void. In just a blink of an eye, Li Haotian's front was filled with hundreds of Glockenspiels. From just now until now, Li Haotian had only recovered more than 100 points of spiritual energy value, and the Glot pistol had the lowest spirit value consumption, only 1 point, so he simply summoned the Glot pistol altogether. As for the reasoning, mechanics, it's the sheer number of superweapons that makes them look impressive. The originally empty small courtyard suddenly seemed a bit crowded. Although Marshal Li had already seen the spectacular scene of Li Haotian summoning 600 Gatling rotary machine guns at the same time just now, seeing hundreds of Glockenspiel pistols appearing at the same time once again, his eyes were still glowing, and he couldn't stop the excitement in his heart. Then, he said in a deep voice, Haotian, fire into the sky. Yes, sensei. Li Haotian immediately commanded these hundreds of Glockenspiels to aim at the sky and fire wildly. Bang, 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 bang. Intense gunfire rang out instantly. 5 seconds passed and the shots remained. 10 seconds passed without the sound stopping. A full half-minute had passed, and the fire still hadn't abated in the slightest. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan had been a bit surprised that this young master had only been transferred for a few days and had actually accumulated hundreds of Glockenspiels. Could it be that he was the son of some big family? But after 10 seconds had passed, they all looked dumbfounded. Glockenspiel with 15 rounds of ammunition is standard. But just now, half a minute had passed, and I'm afraid that more than 50 rounds had already been fired. So why hadn't the firepower been poured out? Did there not be a limit to the bullets in his gun? But how is this possible? What the hell is going on here? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan seemed to understand a little bit why their teacher had accepted Li Haotian as a close disciple. However, they were completely unable to figure out how exactly Li Haotian did all this. Marshal Li took the changing expressions of the two disciples in his eyes, knowing that they had already sensed where Li Haotian's ability lay, and smiled as he said to Li Haotian, Haotian, that's enough, put it away. Li Haotian gently nodded his head, and with a thought, all the Glockenspiels instantly disappeared into thin air. With a wave of Marshal Li's hand, a wall of air instantly rose from the surroundings, enveloping the entire small courtyard. Then, with a gentle grip, the originally transparent wall of air instantly distorted, isolating it from the outside world's sight. Only then did he say to Li Haotian, Haotian, share your attribute panel and show it to your eldest brother and second elder sister. Li Haotian did as he was told. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan immediately focused their eyes over. Level 25? Didn't he just transfer a few days ago? How did he become level 25? Wang Qingfeng was astonished. However, when Li Haotian opened the talent panel, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Shuihan's eyes instantly widened as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 36, Mechanical God of War Program. Restarted. They could see clearly that Li Haotian's skill was actually not an ordinary mechanic's manufacturing drawings, but directly a superpower weapon. No wonder Li Haotian had just gotten so many glockenspiels in one go, because his skill only counted as consumption and had no cooldown at all. If Li Haotian's spiritual energy value was enough, not to mention 100, even 1,000 would not be a problem. Also, what the hell is that mechanic's exclusive talent column on his right? Unlimited ammo? God's perspective? Mechanics still have this stuff? With these two talents, not to mention the illusory god profession, even if a true god came, he would have to kneel. And what's even more outrageous is that you can continue to unlock talents every 10 levels. The first two talents are so perverse, I'm afraid the later ones won't be any worse, right? Hiss. This is not a mechanic. This is clearly a battlefield Terminator. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Shuihan glanced at each other, both seeing the excitement and gravity in the other's eyes. No wonder the teacher wanted to accept him as a personal disciple and held him in such high regard. Qing Hua Academy. Pick up the treasure. Marshal Li forced himself to control his emotions and said in a deep voice, Qingfeng, Shuihan, do you have any questions now? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Shuihan's faces were extremely serious as they shook their heads earnestly. Marshal Li nodded and said, Haotian is only level 25 now, and the power of the unlocked superpower weapons is limited. But even so, as long as he changes his equipment and piles up his spiritual energy value, with the number of superpowered weapons he can summon, there's no professional below level 50 who can carry it off. And once he raises his level to above level 50, he can collect epic equipment through killing copies in large groups, and the attack power he can explode can even kill all illusory god professions below level 80 in seconds. If it's coupled with a high-grade spirit return potion, hey! Wang Qingfeng's gaze instantly became fiery. If that's the case, he alone can even crush an entire legion from another country. Marshal Li said heavily, not bad. And this time, we don't even need to put any more resources into building the superpower weapon. The only thing we need to do is to protect him and then let him grow up as soon as possible. Marshal Li stared at Li Haotian with burning eyes. When Li Haotian's level rises above level 80, it will be the moment when our Eastern Dragon Empire will crush the world. Ling Shuihan hesitantly glanced at her teacher. Teacher, then the international copy in a month. Should we? Marshal Li shook his head decisively. No, compared to Hao Tian's safety, the international copy in a month's time is no longer important. Although Hao Tian's attack power is strong, it's still not enough in terms of defense. If he's exposed this early, the Free Federation and the Sakura Kingdom will surely send someone to assassinate Li Haotian. I'll never allow this to happen again. Hearing this, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Shuihan subconsciously nodded their heads. Indeed, compared to Li Haotian's safety, temporary benefits were not important at all. As long as Li Haotian could rise to level 80 and become a senior professional, with the powerful equipment bonus, he would have enough power to defend himself, combined with his countless superpowered weapons. By then, even if there were really assassins who wanted to hit him, it wouldn't be that easy. What's more, Li Haotian's special talent would unlock one more every 10 levels. With more talents to add, Li Haotian would also become more powerful. Speaking of this, Li Haotian was also somewhat helpless. If it was a head-on confrontation, the current him wasn't really afraid of anyone. However, he would have to be careful if he encountered those illusory god professions that took the obscene path of deliberate sneak attacks. Alas, I also don't know if the talents in the back have any for me to add defense or increase my survival rate. Li Haotian couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Ling Shuihan's clear eyes were also filled with a fiery luster. When Haotian levels up, he'll be able to summon transformers and aircraft carriers, war fortresses, intercontinental missiles, and sky cities. All of these large-scale war weapons. At that time, if we enter a large group book, a kill copy, or a copy of an international war, we only need him alone to command the superpowered army, and then control the whole situation through the god's perspective. Even without any other special talents, we can still be invincible. Wang Qingfeng nodded heavily, inexplicably excited. Not bad. Haotian's god's perspective can expand by constantly killing monsters, and I'm afraid that by the time he's level 80, he'll have killed dozens or millions of monsters. At that time, his god's perspective could even cover hundreds or even thousands of kilometers in a radius. My god, at this distance, he can even monitor the entirety of Sakura country from our East Dragon Empire. It's even more exaggerated than satellites. Jiang Jin also had an exhilarated look on his face. Mechanic is originally a super long-range attack profession. In this way, Haotian can completely control all the enemy's movements and realize super long-range precision strikes. Hey, it's really exciting to think about it. A cold light flashed in Ling Shuihan's eyes, and a murderous aura overflowed on her face. When the time comes, If those Japanese in the Sakura country dare to make any more small moves, we'll just let Haotian summon thousands of intercontinental missiles, bombard and level the Fuxing mountain, and directly blow up and sink that small, broken island of theirs. Imagining the scene of densely packed intercontinental missiles cutting across the sky and falling towards the islands of Sakura Nation, Jiang Jin couldn't help but have a chill rise up behind him. Giving Ling Xuehan a thumbs up, he said in awe, "Second senior sister deserves to be the person in charge of our nucleus leveling elite." Sure enough, nucleus leveling. Wang Qingfeng turned his head to look at Li Haotian, his face odd to the extreme. It is said that the mechanical performance is 1 against 100, 1 against 1,000. But this kid is 1 against the country. This is to go against the rhythm of the sky. Marshal Li's eyes were shining brightly as he waved his hand to interrupt the fantasies of a few of his personal disciples and said in a deep voice, "Alright, since you all understand the reasoning, then next, we're going to start to make a force in the dark. I now announce that the Mechanical God of War program is relaunched, and all strategic planning after that will all be arranged and coordinated around Haotian. But before Haotian possesses enough power to defend himself, this matter must be carried out in secret and absolutely not allowed to leak out. Anyone who dares to harm Haotian will be killed without pardon." Wang Qingfeng and the three of them looked solemn and responded loudly, "Yes, Marshal." Marshal Li nodded slightly and turned his head. "Shui Han, you're a void walker, able to travel through space. From today onwards, you'll be in charge of taking Yuhao to the wilderness to brush up on monsters, so that he can rise to level 31st. After level 30, Yuhao will be able to enter the Endless Altar, and with his special talent combined with the mechanic's attack power, he'll be able to single-handedly brush through the experience much faster. I believe it won't take long for Haotian to level up to 50. After level 50 there are large group books and world bosses. By then give Haotian a full set of epic equipment. He this mechanical god of war, even if it is basically formed." "Okay, teacher." Ling Xuehan agreed excitedly. Marshal Li smiled coldly and said to Jiangjin, "Jun, you stay and look after Haotian. Xingfeng, Xuehan, let's go. Convene the 100 Gongs Assembly." Chapter 37, Prohibition of the State. "Yes, teacher." Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan excitedly agreed. Within a short time, the three arrived at the Nuclear Flat Elite Conference Room. Wang Qingfeng opened the projection and sat in his seat. As the distorted light began to change, the scene in front of the three began to ripple like water. Marshal Li's face was calm as he watched the scene in front of him begin to change, waiting for the water ripples to subside. The trio was no longer in the conference room of the Nuclear Flat Elite, but in an even larger conference room. In the center of the conference room was a huge long table, with the left and right rows filled with people. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan were seated in the two frontmost seats on Marshal Li's right side, and at the top of Marshal Li's left side, there was a serious-looking, well-dressed old man. He was the president of the Glory of the Dead Guild, Zhou Tianshou. At the same time, he was also the president of the East Dragon Empire Clan Elders Council. Below Zhou Tianshou was the vice president of the Dead Glory Guild, Yun Jinhai. Further below, there were the heads of the major guilds of the Eastern Dragon Empire. "Hey, do you guys know why the 100 Gongs Council is being held today?" "I'm not sure. I also received the notice on the spur of the moment. I heard that Marshal Li initiated it." "Strange. There doesn't seem to be anything major going on lately. Does there? Could it be because of the copy of the International War in a month's time?" "I don't think so. In recent years, Marshal Li has been secluded behind the scenes. Even if it's a copy of the International War, it's also by Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan." The presidents of the major guilds were still talking about it when suddenly, Marshal Li's figure appeared in the conference room. Everyone looked aghast, hastily silencing themselves and sitting upright. Marshal Li looked around the crowd, pausing briefly at Zhou Tianshou and Yun Jinhai at the head of the left, and rose first, respectfully turning to look at the large screen. The originally pitch-black large screen flickered slightly, and a middle-aged man wearing a gorgeous black and gold robe appeared. Marshal Li bowed slightly to the middle-aged man and spoke, "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty." Everyone spoke at the same time, bowing to the middle-aged man in the screen. The middle-aged man wore a purple and gold crown on his head and had a faint smile on his face. There's no need for the presidents to be courteous. Since everyone has arrived, Marshal Li, then please preside over the meeting. "Yes, Your Majesty." Marshal Li nodded. Since the emergence of various monsters and professionals, the military power of all countries has been drastically weakened, and professionals have gradually become the only measure of whether a country is powerful or not. Although the imperial system of the Eastern Dragon Empire had continued, the emperor's authority had been significantly weakened, and was usually mainly responsible for administration, and more often than not, it only represented a status of honor. As for the force, it was all in the hands of the major guilds, with the three major guilds of the East Dragon Empire naturally leading the way. Marshal Li stood up and looked around the crowd. His eyes slightly condensed and his voice became solemn. I heard Qing Hua say that in the previous few killing copies, our Eastern Dragon Empire was continuously ambushed by countries such as the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Free Federation. And our losses were not small? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianqiu, the president of the Dead Glory Guild on Marshal Li's left, frowned slightly. The vice president below him, Yuan Ting, also had a flash in his eyes. The faces of the other various guild presidents also became odd, quietly exchanging glances from below with puzzled looks in their eyes. Just this? Marshal Li hadn't asked about the affairs of the major guilds for many years, and now he suddenly called for a meeting of the 100 guilds just for such a trivial matter? Ever since Marshal Li led the rise of the Donglong Empire back then, the Donglong Empire had been secretly targeted internationally by various countries led by the Free Federation. And wasn't it normal to be ambushed by a coalition of these countries? Not to mention killing copies, even Abyssal copies, camp confrontation copies, and large group books. As long as the people from those few countries come together, which time has the East Dragon Empire not been ambushed or targeted by the other side? And this is worth convening the 100 Gons Council? But Marshal Li was, after all, the #1 person in the Eastern Dragon Empire, even if his prestige was damaged due to that previous assassination. With the contributions he had made to the Eastern Dragon Empire, as long as he was still Marshal Li, the president of the Nuclear Flat Elite and the Dragon Group, his position would never be shaken. In the face of Marshal Li's inquiry, the guild presidents were puzzled but still could only respond respectfully. Indeed, especially the Free Federation and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. It can even be said to be blatant, and even the Kimchi Kingdom, in recent years, hasn't been as respectful to us as it used to be. In the last Abyssal copy, a few young professionals from our guild encountered Kamito Ichiro of the Sakura country and were also brutally murdered by the other party. Listening to the reply from below, Marshal Li's expression remained unchanged as he nodded slightly. According to the report given to me by Qing Hua, the reason why our East Dragon Empire's professionals are frequently ambushed in the major copies is that there is a great possibility that the other party's spies have acquired our plan of action ahead of time before the copies opened. How is your spy search going now? The heads of the major guilds looked at each other and shook their heads in some uncertainty. Spies are something that exists quite a bit in every country. The East Dragon Empire is a large landmass and adopts an open state policy. With complex personnel, how can it be so easy to uncover those spies? Zhou Tianqiu, the president of the Undead Glory Guild, furrowed his brows and spoke slowly. President Li, spy searches have always been a long and complicated endeavor. All the presidents are already doing it, but within a short period of time, it's very difficult to achieve any noticeable results. And this point should be clear to you as well. Zhou Tianqiu was not only the president of the Pride of the Dead, but also the president of the Clan Elders Council. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, his status was equivalent to that of a country's prime minister, and he could be said to be on par with Marshal Li in terms of status. Therefore, he was the only one who could be addressed as the president instead of Marshal Li. Marshal Li glanced at him lightly and looked at the crowd, his eyes instantly becoming stern. In recent years, the backward professionals of our Eastern Dragon Empire were already weak. And if we are killed by the Free Federation a few more times by them, won't there be even more successors? Since you can't find the spies they sprinkled in, you might as well stop looking. In my capacity as the Marshal of the Eastern Dragon Empire, I propose that starting today, the Eastern Dragon Empire implements a ban on nations, blocking the entry of foreign professionals throughout the entire territory, as well as shutting down the international teleportation arrays. As for the foreign professionals who are still lingering in the territory of the Eastern Dragon Empire, you are restricted to expelling all of them within 1 day. When these words came out, the entire conference room was first quiet, and then clamor rose in all directions, except for Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan who had prepared for this, and their faces remained unchanged. All the other guild presidents all revealed shocked expressions. Even His Majesty the Emperor, who was listening to the meeting, looked at Marshal Li in surprise. Prohibition? That's a big move. Once this order was issued, the East Dragon Empire was equivalent to a closed country. And with the East Dragon Empire's international status nowadays, it would definitely have to set off an uproar, triggering discussions and speculations from countries all over the world. Chapter 38, Has anything big happened lately? Zhou Tianqiu and Yuan Ting, the head and vice president of the Glory of the Dead, glanced at each other in shock, but could only see doubt and confusion in each other's gazes. As one of the 3 major guilds in the Eastern Dragon Empire, this news was too sudden for them. Prior to this, the Dragon Group and the Nuclear Flat Elite Guild hadn't let out any wind at all. Not even a hint of an omen. What's with this sudden ban on the country? Is it really just because the copy was targeted a couple times by other countries? No way. There must be a hidden agenda they don't know about. Zhou Tianqiu pondered briefly and said in a deep voice, President Li, the ban on countries is not a trivial matter. If the ban is suddenly implemented, it will greatly affect our exchange of information with the international community. What's more, if we shut down our country just because we were targeted a few times by the Free Federation and other countries in the replica, it would also look like we, the Eastern Dragon Empire, are too timid. Marshal Li said indifferently. In a month's time it'll be the international war replica, and since we can't distinguish and purge the enemies that have burrowed in, we'll kick them all out. The ninjas of the Sakura country can even find out when my specially trained mechanical god of war goes to the bathroom and succeed in assassinating him with ease. So who knows how many other people from the other side are still hiding within us. If they pry away any more of our strategic layouts for our copy of the international war in a month's time, which one of you can afford to do that? Zhou Tianqiu seemed to want to say something else, but Marshal Li didn't even give him the chance and directly waved his hand. Wang Qingfeng, you lead the dragon team to be mainly responsible for the security of the national borders, with the nucleus-leveling elites and undead glory assisting from the sidelines. Yes, sir. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan immediately agreed. Marshal Li turned his head to look at Zhou Tianqiu and Yun Jinhai. Undead Glory Vice President Yun Jinhai and Zhou Tianqiu exchanged a look and had to speak out with stoic faces. Yes, sir. Yun Jinhai, like Wang Qingfeng and the others, was only the vice president, but most of the time, the affairs of the Undead Glory Guild were also managed by him. As the speaker of the Clan Elders Council, Zhou Tianqiu was usually only involved in major matters, such as today's 100 Public Council. Marshal Li nodded slightly and looked at the union presidents below. As for the other guilds, you cooperate with the 3 major guilds to purge the interior and expel all foreign professionals. Saying this, he gave a slight beat, his eyes released a murderous aura, and said in a deep voice, "One day later, once anyone is found who dares to harbor a foreign professional, they will be punished for treason and killed without pardon." Upon hearing this murderous declaration, the crowd's entire body immediately shook and their gazes were aghast. It was clear that Marshal Li was getting real this time. Yes, sir. Roger that. At your service, sir. Marshal Li nodded with satisfaction, his voice solemn. This meeting ends here. Adjourn. After saying that, he took the lead and turned his head to bow slightly to His Majesty the Emperor, his figure slowly fading away as he exited this online meeting. Seeing Marshal Li leave, the crowd also retired one after another. In the conference room of Beta Academy, the serious-faced and well-dressed Zhou Tianqiu exited the projection, a thoughtful emotion in his eyes. Beside him, Vice President Yun Jinhai had a puzzled look on his face, similarly pondering over what had just happened. Suddenly, Zhou Tianqiu looked at Yun Jinhai and asked in a deep voice, "Recently, has anything unusual happened within the empire?" Yun Jinhai pondered briefly and shook his head in confusion. "No, everything is normal within the empire. Nothing special has happened." Ah, the light in Zhou Tianqiu's eyes flickered. "What about the Qing Hua Academy side?" Yun Jinhai frowned. "There doesn't seem to be anything other than new student enrollment lately, right? Strange. I don't seem to have found anything special either. But if there was nothing special, why would Husband Li suddenly make such a big move?" Zhou Tianqiu spoke in a sullen tone. Husband Li wouldn't put his finger in the air for no reason. The loss of a few copies of the district isn't worth him forcing a ban on the country. His eyes flashed and he said decisively, "Something's not right. Something must have happened recently that I don't know about. Jinhai, you immediately send people to investigate, whether it's domestic or foreign. Make sure to find out the real reason for Li Fuzi's closure." "Yes, President." Yun Jinhai agreed and immediately headed outside. A few moments later, he sent out all of the president's requests through the union's internal communication before he let out a slight sigh of relief. Right at this moment, the door to Yun Jinhai's office was once again pushed open, and a middle-aged woman with a stern face walked in, and it was clearly Yun Miao, who had gone to 4 Elephant City to be in charge of the selection of colleges and universities. Yun Miao looked at Yun Jinhai suspiciously. "Brother, I heard that Marshal Li suddenly convened the 100 Gongs Council. Did something happen?" Yun Jinhai glanced at his sister and shook his head. "Just now, during the meeting, Marshal Li enforced a ban on the country." Yun Miao's body was slightly shaken, and a look of shock appeared in her eyes. "Prohibition of the country? Have any major events happened in the country recently? How did you even get a ban on the country?" Yun Jinhai shook his head helplessly and repeated what Marshal Li had said in the meeting. Yun Miao frowned. "Targeted in the copy? Because of such a small loss, a ban on the country is imposed? It feels a bit off." Yun Jinhai nodded his head and said, "We were also wondering. In recent years, Marshal Li hasn't even bothered much about the international war copies. How could he suddenly come out to impose a ban on the country just because of the loss of personnel in just a few copies? Something particularly important must have happened recently to cause Marshal Li to suddenly convene a meeting of the 100 Dukes and make such a resolution." Yun Mao pondered doubtfully and muttered, "Marshal Li suddenly expelled all the foreign professionals. There should be something that needs to be kept secret and he doesn't want to be known by foreign countries. But lately, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly significant happening in the country. Does there? Yun Jinhai said strangely. The Dragon Group is mainly responsible for the Empire's security. I've just asked someone to inquire about it, and there doesn't seem to be anything special going on their side. Yun Miao, you have more dealings with Qing Hua Academy. On Qing Hua's side, have any major events happened recently? Big event? There doesn't seem to be any. The Qing Hua side is just the normal process. Except for the recent new student enrollment, there doesn't seem to be anything special. Speaking of this, a flash of light suddenly flashed in Yun Miao's eyes, and the figure of a young man appeared in his mind. Could, it's him? But immediately afterward, she shook her head in amusement and said in her mind, I'm so sensitive. It's just a mechanic who upgrades faster. How could it possibly be worth it for Master Li to use the Forbidden Country order? Back then, Qing Hua Academy raised its entire academy to smash out a level 76 mechanic. And in the end, he didn't just casually die. Unless Li Fuzi has dementia in his old age. Otherwise, how could he possibly repeat his mistake and impose a ban on the country for a mechanic who has just been converted? Chapter 39, Li Haotian's treatment. Throwing away that ridiculous thought in his mind, Yun Miao seriously said, I know, brother, I will pay more attention to the movements over at Qing Hua Academy recently. Yun Jinhai nodded slightly. Well, that's the only way it can be. Well, you go ahead and get busy. Okay, brother. After saying that, Yun Miao turned around and left. In Marshal Li's small courtyard, the 5 masters and disciples were gathered here. Marshal Li said to Wang Qingfeng, regarding the Prohibition of Nations order, you have to keep an eye on it throughout the entire process, and make sure that by this time tomorrow, all foreign professionals will be expelled, and no one will be allowed to stay in my Eastern Dragon territory. Especially all the borders must be guarded tightly. If any stowaways want to feel their way in, kill them directly. No need to be polite. Yes, teacher. Wang Qingfeng said seriously. Frost, if I suddenly issue a ban on the country today, those guys in the domestic land will definitely try to find a way to pry for information. In a short period of time, I believe they won't be able to think of Haotian's body, but once the time stretches out, there's no guarantee that it won't leak out. From today onwards, Yuanjin's top priority is to bring Haotian to upgrade quickly, and try to get him to level 50 as early as possible. As long as he can help him accumulate experience, all of the resources of the Dragon Group and the Nucleus Leveling Elite can be taken at will by Haotian without any conditions. After level 50, let Haotian equip a full set of epics, plus advanced awakening, and his self-protection ability will get a huge boost relatively speaking. At that time, we'll decide what we should do next based on the special talent Haotian unlocked. Ling Hanchuan's cool face was filled with seriousness as she nodded her head and said, Yes, teacher. Finally, Marshal Li looked at Jiangjun. Jun, the less people know about Haotian's existence, the better. From today onwards, you will be the one to teach Haotian alone. Haotian's profession is a mechanic, and among the illusory god professions, mechanic is originally a special profession. He doesn't need to learn and hone his battle skills. You only need to teach him the theoretical knowledge about professionals. I know, teacher. Jiangjun similarly agreed. Teaching for professionals has also seen major changes since professionals began to emerge. Because of the large differences between the various occupations, group teaching in large classes, as in the past, is no longer appropriate. Therefore, all colleges and universities nowadays have adopted the vintage master-apprentice model for teaching budding professionals, like Qing Hua and Beta, 2 of the top colleges in the country. All of the teachers in them were at least level 50 or above, professionals who had completed their advancement awakening. After the enrollment of newly promoted professionals was completed every year, the academy would assign the new students to various different teachers according to their professions, who would be responsible for the teaching and training of the newly promoted professionals. Just like Wang Qingfeng, Ling Hansuan and Jiangjun, their teacher was Marshal Li. As for Li Haotian, this mode of teaching was just right for him to hide himself. After all, the mentor-apprentice model of teaching would have been much more privacy-oriented than the large classroom model that was once the norm. Li Haotian also didn't need to show his face all day to deal with other professionals, increasing the risk of his exposure. Marshal Li nodded slightly and said seriously, regarding Haotian's skills and talent, the less people know about it, the better. You are all my disciples, and I can't fully trust anyone other than you. This is about the future of the Donglong Empire. Be cautious. The moment we train him up, our Eastern Dragon Empire will surely take off once again. Yes, Wang Qingfeng's trio agreed loudly in an energized manner. After seeing Li Haotian's ability, they didn't need Marshal Li to emphasize it. They also knew clearly how important Li Haotian really was. He alone is the full equivalent of a national strategic weapon. Marshal Li smiled and said to Jiangjun, Jun, you can take Haotian back to rest first. Frost still has to cooperate with Qingfeng in enforcing the ban on the country, and we'll start taking him to brush up his experience and upgrade after all the foreign professionals are expelled tomorrow. Okay, teacher. With that said, Marshal Li's 4 major disciples went their separate ways and began to get busy. Under Jiangjun's leadership, Li Haotian traveled all the way to the back of the mountain. Within a short time, he came to a secluded place with beautiful mountains and water. Jiangjun brought Li Haotian to stop in front of a small 3-story building and smiled. Haotian, from today onwards, you'll live here. While saying that, Jiangjun raised his hand and pointed to the side. The one next to me is my residence, and the 2 buildings over there belong to eldest brother and second eldest sister respectively. So in the future, if you need help with anything, you can come over to us directly. This area is surrounded by a protective spell formation set up by second senior sister, so there shouldn't be any problems in terms of safety. In addition, the teleportation spell formation over there can directly teleport to our Qing Hua Academy's teleportation hall, making it easy for us to enter and exit. Li Haotian looked along with Jiangjun's introduction with a surprised face. These small buildings are all individual villas with a small yard of at least 200 square feet in front of the villa. The small courtyard is exquisitely decorated with rockeries and running water, pavilions and small pavilions, and the environment is excellent. Compared to where he once lived, this courtyard alone was as big as 3 times the size of his former residence. Li Haotian was a bit dazed. Worthy of being Qing Hua Academy, this accommodation is too good. Jiangjun lost his smile and said, that's because your accommodations are good. Even for me, I only moved here after breaking through level 60. Li Haotian still wanted to say something, but suddenly, a clear voice came from the side. Ha, Haotian, you guys are back. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a tall figure ran out with a leap of faith. Yo-yo? Li Haotian turned his head to look, somewhat surprised. Didn't you go help the other freshmen with their enrollment? Jiang Wu Yu smiled cheekily. It's quick to do the enrollment procedures. I'll bring them through and come back. Hey, someone just came over here to clean the house and I guessed it was you who was going to stay over. And it was. Li Haotian also smiled. That's quite good. We'll be neighbors from now on. Jiang Wu Yu blinked her bright big eyes and smiled. Yeah, we'll be neighbors from now on. My new neighbor. Aren't you going to invite me to visit your new home? Li Haotian lost his smile and said, let's go then. I also want to see what this new home of mine looks like. Saying that, Jiang Wu Yu naturally pulled on Li Haotian and ran inside in a hurry. Looking at the lively young couple, Jiangjun had what appeared to be a deep smile on his face, but did not stop them. Last year, his wife was killed in a copy of the International War, and Yo-Yo Jiangwu, though outwardly unaffected, still smiles every day. However, as a father, Jiangjun knew very well that the optimism shown by his daughter was in fact largely feigned, with the purpose of not wanting him to worry. But just now, he could clearly feel the joy and delight that his daughter was emanating from the bottom of her heart. This junior brother of his was like a light that suddenly appeared, shining into the Eastern Dragon Empire while also quietly shining into Jiang Wu Yu's heart. Thinking of this, Jiangjun was slightly stunned, his face becoming somewhat odd. Li Haotian was his youngest senior. Wouldn't that be a generation away from Jiang Wu Yu? But then, he shook his head, casting the odd thought aside, and lifted his feet to walk inside. Forget it, why think so much? It's not an ancient feudal society. To each his own. Chapter 40 Speculations of the Free Federation. The following day, the Eastern Dragon Empire was like a sleeping lion that suddenly woke up. The Dragon Group's Imperial Guards were all out in force, camping and setting up defenses in the various border areas that were the easiest to enter and exit from the Eastern Dragon Empire, strictly forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. As for the other major guilds, under the lead command of the nucleus leveling elites and the glory of the dead, they began to purge all foreign professionals in the empire on all fronts, deporting them all. At the same time, the imperial family of the Eastern Dragon Empire sent out a letter of announcement to all the countries in the world. Effective immediately, the entire territory of the East Dragon Empire is blockaded, and anyone who trespasses on the border is considered a provocation to the East Dragon Empire and will suffer the consequences. This official letter immediately created an international uproar. The countries of the world began to speculate on what the deeper meaning of this move by the Eastern Dragon Empire was, associated with the copy of the International War in a month's time. Everyone had a suspicion. Was the Eastern Dragon Empire holding back some big move? Free Federation. National Conference Room. Unlike the 3 major guilds in the East Dragon Empire, the Free Federation had integrated all the large and small guilds in the country to form one of the strongest guilds. The Source God. The Gensokyo Guild is both the supreme force organization of the Free Federation, as well as responsible for managing the nation's administration, equivalent to a national parliament, the chapters of which are scattered across the country. each one administering a state. In case of any major event, all chapter leaders must respond to the General Assembly's call to contribute to the nation. Like right now, the General President of the Source God Guild, Parker Williams, had a solemn expression on his face as he swept his majestic gaze over everyone at the bottom of the table. I'm sure everyone already knows about the East Dragon Empire's imposition of a ban on countries, and up until now, everyone from other countries, except for their own country's professionals, has already been forcibly expelled from the country. Let's talk about it, people. And in response to that, have your people poked around and found out anything? All the chapter presidents looked at each other in dismay, and low murmurs resounded in the conference room. However, a moment later, it was evident from the bewildered looks on their faces that none of them knew why the Eastern Dragon Empire had suddenly imposed a ban on the country. James Gordon, president of the Gotham chapter, spoke hesitantly. President, could it be because of the copy of the International War in a month's time that the East Dragon Empire has some secret plans? Upon hearing James' statement, the other chapter presidents nodded their heads slightly. Clearly they all had such a suspicion, because as of this current stage, aside from the copy of the International War in a month's time, there didn't seem to be anything else worthwhile for the Eastern Dragon Empire to execute the order of sealing the country. Moreover, according to the people, they were expelled from the East Dragon Empire. Recently, nothing special seemed to have happened within the East Dragon Empire, and everything was normal. Parker Williams' face was stoic, a light flickering in his eyes. After a moment, he slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No, it doesn't look like a copy of an international war. The Livies are not fools, and if they really have some secret arrangement against the international war copies, they should be even less likely to act with such fanfare. By imposing a ban on nations at a time like this, isn't it blatantly telling everyone that we're preparing a secret weapon in response to a copy of the international war that's coming up in a month's time? This doesn't make sense." Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu chapter, frowned. But if it's not a copy of the international war, what else is worth the East Dragon Empire imposing a sealing order? Could it be that some powerful world boss has appeared in the Eastern Dragon Empire and they don't want people from other countries to participate? Or maybe they've gotten their hands on some particularly powerful legendary ranked epic, the kind with really unbelievable effects, and want to keep it a secret? Could it be that Lafuzi has suddenly gone karma? They are afraid of being known by us to start a war? Laughing to death. Can you have some brains? Lifuzi is a level 88 master builder, the first level list of the super cowman. Then the general manager is still strong. Well, he KA a hairline. You KA, he will not KA, okay? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Whose ING side are you on? Are you trying to? Asterisk 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 you in the fight. I'm telling you to learn to use your brain in everything. Don't just know how to use your little head. Noisy murmurs rang out from the venue, and all sorts of messy speculations rose and fell. Parker Williams looked helplessly at the conference room, which had suddenly become chaotic, and yelled with a headache, "Be quiet, all of you." Like what? Seeing the general president's anger, all sorts of arguments and discussions finally slowed down. Parker Williams swept the crowd around with a sullen face, thought for a moment, and finally settled his gaze on James Gordon. "James, you notify the Sakura Kingdom and ask them to find a way to infiltrate into the Eastern Dragon territory. Make sure to find out the real reason why they are imposing the lockdown order. I always feel as if that old wolf, Li Fuzi, is holding back something bad again." General President, why do we need those bonobos from the Sakura country to send people? Wouldn't it be more direct for us to send our own people? One of the presidents immediately asked. Parker Williams glanced at him. Stupid. The difference between the looks of our Free Federation people and the Eastern Dragons is so obvious. What's the point of infiltrating? That president stuttered. James nodded. I understand, President. Parker nodded slightly and waved his hand. Alright, that's it for now. Until we get definite news, closely monitor all movements in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Yes, President, everyone shouted. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild Headquarters. The Amaterasu Guild president, who was honored beyond measure in the hearts of all the people of Sakura Nation, Kenjin Kamito, was looking at the big screen with his head bowed. Kobe Kenrun, you already know about the East Dragon Empire's imposition of a ban on nations. In recent years, although the Eastern Dragon Empire has been suppressed by us, their overall strength is still not to be underestimated. Your Cherry Blossom Kingdom and the East Dragon Empire are neighboring each other. If the East Dragon Empire is really holding back some big move, with your grudge against the East Dragon, you'll be the first to suffer. President Parker has asked me to inform you that you must find a way to send someone to infiltrate the East Dragon Empire in the shortest possible time to find out the real reason why the East Dragon has imposed a ban on the country. Gato Kenrun's face showed a difficult expression. But in the face of James, he didn't dare to show any disrespect at all. After all, With such a small projectile like the Sakura country, if the Free Federation hadn't been behind them, they would have long been annexed by the East Dragon Empire, which was across the sea. But whenever the Golden Father asked for anything, they had no choice but to oblige. Hi, Kenjin Kamito bowed in response. Well, that's it, as soon as you guys can. James nodded in satisfaction and closed the videocom. As the large screen went black, the Amaterasu chairman Kobe Kenrun, who had been groveling just a moment ago, immediately straightened his back and replaced it with a proud and noble stance. He thought for a moment and said majestically, "Come on, man." "Hi, Chairman Sama." A subordinate ran in respectfully. "Inform Ichiro to come over. I have something to talk to him about." "Hi." Chapter 41. As long as you brush up on your experience, get high on Double Dan. The subordinate bowed and left backwards. A few moments later, a young and arrogant voice sounded outside the door. "Lord Father, you're looking for me?" With a proud smile on his face, Kenjin Kamito said majestically, "Ichiro, come in." The wooden door pushed open and a young man who looked to be in his mid-20s with half-length hair walked in. The youth's face was extremely beautiful, with a kind of feminine handsomeness, but the brashness in his gaze added a bit of viciousness to this femininity. Undoubtedly, he was the idol of all the young people in the Sakura country, and the pride of the Kobe family, Kobe Ichiro, who was known as the strongest person of the younger generation in the Sakura country. Gato Kenron looked at his son and slowly spoke. "You should know about the matter of the East Dragon Empire imposing a ban on the country, right?" Kamito Ichiro nodded, his head full of concern. "I see. Seal it as you wish. What's the big deal? East Dragon hasn't even had any decent young professionals in recent years. It's really getting out of shape. When I finish my advanced awakening at level 50, I'll directly crush them." Kenjin Kamito reprimanded in a stoic tone. "Baka, what did I usually teach you? In the face of the enemy, there must be no underestimation, or else you'll be in for a big loss one day." Ichiro Kamito stalled slightly, which caused the brashness on his face to tighten slightly as he stood at attention and said, "Hey." Gato Kenrun's face softened slightly as he said seriously, "The East Dragon Empire suddenly imposed a ban on the country. There must be some kind of ulterior secret in it. In a month's time there will be a copy of the International War, and I suspect that it's highly likely that their ban on countries this time around is in preparation for the copy of the International War that will follow. There's an old saying in East Dragon, which is called know thyself and know thy enemy and you'll never be dangerous in 100 battles. For the sake of stability, we need to figure out the real reason why East Dragon banned the country as early as possible and make early preparations." Kamito Ichiro was puzzled. "But father, the Eastern Dragon capital has imposed a ban on the country, so even our people can't get in. So how can we still find out the information?" Although the Sakura nation and the Eastern Dragons couldn't see much difference in looks, the constipated accents of the Sakura nation were easy to recognize once they opened their mouths. And more crucially, the difference between the Sakura nation's awakened professions and those of the Eastern Dragons was just too great. So even if they were able to infiltrate, they would only be able to pretend to be ordinary people. Otherwise, once you use a professional's ability, you will immediately be recognized. Kobe Kenrun smiled smugly. "It's indeed difficult to break through their transit blockade, but if we can't get in, we can make them come out of their own accord, and when we catch their people for forced questioning, we might be able to get something out of them." Kamito Ichiro's eyes lit up. "Father, what do you mean?" Knowing that his son had guessed what he was thinking, Kobe Kenron nodded heavily. "Not bad. Use this." On the following afternoon, the East Dragon Empire had completed its territory-wide blockade and had shut down all international teleportation spell formations. Prohibition of the state. Executed. In Li Haotian's residence. In the wide hall, Jianjun had just finished giving Li Haotian a lecture. Suddenly, there was a flash of light next to him, and a pitch-black crack suddenly ripped open out of thin air, stepping out of a tall and cool figure. It was clearly Ling Xuehan, who had just finished taking care of business. Second's senior sister. Li Haotian hurriedly greeted Ling Xuehan. A gentle smile appeared on Ling Xuehan's clear and cold face as she spoke. "Junior brother, the ban on nations has already begun. From now on, there will not be a single foreign professional in the entire Eastern Dragon Empire. At the same time, the major cities have also carried out temporary control. All professionals are not allowed to leave the city without authorization, so we can go to the wilderness to practice leveling without worry." Upon hearing this, Li Haotian was stunned. Even the city is under control? With such a big battle, the other occupiers won't have a problem with it, right? Ling Xuehan smiled faintly. "Opinions? With our three major guilds stepping in, who dares to have an opinion? None of their opinions matter compared to your safety. What's more, this temporary control won't last too long, so once you've leveled up to 30, you can enter the Endless Altar to brush up on your experience. At that time, with the Endless Altar in conjunction with field brushing, your upgrading speed will be further boosted, and when you reach level 50, you'll be able to open a large group book, and the temporary control can be cancelled. Jiangjun also smiled faintly. Not bad, Hao Tian. You have to realize that your importance now is not the same as an ordinary professional. Even if it's us, we're far inferior compared to you. As long as we can get you upgraded quickly, all the rest doesn't matter. Then thank you third senior brother and second senior sister, Li Haotian said seriously. Ling Xuehan shook her head with a smile. Let's go. Now that there's no one in the wilderness, we can safely and boldly brush the monsters and upgrade. With that, Ling Xuehan waved her veiled hand, and a pitch-black spatial crack reappeared. As soon as she pulled Li Haotian and Jiang Jun to her side, the silver-white spatial power instantly protected the two of them before taking a step into the spatial crack. As an illusory god profession void walker, Ling Xuehan's mastery and utilization of the power of space had reached the point of perfection. The main reason why Marshal Li chose to put her in charge of bringing Li Haotian to level up was that Ling Xuehan was able to travel through space at will and go anywhere to brush monsters and practice leveling. At the edge of the Undead Canyon, 200 miles away from Tianjing City, a silver light flashed, and the figures of Li Haotian and Ling Xuehan quietly appeared here. Li Haotian fixed his eyes downward, and his gaze suddenly remained, only to see that the empty valley below was filled with densely packed undead creatures, and at a glance, it was feared that there were thousands of them. Level 32 Skeleton Warrior, Level 33 Zombie, Level 35 Headless Horseman. Good lord, that's a lot of experience. With a faint excitement in her eyes, Ling Xuehan took out a blue elixir from her pocket and handed it to Li Haotian while speaking. Junior brother, eat it and we can get started. Looking at this blue pill, Li Haotian was instantly surprised. This is the Heavenly Spirit Pill? Ling Xuehan smiled and said, not bad. Teacher said that before you are level 50, whenever you brush your experience, all of them have to eat Heavenly Spirit Pills so that you can maximize the speed of leveling. The Heavenly Spirit Pill, also known as the Double Pill, was an elixir that could only be made by auxiliary profession alchemists. At the same time, it is a good thing that all professionals dream of when practicing. Its effect was simple. It was to double the experience value gained within half an hour after consuming the elixir. Applies to all copies and wiles up to level 50. Such a small elixir sold for 200,000 gold coins at the auction house. Not to mention ordinary people, even the average small to medium-sized family would not be willing to give it to their descendants. Only really big families or top guilds would occasionally use it at a particular time, such as when brushing high difficulty, high experience copies like the Abyssal copies, which is like Li Haotian who is so extravagant. As long as he brushes experience, he is high on double dan. Chapter 42 Kenjin Kobe's Plan. Li Haotian received the pill while lamenting and took it. As the elixir entered his throat, a 30-minute countdown appeared in front of Li Haotian's eyes, which represented the double experience time of the Heavenly Spirit elixir. Seeing Li Haotian take the double dan, Ling Xuehan no longer hesitated and reached out to grasp a hand in the void, then grabbed out a splendid staff that emitted a brilliant golden luster, like a diamond carving. At the same time, Ling Xuehan's body flickered with light, and a golden epic suit instantly surfaced, replacing the original civilian clothes. The golden light then converged, revealing the original bright silver color of the epic set. Epic set, Silver Moon Goddess. Li Haotian looked at his eyes. The Silver Moon Goddess set, but the top 5 of the East Dragon Empire equipment ranking of the best quality sets are. I really want to get to level 50 quickly. When I get to level 50, I'll be able to wear epic equipment as well. Li Haotian thought in his mind with a longing face. Ling Hanswang didn't waste any time, and after putting on her equipment, she turned her head to look at Jiangjun. Third senior brother, you protect junior brother, I'll clear the monsters. Jiangjun nodded his head. Alright, second senior sister, I'll watch over Haotian, so just brush the monsters with all your might. Ling Xuehan smiled and nodded her head. Her figure flickered and disappeared in place. This was Jiangjun's duty, and the reason why he had brought him out was so that he could protect Li Haotian in case of accidents while Ling Xuehan was brushing the monsters. Space tore apart as Ling Xuehan appeared above the canyon, holding a staff and swinging it downwards. Dimensional storm. Ling Xuehan gave a low shout. Barely. With a dense spatial tearing sound, countless silver-white subtle blades covered towards the undead canyon. These subdimensional blades condensed from the power of space were like a downpour, instantly sweeping over the undead creatures in the canyon. And every undead creature that was touched by the sublime blade was all sliced into pieces with a click. The team has successfully killed the skeleton warrior and gained 400 experience points. The team has successfully killed the zombies and gained 440 experience points. The team has successfully killed the headless horseman and gained 480 experience points. In the next instant, the screen full of kill prompts almost filled Li Haotian's entire field of vision. watching Li Haotian TSK. When the number of wild monsters was large enough and there was a group of high-level professionals to lead the brushes, the speed could be much faster than if he brushed the copies by himself. Moreover, Ling Xuehan's skill was originally a wide-range AoE group damage, and this one skill smashed down, directly clearing out a blank space in the canyon, with hundreds of monsters instantly disappearing. Moreover, this wild monster gathering spot was obviously also purposely screened by Ling Xuehan, and the highest level of all the monsters was not more than 35, which just happened to be the highest limit of the experience value that Li Haotian could gain from brushing wild monsters. This was because according to the rules, when a professional was brushing wild monsters, once the highest level of the wild monster exceeded the professional's own level by more than 10 levels, he would be penalized by the experience penalty, and the amount of experience value gained would be drastically reduced. And within 10 levels of the difference, the closer the monster level difference is to 10 levels, the greater the gain in experience value. If coupled with the double Dan, Li Haotian's efficiency in brushing experience can basically be maximized, directly taking off in place. As those undead monsters were annihilated, countless materials and green suits exploded all over the place. However, looking at these equipments, Li Haotian didn't even move a bit and was simply too lazy to pick them up. Just kidding, even 200,000 gold coins a heavenly elixir is high on it. Why waste time picking up this garbage? With that kind of time, you might as well brush up on your monsters. In just a few minutes, the thousands of undead monsters in the entire canyon were all swept away by Ling Xuehan. Li Haotian watched in surprise as his experience value instantly rose from 1% to 12% as fast as he could. Keep in mind that as you level up, the span of experience values is pretty huge. If it was an ordinary professional who upgraded normally, I'm afraid it would have to be dozens of times slower than Li Haotian. Seeing Ling Xuehan clearing a wild monster gathering in such a short period of time, Li Haotian thought of the benefits of this policy of temporary city control again. If all the professionals were unable to leave the city to come out and brush the monsters, it would be equivalent to Li Haotian and Ling Xuehan hogging all the wild monster gathering spots in the Eastern Dragon Empire. With Ling Xuehan's ability to freely travel through space, she was then able to lead Li Haotian to quickly clear monsters at the gathering points of wild monsters of various levels. In this way, not only can you keep the secret, you are not afraid of being seen by others. Moreover, because no one was robbing the monsters, the efficiency of brushing the monsters could be maximized. I have to say, in order to allow Li Haotian to upgrade quickly, Marshal Li had really thought of everything. After the undead monsters in the entire canyon were all cleared away by Ling Xuehan, a silver-white suit, like the god of space and time, reappeared with a flash of Ling Xuehan's figure. She smiled gently at Li Haotian. Done. Let's go. Let's go to the next wild monster gathering point. With that, Ling Xuehan waved her hand once again and took Jiangjun and Li Haotian with her as they disappeared into the spatial rift, directly teleporting to the next planned monster brushing area. At this moment, the door to the office of Wang Qingfeng, who was sitting in Qing Hua Academy, was suddenly knocked on. Knock, knock, Wang Qingfeng calmly said. Come in. A subordinate of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs pushed open the door and respectfully said, Vice President Kenjin Kobe of the Sakura country called with a video communication, wanting to have an interview with you. Wang Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. Kenran of Amaterasu? What does he want? The subordinate said. The Sakura country's Waseda Academy had previously applied for a cross-country exchange with our academy, just recently, but now that we have imposed a ban on countries, Kobe Kenran would like to consult with you about the cross-country exchange. Transnational exchanges? Wang Qingfeng was slightly stunned, and after a slight contemplation, he waved his hand indifferently. It seems like there is indeed such a thing. I almost forgot about it. You tell him that all activities are cancelled for the duration of the ban on the country, and that he can talk about it later when he has time. The subordinate bowed and agreed. Yes, Vice President. Sakura country. Amaterasu headquarters. We'll talk about it later when we're free? Although we have expected that it is impossible for East Dragon to still engage in transnational exchanges at this point in time. Wang Qingfeng's statement is really not polite at all. Kamido Ichiro said grimly. Gato Kenran also had a slightly sunken face. He was the president of the most powerful guild in Sakura country, Amaterasu, yet the other party didn't even bother to give him the most basic respect, directly letting a subordinate pass on the message, clearly not putting him in his eyes. Gato Kenran grunted angrily, a ghostly light flickering in his eyes. Baka, the East Dragon Empire. It's really getting more and more arrogant. He snapped his head around to look at Kamido Ichiro and said in a fierce voice, Ichiro, follow the plan and open the camp confrontation copy. Within level 50, the maximum number of camp confrontation copies can only enter a maximum of 50 people, and we have the most advantage in this kind of small team level copy. You select 10 good melee fighters from the samurai division, and 10 Vanguard Scouts from the Ninja Division, to go along with the 30 Yin and Yang Masters from the Yin and Yang Division. Based on the level of low-level professionals in the East Dragon Empire in recent years, with you leading the team and sitting on the sidelines, they're bound to lose. Since the Eastern Dragon Empire likes to be a shrinking turtle, let's force them to come out. Chapter 43, Provocation of the Sakura Nation. Hearing his father's words, an excited and bloodthirsty luster appeared in Kamito Ichiro's eyes. It's just as well. I haven't had the pleasure of killing the last Abyssal copy. This time, I'm going to have a blast. Ha 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 ha. Half an hour later, the replica hall suddenly refreshed with a message that caught the attention of the world. The Sakura Kingdom took the initiative to challenge the Eastern Dragon Empire to a camp confrontation. In the Free Federation, the General President of the Source God Guild, Parker Williams, heard the news reported in by his men, and the corner of his mouth curled into an amused smile. Interesting, those bonobos from the Sakura country don't seem to be able to blend in either. Are they trying to force information in the copy? Eastern Dragon Empire, Tianjin City Replica Hall. All of the professionals all looked angrily at that camp copy challenge prompt, and angry curses rose and fell. On top of that, there is also a sentence: Sakura Nation Amaterasu Guild opened the camp confrontation copy of the challenge declaration, below 50. Sakura invincible. Life and death are each at peace with God's destiny. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is the Sakura country so floaty? How dare you provoke us like that? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't stand it anymore. That bunch of short winter gourds from Sakura country. How dare they claim to be invincible? Are there any brothers who are less than level 50? Go in with me and them over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Count me in. I can't stand to see those bonobos acting like assholes. The replica halls in the various cities of the Eastern Dragon Empire immediately set off a wave of abuse, and a number of level 40+ professionals signed up to participate in the camp confrontation, ready to teach the Sakura Kingdom's bonobos a hard lesson. Camp confrontation copy can only be initiated by the guild. The confrontation place is fixed for the King's Canyon, divided into red and blue sides. Both sides enter the copy with 50 people each and fight against each other in camps. Within limits, both camps may choose their own people to enter. This is equivalent to a simple version of the International War replica, which is usually mainly used by the major guilds to hone their cooperation and give newcomers experience. However, usually, the camp confrontation copies are played in their home countries. Even when exchanges were made internationally, they were all agreed upon in advance between the major guilds. Otherwise, there was no difference between that and naked provocation. However, this camp confrontation copy of the Sakura Kingdom was not aimed at a particular guild, but for all guilds in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Moreover, they dared to release a declaration like that. This was not a grinding cut at all. It was completely a naked provocation. Qing Hua College, Dean's office. A subordinate rushed in a hurry and shouted, "Dean, the Sakura country has opened up camp challenge copies to all of our guilds, and quite a few of our academy students have been enraged and are participating in it as well." Wang Qingfeng frowned. Camp confrontation copy? How many levels of camp confrontation copy? Up to level 50. Level 50? Is it because we denied them an exchange visit and are using this as a way to make a scene? Wang Qingfeng laughed coldly. Childish. All within level 50 are low-level professionals. Sakura country's yin-yang masters can indeed have a lot of advantages at this stage of low level. But what's the point? A country's strength is mainly based on its intermediate and high-level combat power. And even if they win this kind of over-the-top confrontation, will other countries still think highly of them because of it? Don't mind them. If they want to play such cheap games, just let them do it themselves. That subordinate's face was filled with worry. But Chairman, the Sakura Nation's challenge declaration is life and death each to their own. I'm worried that they might be in a camp confrontation. Wang Qingfeng snapped his head up and stared at him dead in the face. What did you say? Life and death are each in their own way? The Sakura Kingdom wants to kill people in a camp confrontation copy? At this moment, more and more people gathered in the replica halls of the major cities of the Eastern Dragon Empire. All of these people were staring at the battle broadcast of the camp confrontation copy with an excited expression. Hey! We took down the first defense tower on the lower road so quickly. Sakura Nation isn't much better. Just ing blowing smoke out of their mouths. Ha ha, the defense tower on the upper road was also taken by us first. Bull. There are a total of 3 lanes leading to the opposing camp's crystals in the camp confrontation replica. And there are 3 defense towers on each lane, for a total of 9 defense towers. Typically, it's a matter of breaching the opponent's camp crystal to achieve victory. First of all, you need to try to destroy the opponent's defense tower and weaken the opponent's defense force. This requires not only that the professional himself be strong enough, but also a certain amount of wisdom and planning. And most of the time, the sooner you breach the other team's defense tower, the more of an advantage you'll have in subsequent camping confrontations. Although you can't see the specific camp confrontation seen from the outside, you can also roughly determine which side of the confrontation has the advantage from the attack and defense of the defense towers. Ha, these bonobos from Sakura country are just screaming in their mouths. Look, it hasn't been long and we took down 2 defense towers first. They can't do it either. It's still Beta and Qing Hua who are powerful. Look at Shang Wanjie and Wang Rui's points. They've thrown off the others by a huge margin. And those 2 defense towers, they must have pushed them out with their men. Seeing that his side had the advantage, the various replica halls exploded with excited murmurs. However, at that moment, suddenly, the middle tower on the red side was also pushed by the opponent. There was a lull in the chatter in the arena. Then it resumed. It's fine. We've pushed the other team's 2 towers. It doesn't matter if we give up one to the other team. That's just it. What's this? How did Shang Wanjie's name turn gray? Asterisk. Shang Wanjie is dead? That gang of bonobos actually killed? Then, not only Shang Wanjie, Wang Rui's name also turned black right after. On the red side of the camp, more than a dozen people's names instantly turned gray. And in the camp confrontation copy, the name turning gray means death. Asterisk. Our second tower in the center has been pushed as well. What is this? Those bonobos aren't taking aphrodisiacs, are they, to be so fierce? It's over. The 3 towers on the middle road have fallen as well. They hit the high ground. Then, a few minutes later, Red's crystal was still standing, but members of Red's camp were dying at a much faster rate, their names turning gray one after another. What's going on? With the opponent's superiority, they should have destroyed the crystal long ago. Are our people still holding on, defending the high ground to the death? Asterisk. What's the point of guarding these dead bonobos from Sakura? They didn't even intend to push the crystals. These mother asterisk heirs want to kill them all. Hinama, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom has gone crazy. How dare it provoke our Eastern Dragon so blatantly? These bonobos don't think of themselves as their white daddies. After 10 minutes, all the members of the Red Camp turned gray. Red Camp, all dead. In a flash, all the replica halls in the Eastern Dragon Empire first fell silent, then instantly exploded. How dare the Sakura country, a mere district, be so arrogant? Chapter 44 Level 30. New Skill Tank. In this matter, Amaterasu HQ, Replica Hall, Kamito Ichiro, who had a wildly arrogant look on his face, laughed freely. Ha, that was a great ing kill. Kenjin Kamito asked in a deep voice. Ichiro, was there any useful information from the interrogation? Kamito Ichiro tightened his smile and shook his head. No, I don't know if these guys really don't know or if they are just tough talking. They don't know anything about the East Dragon Forbidden Kingdom. Kenron Kamito frowned slightly. Perhaps their status is too low to have access to this level of secrecy. Next to him, a yin-yang master offered a smart suggestion. Chairman, since they are of low status, why don't we raise the level of the camp confrontation copy to level 50, or 60 or above? A professional of this rank should be about to have most of the access to secrets, right? Gato Kenron gave him a look with the gaze of a stupid coin and cursed. Baka, the East Dragon Empire has many strong professionals above level 50. Let's just bully their low-level professionals. But raising the level to 50, are you looking for death? That yin-yang master hastily shrank his neck, not daring to say anything else. Kamito Ichiro frowned. Mentioning 50 definitely won't do it. I was lucky enough to put together a whole set of the innately effective yin-yang master exclusive legendary great orange clothes at level 40, which can increase the abilities of all the gods by 50%. With an attribute bonus of this magnitude, combined with 5 high-level gods, I can almost sweep through all professions at this stage of level 40. But when they reach level 50, the East Dragon Empire's professionals have advancement awakening bonuses and their strength will increase drastically, so it'll be tough to deal with them then. But if it's just these low-level professionals below level 50, it's true that we won't be able to easily obtain useful information either. Which? Gato Kenron's eyes flashed as he spoke. There's another way. It's fine if you want to pull in their level 50 plus professions. Just set up a level and equipment balance. And without the level 50 progression awakening and epic equipment bonus, you'll be able to crush them just as well with your strength. Kamito Ichiro excitedly said. Good idea. Ha, this time, I'm going to rub the East Dragon Empire's face on the ground. Just as all the people of the Eastern Dragon Empire fell into a rage. Suddenly, the camp confrontation copy in the replica hall changed once again. Sakura Nation turned on the level and equipment balancing function in the camp confrontation copy and continued to clamor. East Dragon's low-level professionals are all trash. Replace them with your mid-level professionals. Asterisk. So ing arrogant. Let's have some big guys to them up. Even with level and equipment balance, the basic attributes of a mid-level professional are still a lot stronger than those dead bonobos. Do we have no one left in East Dragon? Where are the people from the 3 major labor unions? Don't be a shrinking violet at a time like this. The replica hall was abuzz with curses. At the provocation of Sakura Nation, 10 or so level 50 professionals sprang up at once, bringing a vote of level 40 plus professionals to enter the camp against the copies once again. However, after more than 10 minutes, the names of these people turned gray again. The red camp, once again, was completely annihilated by Sakura Nation. Hiss, what's this? When did Sakura Nation get so strong that a level 50 big brother leading a team couldn't even get them? It can't be. Even if their yin-yang masters have an advantage at lower ranks, there shouldn't be such a big gap. Just as everyone was in disbelief, the leader of the Sakura Nation's camp suddenly revealed his name. Sakura Goku, Amaterasu Guild, Ichiro Kobe. At the same time, the challenge declaration of the camp confrontation copy was changed. The first person under level 50, the sick man of the Eastern Dragon. Come to fight if you don't want to. Seeing that name, everyone had a look of dawning realization and gnashing of teeth on their faces. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So it's that pussy Kobe cowboy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This freight gas is good. Set up the exclusive Yin Yang Masters legendary level set. That's a 50% god bonus. Is not much worse compared to the normal epic set. The last Abyss copy. I almost died in his hands. This is troublesome. With his 5 powerful gods, Kobe Cowboy is completely invincible in the same class below level 50. This is simply impossible to fight. Our Eastern Dragon Empire is full of talents. I don't believe that no one is a match for Kamito Cowboy. Where are those high achievers from Qing Hua and Beta? Get on it. While the replica hall was in chaos, Li Haotian, led by Ling Xuehan, rolled through all the major wild monster gathering points in the territory, frantically killing monsters and brushing experience. For the entire day, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin both took turns to take action, and every time they arrived at a place, they directly opened their big moves for fire coverage and all sorts of messy kills. It wasn't until the sun set that Li Haotian's level was finally raised to level 30. Upon learning this news, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin's entire body shook at the same time and excitedly gathered around. Finally 30. Haotian, take a look at your skills and new talents. Even Ling Xuehan, who had a cool personality, had a scorching heat in her gaze. Li Haotian was also a bit excited and apprehensive. Directly opening his attribute panel, the 10 points of free potential were still added directly to the top of the spiritual power value. Then, Li Haotian immediately pulled the attribute panel to the bottom and opened the talent column. Sure enough, after level 30, a new skill was unlocked. Skill, Heavy Tank. Skill description, summons heavy tanks, which consume 16 points of psychic energy for every minute of their existence. Heavy tanks have the following functions: mobile, radar detection and scanning, offensive, main gun caliber 125 mm, flat fire range of 3,000 meters, 45-degree maximum elevation range of 16,000 meters, and can be fitted with other superpowered weapons. Note, the heavy tank will be automatically withdrawn after the spirit power value returns to 0. Seeing the effect of this skill, the 3 of them simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. John was shocked and sighed. My god, the longest range is 16,000 meters? If you aim with your god's view, the other side will be blown away without even knowing where you are. It's too sick. Ling Xuehan was also shocked. What's more critical is that with the defense of a heavy tank, no professional below level 50 can manage to break the defense in a single hit. Even if the most perverted attack power of those illusory god professions focused on the output, they would have to fight for more than a minute uninterruptedly. If this is equipped with other superpowered weapons, if it's in a closed field, wouldn't it be invincible below level 50 and directly push all the way across? Starting at level 30, the mechanic has a high-powered heavy super weapon, and by this time, if the mechanic has accumulated enough, he actually has the strength to fight 1 against 100 at the same level. For example, if the mechanic hides inside the tank for output, before the ammo is exhausted and the enemy does not break the tank's armored defense, the enemy basically has no way to take the mechanic. And if this mechanic is Li Haotian, that's even more insurmountable. You should know that Li Haotian's tanks, however, had no ammunition limit. Chapter 45, New Talent, Mechanical Double. Just now, after brushing the monsters for so long, Li Haotian's god's perspective at this time had long been expanded to a range of nearly 30,000 meters, which was a distance of 30 kilometers. With this heavy tank's range of up to 16,000 meters, Li Haotian was completely able to use the main gun to carry out long-range precision strikes from god's perspective, and still without stopping. And incidentally, He could also monitor all the movements within 30 kilometers. With his current spirit power value, he could casually summon dozens of tanks out. And if he equipped the tanks with Gatling rotary machine guns, rocket launchers, and Barretts to increase the fire coverage, dozens of tanks crushed over. Regardless of whether you are a phantom god profession, whoever came to kneel on the main fight a equal treatment, unless the other party could instantly run out beyond 16,000 meters before the shells landed. Otherwise, they would all be exposed to Li Haotian's striking range, and even if they could be stealthy, it would be useless. Don't forget, heavy tanks are equipped with radar monitoring systems. It's nifty. It's scary to think about. Moreover, with this kind of attack distance, the only way to attack is with a super long-range attack profession like a mechanic, and other professions can only be passively beaten. And against low-level professionals, it's completely the rhythm of a high-tech civilization shelling a sword-wielding native. Jiang Jin and Ling Xuehan glanced at each other, and while shocked, they couldn't wait to look towards the talents column next to them. At this moment, a new string of text lit up in the talents column in addition to the original infinite ammo and God's perspective. Mechanics exclusive talent. Stage 3, Mechanical Double. Remark 1, when the main body is attacked, it may choose to exchange places with one of the summoned superweapons and allow the superweapon to take all the damage for itself. Remark 2, level 40 can unlock the 4th stage of exclusive talents. Seeing this talent, the three were stunned. Jiang Jin looked up at Li Haotian numbly. Junior brother, if we follow the explanation of this talent, can I understand that as long as you still have spiritual energy and can still summon super weapons, it's equivalent to immortality? Li Haotian subconsciously said. It seems that the talent doesn't say that there's a cooldown time on it, right? In that case, this talent should always be able to take effect. So, doesn't seem to be any different from immortality? Hiss. 3 deep inhalations came out at the same time, nearly swallowing up the small patch of air. Ling Xuehan was shocked. This is too perverted. Even the Buddhist sect's invincible golden body can only be used once a day. You can actually use this at will? Li Haotian's eyes flickered with light, and he said eagerly, why don't we try it? Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin looked at each other and nodded heavily. Then, Li Haotian took a few steps back and thought about it. Summoning 10 glockenspiels at once. According to the explanation of mechanical substitute, there is no stipulation that says what type of superpower weapon that takes damage for the honored one is. That is to say, this mechanical double is judged by quantity, with no requirement for quality. In that case, the glockenspiel is naturally the optimal choice. Seeing the glockenspiel floating around Li Haotian, Ling Xuehan asked cautiously, Junior brother, are you ready? Li Haotian nodded excitedly and expectantly. Ready, come on. Seconds senior sister. Ling Xuehan's gaze condensed as she casually swung her hand towards Li Haotian. Then, a bright silver cross came out of his hand and slammed straight towards Li Haotian. Space cross chop. The sharp cross chop arrived in an instant and landed on Li Haotian. Then in the next instant, Li Haotian's body flashed with light and suddenly disappeared. In its place was a matte silver glockenspiel. Ka-ching! The glockenspiel was instantly split in half by the spatial cross chop and fell to the ground. Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin's gazes, on the other hand, subconsciously looked to the side. Li Haotian's body suddenly rose up beside him, replacing one of the glockenspiels. Li Haotian hurriedly checked his body in all directions and touched it alone. And it was really intact. Although they had expected it, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin were still shocked. Mechanic, as a phantom god profession with explosive attack power, has always been looked down upon. The most important are 3 reasons. Poor range. Second, the molding is slow and consumes too much resources. Third, after a wave of bursts, it will immediately be reduced to a team's mop-up, and it is easy for assassin-type enemies to steal the back row. But now, Li Haotian had made up for all 3 shortcomings. Unlimited ammo for the entire bombardment as long as you still have psychic power levels. His skills are given directly to super-powered weapons and can be summoned indefinitely, with no additional resources expended at all to build and accumulate a home base. Coupled with the talent he had now unlocked, mechanical substitute, with Li Haotian's current spiritual power value alone, he was equivalent to having thousands of lives, unless the other party could kill him 1,000 times in seconds. Otherwise, Li Haotian wouldn't die at all. What's more critical is that Li Haotian is only at level 30 now. When he levels up later, with the spirit power value of the law profession, it's more than a few tens of thousands casually, so it's still killing a hairline. Suddenly, Ling Xuehan's eyes flickered and seemed to have thought of something as she looked at Li Haotian with a burning gaze. Junior brother, I remember you said that after you summon these supernatural weapons of yours, as long as you don't disarm them on your own accord, they won't disappear automatically, but will keep consuming spiritual energy value and remain in a state of survival, right? Li Haotian nodded. It's like this. Second senior sister. Why did you suddenly think of asking this? Ling Shuaihan said excitedly. Then if you summoned a glockenspiel and left it at home, would it also remain in existence? Li Haotian's eyes lit up. Second senior sister. What do you mean? Ling Shuaihan nodded his head heavily. This is equivalent to a gold medal for exemption from death. For professions above level 30, the natural recovery rate of spiritual energy has been drastically increased, and the glot pistol only consumes 1 point of spiritual energy per minute. At this rate of consumption, the natural spirit power recovery speed of the law profession is completely able to make up for it, and there's even a great deal left over. All you have to do is keep a glockenspiel in the house at all times, then no one can kill you. Not only that, it's also equivalent to a safe teleportation point. While helping you withstand damage, it can also incidentally teleport you to a safe area. A double win. Jiang Zhen's mouth opened wide. It can still be played like this? Li Haotian's brain, on the other hand, instantly began to stretch out and excitedly said, with my current natural spiritual energy recovery speed, not to mention a single one, even if several glottal pistols existed at the same time, I can still afford to supply them. Inspired by Ling Shuaihan, he instantly thought of several tawdry maneuvers. Hey, in that case, that's a lot of fun. Chapter 46 Headshot Teleportation? Hearing Li Haotian's words, Ling Shuaihan was immediately curious. Oh, you've thought of other uses? Li Haotian hemmed and hawed. Second senior sister, if you just keep a glockenspiel at home, then in the future, in case of an accident, won't you just have to go home? This is too inconvenient. I can carry a glockenspiel right on my person, and in the event of a sneak attack, I'll use the glockenspiel on my person to take the damage for me so I don't have to teleport home. On top of that, I can leave a glockenspiel at home, at the Tianjing City Guild, or any other place I'll often visit. So wouldn't that be a cunning rabbit with 3 holes in it? The enemy won't be able to squat me even if they want to. Jiang Zhen said indistinctly. That's right, if you leave a few more places, even if an enemy targets you in the future, he won't be able to find out every single one of your teleportation points. So it's much more secure. Li Haotian nodded. That's right, that's what it means, he exclaimed. Not only that, but I can utilize these glockenspiels as readily movable teleportation arrays, wherever I want to go, as long as a glockenspiel is left there ahead of time. When I want to go there afterward, won't I be able to teleport there instantly through my mechanical double? Ling Shuaihan was puzzled. This mechanical double of yours doesn't seem to be able to actively teleport, does it? It only takes effect when it takes fatal damage. Li Haotian hemmed and hawed. That's not simple. I'll just summon a super weapon to blow my own head off, right? The note of the talent doesn't say that the fatal damage must come from the outside world, right? Ling Shuaihan and Jiang Zhen immediately widened their eyes. Hiss. Headshot teleportation? You're a ing genius. So hard on yourself. Li Haotian continued. Wait until I get to the area I want to go to, then summon a glockenspiel to make up for it, and next time, I'll be able to continue teleporting again, which is much more convenient than the city's teleportation array. And what's more, this method can also be used for copy exploration and wild spot teleportation. It's simply an infinite flash. The more Li Haotian said, the brighter his eyes became. In addition to that, I can also let others carry the glockenspiel and use the glockenspiel as a locus to summon me. The super weapon I summoned is one that exists in mental contact with me, and at too great a distance. I may not be able to manipulate it to use it for offense, but I am able to perceive it. Just agree on a code word in advance, like 3 taps on the gun body in a row, and I'll be able to sense it immediately. If you need my help, just shoot 3 times and I'll instantly suicide pop and teleport to that person. With my attack power, I'm sure it'll be of great use. As soon as these words came out, Ling Shuaihan and Jiang Zhen glanced at each other, subconsciously imagining a scene like that in their minds. Right now, Li Haotian's low level might not be particularly helpful for professionals of their level, but what about waiting until Li Haotian was level 50, 60, or 70 in the future? It was no exaggeration to say that he, alone, was definitely worth 1,000 armies. Imagine if they were out there fighting the enemy or being ambushed by the enemy. Just when the enemy thought they were winning, they suddenly pulled out their glockenspiel and tapped it 3 times. Then, what kind of expression would the enemy have when Li Haotian descended from the sky with hundreds and thousands of superpowered weapons? It's nifty. It's really exciting to think about. Now that's a real strategic presence. Phew. Ling Shuaihan exhaled a breath and sighed as she looked at Li Haotian. Teacher's decision was indeed correct. As long as you can grow up, our Eastern Dragon Empire will definitely be able to take off again. Jiang Zhen also shook his head and sighed. Junior brother, this mechanic exclusive talent of yours is really getting more and more perverted. Now, I'm even more curious about those unlocked talents behind you. Li Haotian heatedly smiled. Third senior brother, not to mention you, I'm curious myself. Ling Shuihan smiled helplessly. Don't worry. With the speed at which we brush monsters, level 40 won't take long. She looked up at the sun that was about to set and said to Li Haotian, Junior brother, it's not early. Let's brush up here today. Go back to have a meal and take a rest first. And by the way, change these equipments on your body into pink clothes first. When you reach level 30, you'll be able to go to the endless altar. After the sun sets, the danger in the wilderness will increase exponentially. So to play it safe, we'll just come to the wilderness to brush the monsters during the daytime only, and rest at night, so we can let these monsters in the wilderness recover a bit in the meantime. If you're free at night, you'll be soloing the endless altar by yourself. Speaking of this, Ling Shuihan smiled. As a single-player copy, the number of monsters in the endless altar is extremely impressive, and extremely challenging for any profession. But for an unlimited ammo mechanic like you, the altar of endless sacrifice is almost like it was made for you. Li Haotian nodded excitedly. Alright, second senior sister. Then let's go back now. Ling Shuihan casually tore open a spatial crack and brought Li Haotian and Jiang Jun to cross into it. Disappearing. Qing Hua College. Dean's office. Wang Qingfeng's brows furrowed as the fire in his eyes fluctuated as if it was a volcano about to erupt. Suddenly, a spatial crack quietly appeared, then expanded, and 3 people came out from inside. Precisely the 3 Ling Shuihan who had returned from brushing their experience. At a glance, Ling Shuihan saw Wang Qingfeng, who was filled with anger, and was surprised. Eldest senior brother, what's wrong with you? Did anyone make you angry? Wang Qingfeng saw Ling Shuihan's siblings return and said in a deep voice, those bonobos in the cherry blossom country are really too arrogant. Today, in a few words, Wang Qingfeng told his junior siblings what happened today. That Kamido Ichiro suppressed our Eastern Dragon Empire for an afternoon in the camp confrontation copy on the strength of his extremely rare legendary grade suit exclusive to Yin Yang Masters. As of now, our Eastern Dragon Empire has lost several hundred level 50 or below professionals, and quite a few of them are elite students from Qing Hua and Beta. And what's even more annoying is that guy, in order to attract level 50 plus professions to participate in it through level and equipment balance, he even turned on camp storage and used the aura from the output of the camp confrontation copy as a reward, attracting hundreds of level 50 plus intermediate professions to go to their deaths. With a bang, Wang Qingfeng angrily slammed on the table. On the other hand, he even mouthed the words rich and powerful. Extreme aura, those who have the ability to get it. I really want to get that little brat killed. Upon hearing this, the faces of Ling Shuihan's trio were also instantly gloomy. Ling Shuihan's face was full of killing intent. Is the Sakura country looking for death? How dare they provoke us so arrogantly? Wang Qingfeng said in a deep voice. Those bonobos in the cherry blossom country shouldn't dare to oppose us so blatantly. If I'm not wrong, it must be the Free Federation's authorization again. The purpose is to test our reasons for imposing the ban on the country. If we make a move against the Sakura country, the Free Federation will inevitably take the opportunity to get involved. It's not the first or second time they've used Sakura Nation as a gun. Chapter 47, Li Haotian goes to battle? Is the Free Federation behind this again? Jiang Jun frowned. Ling Shuihan's face was covered in frost. Even if the Free Federation is behind the manipulation, those people killed by Sakura Nation are real and deserve to die all the same. Wang Qingfeng was a bit helpless. Damn indeed. But below level 50, that little sissy Kobe Ichiro is really a bit tricky. Moreover, I reckon that the Amaterasu Guild is afraid that they have drawn quite a few elites to cooperate with Kamido Ichiro. In this kind of small camp confrontation copy, Yin Yang Masters with the gods can fight the few with the many, and then there are ninjas sneaking around in the shadows, and our level 50 or below professionals will be at a great disadvantage. Hearing Wang Qingfeng's words, Li Haotian's eyes flashed with light and he suddenly spoke. Eldest senior brother, why don't you let me try? Wang Qingfeng was stunned and looked at Li Haotian in surprise. You? No. What if you have an accident in the copy? What's more, if you take part in going to the camp confrontation copy, your abilities will be exposed to the team members, and if you accidentally leak them out, it'll be troublesome. Li Haotian thought for a moment and asked, Eldest brother, as I recall, there doesn't seem to be a rule that says the number of people in both camps must be the same, right? Wang Qingfeng subconsciously nodded. As long as it's within the limited number of people, as many as you want. Li Haotian smiled faintly. Then isn't it simple? I remember that camp confrontation copies can hide their names. As long as I hide my name and go to participate alone, won't I be able to continue to keep it a secret? Wang Qingfeng's eyes instantly widened. You're going to have a camp confrontation alone? His head shook like a rattle drum. No. Those style gods are just fine, but the ninjas of the Sakura country are the best at all sorts of evasive techniques, stealth, and are adept at assassination. If you are accidentally touched by them, You won't be able to withstand a single slash from the other side even if you have unlimited firepower. Hearing Li Haotian's words, Ling Shuaihan, however, looked slightly moved, revealing an excited expression. That's not necessarily true. If we match Little Master with a full set of powdered clothes, and pile up the spiritual value, those bonobos of the cherry blossom country are really not Little Master's opponents. Wang Qingfeng looked at Ling Shuaihan with dissatisfaction. Junior brother's attacks are indeed powerful, but the key is that he doesn't have life preservation skills. If the other party sneaks in, that would be troublesome. We can't afford to take such a risk. Ling Shuaihan heatedly smiled. Eldest brother, junior brother has now risen to level 30. Yo, Wang Qingfeng subconsciously said, even if you rise to level 30, you can't carry the other side's knife. However, before he could finish his words, his body shook and he immediately reacted. Other professions getting to level 30 has a boost, but it's unlikely to make much of a difference. But Li Haotian is different. He gets to level 30 and he unlocks another new talent. Could it be that? Wang Qingfeng couldn't wait to look at Li Haotian. Junior brother, you unlocked the new talent? What is the effect of the new talent? Li Haotian hemmed and hawed, and without explaining, he directly displayed his attribute panel. Mechanics exclusive talent. Stage 3, mechanical double. Remark 1, when the main body is attacked, it may choose to exchange places with one of the summoned superweapons and allow the superweapon to take all the damage for itself. Remark 2, level 40 can unlock the 4th stage of exclusive talents. My god. Seeing the description of this talent, Wang Qingfeng's eyes instantly widened. Doesn't this talent have a cooldown time or a limit on the number of times it can be used? He froze and looked at Li Haotian. Li Haotian nodded his head with a smile. We've already tried, and there really isn't one. Doesn't that mean that unless you deplete your super weapon, then you're the equivalent of being immortal? Well, that's pretty much it. Asterisk. You're going to be invincible. It's almost as if you're hanging on. Wang Qingfeng couldn't help but burst out. Ling Shuaihan added, eldest senior brother, take another look at junior brother's newly unlocked skills. Oh yeah, level 30, and one of Little Master's skills is unlocked. Wang Qingfeng hurriedly looked at the skill bar. A heavy tank? With a maximum range of 16,000 meters? Hiss. Wang Qingfeng sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He said in a daze, as I recall, the map of the camp confrontation copy seems to be only 10 kilometers in circumference. Right? Doesn't this mean that this skill of Haotian's can fire cannons all over the map? Bombard the opponent's crystals directly at their own? Ling Shuaihan nodded heavily, his eyes releasing a brilliant light. That's right. Moreover, after brushing monsters for such a long time today, Junior Brother's God's perspective has also expanded to a range of 30 kilometers, making it completely possible to bring the entire map of the camp confrontation replica into sight and monitor the entire situation. Plus the heavy tank also comes with a radar detection scanning device. Even if the ninjas of the Sakura country can be stealthy, as long as they are close to Little Master, they will immediately be discovered, and at that time, Little Master will only need to set fire to kill them in seconds. And to take a step back, even if they do manage to sneak up on Little Master still has his mechanical double. As long as he goes in and throws out a couple dozen glockenspiels first just in case, there's no way Little Master will lose. Wait, let me run through it. Wang Qingfeng paced quickly around the room in excitement. There's a tank set attack, bombardment of the entire map, along with dozens of glockenspiels to guard against assassins sneaking up on you, when combined with dozens of Gatling and rocket launchers for medium and close range fire coverage. This is just flawless. Wang Qingfeng swung his fist heavily and laughed out loud. Good guy. This is equivalent to being invincible from the start. Li Haotian laughed. Eldest senior brother. Now you can rest assured. Right? Wang Qingfeng's eyes flashed. Don't worry. This time, I'll make sure to make these bonobos from Sakura country eat their words. Junior brother, let's go now. Those bonobos dared to provoke our Eastern Dragon. This time, it's our turn to fight back. With that, Wang Qingfeng excitedly led Li Haotian and the others to the replica hall. At this moment, a large number of Qing Hua students were still gathered in the replica hall, indignantly looking at the Sakura nation's camp against the replica and cursing. These mother ********** ing bonobos. If I catch a chance in the future, I'll kill them. ********. That Yin-Yang Master exclusive legendary level set of Kobe Cowboy is so buggy, it's impossible to fight below level 50. I can't swallow this breath. It's too disgusting. There's no gifted big brother in the East Dragon Empire who can come out and clean him up. Ugh. He's got several powerful gods, and with equipment crushing, it's impossible for anyone to clean up under level 50. Listening to the noisy chatter coming from his ears, Li Haotian looked up, And the declaration on the camp confrontation copy was exceptionally piercing. Are all those below level 50 in East Dragon sick? There's no one here? A cold light flashed in Li Haotian's eyes as he muttered. Sick man? Let's see if I can't blast you to death. Chapter 48 A Man's Camp Against? Ling Xuehan glanced at the declaration on the public board. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she instructed Li Haotian. Jun, your brother, all the blue clothes on you have been replaced with pink clothes. Together with the legendary equipment you brushed from the Abyssal copies before, the total spiritual power value has already exceeded 2,000. So it should be enough in terms of firepower. After you go in and finish the first wave of summoning, you'll focus on grabbing the opponent's red and blue elite monsters. The red and blue elites can provide you with a 30% attack power bonus and a 30% rejuvenation speed respectively. And with these two buffs in place, you'll be able to let go of your abilities. Li Haotian nodded seriously. Okay, second senior sister. I know. After saying that, Li Haotian entered the camp confrontation copy teleportation array through the hidden channel that Wang Qingfeng had specially opened for him. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild. Kenjin Kamito looked at the information on the camp confrontation copy and the public sign with a smug expression. Since an hour ago, not a single person had entered the East Dragon Empire's camp confrontation replica preparation room, and it had remained empty. Obviously, the low-level professionals of the East Dragon Empire were scared by Kamito Ichiro. Even though he was incredibly angry, he didn't dare to enter again. On the blue side representing Sakura Nation, Ichiro Kamito even arrogantly opened global chat access. While chatting with the eating crowds around the world, he mocked the East Dragon Empire's low-level professionals as sickly youths, with not a single one capable of fighting. Hey, it is said that Donglong is a first-tier country in the world, and the number of professionals is even more proud of the whole world. But I didn't expect that they are all crooked, so I'm really disappointed. Young Master's divine might is overwhelming. Those little brats from the Eastern Dragon Empire can only draw their necks and wait to be killed when they see Young Master. That's right. In my opinion, if we wait for the Young Master to break through level 50 and become an intermediate level professional in the future, even those who have completed their advancement awakening in the East Dragon Empire would not be a match for the Young Master. Abroad, the low-level professionals of the Free Federation looked at the chat window while scoffing. TSK, TSK, this time, East Dragon's face is really disgraced. It's like being rubbed on the ground by those dwarfs from Sakura Country. Hey, don't you say, that sissy Kamito Ichiro is quite a bit better. To have suppressed the Eastern Dragon like this, that's just his luck to have gotten an extreme legendary grade set. However, he can only spread his wings below level 50. If he encounters those professionals in the East Dragon Empire who have completed their advancement awakening and are not restricted by level or equipment, he'll be finished in minutes. It's also true that, in terms of the battle power of intermediate and high-level professionals, Sakura Country and East Dragon are still too far apart. Right at this moment, a nearby professional suddenly wondered. East Dragon has entered again. Oh, it's been killed like this. And there's still someone so headstrong in East Dragon. Interesting, as long as someone starts, it's possible to drive others to participate. Call me when East Dragon's people are all together. I'd like to see how long they can last this time. Holy, this bastard actually locked camps. Does he want to fight 50 people from Sakura Nation all by himself? What? One person just locked camp? When these words came out, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. And with a wow sound, the crowd all gathered around. Houlihan Crabtree really locked camps. He even initiated a war request? Who's this guy? He's so tough. He hid his name. Ooh, actually an unsung hero. Interesting. East Dragon Empire. The changes in the camp confrontation copy had likewise caused intense discussions amongst everyone. Holy, our East Dragon is really full of hot-blooded men. This dude really has guts. How do you know it's a man? Maybe it's a heroine? Hey, to be able to do something so arrogant. Aside from the Void War God Ling Xuehan back then, I haven't seen any female that's so tough. That's true haha. In the Blue Camp's preparation room, the 50 Sakura Nation professionals participating in the camp confrontation copy looked at each other in disbelief. One of the Yin-Yang masters hesitated. Who on earth is this man? Does he really want to fight all 50 of us by himself? He's not carrying some secret weapon, is he? The kind that requires martyrdom? Baka, what secret weapon have you ever seen that allows one man to fight 50? Who says it doesn't? A mechanic can still fight 100 with one. Super Baka. A mechanic under level 50 playing 1 against 50 inside a camp confrontation copy? You're out of your mind. That's right. Without the protection of other professionals, I can directly stealthily go over and finish him off with a single slash. And he's beating 50 of us with his head? Kamito Ichiro was also stunned, frowning at the East Dragon Empire professional whose name was covered in question marks. Where did he get the confidence to hit 50 a dozen after knowing I was leading the team? Strange. It seems like I haven't heard of any particularly powerful characters among the low-level professionals of the Eastern Dragon Empire? Never mind. Maybe it's a brain-dead cynic looking for death. Overcome with rage, Ichiro Kamido thought about it for half a day, but finally shook his head gently and clicked start. In the red side's preparation room, Li Haotian's eyes flickered with a cold light, and his face was filled with excitement and killing intent as he looked at the most conspicuous name in the opponent's camp. Kamido Ichiro, dare to provoke my East Dragon Empire? Seek death. Suddenly, a layer of intense white light lit up in the preparation room, drowning Li Haotian. The familiar sensation of teleportation receded quickly as a change came over his eyes. When Li Haotian's focus was clear again, he had already arrived at a square-like open space. In the center of the empty space, there was a red crystal suspended in midair. Li Haotian glanced around and muttered, "This is the battleground of the camp confrontation copy. The King's Canyon?" In the next instant, Li Haotian didn't hesitate to summon dozens of glockenspiels, distributing them in all directions around his side's camp crystal. He then unfolded God's view, and his vision quickly spread outward. In the blink of an eye, the entire map of King's Canyon appeared in its entirety in Li Haotian's field of vision. It was a canyon resembling a rectangle, with the red position he was in and the blue position Sakura Nation was in at the two opposite corners of the rectangle. Throughout the canyon, there are three paths, upper, middle and lower, that lead to where the opposing positions are. The middle of the canyon was separated by a river, and there were 9 defense towers on each side of the road for their respective camps. In Li Haotian's field of vision, 50 people appeared in the opposite position. Among them were 10 people dressed in black nightclothes, with their faces covered in black cloth and holding bitters in their hands, and as soon as they teleported out, they quickly concealed their forms and scattered in all directions. Li Haotian knew that these should be the unique ninjas of the Sakura country, especially good at stealth, sneak attack and assassination, and were the natural enemies of the legal professions. Chapter 49, Full Map Firing. 10 other burly men in samurai power suits and wielding taijutsu, likewise split into 3 and headed this way. This is a samurai of the Sakura country, a typical warrior profession that specializes in frontal attacks. As for the remaining 30 men and women in magic robes, they pinched out spells at the first opportunity, summoning a whole bunch of strange-looking creatures out, densely packed with chrysalises coming this way. Undoubtedly, these were the Sakura country's proudest law professions, the Yin-Yang Masters. And the most conspicuous one among them was naturally Kamido Ichiro, who was known as the #1 person of the younger generation in Sakura country. The quality and number of gods summoned varies depending on their respective talents. Most Yin-Yang masters can only summon 1 or 2 gods, and only the highly gifted kind can summon more than 3. And Li Haotian could clearly see that there were as many as 5 style gods summoned by Kamido Ichiro. Li Haotian muttered, "Yen Demon, Songfeng Ikimoku, Bone Lady, Ibaraki Tonzi, Yuzo Chien. No wonder this one can kill so many of our East Dragon's professionals. So many high-level gods, both offense and defense. And combined with the 50% increase in the Yin-Yang Master's exclusive orange suit, the strength is indeed possible." But then, the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. "Unfortunately, in front of me, these aren't enough." As soon as Li Haotian's thoughts moved, bang 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 bang, huge heavy tanks began to pop up non-stop. But in the blink of an eye, 50 medium-sized tanks stretched out in front of Li Haotian. Over there, after releasing the 5 style gods, Kamido Ichiro's first move was to head straight for the location of the blue elite monsters in his camp. As a mage, if he had a 30% bonus to his rejuvenation speed, it could definitely produce a great boost to his combat power. "When I get the blue buff, I'm going to have a good time meeting that guy who doesn't know what he's doing." Kamido Ichiro muttered something while excitedly looking toward the blue elite monster that had revealed itself in the distance. In the red side's position, Li Haotian similarly watched the opponent's movements with a playful face. Then the next instant, with a bang, 20 tanks opened fire at the same time. Boom! The blue elite monsters from the blue camp were instantly blown to pieces by the main guns of 20 tanks. Immediately, a circle of blue aura appeared below Li Haotian's figure, and at this moment, he felt that his spiritual power recovery speed increased dramatically, and his spiritual power value began to swish back quickly. Blue buff to hand. Kamido Ichiro originally had an excited expression on his face, but in the next instant, the loud roar and explosion immediately horrified him into instantly stopping in his tracks. Looking at the blue elite monsters in the distance as they fleetingly passed away, his pupils instantly contracted as he said in shock, "What is this? Has that fellow already touched this side? He has instantaneous movement?" At the same time, on the other side of the blue camp, a muffled sound was similarly heard almost in no particular order. Ichiro Kamido looked up incredulously toward the other side and said in surprise, "That direction. It seems to be the location of the red elite monster? Could it be that?" The other yin and yang master who was following Kamito Ichiro hurriedly controlled his Kirimoko-style god to quickly rise to the sky to look over to the other side. A moment later, he was shocked. Young master, the red elite monster on the opposite side was also killed. Kamito Ichiro was shocked. Impossible. The red elite monsters on the opposite side are 2 to 3,000 meters away from here. With such a long distance, even a mage can't cover both sides at the same time. Could opposite side be a mechanic? Thinking of the cannon fire that had just blasted the blue elite monsters, Kamito Ichiro suddenly looked puzzled and thought of the one that had the longest attack range among all the occupation types in East Dragon. In the red camp, Li Haotian's feet once again had a circle of red aura. 30% damage increase. Red buff to hand. Li Haotian grinned and muttered, "Hey, the buffs are all there. Start pushing the tower." Click, 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 click. The main guns of the 50 tanks adjusted their direction once again, targeting the first defense tower in the middle. Boom! With a unanimous roar, 50 main cannons hit the first defense in the middle of the opponent's road at the same time. The durability of the defense tower instantly dropped by more than half and began to become shaky. Then the next instant, boom! With another round of flurry, the first defense tower in the middle collapsed. The yin-yang master who was manipulating the Kirimoko-style god saw the defense tower instantly blown down by his opponent, and his mouth opened wide in shock. He said in horror, "Young master, the other side has blown down our first defense tower in the middle." Kamito Ichiro's pupils quaked as he said incredulously, "What? How could it be so fast?" The eyes in his eyes flashed madly, and his face grimaced as he yelled, "With such strong firepower, the other party must be a mechanic. Baka! Find out where he is and surround him at once. To have amassed so many super-powered weapons under level 50, his identity must be extraordinary. Catch him for this, young master. I have a feeling that he definitely knows the real reason why East Dragon imposed the ban on the country. It's even highly likely that the East Dragon Forbidden Kingdom is connected to him itself. Could it be that old man Li Fuzi has restarted that mechanical god of war program again?" Rumble, rumble, rumble. 9 heavy tanks drove out of the high ground under Li Haotian's control and came under the 9 defense towers on the upper, middle, and lower roads, standing by. The radar monitoring system that came with the tank was a 5,000-meter radius, and with the distance between these 9 defense towers, it was just enough to cover all of the area where his camp was located. Just when these tanks had just taken their positions, Li Haotian saw through the radar scanning system that a few ninjas from the other side crossed the river in the middle and quietly sneaked over to where the red and blue elite monsters on this side were. Li Haotian sat in a tank in the high ground of his side's camp with a big horse, raised his eyebrows, and muttered, "Want to learn how to steal the red and blue buffs from me? Looking for death." Click, 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 click. The remaining 40 tanks, neatly arranged in front of the high ground, immediately moved. Through God's view, each aimed at the few Sakura Nation ninjas who were sneaking over. In the next instant, there was a boom and simultaneous firing. Boom! The eyes of that yin-yang master who was controlling the Kirimoko-style god instantly widened. He saw from afar that 5 or 6 fires were rising simultaneously from all parts of the red camp, and in the midst of all those flames were interspersed broken limbs and flesh that had been blown apart. The ninjas from Sakura Nation who had infiltrated the past were all instantly killed in action. At the same time, he got a good look at the opposite side of the high ground, seeing the heavy tanks that were densely displayed on the edge of the high ground, and hiding behind those tanks. The lone tank, he could guess, without being told, that the mechanic, for sure, was hiding in that separate tank. Seeing the rows and rows of blackened gun ports, the yin-yang master only felt his scalp tingle as he subconsciously said, "Young master, the one on the opposite side is indeed the mechanic. I've found his position." Chapter 50 Victory. Kamito Ichiro's body shook as he hurriedly said, "Where is he? Quickly signal for everyone to surround it. The mechanic has terrifying attacks and specializes in ultra-long-range combat. We must raid him as soon as possible." However, the yin-yang master who was controlling Kairimai couldn't stop his whole body from trembling. His teeth were shaking with fear, and it was only after a long time that he came back to his senses and said incredulously, He's in the high ground of the red side's camp. That mechanic, he didn't come out at all." The expression on Kamito Ichiro's face stalled and he screamed, "What are you saying? The attacks just now, he did them all from the high ground? This can't be possible. The opposite highlands are 7 or 8,000 meters away from us here. What superpower weapon did he use that could attack here and be so powerful?" The clairvoyant undertaker said incredulously, "It's heavy tanks, and there are so many of them." Ichiro Kamito froze, puzzled. A heavy tank? The power of this thing is truly terrifying. And the maximum range does cover this side. But how on earth did he manage to strike accurately at such a distance, when even radar can't scan it? Then, Ichiro Kobe suddenly remembered the words, a lot of them, that Kairimi Inyoji had said, and asked grimly, how many heavy tanks does he have? Judging from the firepower just now, there must be at least 10 of them? The Chisenin Yang master subconsciously counted and somewhat stammered in shock. 1, 2, 3, 4. I drop Amaterasu Amikami. He has 50 heavy tanks. Kamido Ichiro's eyes instantly widened. And even his voice changed. You say take less. 50 units. Asterisk. He's got the cannon trained on us. Run. The chirurgeon Undertaker hissed in fear and sprinted back. Kamido Ichiro's pupils instantly contracted. And he hastily pinched a spell and yelled, Style God Substitution Technique. In the next instant, dozens of tanks' firepower instantly poured here, blowing a huge scorched crater out of the area. The 4 or 5 Yin-Yang masters following Kamido Ichiro didn't even have time to run out of the range of the attack, and were instantly blown to pieces. Even the clairvoyant Yin-Yang master wasn't spared. The only one who reacted quickly was Kamido Ichiro, who didn't run away, but used his Shikigami substitute to dodge a bullet. Li Haotian looked at Kobe Ichiro, who instantly escaped from the range of the tank bombardment and had a face of fear, raised an eyebrow and muttered, the little sissy reacted quite fast? Hey, interesting, let's play slowly then. Over there, Ichiro Kamido was so horrified that his mind trembled tremendously, and he hastily retreated towards the high ground of the blue camp. At the same time, he hissed and yelled, everyone, all of you, spread out and rush over, kill that mechanic. Hi! Those other Sakura Nation professionals who had long since dispersed in all directions did not have a Kirimoko-style god, and while they were also surprised at the power of the opponent's firepower, they did not know just how powerful it was. From those artillery barrages just now, they also sensed that the mechanics on the other side seemed a bit unusual, but they subconsciously rushed towards the opposing camp under Kamido Ichiro's orders. Li Haotian sat in the middle of the tank with a big horse, and through God's perspective, he took in those Sakura Nation professionals who were scurrying around, accurately grasping all the movements on the battlefield. Then the dozens of tanks on the high ground began to fire wildly, bombing extensively. You know, the mechanics' artillery coverage is not a point-to-point attack, but a ranged damage. Even if the shells didn't hit each other squarely, they were still enough to kill and injure a few dozen meters around the point of impact. The samurai, ninja and yin and yang masters of the Sakura Kingdom were not professions with strong defense, and were instantly bombarded by this round of artillery fire from Li Haotian. In just one round, the blue camp was blasted to death by more than 20 people. The remaining survivors were so horrified that their faces turned pale. How dare they continue to barge into the red camp? And they all turned their heads and ran back. Baka! Is there really only one mechanic on the other side? Why does he have so many super weapons? Miserable! We're screwed. He must be a secret weapon cultivated by East Dragon. Quickly retreat back to the defense tower and use it for cover. When that bastard runs out of ammo, we'll rush over and hack him to death. Yeah, we still have the defense tower. Amidst the chaotic yelling and screaming, the surviving dozen or so Sakura Nation professionals quickly ducked towards their own defense tower. Li Haotian smiled coldly. Playing tower obscenity with me? I'll demolish them all for you. With that, all the cannons rotated at the same time, pointing at the upper road tower. Boo! With a neat roar, 50 main guns were fired simultaneously. Boom! The defense tower was immediately blown out into the sky, and its durability was directly shaken. With the 30% attack power bonus from the red buff, the power of Li Haotian's shelling was simply terrifying. Underneath the defense tower here were 2 professionals who were horrified. Run! This defense tower is going to be over. His words had not yet fallen. Boo! Another round of flak. Rumble! The defense tower was directly blown down. Loud and dull cannon sounds resounded throughout the canyon, and one of the defense towers of the blue camp was quickly disintegrated. After all the defense towers were all blown down by Li Haotian, the remaining professionals of Sakura country could only cower on the high ground with fear and bewilderment in their eyes. A yin-yang master with a cloak of hair and eyes that were lifeless muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible? How on earth did he lock onto us from such a distance? Could this the legendary blind sniper?" Ichiro Kamido cowered at the very back with a face of fear, hysterically hissing frantically into the sky. "Who are you? Who the hell are you? I am the young master of Amaterasu. If you dare to kill me, my father will not spare you." Li Haotian was expressionless and muttered in a low voice. It's worthy of being a bonobo from the Sakura country, who likes to yell and play with broken defenses when he doesn't move. But it's a pity that I can only read Donlong's lips and can't read the bird language of the Sakura country. He glanced at his soon-to-be depleted spiritual energy value and gently spat out 2 words. Buy. 1 tank needed to consume 16 points of spiritual energy value per minute. 50 would be 800 points. and more than 3 minutes had passed since the start of the camp confrontation copy. Luckily, Li Haotian had harvested the red and blue buffs of his side's camp again in the middle of the day, and had a 30% blue recovery speed and attack power bonus, which allowed him to hold on until now. The next instant, boo! With the last round of flurry, the horrifying firepower instantly crossed the entire battlefield and landed on top of the blue side's high ground. The Sakura Nation professionals, including Kamito Ichiro, exploded into a cloud of flesh with a boom. Victory! All blue camps are dead. Red wins. Chapter 51, Female Big Brother? Outside the replica hall. From the moment Li Haotian locked his camp and asked for war, the replica halls of all the cities in the Eastern Dragon Empire immediately clamored. Holy, who's this dude? So brave. Really going to war with Sakura Nation? He didn't get dumped by his girlfriend, and couldn't think of anything else to do, did he? TSK, I've seen those who jumped from buildings and hanged themselves, but this is the first time I've seen such a way of seeking shortcomings. It's really magnificent. Ha, strange. Why do you think he's still hiding his head and not even daring to reveal his name when he has the courage to commit suicide? Maybe, it's because he's afraid of the heartbreak of the girlfriend who dumped him? This is too sweet, isn't it? I'm crying my eyes out. You guys are pretty damn talented. Stop fooling around with YY, okay? The camp confrontation has begun. Can you shut up and watch it properly? Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild. Kobe Kenrun said with the same disdainful face. 1 against 50? Ha, there are really strange people every year, but Donglong is especially abundant. However, tens of seconds later, everyone saw the first defense tower of the blue camp turn gray. The East Dragon Empire's replica hall instantly boiled over. Holy, brother short-sighted is awesome. 1 on 50, and actually took the lead in destroying the opponent's center tower? This is turning grief and anger into power and exploding the small universe. As Kento Kamito watched his side's defense tower being destroyed, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, feeling that something was wrong. What profession is the opponent? Why is their damage so high? And they're pushing the tower too fast. Another few dozen seconds passed, and suddenly, 6 people's names in the blue camp turned gray at the same time. There was first a silence in the replica hall, and then everyone's eyes widened as they couldn't help but cry out in shock. Took out 6 bonobos from Sakura Nation at once. How did he do that? My god. He can't be some hermit cultivation big shot, right? It's too damn fierce. Gato Kenron's body shook slightly, and his gaze became grave. After 10 seconds or so, a few of Sakura Nation's professionals once again turned gray. After another while, the Sakura Nation's professionals instantly grayed out. Next, one by one, the defensive towers of the blue camp turned gray at an alarming rate, and the Sakura Nation's professionals were likewise dying. In the East Dragon Empire's replica hall, everyone watching this scene had their mouths wide open in shock. Constantly. Not only them, but also those who were eating the watermelon crowd in major countries all over the world. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded. Those golden hairs of the Free Federation who were watching the scene even wondered if the Sakura country had suddenly turned against the East Dragon Empire in a joint stunt. Old man's eyes aren't blurry. Thick gift Crabtree. East Dragon is still hiding such a fierce man? WTF. Am I hallucinating? Bro, try slapping me quickly? Snap. Hiss you mother Hook 8 hit so hard. 3 minutes later, the few names left in the blue camp also instantly turned gray. Among them was that Kamito Ichiro, who was known as the #1 person of the younger generation in Sakura country. Hiss. Inhaling sounds rose up in the replica halls of each country, and the peak oxygen consumption of the entire planet increased instantly. Holy crap, he actually won. He killed all the opponents one by one. Aha. Who is this big man? Too fierce? Begging for an introduction. I want to be introduced to him. In return for a favor? What if this is a female bigot? Then the old lady doesn't like men from this day forward. The wildest gun is no match for a finger of a big woman. You're awesome. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild. Kamito Kenrun's eyes suddenly widened. His entire body shook violently, and his mouth trembled madly. Ichiro? In the next instant, Gato Kenrun's eyes were instantly filled with blood, and veins bulged on his forehead. As if out of control, he roared wildly. Baka! Baka! Who the hell is it? Who dares to kill my precious son? In the public notice board in the replica hall, the declaration of the camp against the replica suddenly changed. That's it? The first person under level 50? Yeah. Seeing this line, with a boom, all the replica halls in the Eastern Dragon Empire almost simultaneously boiled. Ouch. East Dragon is awesome. Big Brother is awesome. Ha 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 ha. I bet the big man is from Guangdong City. Old folks are great. Laughing to death. I don't know if those illiterates in the Sakura country can read and understand the profound language and literature of our Eastern Dragon. He. The moment these words came out, the same scene happened in all the countries around the globe, looking for someone who had spent time in East Dragon to translate those last few words. Kenjin Kamito looked at his subordinate with a grim face. Speak. What's the meaning of that sentence back there? That subordinate looked at his own chairman warily and hesitantly said, Chairman, do you really want to know? Kobe Kenjin slapped him, and with a loud slap, a slap mark instantly appeared on the left side of his subordinate's face. Kobe Kenran shouted, Baka, I'll let you talk. The subordinate struggled for half a day and whispered with an aggrieved face, Eat you. Slap. Another slap. Kenjin Kobe yelled, Speak up. I can't hear you. The subordinate's neck snapped and he yelled the same thing, Eat you. An incredulous expression appeared on Kamito Kenran's face, then instantly twisted up as his anger level exploded. Wajnama, even you, a hooker, dare to scold me, die for me. Kobe Kenjin's foot flew past him, and with a bang, his subordinate flew up in the air and crashed heavily into the wall, foaming at the mouth. He raised a trembling hand to point at Kenjin Kamito and said with difficulty, Ashiba, you're the one who told me to say that. The next moment, his head lolled and he fell into a baby-like sleep. Qing Hua Academy. Outside the hidden channel of the replica hall, the two powers that be of the nuclear flat elite and the dragon group were looking at the public notice board with a quick look on their faces. Ha ha, cool. It's so damn enjoyable. That old bastard Kobe Kenran must be furious right now. Wang Qingfeng had a face of pleasure. Ling Shuihan exhaled heavily and said excitedly, Junior brother is really powerful. Worthy of being a mechanic with unlimited ammo. Even Kamito Ichiro, who has collected a full set of legendary grade suits, couldn't carry it for a few minutes. Jiang Jin waved his fist violently and said cheerfully, This time, Sakura Nation has suffered a great loss. In front of the whole world we have slaughtered all of Amaterasu's successors, or 1 against 50. Ha ha. At this point, the content in the public sign changed again. Sakura's little brats. Get high. I'll kill you all. The replica hall instantly exploded when these words came out. Asterisk. It's really a female bigot. My god. Our Eastern Dragon actually has this kind of female heroine? This is too domineering. Sister begs for a package. I don't want to work hard. Wang Qingfeng and the three of them were stunned at the same time. And then, Wang Qingfeng first reacted and couldn't help but exclaim, Still, Junior brother knows how to play the game. This trick of playing with the mystery is wonderfully played. Ling Shuihan heatedly smiled. Now, those guys abroad will have to be led by the nose by Little Master. Chapter 52. Sure enough, when Li Haotian put out these words, everyone's thoughts were immediately taken off course by him. Free Federation. At this moment, several important leaders of the Source God Guild were concentrated in the office of General President Parker Williams, gazing intently at the live broadcast in the replica hall. Parker Williams frowned slightly, a puzzled look on his face. When did such a formidable strong woman come out of East Dragon? How come I've never heard of her? James Gordon, the president of the Gotham chapter, was also incredulous. Below level 50, Sakura Nation's Kamito Ichiro is indeed considered a ceiling-level existence amongst professionals, and even our country's Bruce Wayne is only half a caddy with him. But this mysterious powerhouse from the East Dragon Empire was actually able to kill all 50 Sakura Nation professionals, including Kamito Ichiro, in such a short period of time. This is too much. Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu chapter, also had a grave expression on his face. Her battle power. It's indeed ridiculously strong. Below level 50, is there such a powerful professional? Parker Williams said stoically, there are many types of professionals in the Eastern Dragon Empire, and there are quite a few powerful illusion god professions, among which, there are quite a number of professions that are capable of defeating more than one person, such as summoner, mechanic, beast harnessing master, and night voyager. Speaking of this, Parker Williams couldn't help but shake his head. There are at least 10 or more known powerful professions alone, and, from time to time, they'll pop up with some particularly powerful new professions, so it's really hard to say. James Gordon frowned and analyzed. According to the information we've learned, the awakening of professionals in the East Dragon Empire actually has quite a lot to do with gender. For example, mechanics and beastmasters are usually awakened only by males, and the percentage of females is very small, only less than 10%. Like summoners, it would be the other way around again, with a much larger percentage of females, half and half for nightwalkers. If Dong Long, the mysterious professional, is a woman, we'd be able to roughly circle the range of known professions. Bruno Collins shook his head. That's too much uncertainty. And, don't you forget the other possibility, this feisty woman might not be a professional under level 50? A cold light flashed in Parker Williams' eyes. Bruno is right. If the other party is a level 50 plus professional, it's rather more likely to get involved through the balance of levels and equipment. After all, compared to a level 40 plus professional, the basic attributes of a level 50 plus professional are still a whole lot stronger, especially the demonic existences in level 50. Parker glanced at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "Pass down the order to ask those occupiers who have spent time in the East Dragon Empire to see if they know any information about this female occupier. A ridiculously strong guy like this, even if he deliberately hides it, he wouldn't be nameless." "Yes, Generalissimo. Yes, Generalissimo." The two men agreed in unison. Eastern Dragon Empire. In the camp confrontation copy, as the hint of victory appeared in front of Li Haotian's eyes, another line of words also floated up at the same time. "Ding dong. All of the enemy's spiritual energy has been absorbed by our crystal. Is it possible to transfer the energy from the enemy's crystal into our crystal as well?" Li Haotian was slightly stunned, then immediately remembered what Wang Qingfeng had said before. Kamito Ichiro and the others had also turned on camp storage in order to attract the participation of level 50 or higher professionals from the East Dragon Empire, using the aura from the camp confrontation copy output as a lure. Originally, the victor had always been the blue side that Kamito Ichiro and his team were on, so the camp storage was all blues crystals as well. And now, after his own victory, he would naturally be able to transfer the energy that Kamito Ichiro and the others had accumulated earlier into his side's crystal. Transfer. Li Haotian naturally chose to shift without hesitation. At the same time, information about the special equipment that was produced in the camp confrontation copy, the aura, quickly surfaced in his mind. Aura, a relatively rare piece of equipment. The only channel for its output is the camp confrontation copy, and there are certain conditions. If you want to coalesce the aura in the camp confrontation copy, then you have to sacrifice at least 100 or more professions to coalesce the aura through camp storage, and the more professions that were sacrificed, the more spiritual values the camp crystal absorbed, and the better the properties of the coalesced aura would be. But the problem is that the attributes and effects of the aura coalescence are randomized. Moreover, only professionals who participate in camp confrontation copies can wear them. Once you leave the camp confrontation copy, the aura is immediately bound to the professional, and all others cannot use it. In such a case, unless it was a guild war, then no guild would be willing to sacrifice so many people to coalesce a random attribute aura. It would be a real loss if one sacrificed hundreds of professions only to end up coalescing an attribute that one couldn't use. After doing this, Li Haotian exited the King's Canyon and returned to the copy preparation room. At this time, the global chat access in the preparation room was still open, and the densely packed pop-ups were swiping fast. But the difference from before was that before, the world was full of cynicism towards the Eastern Dragon Empire. But now, the spearhead had been turned towards the Sakura country. Ha ha, Sakura Nation has played a big game this time, actually blowing up a deep-sea mother dragon. Where's Amaterasu's Kenjin? What's it like to give your son a deathbed so early? Please share. TSK, East Dragon is really a hidden dragon, not to be messed with. A random woman can take on 50 people at once. It's really scary. Upstairs brother. You don't know. The women of East Dragon are tougher than the men. The peak of Shudao Mountain. I don't know how many East Dragon men can't climb it. Looking at the chat pop-ups that were flying all over the screen, Li Haotian grinned, and then turned off the speaking privileges of the other countries in the world, leaving only Sakura country behind. Where are the bonobos from Sakura Nation? I'll let you 49 people. Let's do it. Suddenly, a name full of question marks posted a comment on it. People in other countries were cursing because they were banned and suddenly saw this name that was all question marks. Everyone in the various replica halls of the Eastern Dragon Empire were first slightly shocked when they saw these words, and then instantly exploded. Ha ha, the wind and water turn. It's our turn this time. Cherry Blossom Country's hook ate some disobedience on people. The female big brother is begging to be abused online. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild. The veins on Kamito Kenrun's forehead throbbed furiously, and the bloodshot eyes were filled with anger. He roared furiously. I want that dead. Where is the ninja division? Pick 50 good men from the Misty Hidden Village for me to go in and all of them will use the Misty Hidden technique to assassinate that stinking. Hi. The minister of the ninja division was equally enraged by Li Haotian's statement and loudly agreed. Chapter 53, Stealth? I'll plow straight through with artillery fire. A few minutes later, Sakura Nation finally started coming in again. Wang Qingfeng and the three of them looked at the names of the Cherry Blossom Country that appeared one after the other in the blue camp and raised their eyebrows slightly. Onigashira no Mizuki, Onigashira no Akatsuki, Nakakako Hinagawa, Nakakako Goben. The Onigashira clan and the Drakakis. All of them from the Misty Hidden Village. Kobe Kenrun wants to play assassination tactics? Ling Shuaihan let out a cold laugh. Humph. Haotian's tanks have radar scanning devices and there are enough of them. Sakura Kingdom still wants to play assassination? Send them to their deaths. A copy of Camp Confrontation. Ready room. Li Haotian looked at the prompt sent by the blue side to start the war. Sneered. And clicked to confirm. A layer of intense white light once again lit up in the preparation room, drowning Li Haotian. The familiar sensation of teleportation receded quickly as a change came over his eyes. Li Haotian returned to that familiar highland. And not far in front of him was the huge red crystal. This time, Li Haotian already had experience. Without saying a word, he started throwing tanks out without a word. In the blink of an eye, 50 tanks reappeared arrayed in front of the heights. Then, following the tactics of the last time, Li Haotian dispatched 9 tanks to each of the 9 defense towers, and the radar eye insertion was completed. On the other hand, on the high ground, 20 tanks respectively began to adjust their gun muzzles, preparing to snatch the opponent's red and blue buffs first. On the side of the Sakura country, after 50 professionals from the misty hidden village of the Amaterasu Ninja Division appeared on the high ground, the 2 leading youths looked at each other and ordered at the same time. Ghost Lantern belongs to the art of misty concealment. Drika's belongs to misty hidden technique. Hey! The others agreed at the same time. Then, as if flipping a flower rope, these 50 ninjas quickly began to form seals with their hands in front of their chests. More than 90% of the professionals in the Sakura country are in the 3 categories of Shinigami, Samurai and Ninja. While there is a single type, the capabilities in focus vary. For example, the Ninja of the 3 main categories. This group has also been in the Sakura country for hundreds of years, clustered in villages according to their abilities, and specializing in all sorts of strange and bizarre ninjutsu and physical arts. Their ninjutsu was similar to the spells of the Eastern Dragon Empire, but the casting of the spells needed to be accompanied by a fixed hand gesture of sealing. And those sent by Kobe Kenrun were all the best of the best in the misty hidden village under level 50, and according to their own rankings, belonged to the elite Shimanobi. The 2 that were leading the group were even level 50 plus Nakanobu, who had participated after balancing their self-restrictions through their levels and equipment. The elites who could be chosen by Kobe Kenrun were naturally not bad in terms of ability. In just a blink of an eye, these 50 ninjas had already finished their seals, their cheeks bulging like toads as they huffed and puffed outward. But oddly enough, what they spit out was a large, thick fog. Moreover, these thick mists spread extremely fast, instantly flooding the blue side's camp and rapidly spreading over to the red side's camp where Li Haotian was. After spitting out the fog, the 2 leading youths, Ghostlight Lookout and Dry Kakazuki Hinagawa, glanced at each other and immediately said in a deep voice, "All spread out, sneak and surround the past. As soon as you spot the enemy, signal and surround them. Hi!" Then, all the ninjas leapt up at the same time and disappeared into the thick fog. The figure and breath were all hidden. After summoning the tanks for formation, Li Haotian also immediately launched God's Perspective to observe the enemy's whereabouts. But it had to be said that these ninjas from the Sakura country did move quickly. When Li Haotian brought the other party into his line of sight, he just happened to see these misty hidden village ninjas wearing grayish-white close-fitting power suits, like dumplings, stealthily hiding into the fog, concealing all their figures. Ha! Li Haotian raised his eyebrows and gave a curious light eep, because he realized that after these ninjas entered the fog, it was as if they had literally disappeared. No matter how much he drew his vision closer to any part of the fog, he could not spot the other man. If you were to look down from a high altitude, the blue camp in the canyon had even been completely obscured by the thick fog, and not a single silhouette could be seen. Even the fluctuation of the airflow was completely undetected by Li Haotian. It's like the 50 ninjas all disappeared. Interesting, these ninjas of Sakura country. It seems that they are not all wastes. Hide and seek is playing quite well. Li Haotian muttered. It was just a pity that while the ninja of the misty hidden village could make themselves disappear completely into the mist, they couldn't make the blue and red elite monsters invisible in the mist as well. Li Haotian only needed to bring his field of view closer and could still clearly see the location of the blue elite monster and the red elite monster. Click click click. The tank's main gun quickly adjusted its angle. Boom! A violent explosion roared on the side of the red and blue elite monsters. The 2 elite monsters didn't even grunt and immediately offered buffs to Li Haotian. The leader of the Ghost Light clan, Ghostlight Lookout Moon, was using the mist stealth technique to speedily approach the location of the blue elite monster, his gaze sullen. However, just as he was about to approach the blue elite monster, a strong sense of crisis suddenly struck him. Boom! In his shocked gaze, the blue elite monster was directly blasted into a field of broken flesh. The wind pressure generated by the explosion instantly blew the fog away. Losing the shelter of the fog, Ghost Lantern Wine Yu's figure was immediately revealed. He was creeped out and bellowed while quickly spewing out a thick fog to rehide his figure. Super long range attack. It's a super weapon. The other party is a mechanic.
Attention everyone. The opponent is a mechanic. Li Haotian grinned, killing intent in his eyes, and muttered, even if you know I'm a mechanic, so what? In my gun, I have unlimited ammo. In the next instant, 50 tanks once again emerged in front of Li Haotian. All the tanks adjusted their own angles under Li Haotian's maneuvering, forming a multi-layered gradient before firing fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. Dense shells spaced 20 meters apart rained down frantically on the blue camp. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A succession of explosions exploded from the river where both camps met, then quickly covered over to the blue side. After confirming that all the opponents were ninjas from the misty hidden village, Li Haotian didn't hesitate for a second and directly used intensive coverage bombing. You guys like stealth and sneak attacks? You think you can sneak up on us without a trace because of the fog? Li Haotian had no intention of playing hide and seek with them. With 100 tanks and unlimited ammunition, Li Haotian was completely able to cover every inch of the blue camp with his firepower. Direct artillery plowing. With the brittle defense of those ninjas, Li Haotian dared to be sure that the other party would definitely not be able to carry this level of fire coverage. To be touched is to be killed or injured. Frantic explosions rang out over in the Sakura country, interspersed with the miserable howls and shocked roars of pain from those misty hidden village ninjas. The other party is really a mechanic. With this kind of firepower density, the opponent's superpowered weapon has already taken shape. Baka. She must be a secret weapon cultivated by whichever super great family in the East Dragon Empire that poured all their efforts into cultivating her. Help me. Chapter 54. Even the gathering of monsters is saved. The bombardment of the tank array continued for a full minute. In that minute, each of the heavy tanks blasted out dozens of shells. 100 tanks. That's a whole lot of thousands of shells. The blue camp was instantly blasted into ruins by Li Haotian, and those ninjas from the Sakura country couldn't even find a complete bone. Less than 2 minutes into the opening round, the Sakura Nation camp was completely wiped out. Outside, the replica hall, after the camp confrontation copy started again, everyone stared at the battle situation on the public sign without blinking. Gato Kenran's eyes were filled with blood as his gaze moved back and forth between the camp map and the names of those ninjas from the Sakura country. The other party is just one person. 50 elites of the Misty Hidden Village, together with the Misty Hidden technique to cover the whole map to launch an assassination, should be able to kill him, right? He muttered through gritted teeth. However, 10 seconds later, the name of a Ghost Light Clan ninja from the Sakura country suddenly turned gray. Kamito Kenran's pupils shrunk. An assassination so soon? The opponent is so strong? He actually killed the ninja of the Onigiri clan back in an instant? But the next thing that happened was that Kenjin Kamito screamed out incredulously. Impossible. How could he be that strong? Surprisingly, the participants from the blue camp began to die one by one, at an alarmingly fast rate. The names on the formula cards spread quickly as if they had caught the plague, turning gray one by one. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This battle is too intense. The big man is killing mad. What exactly is this big woman's profession? This is too fierce. I remember the two clans of Sakura country, Ghost Light and Dry Kaki. Both seem to be from the Misty Hidden Village. Is this a collective sneak attack that was countered? I'm guessing the big female is a summoner, and that kind of killing speed doesn't feel like something a solo pro could do. Hey, you don't say. It's possible. Sister. I don't want to work hard. Let me be your summoned beast. A minute later, the Sakura Nation camp was once again completely wiped out. The declaration of the camp against the replica has changed again. Peekaboo fighters are nothing more than that. They're so unforgiving. Free Commonwealth. Parker Williams' face was stony, and James and Bruno lapsed into silence. It's too fast. She's killing too fast. Even if the Sakura Nation's ninjas have low defense and are all brittle fighters, they aren't that weak, right? It's only been a minute. She killed all 50 enemies. It's simply off the charts. James and Bruno murmured incredulously. Parker Williams said in a hushed voice, have you gotten any leads? Who exactly is this woman and why have we heard absolutely nothing from her before? James and Bruno looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. No inquiries yet. Parker Williams' face darkened as he angrily said, what the hell is the information department doing? With this woman's battle power, it's already enough to be classified as a B-class dangerous person, and they're completely unaware of the other party's existence. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild. Kobe Kenrun smashed the entire office to pieces, roaring madly like an enraged beast. Baka. Wastes. All of them. 50 assassins, together with the mist concealment technique of stealthy sneak attack, actually can't kill a single person on the other side. Have the Misty Hidden Village been eating dry food all these years? There's no strictly organized training. In one corner of the office, Yuya Oniguchi, the patriarch of the Oniguchi family, and Anakaku Kankaku, the patriarch of the Kankaku family, stood in a straight posture. with their heads deeply bowed. Hi, Mr. Chairman. We never dare to neglect our training, and I'm afraid that this situation is that the opponent's battle power is simply too strong. Ghost Light Yuya's eyes were filled with pain as he gritted his teeth. The Dreka's Ghosthorn likewise had a heartbroken look on her face. Yes, matriarch, the other party must be just like the young master. Not only is she an extremely powerful illusory god profession, but also likewise possesses some sort of exceptionally powerful equipment. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have killed so many of our sons and daughters in such a short period of time. For Anajirai Yuya and Dry Kakamoto Anajirai, those who died before could be a full 25 elite juniors in their family respectively. Give these people some more time, and they could all be outstanding disciples capable of cultivating to level 50 or above. But these outstanding disciples died in a minute or two, and were called trash by Kenjin Kobe. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the way of Kenjin Kamito, they would have wanted to spray back on the spot. If our sons and daughters are trash, what about your son? Kamito Ichiro had even collected the exclusive legendary grade set for Yin-Yang Masters. And he was still killed by the other party in a few minutes. How dare you call yourself the number one of the younger generation in the Sakura country? It's not just as much of a waste. Gato Kenrun finally finished venting, huffed and puffed, and stared at the two matriarchs. It was only after a long time that he grimly said, "Alright, you guys go out and call Fujino Anamaru in." Upon hearing Kobe Kenrun's words, Anagashira Yuya and Drika's Anagakure were instantly relieved, exchanged a quiet glance, and bowed. "Hi, Chairman, Fujino Anamaru, head of the martial arts division of the Amaterasu Guild." It seems that Kobe Kenrun saw that the ninja's assassinations were useless against that man, and was ready to get Takabe to go for a head-to-head fight this time. In the East Dragon Empire's replica hall, the crowd was still immersed in that female Big Brother's formidable performance of killing 50 ninjas from the opposite side in minutes, and they were discussing vigorously. Suddenly, a surprised voice blurted out, "Look, look, look, those bonobos are here to give away their heads again. Ha ha, ha, Nikan-kan, they're not putting on new ninjas, are they? Is it the Kiba village or the Tsuchikage village? Ha, the Fujino family? Ha ha." The shinobis wimped out. It's the martial arts division's on for a change. These bonobos are quite bold, actually wanting to go head-to-head with a female Big Brother. It's on, it's on, it's on. It's so damn exciting. Hey, teleporting into the battlefield again. Li Haotian took in everything on the opposite side through God's perspective. Li Haotian looked at the opposite heights with surprise as a vote of big men with open chests and thick muscles suddenly appeared, and said in surprise, this time, all of them have changed into samurai? In the next moment, all these big men gathered together, while whimpering and yelling, vociferously rushing this way from the center, looking like they were going to do a group fight. Li Haotian couldn't help but lose his smile. Want to go head-to-head with me? Then I'd love it too much. My tank is already hungry and thirsty. Jia 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 jia. In the next instant, a dense army of tanks appeared in front of Li Haotian, their horrifying gun barrels raised at the same time, aiming at the group of neatly rushing dudes on the opposite side. Li Haotian's eyes flashed with a ferocious light as he heatedly said, "This is a good feeling. Sakura country is also too polite. Even gathering monsters is saved." Boom, 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 boom. Intense fire suddenly rose from the red high ground and blasted across the room. Chapter 55, The Big Man is the Big Deal, isn't he? Gato Kenran's eyes stared deathly at the confrontation information on the public sign, blood filaments in his pupils filling his entire eye as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "If that stinking is really a summoner, then even if she's a level 50 or higher summoner, the number of summoned beasts shouldn't be more than 20. With the primness and strength of my Sakura Kingdom warriors, I can completely take on 20 of her summoned beasts. And this time, I'm sure I can." Only halfway through his sentence did Kenjin Kamito's voice come to an abrupt halt as if he had been strangled. His mouth unconsciously opened wide, his pupils trembled violently, and he was unable to speak half a dozen words in his neck, because he could clearly see that the names of the 50 samurai from the Sakura Kingdom had begun to turn gray again at a rapid rate. How is that possible? Gato Kenran even changed his voice a bit, and what made him feel even more appalled was that the speed of death this time was even faster than last time. The East Dragon Empire's replica hall, meanwhile, simultaneously resounded with all sorts of deafening screams and exclamations. "Oh my god, the big woman is killing it. Cool. Great. Dead bonobos. Dare to provoke our eastern dragons. That's how you should kill them. Wipe out all the fleas on them. This battle power. It's too terrifying. This big female can't be a new profession that has emerged from our East Dragon, right? Even the few known illusory god professions. I feel like they can't be this strong. Could it be another bug profession like Marshal Lee's creator? Hiss, horrible as hell. Horrible as hell." In less than a minute, Due to the enemy's initiative to gather monsters, Li Haotian even blasted all 50 dudes into meat dregs with just a few rounds of flurry fire. Only after confirming that his side's camp crystal had absorbed all of the enemy camp's spiritual energy did Li Haotian exit the King's Canyon with satisfaction and return to the preparation room. Are all the men in the Sakura country weak in the kidneys? They're all good-looking but useless. The string of names represented by question marks continued to speak arrogantly. Baka. Baka. Gato Kenron was almost so angry that his urinary blisters exploded. Next to him, the head of the Amaterasu Guild's martial arts division, Fujino Anamaru, also had a darkened face, angry and at the same time with incomparable heartache. He really couldn't figure it out. It was 50 elites. How can you die so quickly? What exactly was the other party's profession? And why could they kill them like dogs? Hideya Abe, the head of the Yin-Yang department, looked at Fujino Anamaru's pained face, and a glint of gloat flashed in his eyes. The three major divisions of the Amaterasu Guild would often fight in secret, and among them, it was especially the Yin-Yang and Marshal divisions that fought the most. It was because the people of the Yin-Yang division liked to mock the Wu division for being reckless and simple-minded with all their limbs, while the people from the martial arts division mocked the people from the Yin and Yang division for being sissies, each one of them only raising pets and secretly engaging in human-animal hybridization. The morale of the Sakura kingdom was corrupted by these trash. For example, there was once a Yin-Yang master who made a small movie with a half-human, half-snake Kyoheim, which was accidentally circulated and created a furor at the time. It was because of these reasons that the Yin-Yang and Marshal departments had always been at odds with each other. Moreover, legend has it that the current head of the Yin-Yang department, Abe Hideya, likes to climb back mountain and keeps many strong male pets in his private life, which is even more deeply displeasing to the current head of the martial arts department, Fujino Anamaru. So it was natural that Abe Shuya was happy to see the martial and shinobi divisions lose so much. However, Shinobi Minister Chiken Hinata immediately sensed Abe Shuya's impure thoughts, and with a pale face, he suddenly spoke. Minister, an idea has suddenly occurred to me. Hideya Abe suddenly had a thump in his heart. Kenjin Kamito grimaced. Speak, President. I think that the other party's battle power is so powerful that it is clearly unusual. And this time, the other party kills and kills even faster than last time, showing that the other party is not afraid of group warfare. And it can even be said that the other party might be very good at group warfare. If the other party is really a summoner, then the number of her summoned beasts could be far more than 20. And it's possible that just like the young master, she's also gathered some sort of powerful and exclusive profession set. Moreover, even if the other party isn't a summoner but a beast master or a mechanic or something like that, then the beasts and superpowered weapons she's taken in can't be used indefinitely. After defeating our good fighters from the shinobi and martial arts divisions, even if the camp confrontation subplot can reset her spiritual power value, the drain on her mental side and her abilities must not be small. In that case, if we send another 50 elite Yin-Yang masters in, and use the number of Yin-Yang masters to suppress her ability to specialize in group combat, we might be able to defeat that mysterious woman. Amber Hideya's eyes suddenly widened as he stared viciously at Chime Hinata, cursing in his mind. Baka, Shin you old six, count on your ruthlessness. Chime Hinata gave Abe Shuya a sidelong glance, as if to say, if we're going to lose money, we're all going to lose money together. Don't you dare try to stay out of it. The light flickered in Kamito Kenron's eyes, as if he was pondering Chime Hinata's words. After a long time, he finally made a decision and said grimly, Good, Hideya, you immediately gather 50 Yin-Yang masters who have contracted at least 3 or more gods and go in to get him. More than a group fight. Who are we Yin and Yang masters of Sakura country afraid of? Hideya Abe blacked out and almost fell to the ground. Son of a Chime, a Yin and Yang master who has contracted more than 3 gods is truly the elite of the elite. Even Kamito Ichiro, who was known as the strongest of the younger generation of the Sakura country, had only contracted 5. You're trying to rip off the Yin and Yang department, you murderous black thief. But looking at the ghostly fire that burned eerily in Kobe Kenron's eyes, Abe Shuya's mouth opened several times, but he stiffly did not dare to say the words of refusal. The chairman Sama was still in the pain of losing his son, and if he dared to refuse, he would have absolutely no good consequences. He gritted his teeth and stared at Chime Hinata and a sneering Fujino Anamaru as he led the way. Hey, chairman! Li Haotian finished driving taunts and was sitting in the preparation room bored out of his mind. Suddenly, the blue camp's teleportation array lit up again. A new person had come in. Li Haotian was slightly stunned. Then with a curious face, he climbed up and looked at the names of those new people who came in on the other side. Yuya Mikami, Kangai, Lola Ryuzawa, Maria Osawa. Oh, it seems to be all Yin and Yang masters? This is trying to get a group fight with me. Li Haotian muttered. Ha, these bonobos from the Sakura country are coming in with a vengeance. A fierce light flashed in Li Haotian's eyes. Interesting. thinking that the number of people is terrific, right? Too bad. I have more guns, and there's plenty of firepower, so I'll blast you into oblivion in minutes. Chapter 56, The Famous Yin-Yang Masters of the Sakura Country. Outside, the East Dragon Empire Replica Hall. Ha ha, look, 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 Sakura Nation is on again. Oh, the Sakura Country is very strong. Let's see. Who's here this time? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't this the famous Mr. Song of the Sakura Country? Hey, it's still true. I heard that she's a well-known teacher at a certain college in the Sakura Country, and I met her last time I was in a kill copy. TSK, let me tell you, don't look at this MS. Song's soft appearance, but her combat experience is extremely rich. In the Sakura Country, many professionals have been defeated by her, and they can't even hold out for 3 minutes before they have to surrender their weapons. Holy, it looks like the Sakura Country is really pissed off this time. And the ones who came are actually little-known yin and yang masters. TSK, indeed. I've heard of this Maria Osawa. She seems to be a hybrid with strong fighting skills. At the Amaterasu Guild, Gato Kenran's eyes stared deathly at the public notice board and said viciously, "This time, I don't believe she can still carry it off." 50 yin-yang masters, each with more than 3 style gods, plus the yin-yang masters themselves. The total number is even more than 200. With so many battle forces advancing on all fronts, even if she's a professional who specializes in group battles, she's bound to die. Seeing the request to start a war from the blue side, Li Haotian sneered and clicked agree. As the vision before him swirled, he reappeared in the middle of the King's Canyon. As soon as he appeared, Li Haotian quickly unfolded God's perspective and inserted eyes to the entire King's Canyon. On the opposite side of the blue camp, a group of yin-yang masters wearing mage robes also appeared at the same time. Subsequently, these yin-yang masters released their gods at the first opportunity according to the strategy they had originally formulated. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of strange-looking style gods appeared in Li Haotian's field of vision. Subsequently, under the control of the yin-yang master, these gods dispersed in a swarm, like locusts crossing the border, chasing towards the red side. Li Haotian only slightly pondered before quickly summoning 50 tanks. At the same time, there were hundreds of Gatling rotary machine guns, densely arrayed on the high ground. This time, the number of enemies clearly far exceeded those 2 previous confrontations. With more than 200 enemies, even if he summoned 100 tanks, it would be difficult to cover the entire King's Canyon without any dead ends. Moreover, many of the other party's gods had special abilities that couldn't be second-guessed in a short period of time. This battle, I'm afraid, is going to go on for a while, and once he summoned too many supernatural weapons and caused his own spiritual value to be too drastically depleted, there was a chance that the other party's yin and yang masters could take advantage of the situation, resulting in a gutter fall. Therefore, for the sake of his own safety, Li Haotian decided that it would be better to use a tank with a Gatling rotary machine gun. Tanks are capable of delivering ultra-long-range strikes that cover the entire map. If the other side could really touch their side of the high ground, then these 100 Gatling rotary machine guns would be able to fill in the gaps in terms of medium and close-range firepower. Although the Gatling rotary machine gun is not as powerful as the rocket launcher, the high rate of fire and high-density coverage of the Gatling machine gun will be more practical than the rocket launcher when the enemy has a large number of men. Not only that, Li Haotian even summoned the exoskeleton armor this time and put it on himself. Although he had a mechanical double to save his life, he still had to have the battle sense he needed. After summoning enough super weapons, Li Haotian followed the same old rules, splitting 10 tanks each to bombard the opponent's red and blue elite monsters, taking the lead in grabbing the red and blue buffs. The 50 tanks then began to fire at full power. On the opposite side, the Sakura Nation professionals led by Kang Jingdong and several other well-known yin-yang masters were quickly bursting towards the red side under the cover of their respective gods. However, they hadn't scurried out far before 2 intense balls of fire accompanied by explosions exploded in the red camp. Song Jingkong's figure slightly lurched, and his somewhat soft voice gruffly said, "What a powerful cannon attack! To be able to attack this side from such a distance. The other party is a mechanic." Ozawa Maria's voice was full of offense as she queried. "Strange. Most of the East Dragon Empire's mechanics are male, right? How could such a powerful female mechanic suddenly appear?" Kang Jingkong shook his head slightly. "I'm not sure. Maybe it's secretly cultivated by one of the big families." Confirming the other party's occupation, Yuya Mikami, who was next to her, guessed, "In that case, the reason she was able to take out so many of us, including Ichiro Kamito, so quickly before was because the number of superpowered weapons she had accumulated far exceeded that of a normal level 50 professional?" Lola Ryuzawa nodded slightly, her mood relaxing slightly. "That should be the reason, but she's already fought 2 confrontations before, so even if she has an incredible amount of superpowered weapons, The ammo she's carrying around should be pretty much depleted. With so many of us, there should be enough to exhaust her firepower and then play her to death. After learning that the other party was a mechanic, the pressure in the hearts of the several leading yin-yang masters was immediately reduced. It's the more unknown that makes it more frightening. Before they came in, their biggest worry was whether that mysterious strong man from Donglong would awaken some kind of profession that had never existed before and was of heaven-defying intensity, just like the once existing Li Fu Zi. But if it's a known occupation, they'd had all sorts of preconceived notions coming in for a long time. For example, a mechanic. Although this profession had a powerful attack, a mechanic below level 50 would never be able to use space equipment that was so large as to be infinite. The fact that he was able to carry that many super-powered weapons was quite out of Sakura Nation's expectations. Combined with the ammo equipped for these super weapons, there shouldn't be much left by now after 2 battles. Humph. That female mechanic on the other side must not have imagined that they, the Sakura Kokubu, would gather so many yin-yang masters to overwhelm people by volume. And they were all the elite of the elite, the kind that had contracted at least 3 gods. In Kang Jingkong's and their opinion, as long as they executed according to the pre-established tactics, there shouldn't be much of a problem in defeating the opponent. After all, these 50 of them were the most powerful yin and yang masters in Sakura country. Boom 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 boom. After Li Haotian had the red and blue buffs, with the help of God's perspective, the 50 tanks began to frantically fire their guns. Densely packed tank main guns exploded throughout the King's Canyon. Facing Li Haotian's completely unreasonable bombardment, the Sakura country's yin-yang masters could only gibberish angrily while trying to find gaps in the artillery coverage and quickly penetrate towards the red side. Outside, everyone was staring at the camp confrontation copies with wide eyes, especially looking at the names of those yin and yang masters from Sakura country. Sure enough, that big woman lived up to her name. And it didn't take long to start before the people of Sakura Nation began to die rapidly, their names turning gray one by one. But unlike before, this time, the rate of death in Sakura Nation was significantly slower. Chapter 57, Surprise Attack and Counterattack. Kenjin Kamito stared at the big screen with the same deadpan expression. His heart sank when he saw the shades similarly begin to die. The minister of the Yin-Yang department, Abe Hidia, on the other hand, had a black face and was suffering from a lot of meat pain. These, however, were the elite of their Yin-Yang department. However, immediately afterward, Gato Kenrun realized that this time, the death rate of the Sakura Nation's camp was significantly slower than before. There are more than 20 alive, at least so far. It was still a heavy loss, but it was much better than the instant total destruction of the last game. For them, it means there's an opportunity. The warriors of the Sakura Kingdom never fear death for the sake of victory. In the copy, Maria Osawa and the others clenched their teeth, and under the cover of the gods, they finally burst into the area that was about to approach the opponent's high ground. Song Jingkong was a bit gray at this time. His snow-white skin was tinted with a patch of scorched black, and he seemed to have been bombarded by Li Haotian's artillery fire. With fear in his eyes, Mikami Yuya said in a stunned voice, "What terrifying fire coverage! How much ammo did that guy bring with him? It's like there's no end to it." Dragon Zephyr Lola was also a bit scared afterward. Yeah, no wonder she was able to kill so many of us so quickly in the previous confrontation. That firepower is too terrifying. Even if we have strong defensive types in all of our gods, we'll be finished if we're not careful. The stronger the talent, the more gods the Sakura Kingdom's Yin-Yang masters can summon. And the Yin and Yang masters that Kobe Kenrun had chosen to come in this time were all elites who had contracted at least 3 gods. And because of the fragility of the Yin and Yang themselves, these Yin and Yang masters who are able to contract more than one god will choose at least one god that is on the defensive side of the spectrum so that they can better protect themselves in battle. It was also because of this reason that Li Haotian's artillery coverage didn't manage to wipe out all of his opponents, allowing these Yin-Yang masters to break through to the highland area. Kang Jingkong grimly said, "The other party is indeed very powerful, but the mechanic specializes in medium and long-range covering attacks. Once we let us rush close, with our current numbers, it's enough to kill him as well." The other Yin-Yang masters had the same sinister look in their eyes and said heavily, "Hold on for a little while longer. We're about to reach the high ground." Li Haotian watched everyone's actions in his eyes through God's perspective, seeing the other party rushing hard to this side against the artillery fire. But Li Haotian didn't have the slightest worry. He sneered, controlling the 100 Gatling rotary machine guns hidden behind the tanks, still bombarding as usual. With a swish, a mantis-like god suddenly sprang out of the bushes and rushed towards the high ground. Then, one after another, all kinds of strange and weird gods sprang out of the grass, followed by the Yin-Yang master, who similarly rushed out. They broke through Li Haotian's fire blockade and finally reached the high ground. Kang Jingkong and a few other leaders similarly rushed out. Maria Osawa quickly looked around the area and realized that they now had about 20 Yin-Yang masters left, and 40 or 50 gods left. Mikami Yuya's pupils contracted slightly as he looked at the array of tanks densely displayed on the red side's high ground. So they're heavy tanks. This number, I'm afraid it's as many as 40 to 50. No wonder they have such intense firepower. Kang Jingkong said in a deep voice. Tanks can't move flexibly at close range, and their shooting speed can't keep up with us. So let's demolish the tower first, then attack the high ground and kill that mechanic. Shivering Snake. Seeing that the enemy's main camp was close at hand, the fear in the hearts of the other Yin-Yang masters receded slightly, and was replaced by endless viciousness and killing intent. Boom 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 boom. These dozens of Yin-Yang masters immediately began to frantically attack the defense towers while jumping up and down to avoid the 50 tanks in front of the position. A minute later, the 3 defense towers on the high ground collapsed at the same time, and the last defense was finally destroyed under the playful attacks of these Yin-Yang masters, and the number of undertakers, once again, plummeted by half, leaving only about 10. Canyon is right. Tanks really can't move fast enough at close range, or adjust their guns to fire. But it couldn't help that Li Haotian had a large number of tanks. 50 tanks, even if they just stopped in place to crossfire, were enough to pose a great threat to those undertakers attacking the defense towers. Seeing that the 3 defense towers had finally been destroyed, Song Jingkong's eyes flashed with brilliance as he shouted, "Everyone rush to the high ground and kill that mechanic. Jump over the top of the tank. The tank's guns can't cover the top. Kill." These undertakers had seen the man in mechanical armor behind high and low, and rushed forward with red eyes. Looking at these wailing mechanics who rushed up, the corner of Li Haotian's mouth quietly hooked up. With a thought, the 100 Gatling rotary machine guns hidden in the back of the tank suddenly floated up, their blackened muzzles pointing into mid-air. As Kangekon looked on in horror, they opened fire at the same time. Da 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 da. The dense rain of bullets covered all the shades that rushed up. Lola Ryuzawa was horrified and screamed in despair. Ah! She still has super weapons. Help me. However, no one could save her, because the other Yin-Yang masters were also caught off guard by Li Haotian's underhanded move, screaming as they each tried to find a way to save themselves. This turn of events was something they hadn't even anticipated, because in their cognition, heavy tanks and such superpower weapons originally took up extremely much space, coupled with the supporting ammunition. It was already unbelievable that Li Haotian could have so much. In this situation, even if Li Haotian had other superpower weapons, it was absolutely impossible to form a quantitative crush. But unexpectedly, Li Haotian actually hid hundreds of Gatling rotary machine guns. In the dense and furious rain of bullets, the remaining undertakers once again began to die. While screaming angrily, Maria Osawa ducked into the stomach of her defensive style god, Iron Barrel Ghost. In an attempt to carry over this wave of sneak attack from Li Haotian, she roared furiously in anger. Top it off. Hold out with the defense gods. Gatling's ammo reserve is only 150 rounds. So as long as we hold off this wave, she won't have time to replace her ammo, and we'll be able to kill her back. However, half a minute later, the intensive firepower did not tend to weaken at all, and was still frantically Maria Osawa, her eyes wide with rage, screamed with both absurdity and incredulity. Impossible. With the rate of fire of a Gatling rotary machine gun, the bullet should have been gone a long time ago. So why are you still shooting? Li Haotian hid behind the high ground. Jie strange smile, because brother lasting which is like you cherry blossom country those seconds male. 30 seconds cannot hold on to a shiver. Hearing Li Haotian's mocking voice, the well-known Yin-Yang masters such as Maria Osawa and Song Jingkong, who were still desperately holding on, were stunned at the same time and said in shock, "You're not a woman. You're a man." Chapter 58 Golden Battle Order. Immediately afterward, Kang Jingkong immediately associated it with East Dragon's previous ban on nations and said in horror, "East Dragon Empire's previous ban on nations was because of you. Your superpowered weapons have no ammunition limit. You purposely pretended to be a woman to distract the others." Li Haotian glanced at her in surprise and said with some appreciation, "Worthy of being a well-known song teacher in Sakura country, she still has some brains. It's just a pity that this is a camp confrontation copy. Even if you know this secret, you'll never have a chance to pass it on." Click, 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 click. The 50 tanks in front of the position began to turn their guns, aiming them at the few remaining undertakers. "No, please spare my life. I'm willing to swear allegiance to you and will never expose your secret," Asuka screamed. Li Haotian looked at her coldly and gently shook his head. "I don't believe a single one of the Sakura countrymen. Get on the road." Boom! Cannon fire erupted in unison, swamping several people. Looking at the broken limbs and crushed flesh all over the ground, Li Haotian confirmed that the opponent was all dead before he dispersed the superpower weapon with a thought. Outside, the East Dragon's replica hall was once again in a state of jubilation. Female bigot cowboys. Voice breaking. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of profession is big girl? This is too strong. That's 50 Yin-Yang masters. With the gods, the number is in the hundreds. And this was all killed by the female big brother. More than hundreds. Kang Jingkong, Mikami Yuya, and these Yin-Yang masters are all little-known elites in the Sakura country. And although I don't know all of the other Yin-Yang masters, I've heard of most of them. If I'm right, I'm afraid that all of these Yin-Yang masters are the elite of the Yin-Yang department. And each of them has more than 3 gods. HSSS, all of them have more than 3 gods? If that's true, then wouldn't these 50 Shinigami amount to more than 200? Holy, with this order of magnitude, not to mention summoners, even mechanics can't fight. Yeah, the female big shot could have fought several times before. It's impossible for anyone under level 50 to carry that much ammo after leveling and equipment balancing. What exactly is her profession? In the Free Federation, the general president of the Source God Guild, Parker Williams, had a sullen expression on his face, and there was even a clear look of scorn in his eyes. He said to James and Bruno in a deep voice, "Inform them, classify this mysterious woman from the East Dragon Empire as a class A dangerous person, and give me a heavy bounty for her details." James and Bruno looked at each other and nodded solemnly. "Yes, President," Parker said grimly, 50 Yin-Yang masters, totaling over 200. With that kind of number, she actually managed to kill them all in such a short period of time. The terror of battle power. Not to mention being invincible at the same level. It's also invincible even if you cross the level. Even the Li Fu Zi from back then, compared to her, I'm afraid that she's inferior in terms of attacking power. Assuming that she is now over level 50 and is participating in a camp confrontation copy after balancing her level and equipment, I'm afraid that her complete battle power would be enough to deal with a level 60 professional. And if she really grows up in the future, she will definitely be a great danger to us. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Amaterasu Guild, Kobe Kenran and the 3 ministers of the Yin-Yang, Marshal, and Ninjutsu departments were similarly filled with gravity. Even the mind of Gato Kenran now had to temporarily cast aside the death of his precious son and place all of his thinking power entirely on this mysterious woman. 50 elite Yin-Yang masters, together with more than 150 various gods, were still killed by the other side. What does that mean? It showed that that woman's potential was completely comparable to Li Fu Zi's, if not stronger. Back then, in order to hide himself, the East Dragon Empire's Li Fu Zi had been meticulous until level 70 before appearing in front of everyone's eyes. And by that time, Li Fu Zi was already so powerful that almost no one could kill him. It was too late for the countries of the world, even if they regarded Livzi as a thorn in their side. This mysterious woman was different. Her potential was equally amazing, but it was exposed much earlier than Livy's. If we don't find a way to kill her at this time, when she really grows up in the future, I'm afraid that she'll be another terrifying professional who crushes the illusion god. For the Sakura country, which lived adjacent to East Dragon, it would be nothing short of a disaster if East Dragon really appeared 2 super professionals like Li Fu Zi. Various thoughts flashed through Kamito Kenran's eyes, and in the end, he seemed to have made some sort of decision as he said in a deep voice, "We can't let her continue to grow. This kind of threatening figure must be snuffed out as early as possible. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable." After seeing the woman's horrific potential, this has even risen to a national level crisis. At a time like this, even the 3 major ministers, who had never been very much at odds with each other in general, didn't dare to engage in infighting any longer, but instead were united in their efforts to fight against each other. Minister of the Yin-Yang Department, Abe Xiao, also said in a deep voice, "But the problem is that right now, our people can't even enter the East Dragon Forbidden Kingdom. What's more, even if we could figure out a way to send high-ranking ninjas to infiltrate East Dragon to assassinate her, we wouldn't even know her identity." Shime Hinata also had a gloomy face. "That's right, we assassinated that mechanic of the East Dragon last time. This time, the East Dragon side will definitely take extremely tight precautions against us, even if we send ninjas in again. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to succeed in the assassination again." Fujino Anamaru was slightly silent. A murderous aura flashed in his eyes. "What then? Should we just let her grow up? She's been hiding in East Dragon for such a long time. And if it wasn't for the fact that this camp confrontation copy was angered by us, we wouldn't even know of her existence. This also means that even if she enters other copies in the future, she will definitely hide herself, making it hard to be detected by the outside world. If we miss this opportunity for a camp confrontation copy, it will be even harder to find her in the future." Abe Sho also had a hard look on his face. "But the problem is, even if we wanted to finish her off in a camp confrontation copy, with the combat power she's shown, no one under level 50 would be able to defeat her at all." Just then, Kenjin Kamido suddenly spoke out. "No, there's still a chance. If a level 50 professional can't do it, what about a level 70? 70? The three ministers froze in unison. Subsequently, it was Chime Hinata who first reacted, a flash of surprise in his eyes, and perked up. Chairman, what you mean is, use that? Kenjin Kamito nodded heavily. Not bad. The Golden Battle Order. Abe Shuya and Fujino Anamaru's entire body shook, and only then did they remember that their Amaterasu guild still had 3 Golden Battle Orders in their collection. With this thing, they were able to send 3 level 70 plus pros into the camp against a copy, although there would still be level and equipment suppression. With the Golden Battle Order, it would allow these 3 professionals to have a chance to go all out. Chapter 59. The 3 ministers make their appearance. You have to know, this was a true all-out strike from a level 70 professional, with the original equipment and level boost. Instead, the camp confrontation copy suppresses all of the opponent's levels and equipment to below 50. If the person using the Golden Battle Order was a level 79 professional, the difference between the two sides would be almost equivalent to crossing a full 30 levels. This level difference, combined with the increase in equipment, was simply a descending blow, completely capable of killing with a single blow. Moreover, the Golden Battle Orders in their Tianzhou Guild's collection were not just 1, but 3 whole ones. The existence of these 3 Golden Battle Orders was unknown even to the other top echelons of the Amaterasu Guild, except for Kobe Kenran and the 3 major ministers. This also meant that the Eastern Dragon Empire was equally unaware. If they had used 3 Golden Battle Orders and sent 3 70-plus leveled professionals in to intercept that woman, the Eastern Dragon Empire would never have been able to anticipate it in advance. At that time, when these 3 people suddenly erupted into a full-force strike, they would definitely be able to instantly kill that woman. Thinking of this, Chime Hinata hurriedly asked, Chairman, then who do we send in? While Kenjin Kamito didn't say anything, his eyes looked straight at the 3 major ministers. Abe Shuya's body stiffened and he hesitated. We, Gato Kenran nodded rightfully, his essence flickering, since I've even used the Golden Battle Order. Of course I have to make sure it's 100% successful, and among all the level 70 professionals in our Heavenly Illumination Guild, you 3 ministers, regardless of level or equipment, are among the top tier of them all, and it's only prudent for you to personally step in. But, Abe Sho was also a little hesitant. Gato Kenran's face sank as he stared at him. What? Could it be that the 3 of you personally led the team, along with the Golden Battle Order, and you still couldn't even deal with a woman whose rank had been suppressed? Abe Sho also muttered in his mind, it's not like you're the one who's on the damn thing, so of course you're not worried. But he also knew, not to mention that Kobe Kenran was a level 81 professional, that he couldn't use the Golden Battle Order at all, even if he really was able to use it. With this old man's caution, he definitely wouldn't do it himself. After struggling for a long time, Abe Sho could only clench his teeth and say, hey, we will definitely kill that woman and get rid of this future big trouble for Sakura country. Kobe Kenran seemed to see Abe Shuya's hesitation. His face slowed down and patted Abe Shuya's shoulder. Don't worry, you're a level 74. You still have 7 style gods to protect you. Fujino and Chim are both level 75 professionals, and your whole body epics are all together. With you guys leading the team, that woman will die for sure. Moreover, although that woman's battle power is strong, she's not really invincible. When she was dealing with those 50 Yin-Yang masters earlier, she obviously slowed down a lot, and I'm guessing that after so many consecutive battles with our Sakura Kingdom's warriors, I'm afraid that her condition is starting to slip. With you guys personally on this trip, you can definitely kill that woman. Saying this, Kobe Kenran gave a slight beat and seductively said, moreover, it's not as if you guys didn't gain anything at all from this trip. Don't forget, the camp storage has been open for such a long time, and the professionals from East Dragon and our country combined have contributed hundreds of lives, and they're all at the elite level. According to my estimation, after you kill that woman, I'm afraid the effect of the aura that comes out of this camp confrontation copy will be very strong. It would be a great gain to come out with just the right aura for yourselves. Hearing this, Abe Sho's eyes also lit up. Yeah, almost forgot about the halo thing. This time, the camp storage lasted for so long, the probability that the output of the aura attribute is extremely good. Fujino Anamaru and Chime Hinata exchanged glances, and their gazes took on a bit of a burning intensity. A special equipment like the halo, because of the special conditions of its output, was not available to most of the professions, not even their 3 major ministers. Kenjin Kobe did get one back in the day, but the attributes were just average. If that woman could be resolved this time, then the attributes of the aura produced by this camp confrontation copy would definitely not be bad. Hi, promise to get the job done. Hi, long live Sakura. Fujino Anamaru and Chim Hinata exclaimed. Gato Kenran nodded slightly, a look of hatred in his eyes as he said, since we've even used the Golden Battle Order, this time, we have to make sure that nothing goes wrong.
You guys go to the 3 major divisions and pick another 47 level 59 elite professionals and have them enter with you through the balance of levels and equipment. This time, you must kill that woman Donglong. Hi! The 3 ministers turned away with their hearts on fire. And at this moment, all the countries in the world were paying attention to this copy of the camp confrontation between the Sakura Kingdom and the Eastern Dragon Empire. After they saw that the Sakura country had dispatched 50 young masters who had all been massacred by that mysterious woman from the East Dragon Empire, they marveled in awe and at the same time, they all gloated a bit. Hey, Cherry Blossom Kingdom has fallen big time this time. Even the young chairman of Amaterasu was slaughtered by Donglong. It's a big disgrace. Ha! Who told them to provoke the East Dragon? It's called asking for trouble. That's right. Over the years, although the Eastern Dragon Empire's backward professionals are somewhat mediocre and have suffered a lot of losses in the major copies, but the Eastern Dragon Empire's heritage is there after all. Even the Free Federation has to be afraid of it. And the Cherry Blossom Country's district is just a bullet-ridden place, so they still really think that they can fight with other people's toughness? What a blind man entering the toilet. Looking for. The East Dragon Empire's replica hall was similarly buzzing. Hey, do you guys think the Sakura country is wimpy? Why is there no movement for so half a day? Must have been scared of being killed by the big female. TSK, that's 50 elite yin-yang masters, and they were killed cleanly in a matter of minutes. That's right. With the Sakura country's farts and the camps below level 50 fighting against the copies, these 50 yin-yang masters should be their strongest fighting force, and if they can't even deal with the big female, I don't believe that they have any other tricks up their sleeves. Hey, also, look guys, Sakura Nation is on again. Do they have such an iron head that they actually dare to come? Let's see who it is this time. What's going on here? How did they hide their names too? Holy, could it be that the Sakura country also has hidden demonic level experts like the female big brother who are afraid of being targeted by us if we find out? You're out of your mind, aren't you? All 50 people from the Sakura country have hidden their names. How can there be so many demonic level experts in that nook and cranny of theirs? I think it's just a bluff, purposely trying to scare the female big brother. That's right, this must be a bluff by Sakura Nation. Look, the confrontation has begun. Chapter 60, Hatred Drawn to the Ancestral Tomb. Just then, everyone noticed a new change. How come Sakura Nation is showing the names of the participants again? Strange. What kind of airplane is Sakura Nation working on? Let's see who's there. Abe Shuya, Fujino Anamaru, Chime Hinata. Those names, why do they feel familiar? Hiss. Isn't this the ING minister of the 3 major divisions of Amaterasu? How did they get in there? WOJ. It seems true, but this isn't right. A camp confrontation copy below level 50. Even if the level and equipment are balanced, at most, only level 50 plus professions can participate. It's impossible to enter at level 60. The ministers of the 3 major divisions of Amaterasu are all level 70 plus professions as far as I can remember. Right. So how did they manage to get in? At the hidden passageway of the Qing Hua Academy's replica hall, Jiang Jin, Ling Shuaihan, and Wang Qingfeng were also shocked. Wang Qingfeng gruffly said, I didn't expect that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom actually privately hid 3 golden battle orders. Jiang Jin was also slightly startled, and couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. Abe Shio is also a level 74 yin-yang master, and his god the 7 has both offense and defense, special abilities, and not a low level, so it's really not easy to deal with. Fujino Anamaru's 3-blade flow is also extremely sharp, and Chime Hinata is known as a master of ninjutsu, proficient in a variety of advanced ninjutsu. All 3 of these guys are not oil-saving lamps. The little master brother Ling Shuaihan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, the ministers of the 3 major divisions of Tianzhou are the best of the best amongst the level 70 professionals. That is, if I go up against them individually, I can only manage to pick 2 out of 2 at the most, so it's indeed difficult to deal with. However, even if they were able to enter the camp confrontation copy through the golden battle order, under the suppression of the balance of levels and equipment, the biggest advantage would be the number of basic attributes and skills, as well as that one chance to go all out. But Little Master has those perverted exclusive talents, and with that kind of completely unreasonable fire coverage, their basic attributes and skills can't really take much advantage. The greatest threat to Junior Master is still that one chance to strike with full force, said Ling Shuaihan, giving a slight lurch, a cold light flashing in her eyes. But unfortunately, Junior Master's newly awakened mechanical double has no limit on the number of times it can be used. The 3 of them together will only have a total of 3 chances to strike with their full strength. But even if they could kill Junior Master 3 times, it would be meaningless in front of so many of Junior Master's superpowered weapons. A flash of exuberance suddenly flashed in Ling Shuaihan's eyes as he mocked. Hey,
with 3 ministers sacrificing together. Sakura country is doomed to steal a chicken this time. In the camp confrontation copy, Li Haotian had just teleported out and immediately unfolded the god's perspective to encompass the entire canyon. This time, those guys from the cherry blossom country suddenly hit everyone's names, a move that similarly caused a touch of vigilance to rise in Li Haotian's heart. But then he froze, because he suddenly saw that the guys on the other side of the room had actually put their names back on display. Hidetsuya Abe, Anamaru Fujino, and Chime Hidetsuka. Li Haotian's eyes immediately revealed a gaze, even feeling a bit unbelievable. Hiss the 3 branch ministers of the Sakura Country Amaterasu Guild? He was speechless. Holy, as far as that goes? I've only killed 200 of you. Why can't you afford to play in person? A golden battle order? I didn't expect that the Sakura Kingdom actually hid this kind of good stuff. Thanks to my former schoolteacher status. Otherwise, the average person wouldn't really know about this stuff. Li Haotian raised his eyebrows while observing. Ooh, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom really looks up to me. Even these remaining people seem to be a cut above the previous professionals in terms of basic quality. That one is Haruno Ei, right? And Vortex Akane and Uchiha Yusuke? TSK, all of them are quite famous good fighters at this level of level 50 in the Sakura country. Good lord, could it be that in this wave, they're looking for all level 50 plus mid-level elite professionals? Ha, this wave of hatred I've got is really going to their ancestral graves. After confirming the identity of the other party, Li Haotian exclaimed in admiration while thinking quickly in his mind at the same time. Then, still following his previous tactics, he first summoned 50 heavy tanks and arrayed them on the high ground. Then another 100 rockets were summoned and buried in a circle around the heights. But unlike those tanks, these rockets, Li Haotian aimed them all inside. After making these preparations, Li Haotian smiled grimly. Game. Begin. In the blue camp, the 3 ministers had the rest of their subordinates spread out in 3-man combat teams. The samurai is in the front, the ninja is hidden in the shadows, and the yin-yang master falls behind as a legal output. Then fully spread out and burst towards the red camp. As for the one extra yin and yang master, he followed Chime Hinata to the location of the red elite monster. Fujino Anamaru, as a warrior, acts as a meat shield for Abe Shuya for the time being, and travels with him to where the blue elite monster is located. This was their negotiated tactic. Red elite monsters increase attack power by 30%, and are best obtained by the assassin-type Chime Hinata, increasing his attack power when he swoops in for the kill. Blue elite monsters add 30% back to spirit speed, which is naturally best suited for Hidetsuya Abe, although Fujino Gekimaro usually looked down on Abe Hidia. At a time like this, he was clearly able to tell the difference and wouldn't trip up Abe Hidia. However, when they split up and were about to approach the area where the red and blue elite monsters were located, with a boom, Li Haotian opened fire. He called up 25 tanks each to bombard both Abe Hidia and Chime Hinata at the same time. As a master of ninjutsu, Chime Hinata had a cautious character, and all along the way, he was keeping a watchful eye on the movements around him. Suddenly, a feeling of terror fell from the sky. His entire body exploded in sweat before the shell even hit the ground. Without even looking up, he cast the substitute without hesitation. With a soft thud, Chime Hinata's figure disappeared and was replaced by a rounded wooden stake. But the following him wasn't so quick to react. Boom! With a violent explosion, the yin-yang master and the red elite monster were simultaneously blown to pieces. As for Abe Shuya's side, they also sensed Li Haotian's sudden attack in time. Abe Hidetsuya was horrified, and at the first moment, he subconsciously summoned the Makoto of the 7 to his body, trying to rely on it to defend himself. But the move did not give him any security. As an experienced professional, Abe Sho could clearly feel that after his own style god had also been suppressed to below level 50, the opponent's strike had already exceeded the defensive limits of the style god. Chapter 61 New Mechanical God of War. While making these responses, Abe Sho's gaze was horrified and he exclaimed, "The other party is a mechanic." Immediately after that, he gritted his teeth fiercely and prepared to use that one chance to strike with all his might. I can't. Among his gods, there was no ability like Chime Hinata's that could substitute or instantly move, so he could only resist this wave of attacks. But just then, Fujino Anamaru suddenly said in a deep voice, "I'll do it." You saved that opportunity for that mechanic. Fujino Gekimaro couldn't help it. As a samurai, there was no doubt about his frontal attack power, but when it came to defense, he was at best a warrior who was a bit more resistant. Although the resistance to strikes was good, but with his level and equipment suppressed, he could never carry the concentrated bombardment of Li Haotian's 25 tanks' main guns, unless, of course, he explodes to the level of a level 70 professional. However, there was only one chance to strike with full strength, and if both he and Abe Shoya used up this chance, then they would have no bottom card to deal with Li Haotian. Therefore, When facing Li Haotian's sudden attack, Fujino Anamaro could only choose to use that opportunity by himself,
defusing the crisis and allowing Abe Hidia to preserve his strength.
because Abe Hidetsuya's 7-peopled gods, when fully exploded, not only have more varied forms of attack, but are also more powerful than him, and are more suitable for use as a base card. Saying that, Fujino Anamaro instantly drew out 3 chilling katanas, 2 of which he held in his hands, while the other one he bit with his mouth. His gaze was instantly as sharp as a falcon's, and his blurred voice hissed, "Secret skill, 108 troubling winds." With a boom, a terrifying wave of air immediately erupted from Fujino Anamaru's body, transforming into an incomparably sharp tornado that rose up into the sky to meet those extremely fast-falling cannonballs. Clank, 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 boom 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 boom. The sound of metal cutting came from high in the air, followed by a series of explosions. This wave of flurry of shots blasted out by Li Haotian was actually intercepted and sliced by Fujino Anamaru directly in midair. Sending out this attack, Fujino Anamaru's aura quickly fell and was suppressed back to within 50 levels. His face darkened and he yelled, "Attention everyone! The opponent is a mechanic. Don't waste time." Burst in at full speed and close the distance. Hi! All the action teams quickly agreed, and the speed of the raid was instantly raised, turning into a trail of shadows as they rushed towards the red side of the camp. Abe Hidetsuya and Fujino Anamaro did likewise, not daring to delay in the slightest and scurrying forward like lightning. At the same time, they stepped out of their serpentine trajectory, trying to avoid being targeted by the enemy. Li Haotian shook his head regrettably and muttered, although he didn't manage to kill one of these 3 fellows, it's good that he at least nullified Fujino Anamaru's chances of striking out with his full strength. Well, but this is good. If the other 2 guys don't have any bottom cards, they are afraid that they won't dare to rush to the highlands to kill me. In that case, the urn that I have set up won't be good for catching turtles. As he mumbled, the 50 tanks were still firing heavily, inflicting considerable damage on the opposing combat squad that had swooped in. Although these professionals were all intermediate level professionals who had come in through level and equipment balancing, without the golden battle order, they were just going to have a slight advantage in terms of basic attributes and number of skills. Facing the covering bombardment of Li Haotian's unlimited ammunition, there was likewise not much chance of resistance, and they could only try their best to dodge. The only thing I can pray for is that the shells don't fall on me. But even so, when they rushed to the red side's high ground, they similarly lost 20 to 30 people. The 3 ministers were mixed in with the crowd, which had long been assembled. When they saw the dozens of tanks displayed on the high ground from afar, Chime Hinata's gaze sank. It's heavy tanks, and there's a lot of them. Fujino Anamara had a look of surprise in his eyes. Something's not right. Although his tanks are quite numerous, from just now until now, the tanks equipped with elixirs should have run out a long time ago. But the tank's bombing frequency hasn't changed at all since we rushed all the way over here. Doesn't he have to change his magazine? A thoughtful look appeared in Abe Shiya's eyes before he lost his voice in shock and exclaimed, "I know why he was able to kill so many of our professionals so quickly." "What do you mean? What did you think of?" Fujino Anamaro and Chime Hinata immediately turned their heads to look at Abe Shiya. Abe Hidetsu also stared dead at the rows of tanks above him and said incredulously, "I'm guessing that his tanks might not really need to change their magazines. This mechanic is different from normal mechanics. His tank has unlimited ammo. The reason why East Dragon issued the ban on the country is most likely because of him. That old man, Li Fu-zi, must have restarted the Mechanical God of War program again. He's the new Mechanical God of War." Fujino Anamaro and Chime Hinata's entire body shook, their faces filled with shock. Unlimited ammo. A new Mechanical God of War. The East Dragon Empire was holding back a big move. Watching the other professionals had begun to storm the high ground defense towers, but were struggling and bouncing up and down in the crossfire of those dozens of tanks. Chime Hinata gruffly said, "There's no ammo limit, and the opposing team's firepower crosses too intensely. This is not the way to go. If our people die some more, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold it steady even if the 2 of us have one more chance to strike with all our might." Abe Shio glanced at the battlefield, hesitated just a little, and gritted his teeth. The other party is a mechanic and has unlimited ammunition. It's not cost-effective to use human lives against him. We must take down these 3 defense towers on the high ground in the fastest time possible, then close the distance and surround him. As long as we can raid to his side, with the mechanic's brittle defense, a full daytime strike will kill him in minutes. A murderous aura overflowed in Chime Hinata's eyes. "Your 7 is good at group attacks. You push the tower, and when the others surround him, I'll hide in the shadows and kill him with a single blow." Abe Hidito nodded heavily. "That's what I thought." Fujino Anamaro said urgently, "Cut the crap and do it quickly." In just a moment's time, he saw 2 or 3 more warriors die in the crossfire of the defense towers and tanks. Without further delay, Abe Hidetsu quickly pinched out a peculiar gesture. Then,
A powerful aura rose from him as if he had broken through his bonds.
Abe Hidetsuya bellowed. 7 killings full moon. Then, the 7 gods instantly rose up from around Abe Shuya and fused in the air, turning into a blood-colored full moon. As Abe Shuya pointed forward, the blood moon split into 3 and crashed down towards the 3 defense towers on the high ground. Chapter 62. This mechanic. Simply invincible awe. Hideya Abe's eyes were dead set on the guy behind the high ground. He would have liked to just blast that mechanic with this move, but it didn't matter that as long as the 3 defense towers were there, the high ground would be under the protection of the high ground shield. Even if he erupted into a full force strike, it would be difficult to blast the enemy while breaking the shield. 3 smaller blood moons fell like comets, crashing ferociously into the 3 defense towers. With a rumble, the defense tower instantly collapsed. Seeing the enemy's defense tower destroyed by Hideya Abe, the other professionals roared wildly in excitement. Minister Abe is mighty. Kill, kill. Seeing the destruction of the Highland defense tower, the remaining 10 or so professionals shouted and swarmed towards the mechanic in the exoskeleton armor. Chime Hinata had also been hiding around, ready to wait for an opportunity. Fujino Anamaru and Abe Hideyoshi similarly joined the siege army, but for some reason, they both coincidentally fell to the very back and didn't rush to the front line. The corner of Li Haotian's mouth hooked up a cold smile, saying in his heart, "Ha, worthy of being a leader, really cautious enough. It's just a pity that even if you were more cautious, you've already entered my encirclement." In the next instant, hundreds of rockets floated up from the edge of the high ground, their black holes pointing toward the center. Abe Hidetsu also noticed the change at the first moment and his face changed dramatically. There's still an ambush. He's trying to destroy everything. Hinata, kill him. Fujino Anamaru also shouted in horror. They didn't know that Li Haotian had a mechanical double and thought that Li Haotian was desperate and ready to die together. Although Chime Hinata was not present, he was similarly in the high ground, just a short distance away from Li Haotian. If these hundreds of rockets fired at the same time, catching a turtle in a jar, even Chime Hinata wouldn't be able to carry it. There were no stakes on the high ground for him to perform his substitution spell. As for Fujino Anamaru and Abe Hidetsuya, their chances for all-out strikes had long since run out. Faced with this amount of rockets firing in unison, they were also bound to die. An overpowering aura instantly erupted from Chime Hinata's body as lightning surged. Chime Hinata roared, "Reito, Millennium Kill!" With a stabbing sound, the Thousand Eyes Hibachi transformed into a blue electric light, instantly stabbing in front of Li Haotian. Chime Hinata had a strong killing intent in her eyes. Die! In the next instant, Chime Hinata's right hand seemed like a lightning spear, ferociously penetrating Li Haotian's chest. Seeing this scene, while Abe Shuya and Fujino Anamaru breathed a sigh of relief, a look of excitement appeared in their eyes. Finally killed the damn mechanic. However, in the next moment, a weird smile suddenly appeared on Li Haotian's face, and his figure disappeared in a flash. In its place was a bright silver glockenspiel. The killing intent on Chime Hinata's face froze, and the pupils of Abe Shuya and Fujino Anamaru instantly contracted. No way! What the hell is this? Since when do mechanics know the substitute technique? Shocked cries immediately came out from the 3 mouths. Li Haotian's figure quietly surfaced on top of one of the tanks on the edge of the high ground. With a faint smile on his face, he gently spat out one word, boom. Before the words fell, 100 rockets roared simultaneously, flooding the center from all sides. Rumble. With this violent explosion, the 3 major ministers and the remaining Sakura Nation professionals were instantly torn apart by the cannon fire. Before dying, Chime Hinata's eyes stared deathly at Li Haotian, who stood proudly on top of the tank. His eyes filled with shock. He muttered bitterly, "Unlimited ammo and the ability to use a super weapon as a stand-in. Sakura country is in big trouble this time. This mechanic, he's unbeatable." Outside, the replica hall. Since seeing the names of the ministers of the 3 major divisions of the Sakura country, the professionals inside quickly stopped cheering. It was because a part of the professionals had already given a popularization of the role of the Golden Battle Order. As the 3 main ministers of the Amaterasu Guild, there was no need to mention the extreme quality of the equipment of Fujino Anamaru and the 3 of them. Plus, they were all powerful level 78 or 79 occupiers, and they all had a chance to explode at full power once. In this situation, even if that big woman was strong, she would definitely have to be finished off. Other than that, the head of the shinobi division, Chime Hinata, was the most powerful assassin in the Sakura country. If he were to sneak attack with all his might, not to mention being suppressed to below level 50, he feared that even a strong person of the same level as him would have a hard time surviving. In other words, this female bigot, dead. This time it's over. These old silver coins of the Sakura country, no wonder they all hide their names to enter. This is because they are afraid that the female big brother will find out about their plot and refuse to go to war. How shameless. A level 50 camp confrontation copy. And not to mention the 3 major ministers personally coming down. They're still playing this kind of underhanded trick. The atmosphere of the Sakura Nation and the Free Federation was the opposite of the East Dragon Empire when they saw those names reappear after the start of the match. Worthy of the 3 ministers. This is the power of wisdom. Ha ha, that Donglong woman is dead this time. Hey, those East Dragon guys must be furious right now. Humph. Who let that woman provoke our Sakura Empire? She is simply seeking her own death. She deserves it. The Free Federation. Parker and the others finally exhaled in relaxation even after seeing the names of the 3 Fujino Onamaru.
General President Parker Williams smiled faintly. That Kenron guy has some brains. At least he knows to strangle this woman in the cradle.
James Gordon, the president of the Gotham chapter, also laughed. With 3 ministers from Sakura Nation, there shouldn't be any surprises this time. Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu chapter, nodded haughtily. Unfortunately, to be honest, I really wanted to see what this mysterious woman really looked like, but unfortunately I didn't have the chance. A certain hidden area of the Qing Hua Academy's replica hall. Wang Qingfeng watched as the names of those ninjas from the Sakura country gradually turned gray. His face filled with admiration. Junior brother is really as steady as an old dog in his work. Judging by the speed of the other party's deaths, he should have only summoned a few dozens of tanks for fire coverage. Right? Is this an attempt to paralyze those 3 old guys?
Ling Xuehan showed admiration in her eyes.
This should be it. This was the same tactic used by Junior Brother when he dealt with those 50 Inyan masters before. Right. And with the remaining superpower weapons, the odds are that he ambushed them on the high ground. Jiangjin hemmed and hawed. I wonder what kind of thoughts those 3 old guys would have the moment they thought they had succeeded in raiding Little Master. Only to see Little Master suddenly turn into a glockenspiel? As Sakura Nation began to die, the battle for the camp confrontation copy was unexpected by many. As for the professionals of the East Dragon Empire, they also started out with anger and indignation, but later became more and more excited as if they were burning their little universes. Chapter 63 Danger Level, S. The professionals of the Eastern Dragon Empire looked at the name of the Sakura country that had once again begun to turn gray with slightly stunned gazes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That big female should have already seen Abe Shuya and the others, right? She's actually still fighting and doesn't seem to have the slightest intention of giving up? Bullish. There are 3 major ministers leading the team. And they were actually killed by the female big brother by so many people. It's over. The other team has hit the big girl's high ground. There's 11 of those bonobos left. And those 3 old guys must still be pinching big moves. The big girl is finished. Alas. It's not easy for us East Dragons to produce such an awesome character. But we're going to be undermined by the Sakura Nation again. It's a pity. Women are easy to drift. Just now if you see the good. We are not a loss. This time it's good. It's all lost.
Another moment passed.
Suddenly, the remaining 11 names of Sakura Nation turned gray at the same time, including the 3 major ministers, including Abe Shuya. When everyone saw this information on the public sign, the clamor and chatter abruptly stopped in all the replica halls around the globe. Everyone's eyes were wide and there was a dead silence. Wang Qingfeng waved his hand fiercely and said excitedly, "Ha ha, Junior Senior Brother is bullish. Actually slaughtered all 3 major ministers of the Sakura Kingdom." Ling Xuehan and Jiangjin were also incredibly energized. Among the various replica halls of the Eastern Dragon, deafening cries even instantly erupted. WOJ. The 3 major ministers of the Sakura country were actually countered by a female bigot. Wild, cool, dazzling and heavenly. This isn't a female big brother. This is clearly the female emperor of the world. Aha. Sister Empress. I don't want to make an effort. I'm willing to lick your Giorgio. Beg to be taken in. Ha ha ha. Sakura country has simply lost money to its grandmother's grave this time. The 3 major ministers were all slaughtered together. It's so damn exciting. At the Amaterasu Guild, Kenjin Kamido sat on his butt as if he had seen a ghost. The Free Federation. Parker Williams and the trio were shocked and stood up instantly. Parker's face was extremely grave as he said word for word, "This woman must not be kept." He took a deep breath, both ridiculous and shocked. Even if she's really a level 50-odd professional, she was actually able to carry the full force of those 3 guys from the Sakura country and even killed all of them back when her level and equipment were suppressed. This kind of battle power, I'm afraid that it was far inferior to the 50-odd levels of Li Fuzi back then. If she rises to level 60, 70 or even 80 in the future, won't she be even more powerful than Li Fuzi? It's enough of a headache for Donglong to have 1 Li Fuzi. If we add this woman to the mix, wouldn't it be a rhythm of horizontal suppression across the globe? Parker snapped his head around and stared deathly at James Gordon, scorn and hindsight glinting in his eyes. James, adjust this woman's danger level to S. Find her and kill her at all costs. If this woman doesn't die in the future, the Eastern Dragon Empire will definitely step on our heads. Yes, President. James Gordon, the shock in his eyes still fresh, nodded heavily. The public sign for the camp confrontation replica has changed again. Is Sakura Nation any good? You can't get the big one whole, so you pooped 3 small ones? When these words came out, all the replica halls in the Eastern Dragon Empire burst into laughter. Die laughing. This female bigot must be a liberal arts student with great attainment in language arts. Ha ha, I doubt those illiterates in Sakura country can even read that. What can we do? It is strongly recommended that the Sakura country offer Chinese language courses. Not to say that it is in line with international standards, but at least it should ensure normal reading comprehension. Is Sakura Nation still playing? To play speed on people. After several games, old lady is hungry. Finally give you a quarter of an hour. If you don't come, this palace may have to go for a midnight snack. Kenjin Kamito looked at the information on the public notice board and was so angry that he almost had a heart attack outbreak. He huffed and puffed, both eyes having been completely filled with blood, staring dead at the string of question marks on the public sign. Gato Kenrun couldn't stop his mouth from starting to tremble, and he didn't know if he was being exasperated or if his heart was hurting too much. His voice was as if he had gone mad as he muttered, "Who are you? Who the hell are you?" Suddenly, Kobe Kenrun jumped up violently and cried out frantically, "Someone! Give me someone! Gather all the level 50 and below level 50 professionals in the guild for me. I just don't believe it. This can still keep on killing. Give me a wheel battle to kill her." One of the subordinates on standby outside shivered all over when he heard this. He clenched his teeth and hesitated for a long time before he finally ran in with a brave face and said with a heartbroken expression, "President, you have to calm down. You have to pull yourself together. 3 ministers have already sacrificed their lives heroically, and if we continue to send people inside, then our younger generation of professionals may even see a precipitous drop. The number of professionals in our Sakura country can't be compared to the vast Eastern Dragon." Looking at his snotty subordinate, Kobe Kenron's body shook, and the madness in his eyes seemed to dissipate for a few moments. He looked at the string of question marks in the public sign without any luster, but his heart was dripping blood, and his face twisted as he muttered, "Is it possible to let her go just like that? My precious son, and so many of Amaterasu's elites, even 3 ministers?" The subordinate said painfully, "President, please stop. This person is definitely a demonic genius secretly cultivated by the East Dragon Empire, and perhaps, the East Dragon's order to seal the country has something to do with her as well. We can't take advantage of the camp confrontation copies anymore. We can think of other ways." Upon hearing the words "order to seal the country," Kobe Kenron's body shook, finally regaining some of the sanity of the Amaterasu Guild's chairman. The light in his eyes flickered, and after a long time, he gave a venting roar, finally giving up on the stupidity of continuing to give away his head, and headed for the door. With the 3 major ministers finished at the same time, there were still many things in the Amaterasu Guild that he needed to personally intervene to resolve. Li Haotian waited in the preparation room in boredom to see if Sakura Nation's side would continue to send heads. To be honest, he was getting a little hungry after so many confrontations. Since he finished brushing the monsters, he hadn't even had time to eat dinner yet because of the mess Sakura Nation had made. After a quarter of an hour, there was no response from Sakura Nation. Li Haotian breathed a sigh of relief. His grandmother. Finally he could eat. Wastes of the Sakura country. Since you wimped out, old lady can go for a midnight snack. Disobey next time. Li Haotian left these final words and prepared to dissolve the camp. Just then, a line of prompts suddenly floated out in front of him. After disbanding the camp energy storage will end automatically. Do you collect the aura? Li Haotian's eyes immediately lit up. Holy, almost forgot about that. There's still a trophy left. Chapter 64, Extreme Aura Effect, Double Happiness. A flash of expectation flashed in Li Haotian's eyes. In this camp confrontation copy, several hundred people had died in it before and after. Moreover, a significant portion of them were level 50 or higher professionals. In the end, there were even 3 major ministers of the 70+ grades who contributed their modest efforts. After storing energy for such a long time, the aura attributes produced can't be bad, right? Li Haotian responded decisively. Collect the aura. Ding. Aura generation in progress. As the prompt floated up in front of him, a ray of red light then began to converge from all directions, coalescing in front of Li Haotian to form a large red aperture, as if a corona. Ding! Halo generation is complete. Please collect the halo. Li Haotian curiously looked at the red corona in front of him, and subconsciously reached over and gently touched it. The moment he touched the red corona, the attributes of this aura automatically appeared in Li Haotian's mind. Aura, spiritual bloom. Basic attribute, increase in spiritual strength by 1,000 points. Aura effect, double happiness, effective when worn. Remarks, after wearing this aura, You will have double happiness.
Happiness 1, have the consumption of spiritual energy value when using skills.
Happiness 2, when releasing skills, the number of skills is doubled. Seeing this aura effect, Li Haotian's eyes slowly rounded. His double happiness? This skill effect is too unbelievable. As an extremely rare type of special equipment, it was not surprising that the halo added more to the base spiritual power value. After all, this was something that had to be sacrificed for at least 100 people to be able to produce, and it was equivalent to being poured out with the life of a professional. So naturally, the base attributes wouldn't be bad. The main thing to really determine if an aura is superb or not is the aura effect. And the effect of this aura is definitely the best of the best. And it's universal across all professions, especially for law professions. The effect was so powerful that it was unbelievable. The consumption of spiritual energy value was halved when using skills, which meant that the range of the legal professions was immediately doubled. And doubling the number of skills is just as counterintuitive. And when combined with the first effect, between this reduction and increase, it's actually all not double the joy, but quadruple the joy. This was still just a normal legal profession. If it was Li Haotian, this aura would be even more useful than epic equipment. What is the strongest part of the Mechanicus? Orders of magnitude of superpowered weapons. Of course. And Li Haotian's superpower weapon was different from ordinary mechanics, because he didn't need to make it. As long as he still had spiritual energy, he could just summon it. And after pairing with this aura, it was not polite to say that Li Haotian's battle power was equivalent to directly quadrupling. Even the ability to stay alive has likewise quadrupled. Let's say Li Haotian had 2,000 points of spiritual energy value, and summoning a Gatling rotary machine gun would originally consume 2 points of spiritual energy value. In other words, if it was a normal situation, Li Haotian could summon 1,000 Gatling rotary machine guns and then frantically output for a minute without any ammo limitations. However, with this aura, the original consumption of summoning a Gatling rotary machine gun was halved to 1 spirit point. This also meant that the number of supernatural weapons summoned by Li Haotian doubled to 2,000 Gatlings while his spiritual power value remained unchanged. And what's even more perverse is that this aura has another effect. When unleashing skills, the number of skills is doubled. That means that 2,000 Gatlings doubled again and went straight to 4,000 Gatlings, and 4,000 unlimited ammo Gatlings at that. I'll be damned. It's a scene that's just scary to think about. Moreover, this aura effect works on the professional himself. When Li Haotian raised his level up in the future, his spiritual power value would increase drastically, and the power of his supernatural weapons would also increase drastically. At that point, that's when this aura really kicks in. Li Haotian was even so excited that his whole body trembled slightly. This is the rhythm of being invincible. With a thought, he immediately put away this halo. The red corona instantly entered Li Haotian's body, and a translucent red circle of light appeared behind him. Then, Li Haotian turned off the function of the aura display, and the aperture behind him quietly hid, and everything returned to its original state. He hemmed and hawed. Of course a special piece of equipment like an aura would have to be hidden. In decent development. One strike. Only after doing all this did Li Haotian exit the preparation room with satisfaction and lift the camp confrontation copy. The replica hall of Qing Hua Academy had long been in a state of jubilation at this time. Everyone was excitedly speculating about that big woman's occupation and true rank. And in a certain hidden area behind the replica hall, with a flash of white light, Li Haotian's figure slowly emerged. When Wang Qingfeng and the three of them saw their junior brother come out, they immediately greeted him. Wang Qingfeng heavily patted Li Haotian's shoulder and laughed. Junior brother, well done. This time, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom really lost a lot of money. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xuehan also had a quick look on her face. Yeah, not only is that son of Kobe Kenran's dead, even the 3 major ministers of Amaterasu have fallen to junior master. Kobe Kenran must be about to go crazy with anger right now. Zhang Jin's eyes glittered as he exclaimed. More than that, those Sakura Nation professionals that junior brother killed in the camp confrontation were basically Tianzhao's middle and low-tier elite professionals. Tianzhao Guild's loss this time around is really not small. Li Haotian smiled coldly. The Cherry Blossom country has been getting more and more arrogant in recent years. If we don't give them something to look at, they'll treat a fierce tiger as a sick cat. Ling Xuehan nodded approvingly, a murderous aura flickering in her eyes. Well said. These bonobos should be killed ruthlessly. At this time, Wang Qingfeng seemed to suddenly remember something and asked curiously, by the way, junior brother, didn't Kamito Ichiro turn on the camp storage energy before? So many people died in this camp confrontation copy, even 3 powerful level 70-something professions. The attributes and effects of the output aura should be good, right? Hearing Wang Qingfeng say this, Ling Xuehan and Zhang Jin remembered that there was such a thing as an aura. and looked at Li Haotian with the same curiosity. Li Haotian smiled mysteriously. More than good. The strength of this aura's effect is simply more epic than epic. Saying that, Li Haotian simply didn't explain, directly displaying the halo and making the effect of the halo public for the three to directly view. Spiritual energy bloom? A direct increase of 1,000 points of spiritual power value? Good lord. It's worthy of sacrificing so many lives to produce the light splendor. The base value is added a lot. However, when the three of them saw the final aura effect, they were even more shocked that they almost jumped in place. Chapter 65, Drunken Immortal Building Celebration. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 3 consecutive sounds of pouring cold air rang out one after another, nearly draining the air from the area. Double happiness? His grandma, which is double happiness. It's basically quadruple happiness. Spiral ascension. Wang Qingfeng's eyes were almost glaring out. My god. This is simply a godly outfit for the law profession. Ling Shuihan's mouth widened slightly, her eyes filled with envy. It was important to know that both of them had a halo as vice presidents of 2 of the 3 major guilds in East Dragon. However, when their aura effect was compared to this one of Li Haotian, it was simply the difference between a blue suit and an epic. Don't even talk about juxtaposition. Don't even qualify for comparison. Jiang Zhen's entire body was even trembling uncontrollably. Even his voice shivered a bit. To an ordinary law profession, this is a godly outfit. But to Little Master, this is more than a godly outfit. It's simply a bug. Having the consumption of spiritual energy value and doubling the number. Just this one piece of equipment directly quadruples the number of Junior Brother's superpower weapons. Wang Qingfeng looked at Li Haotian with a burning gaze. Junior Brother, this aura can increase your spiritual power value by 1,000 points. Your total spiritual power value should break through 3,000 now, right? Li Haotian nodded. Yes, my spiritual power value is now over 3,300. Ling Shuihan spoke extremely fast and began to calculate. 3,300 points of spiritual energy. If we calculate according to the spiritual energy value consumption of a tank, the normal consumption of summoning a tank is 16 points of spiritual energy value, and in total, more than 200 tanks can be summoned. On top of that, with the double happiness effect of the halo, the number would then simply quadruple to over 800 tanks. The pupils of the 3 men quaked at the same time. My god, a whole 800 tanks and unlimited ammo. With this kind of quantity, not to mention unlimited ammo, just one round of unison fire. The professionals below level 60, unless they have special abilities, the others will all have to play through And even if it was a level 60 or level 70 professional, if he was bombarded by Li Haotian's unlimited ammo for a minute, he would definitely be dead. Wouldn't this mean that Li Haotian, who was only just level 30 now, was already enough to crush 90% of the level 80 or lower leveled professionals in a head-on battle? This is the real mechanical god of war. Even with Wang Qingfeng's trio's status and sophistication, they were all a bit close to losing control of themselves at this point. Coo. At this moment, an odd sound suddenly came out from Li Haotian. Li Haotian stiffened, and a look of embarrassment suddenly appeared on his face. Wang Qingfeng and the 3 of them froze, and Jiang Zhen suddenly crowed. Hey, I almost forgot. Because of this mess that Sakura Nation has caused, Junior Master hasn't even had his dinner yet. Wang Qingfeng also lost his smile and shook his head. Blame me. I was so happy that I even forgot to eat. He waved his hand and laughed. In order to celebrate Senior Brother's slaughter of the Sakura Kingdom's 3 major ministers. My treat. Drunken Immortal Housego. Oh, right. Senior sister, please go back and fetch Yo-Yo as well. Yo-Yo said before that she would wait for Little Master to come back to eat together. I didn't expect the delay until now. I'm afraid she hasn't eaten yet either. Jiang Wu Yuyu was Jiang Zhen's daughter, and she was usually very familiar with Wang Qingfeng and Ling Shuihan, and often got together. Moreover, the little girl was sweet-looking and had a good personality, so both Wang Qingfeng and Ling Shuihan treated her as their own daughter. Speaking of this little girl, Ling Shuihan smiled in a clear and cold manner. Yeah, I almost forgot about that girl, so you guys go first. I'll go pick up Yo-Yo. Jiang Zhen bowed and smiled. Trouble seconds, senior sister. Ling Shuihan waved his hand without a care in the world and tore open a spatial crack, stepping into it and disappearing. Drunken Immortal House was the most upscale and luxurious hotel in Tianjin City. Legend has it that the proprietor behind Drunken Immortal House is the royal family, and the cooks here are all imperial chefs who have cooked for the royal family. And more importantly, the ingredients used by Drunken Immortal Restaurant were all mountain delicacies obtained after hunting monsters, which were extremely precious. Not only can it satisfy the appetite, but it also has a lot of benefits for professionals, which is equivalent to dietary supplements. In the Imperial Suite on the top floor of the Drunken Immortal building, At this moment, it was occupied by 3 big and 2 small, a handful of 5 people. Jiang Wu Yu had only just taken her seat when her big, soulful eyes first landed on Hui Yu Hao, pouting. "Yu Hao, you're overdoing it with this wave of experience. And I was saying that I'd wait for you guys to come back for dinner, but look at this. Wait until it's all dark, and dinner has turned into a midnight snack." Hui Yu Hao glanced at Ling Xuehan in surprise. "Second senior sister, you didn't tell her?" Ling Xuehan spread his hands. "I brought her with me and came over before I had a chance to say anything." Jiang Jin shook his head helplessly, while Wang Qingfeng looked at Jiang Wu Yu pouting with an amused expression and joked. "Yu, don't blame Yu Hao. He was risking his life just now to make a scene for our Eastern Dragon Empire. He didn't even have time to eat." "Making a scene for the Eastern Dragon Empire?" Jiang Wu Yu froze for a moment and said doubtfully. "Uncle Wang, what do you mean by that?" Ling Xuehan laughed and nudged Li Haotian. "Junior brother, show your new equipment to Yo-Yo." Jiang Wu Yu had long known Li Haotian's bottom line, and with her identity, she would never be able to divulge Li Haotian's secret. Therefore, Wang Qingfeng and the others didn't intend to hide it from her. Seeing the 3 senior brothers and sisters look like watching, Li Haotian shook his head amusedly, muttering secretly in his heart, "Are so old. Playfulness is still so heavy. You guys are shocked after your own shock, but also want to see others shocked." Jiang Wu Yu had an uncertain look on her face. "New equipment? There shouldn't be any equipment for a low-level professional that would catch Auntie Ling's eye, right?" Jiang Wu Yu looked at Li Haotian and curiously said, "Did you guys encounter another Abyssal copy?" In her knowledge, below level 50, it seemed that only the extremely rare legendary grade orange suits produced in the Abyssal copies could be worthy of more than a glance from Ling Xuehan and the others. Li Haotian didn't explain and directly lifted his concealment, revealing the aura behind him. As a circle of translucent red light appeared behind Li Haotian, Jiang Wu Yu's big eyes slowly glared round. Her rosy lips opened slightly in surprise. "Halo? Where did you get this special equipment? Isn't this thing only produced by Camp Confrontation copies?" Jiang Wu Yu subconsciously opened her mouth, but her words ended abruptly before she could finish. Then, under the amused gazes of Ling Xuehan and the others, Jiang Wu Yao's eyes instantly widened. Her gaze toward Li Haotian became more and more shocked, and she even subconsciously reached out to cover her mouth. Chapter 66, Encountering Beta. Jiang Wu Yu's eyes flooded with a strange color, staring dead at Li Haotian, exclaiming, You are, Shu." Jiang Jin had a smile on his face and hurriedly stopped his daughter from finishing her sentence. Greeting Jiang Wu Yu's shocked gaze, Li Haotian smiled and gently nodded his head. Jiang Wu Yu still had an unbelievable expression and subconsciously looked at Wang Qingfeng and the others, as if he needed them to affirm his suspicions. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan nodded with equal interest. The answer in his heart was confirmed, but Jiang Wu Yu was still filled with incredulity. Today, the camp confrontation fiasco initiated by the Sakura Kingdom against the East Dragon Empire had made a huge fuss, and although Jiang Wu Yu hadn't gone to the replica hall, she had been following the matter at home through the webcast. However, because that mysterious strong person was a female big brother, she had never connected that female big brother with Li Haotian. What's more, in her opinion, facing the 3 major ministers of the Sakura country, and also the 70-level professionals who had retained their full strength ability, even if Li Haotian's infinite ammo was very strong, it was still impossible for them to be their opponents. Plus, with the importance that father and the others placed on Li Haotian, they shouldn't have let Li Haotian participate in this kind of murderous camp confrontation replica either, because it was really too dangerous. If something happened to Li Haotian, it would be a real loss. That was why she had not expected at all that the mysterious strongman who had caused a huge uproar in the entire Eastern Dragon Empire today was actually really Li Haotian. Jiang Wu Yu looked at Li Haotian with a confused face, shocked. "You, what exactly are you doing?" Li Haotian laughed and simply displayed his attribute panel directly. Jiang Wu Yu subconsciously looked over, and with just a glance, her pupils contracted slightly. "I can't believe you're 30 so soon?" Subsequently, when she saw Li Haotian's skills and talents, her pupils were even more seismic. "Heavy tanks? Machines? Mechanical doubles? My god! This!" A strange light blossomed in Jiang Wu Yu's beautiful eyes, and her small mouth was covered even tighter. Combining Li Haotian's previous talents and skills, Jiang Wu Yu immediately reacted to why Wang Qingfeng and the others dared to let Li Haotian participate in the Sakura Nation vs East Dragon's camp confrontation copy. With Li Haotian's current spiritual energy value, combined with that horrifying number of superpowered weapons, Li Haotian's frontal attack power was invincible below level 50. Coupled with the fact that the mechanical double had solved the problem of Li Haotian's weak defense, not to mention that the 3 ministers of the Sakura Kingdom only had 1 chance to strike with their full strength each. Even if there were 10 times, they still couldn't help Li Haotian. Then, Jiang Wu Yu cast his gaze behind Li Haotian, a look of anticipation in his eyes, sacrificing so many professions to produce an aura. And looking at the situation, it seemed that even Ling Xuehan and the others were extremely esteemed, so the effect of the aura must be pretty unbelievable as well, right? As Li Haotian opened up the halo attribute, Jiang Wuyao's eyes suddenly stayed open. Spiritual power value is directly increased by 1000 points, and this halo effect, double happiness, hiss. Jiang Wu Yu sucked in a mouthful of cold air, her big eyes staring round, the shock on her face even more exaggerated than just now. This aura effect. It was almost as if it was tailor-made for Li Haotian. The scene of rockets firing indiscriminately in the sky unconsciously surfaced in Jiang Wu Yu's mind, and her petite body suddenly trembled. Haotian, the mechanic, is truly perverted. Seeing Jiang Wu Yu's adorable expression, Wang Qingfeng and the others burst out laughing. Yeah, that's the flavor. It's really cool to see people shocked. In the atmosphere of the crowd's merriment, a variety of famous and exquisite dishes were served to the table. Focusing on a colorful and flavorful, Li Haotian's eyes glistened as he watched, eating a left chopstick of Tyrannosaurus rex sashimi and a right chopstick of cassoulet Koda duck. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the ingredients of this drunken immortal restaurant were really like the legend. All of them were not mortal. After a few mouthfuls of food, Li Haotian even felt that his strength, speed, spiritual energy, and other various attributes had all increased to a certain extent. It's a small increase, only a point or two. But it's all permanent growth. No wonder the drunken immortal building was called the most extravagant hotel in the Eastern Dragon Empire. It was truly extraordinary. Wang Qingfeng and the others just casually ate a few bites, then stopped with a smile and watched Li Haotian feast. Although the food in this drunken immortal house was good for the professionals, there was a limit to it all the same. After a certain limit, it doesn't produce that permanent increase in attributes anymore. With Wang Qingfeng's status, they had naturally reached this limit a long time ago. Not to mention them, even Jiang Wu Yu, as Jiang Zhen's daughter, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan's heartfelt goddaughter, had already eaten to her limit. Therefore, after Jiang Wu Yu had filled her stomach, she stopped her chopsticks and watched Li Haotian wind up with a smile on her face. After playing so half a day of camp confrontation, Li Haotian was now really hungry. After looking at it for a while, Jiang Wuyao felt some internal urgency, so she said she owed it to him and went out the door toward the bathroom. But she didn't expect that when she came out after solving her physiological problems, she ran into her old enemy head-on, and her delicate little face sank. Jiang Wu Yu, why are you here? A cold female voice with some hostility rang out in surprise. Jiang Wu Yu's voice was equally cold. What? Is drunken immortal house run by your family? You can come, but I can't? Yun Lan's complexion changed and she was about to retort, but Yun Miao beside her was the first to speak. Yun Miao's face moved slightly, and she asked in a sexually cold voice. Since you're here, then Jiang Zhen and the others should be here as well? The Sunrise Oriental was chartered by you guys? Although Jiang Wu Yu didn't have a good impression of Yun Miao, the other party's identity was placed there after all, so she had to hold her tongue and say, yes, Sunrise East is the imperial suite where they're staying. A light flashed in Yun Miao's eyes and his eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Wu Yu didn't know that her question just now was actually with a test. Jiang Zhen's identity was naturally clear to Yun Miao. As the youngest personal disciple of husbandman Li, although Jiang Zhen didn't hold any important positions in Qing Hua Academy, his status was definitely not low. The reason why he didn't take up the actual high position of Qing Hua Academy was because his cultivation wasn't quite enough, and secondly, because he valued Jiang Wu Yu more and wanted to spend more time with his daughter. However, in reality, Jiang Zhen was quite valued by Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan, and the relationship between the three was also very good. Normally, even with Jiang Zhen's status, unless there was something special, otherwise, he would rarely dine in the imperial suite of drunken immortal mansion. But today, something special just happened. That is, a copy of the camp confrontation instigated by Sakura Nation. One must know that Yun Miao's status in Beta Academy was not low, but even she didn't know that the Eastern Dragon Empire actually hid such a female big brother. Chapter 67 An empty seat in the Imperial box. Because of Marshal Li's sudden proposed ban on the country, Beta Academy was secretly extremely sensitive to all abnormal movements in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Today, ever since that female big brother suddenly appeared in the camp confrontation copy, Beta Academy immediately began to snoop around for information. Among the low-level professions in the East Dragon Empire, there were only a few powerful ones, and powerful professionals are basically in various powerful guilds. Since this big woman was not a member of the Return of the Dead, it was most likely someone from the Dragon Group or the Nuclear Flat Elite. But why had Yun Miao and the others never heard of it before, and didn't even know that such a demonic genius existed? Could it be that there is something special about the identity of this female big brother, or some special reason why Marshal has kept her under wraps? And what was even more puzzling to Yun Mo was what this mysterious woman had used to kill so many people, including Kamido Ichiro. You know, even intermediate level professionals who were above level 50 and had entered the camp confrontation copy through level and equipment balance. It was impossible for one person to kill so many people from the other side. What's more, there were also the 3 major ministers of the Sakura country behind them in person. However, it was also because after the 3 major ministers of the Cherry Blossom country entered the copy that it suddenly caused Yun Mia and the others to have another kind of speculation. Could this mysterious woman, like the 3 great ministers, have used the Golden Battle Order to get in? And the reason why she was able to kill so many people in the Sakura country, besides her own mystery and power, it was possible that she accounted for being too high in level, with her basic attributes and number of skills far exceeding those of others. It was precisely because she also possessed the ability to strike with her full strength that she was able to unexpectedly explode when facing the 3 ministers of the Sakura kingdom, instantly killing all 3 of them back. And after killing the other party, she immediately chose to pull out and leave. It was because her own cards had been used up, so she withdrew under the pretext of having a snack. If that was the case, then the real level of this mysterious female big brother might be at least a level 70 or above, and it was a demonic genius that Liv had hidden for an unknown number of years. Therefore, when she saw Jiang Wu Yu just now, Yun Miao immediately associated it with that female big brother to eat late night excuse. If that female big brother was really the person Marshal had been hiding, and was also a demonic level powerhouse of level 70 or above, then her identity and status was by no means simple. At a time like this, with this kind of character, if she really wanted to have a midnight snack, it should make sense for the place to be chosen in the Imperial Box of the Drunken Immortal Mansion, right? Then think along this direction. If Jiang Jin accompanied this female big brother dinner, or even Wang Qingfeng and Ling Shuihan personally appeared, it seems, it's not strange, right? Thinking of this, a light flashed in Yun Miao's eyes and he immediately made a decision. She suddenly put a smile on her face and said to Jiang Wu Yu, as it happens, I have some things to say to your father about screening foreign professionals, and since your father happens to be here, I'll go say hello to him. After saying that, Yun Miao did not wait for Jiang Wu Yu to respond. Immediately turned around and quickly walked towards the Sunrise East. As a regular customer here, Yun Miao naturally knew where this imperial suite was. Seeing Yun Miao leave quickly, Jiang Wu Yu first froze, then her face changed slightly. As Jiang Jin's daughter, Jiang Wu Yu was still very vigilant and sensitive in certain matters. One must know that besides Wang Qingfeng and Ling Shuihan and the others, Li Haotian could be in the box as well. He himself had borrowed Jiang Jin's relationship, and eating with Wang Qingfeng and the others could still be justified. But what about Li Haotian? On the surface, Li Haotian's identity was only a freshman who had just entered Qing Hua Academy. Even if he had excelled during the college selection, it was impossible for him to sit and eat with someone of Wang Qingfeng and Ling Shuihan's level as soon as he entered the academy. Unless, Li Haotian was valued by Wang Qingfeng and Ling Shuihan for some reason. She hurriedly chased after him and said loudly, "Wait, Elder Yun. You." However, Yun Miao didn't even give Jiang Wu Yu a chance to stop him. She took 3 steps to the door of Sunrise East, gripping the handle. He quickly swung it open with a click and stepped inside. Walking into the suite, Yun Mia's gaze quickly looked over toward the dining table, her pupils contracting slightly. Li Haotian. At this point, there were 4 people at the table. 3 of them she was already very familiar with, and one of them was of course Jiangjin, the father of Jiang Wu Yu, and the other 2, it was clearly the Dragon Group's principals with the nucleus leveling elite. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Shuihan, Marshal Li's 3 major disciples had unexpectedly gathered here, and other than the 3 of them, it was the extremely arrogant newly minted professional, Li Haotian, that Yun Mia had met in 4 Elephant City before. Seeing Li Haotian, a flash of astonishment immediately flashed across Yun Miao's eyes, and an unbelievable thought immediately popped up in his mind. It's him? Could it be that he was the mysterious strong man in the camp confrontation copy? But immediately afterward, Yun Mia immediately dismissed this thought. No, it's not right. Just now, there should have been another person in the room. Yun Miao's gaze immediately skipped over Li Haotian and landed on the empty seat beside him. There was an empty seat on the left and right sides of Li Haotian. Hanging from the back of the empty chair on the left side was a pink jacket that looked like the little girl's favorite style. Needless to say, this was naturally Jiang Wu Yu's seat. And to the right of Li Haotian, there was likewise an empty seat. On the table in front of the empty seat was a small bowl with a half-bitten shrimp and some food scraps next to it. It looked as if a previous diner had left suddenly after eating half of it. Yun Miao fixedly glanced at the empty seat, her gaze sweeping over the open window next to her, a light flickering in her eyes. At this moment, Li Haotian was looking at Yun Miao with a surprised expression.
It seemed to be completely unexpected how Yun Miao would suddenly barge in. Wang Qingfeng had a faint smile on his face as he slowly spoke.
Isn't this teacher Yun Miao? What a coincidence. Actually meeting here.
Yun Miao glanced at Wang Qingfeng's trio with a slightly sunken gaze and suddenly laughed. I didn't expect that Vice President Wang and Vice President Ling would actually be here as well. The two presidents are busy with their official duties. It's rare for them to have the time to come to Drunken Immortal Restaurant for dinner.
Ha! I wonder who owns that empty seat over there. Why don't we see anyone?
Yun Miao's light swept towards the empty seat to Li Haotian's right and asked with a tentative smile.
Li Haotian immediately opened his mouth as if he was in some hurry. No one. This is the seat I was sitting in before.
I accidentally spilled it on the seat when I was drinking water just now. That's why I switched to this side.
While saying that, Li Haotian, as if he was afraid that Yun Miao wouldn't believe him, pinched half of the shrimp in the bowl over there and stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 68, Great Wisdom of Yunlan. Yun Miao's gaze swept through the bowl in front of Li Haotian, obviously not believing it. Milquetoast brat, actually trying to use such a poor excuse to deceive me? Yun Miao sneered in his heart. And behind Yun Miao, Jiang Wu Yuyu looked at the empty seat beside Li Haotian, and a touch of dismay flashed across her delicate face. Afterward, she immediately reacted and admirably glanced at Li Haotian. The panic in her eyes quietly collected and she returned to her seat and sat down. Jiang Wu spoke with a leisurely smile. Elder Yun, don't you want to talk to my dad? My dad is right there.
Jiang Jin raised his eyebrows and said with a smile.
Oh, Teacher Yun is looking for me for something?
Yun Miao looked deeply at Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan before looking at Jiang Jin and smiled.
It's not a big deal. I just want to ask Mr. Jiang.
Today's camp confrontation copy should have been known to Mr.
Jiang for a long time, right? I wonder if Mr. Jiang is clear on who that mysterious strong woman really is?
I didn't expect that our Eastern Dragon Empire would still have such a woman of honor.
I would really like to meet her.
Jiang Jin smiled faintly.
So it's about this. I won't hide it from Mr. Yun. I'm also very curious about this heroine. It's just a pity that this heroine is probably an ascetic monk hidden in the folklore, with an obscure reputation. So there's really no chance to see her. Yeah, that's really a pity. Yun Miao glanced at the empty seat beside Li Haotian with a smirk. Oh, right. Vice President Wang, Vice President Ling. The two of you are usually busy with your official duties.
Why are you free to come and dine with the juniors today?
Yun Miao's words turned to Li Haotian.
Wang Qingfeng smiled faintly,
looked at Jiang Wu Yuyu and said in a teasing tone. Yuyu is the one that Xuehan and I watched grow up.
She's looking for a boyfriend,
so we, as elders, naturally have to come over and help keep a watchful eye on her. Yun Miao was stunned.
She did not expect that the answer given by Wang Qingfeng would actually be like this. Jiang Wu Yuyu's body also stiffened. Then her pretty face flushed slightly as she glared at Wang Qingfeng and pouted.
Uncle Wang, what are you talking about? At the same time, Jiang Wu Yuyu also subconsciously and quietly glanced at Li Haotian who had a frank face. Yun Miao's gaze swept over Jiang Wu Yuyu's face, revealing a look of realization and doubt. Beside her, Yun Lan looked at Li Haotian with the same surprise. She didn't expect that Li Haotian had only been in Qing Hua Academy for a short time, but he had actually chased Jiang Wu Yuyu into his hands?
Yun Miao seemed to look at Wang Qingfeng with deep meaning.
So that's how it is.
Ha! I didn't expect Vice President Wang to be so concerned about his juniors, so busy with his work, but also to take time out to care about his child's love life.
Taking one last look at the open window, Yun Lan's smile on his face tightened as he faintly said, since that's the case, then I won't disturb a few of you for your meal. Farewell. After saying that, she turned away decisively. Take care, don't see me off. Jiang Jin smiled faintly, closing the door of the room. Yun Miao took Yun Lan and left quickly. Teacher, that empty seat next to Hui Yuhao? Yun Lan asked in a low voice.
The light in Yun Miao's eyes flickered as she affirmed.
Just now,
there was definitely another person in the box. Only that person was startled by us and left through the window ahead of time. That brat Li Haotian still wants to use that kind of poor excuse to cover up. It's simply ridiculous. I've eaten more salt than he's eaten rice. Yun Miao snorted coldly and continued.
When I went in just now, I've been secretly paying attention to Li Haotian's every move.
The kid's eyes unconsciously flicked over to the window when he was pinching the shrimp. He obviously had something on his mind. The man sitting next to him should have crept away from the window before we went in. Yun Miao gave a slight beat, her tone hiding excitement.
If I'm not wrong,
the person who could be worthy of both Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan coming over to keep them company should be the mysterious female big brother in today's camp confrontation copy. Although Yun Lan had expected it, she was still surprised to hear her teacher say this.
Teacher, so that mysterious female big shot is from the Dragon Group or the Nuclear Flat Elite? Yun Miao nodded heavily. 9 times out of 10. Moreover, That woman is most likely an expert that Marshal Li has secretly cultivated. And the previous ban on nations might even have been messed up because of that mysterious woman. If I'm right, that woman should be the secret weapon Marshal Li is preparing for the copy of the international war soon. Yunlan was puzzled. But teacher, if that mysterious woman was really a secret weapon that Marshal Li had secretly cultivated, then why did she take the initiative to expose herself before the international war copy? Wouldn't that draw the attention of other countries in advance? Yun Miao shook her head. No, it was just an accident. There was a thoughtful glint in her eyes, as if she had already seen it all through. If you want to play a role in the international war copy, I'm afraid that woman's true level is at least level 70 or above. Moreover, her occupation should be very special, and it might even be a unique super god occupation similar to Marshal Li's, with an intensity that far exceeds that of ordinary illusion gods. If it was a known illusion god profession, even if she also used the golden battle order, it would be impossible for her to slaughter so many Sakura Nation professionists lopsidedly in the camp confrontation copy, even including geniuses like Kamito Ichiro, and Sakura Nation's top 3 ministers. I reckon, according to Marshal Li's original idea, the ban on the country was issued to protect her. After all, as we approach the international war replica, various countries have begun to secretly prepare, especially when a first-tier power like our East Dragon Empire is in the international arena. It's naturally going to be noticed by all countries. Marshal Li made this move to combat spies from other countries and to keep her secret. It's just that I'm afraid Marshal Li didn't expect the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to react so violently, making all these messes and killing so many of us. Yun Miao shook her head and said, if it wasn't for the camp confrontation copy instigated by the Sakura country, that mysterious woman would never have exposed her existence in advance, and would definitely have stayed hidden until the start of the international war copy, giving everyone a surprise. After listening to this analysis by Yun Miao, Yun Lan had a face of admiration. Teacher is indeed someone with great wisdom. Just a coincidental encounter tonight. He actually thought through the causes and consequences. Yun Miao pulled the corner of her mouth somewhat smugly. It's all just experience. When you see more things in the future, you will naturally be able to think clearly. Yun Lan's heart was pleased. Yes, sensei. Yun Miao nodded slightly. Well, but then again, it's also a coincidence that tonight, I just happened to run into Wang Qingfeng and the others at the Drunken Immortal building. Since we know that woman is Marshal Li's person, then next, we can find a way to inquire about her specific information. To be honest, I'm still a bit curious about that woman. What exactly is her profession? Yun Miao murmured in a low voice as the essence in her eyes flashed. Chapter 69, Life is like a play. It all depends on the acting skills. While listening to Yun Mia's mumbling, Yun Lan's mind drifted in another direction. She queried, Teacher, if that mysterious female powerhouse is really a powerful level 70-something occupier or a secret weapon that Marshal Li secretly cultivated to target copies of the international war, then it does make sense that she could appear here. But what about that kid Li Haotian? Even if he upgraded quickly in the early stages and defeated the phantoms of Jiangwu Yuyu and I by some unknown means, but no matter what, he's just a low-level professional in his 20s. What makes him able to sit and eat with people like Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan? Hearing his own disciple's question, Yun Miao only thought for a moment before he said with an expression of insight into all truths, if I'm not wrong, I'm afraid there is some connection between that mysterious strong woman and Li Haotian. Saying that, Yun Miao nodded heavily as if affirming his guess. That brat Li Haotian. It's very likely that he's the disciple that strong woman took in. And I'm afraid that the reason why he was able to upgrade quickly and even kill you and Jiangwu Yuyu's phantom in a short period of time is also inseparable from that strong woman. The light in Yun Miao's eyes flickered. And the more she spoke, the more excited she became. I guess that strong woman's ability is most likely related to beast harnessing or summoning, but in terms of strength, it far exceeds that of an ordinary beast harnesser or summoner. Moreover, her summon should be able to be temporarily loaned out like a beast master. So, that Li Haotian upgraded fast. Maybe not by carding a copy bug, but with the help of an external force that far exceeds his current level. Yun Miao looked towards her disciple with a smile on her face that saw through everything. Lanner, haven't you noticed? Just now at the dinner table, that strong woman's empty seat was right next to Li Haotian, and on the other side, was Jiangwu Yuyu. What does this indicate? It means that the person who was originally sitting in the empty seat is very close to Li Haotian, and her status is equivalent to Li Haotian's elder. It's also because of her that Li Haotian was able to get so close to Jiangwu Yuyu as soon as he entered Qing Hua Academy, and even became boyfriend and girlfriend. Yun Miao laughed coldly. This little ninny Jiangwu Yuyu looks cheerful and generous on the outside, but in reality, her inner condescension is not smaller than yours in the slightest. If Li Haotian is really just an ordinary orphan, I don't believe that Jiangwu Yuyu would agree to be his girlfriend so easily. That's why this kid is so different even though he's just a broken mechanic. At the root of it, it's not how strong his profession is, or what's so special about his abilities. It's just because behind him, there's a level 70-something powerful professional hiding. I reckon that woman should be looking at Li Haotian's unprecedented full spiritual power value. Hey, it's just a shame that people don't plan as well as they should. Although Li Haotian is full of spiritual power, the profession he awakened is the most ribald illusory god profession. Mechanic. I have to say, that woman wasn't too kind to Li Haotian. Even after Li Haotian awakened a trash profession like that, she was still willing to use her ability to shelter him and find a way to send him to Qing Hua. Yun Lan came to a realization. So that's how it is. Yun Miao pondered while saying, however, in that case, Li Haotian is a clue. We can find out who that woman really is through Li Haotian. I just don't believe that since it's revealed, that woman can still keep hiding. Ha! The two silhouettes walked further and further away, and Yun Mia's voice slowly dissipated in the corridor. Sunrise Oriental Suite. After Yun Miao went out, Jiang Wu Yuyu was about to speak, but was stopped by a look from Ling Xuehan. Jiang Wu Yuyu immediately shut her mouth, and silence fell over the room. A moment later, Ling Xuehan carefully sensed for a moment to make sure that Yun Miao and the others had gone far away before waving his hand. As a silver-white light spilled out, a faint spatial fluctuation enveloped the entire room before Ling Xuehan gently nodded to the crowd. Okay, everyone can talk now. Getting Ling Xuehan's gesture, Jiang Wu Yuyu controlled her voice, glanced at the empty seat beside Li Haotian, and asked with an excited face, Aunt Ling, this empty seat, is it something you guys deliberately did to show them? Ling Xuehan gave Li Haotian an admiring glance. This is also thanks to Haotian's sharp wit. After we heard that shout you made outside the door earlier, we immediately guessed that there was a possibility that Yun Mo guy would rush in to check out the situation. Originally, I wanted to take Hao Tian and just avoid it, but Hao Tian said that even if he could avoid it this time, he would always be seen by others in the future when he spends more time with us. Instead of doing that, it's better to divert attention and direct it in other directions. Wang Qingfeng nodded appreciatively. I have to say, in this regard, Junior brother has indeed considered it meticulously. As far as Cloud Misty is concerned, it was a complete accident that she met us tonight. It was only such an accidental bumping into that convinced Cloud Misty that female bigot did exist. Zhang Jin couldn't help but laugh. That's right. Moreover, just now, Haotian simply performed the 4 words wanting to escape to the fullest, completely highlighting a flustered young man who has no social experience and wants to hide it desperately. Ling Xuehan laughed, his tone mocking. A self-proclaimed old zhangzhi like Yun Miao would only believe what she saw with her own eyes. And Hao Tian's performance just now was enough to convince her of the existence of the female big brother. Wang Qingfeng smiled and nodded. Not only that, I suspect that Yun Miao is now afraid that she has automatically brainstormed a lot of information and speculations about that female big brother. In the future, her importance to Haotian will drop drastically. Even if she sees us often together with Haotian, she won't put her focus on Haotian himself, and will only go through Haotian to poke around and think about the mooted female big brother. Listening to everyone's discussion, Jiang Wu Yuyu giggled and looked at Li Haotian. Haotian, do you think Yun Miao and the others will think that female big brother is your distant relative or something? Li Haotian hemmed and hawed and teased. Why does it have to be a distant relative? Can't it be my confidant? Jiang Wu Yuyu glared with almond eyes and poo-pooed him. Humph. Think beautifully. You're a small low-level professional. How dare you expect to have such a powerful confidant? Li Haotian sighed and nodded his head. That's right. A level 30 little scum like me. Even if I really want to find a confidant, I'm afraid I can only find a low-level professional like you. Jiang Wu Yuyu raised her eyebrows, picked up a chicken leg and stuffed it into Li Haotian's mouth, and said angrily, Good wow. You still dare to mock me? Go eat your chicken leg. Wang Qingfeng and the others burst out laughing. Chapter 70, Encrypted Video Calls. After dinner, it was almost late at night. Li Haotian had fought a half day of camp confrontation copies and was mentally a bit tired, so he didn't go back to painting the endless altar, but returned to his new home with Zhang Jin and the others and went to rest. On the next day, Li Haotian was called out by Ling Xuehan and Zhang Jin early in the morning to continue with the big business of brushing monsters, and at this time, Sakura Country, Amaterasu headquarters, conference room. Kobe Kenran stared grimly at the large screen, in which was a middle-aged man with neatly combed blonde hair and a serious face. Kenjin Kobe, what is the purpose of your opening an encrypted call to me? Parker Williams asked in a deep voice. With a respectful expression on his face, Kobe Kenran said in a low voice, Chairman Parker, I've gotten some information about that woman from the Eastern Dragon Empire. Oh, Parker Williams' body sat slightly upright and his eyes became a little more serious. Tell me about it. Although Kobe Kenran didn't say who that woman was, at this moment, other than the woman who had killed the 3 major ministers of the Sakura Kingdom in the camp confrontation copy,
It was obvious that there was no one else who deserved Kobe Kenran's solemn attention.
Kobe Kenran said in a deep voice. According to the information I have received, that woman should be a secret weapon secretly cultivated by Li Fuzi to prepare for the next copy of the international war. And the reason why she was able to kill so many warriors from our Sakura kingdom. There's a huge possibility that her occupation is a super god occupation similar to that of Li Fuzi, and her strength far exceeds that of an ordinary illusion god. At the same time, we surmise that we're afraid that her actual level is above level 70, and that she's likewise participating in the camp confrontation replica through the Golden Battle Order. And I'm afraid that the reason she was able to kill Abe Shuya and the others back in the end was because she used that full power strike ability. Super god profession? Level 70? Parker Williams' gaze froze. He didn't ask where Kenjin Kobe got his information, whether it was credible or not, and didn't seem to have any questions about it. The light in Parker Williams' eyes flickered uncertainly, as if he was pondering the possibility of what Kenjin Kamito had said. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Your guesses have some truth to them. The battle power shown by that woman from the camp confrontation copy is indeed far beyond the existing illusory god professions. If it's just a normal illusory god profession, even if it can kill those 3 guys from your Amaterasu, it shouldn't be that fast. So, there's a high probability that she's a super god profession. Parker Williams gave a slight lurch, his voice sinking slightly. I don't think her actual rank is necessarily 70 though. Peak 60 maybe. Kenjin Kamito was puzzled. Why? Parker Williams said indifferently. Back then, Li Fuzi didn't show up until after level 70, and at that time, he was already in a peerless condition. Although Li Fuzi's awakened master builder isn't particularly outstanding in terms of attack power, he's very strong in terms of self-preservation and flexibility, and no one will be able to deal with him unless his spiritual energy value is depleted. But what I'm sure of is that if the Livy of that year had been replaced by that mysterious woman, he wouldn't even have been able to pull off a massacre as lopsided as this. At the very least, in terms of the speed of killing, Li Fuzi certainly can't be compared to this woman. Speaking of this, Parker Williams' gaze sank. This woman's awakened occupation is definitely far superior to Li Fuzi's in terms of attacking power, and her ability should be very good at group battles. So every time she fights, she's able to kill all of the opposing team's people within a few minutes. Kenjin Kamito shrugged as he thought of the time those previous camp confrontation copies were conducted. He was horrified. In that case, wouldn't that woman be even more terrifying than Li Fuzi? Parker Williams gently shook his head. No, quite the opposite. Once you know who she is, she's far less of a threat than Liv. Kenjin Kamito was puzzled. Why? Parker Williams smiled lightly. Every professional isn't perfect. There are advantages and naturally disadvantages. Even in the super god professions, Li Fuzi's builder's self-protection ability is the #1 in the world, but her attack power is much more mediocre, and this woman's attack power is so strong, so her self-protection ability is definitely not that outstanding amongst professionals of the same level. Otherwise, how could she have pulled away immediately after killing those 3 ministers of yours? Parker Williams sneered, instead relaxing a bit. So, I think it's possible that this woman is a high attack, low imitation, super god profession that specializes in group battles, similar to the East Dragon Empire's mechanic. With this level of attack power, even if she is a level 60 plus professional, it's possible to exterminate 3 of your ministers. Kenjin Kobe suddenly said. Shiver Deskar. A cold light flashed in Parker Williams' eyes as he said, if that's the case, then although this woman still deserves to be taken seriously, she's much better to deal with than Li Fuzi instead. Kobe Kenran gritted his teeth and said, Hi, Chairman Parker, this woman killed my child, so if your side has a plan against her, please be sure to involve me. A cold light flashed in Parker Williams' eyes as he nodded slightly. I see. Now that we know some of her details, we'll naturally find a way to clean her up before the international war replica opens. With this woman's abilities, she'd be no less of a threat to us if she went to an international war copy. Ha! With that said, Parker Williams hung up the video encrypted call. As night fell, Li Haotian finally returned after a day of brushing experience under the leadership of Ling Shuihan. His level, meanwhile, had risen from level 30 to 34, only one step away from unlocking his next skill. There was no provocation from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom today, so Li Haotian finally had a dinner on time. After eating, Li Haotian, led by Ling Shuihan, once again came to that hidden area in the Qing Hua Academy copy hall. Today, he was going to go into the Endless Altar and start soloing. Wang Qingfeng still had things to take care of and didn't come over. The 2 idlers, Zhang Zhen and Zhang Wuyu, followed curiously. Ling Shuihan glanced at the world ranking above the Endless Altar and introduced to Li Haotian. The Endless Altar can be considered a special single-player replica, and all professionals, once a day, can brush it, yielding a large amount of experience. but in reality, for most people, this copy doesn't do much. Why? Li Haotian asked curiously.
Ling Xuehan showed a helpless look on her face. Because the level of the monsters in this replica and the number of floors are 1-to-1.
And the higher the number of floors, the number of monsters will increase geometrically. Chapter 71 Endless Altar.
Ling Xuehan paused and continued. The Endless Altar has a total of 100 layers, and each layer can only be brushed once.
But so far, worldwide, no one has been able to get through.
Even our teacher only hit the 93rd floor at most.
Li Haotian was stunned for a moment. Is it that hard?
Jiangjin nodded solemnly.
That's right, it is indeed difficult.
The level of the monsters in the Endless Altar corresponds to the number of tiers.
For example, the monsters on the first tier are level 1, the 10th tier is level 10, and the 95th tier is level 95. But if that's all, it's not really that hard for a professional of the same level to deal with monsters of the same level. Even if the level is a bit higher than their own, it's not much of a problem, especially after level 50.
Intermediate and high-level professionals who have completed the Advancement Awakening, their strength will increase drastically, and those powerful professions, it's not a problem for one person to single-handedly brush hundreds or thousands of monsters.
After all, monsters have relatively one-dimensional abilities, and their skills are not as abundant as those of professionals, and they are even worse when it comes to intelligence.
Ling Xuehan sighed helplessly, but the number of monsters in the Endless Altar is just too much.
For each level raised, the total number of monsters is the square of that level. For example, a monster on the first level is a level 1 monster, and on the 10th level, it's 10 squared, 100 level 10 monsters. The 50th floor, that's 50 squared, 500 level 50 monsters, and the 93rd floor is even more exaggerated, 93 squared, a full 649 level 95 monsters. Li Haotian was surprised.
That is to say, the higher the number of layers, not only the higher the level of the monsters,
even the number of them, will also increase geometrically? But immediately afterward, he frowned. It doesn't feel right. If we go by this difficulty, hundreds or even thousands of monsters popping up at the same time,
I'm afraid that 99% of the professionals won't be able to beat a few floors,
right?
Especially after reaching more than 30 levels. The number of monsters has broken into the thousands. With this order of magnitude of monsters, except for a few professions that are more adept at group battles, I'm afraid that other professions will have to be piled up by the monsters in a matter of minutes.
Jiangjin gently shook his head.
What second senior sister just said was the total number of monsters on each level, but after the battle begins, these monsters don't just come out all at once. There'll be a gradual process, and then the difficulty will gradually increase.
Let's say there are a total of 500 monsters on the 50th floor, 10 out of the first batch, 30 out of the second batch, 100 out of the third batch. And then more and 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 more until all 500 monsters are out.
And in the middle of each batch of outgoing monsters, there's a certain amount of time in between, sort of a buffer for the professionals to get used to it. If you kill all of the previous batch of monsters, then the next batch will appear immediately.
But even so, after reaching the 50th floor, the total number of monsters is still terrifying, and even if the attack power is sufficient,
the spiritual energy value may not be able to support the consumption.
Hearing Jiangjin's explanation, Li Haotian nodded. I see,
Ling Xuehan said.
That's why, although the experience value given by the Endless Altar is large, it's actually a bit chickenish for most professionals, because it's too slow and too risky to do it alone. After a professional enters the Endless Altar, there are only 2 ways to exit. One is to pass that level, and there will be 2 options. One is to enter the next level, and the other is to choose to exit. Secondly, if you can't beat the fight on that level after it opens,
you must also stick around in that level for half an hour before you can choose to quit in the middle.
Then what if it doesn't last for half an hour? Li Haotian asked.
Ling Xuehan spread his hands.
Then we can only die under the siege of monsters.
If it weren't for the fact that the monsters in the Endless Altar appear in batches, progressing gradually from less to more, giving the professionals a chance to stall for time, I'm afraid that not even a few professionals would dare to go in and challenge them.
Jiangjin laughed. Nowadays,
most professionals use the Endless Altar more as a testing ground to hone their skills or combat techniques. After one has made a new breakthrough, one goes into the altar to try and see if one can exceed the number of monsters one has brushed before and last longer.
A good measure of the growth of one's self-strength. Excitement suddenly appeared in Ling Xuehan's eyes as she stared at Li Haotian.
Junior brother,
to others, the Endless Altar is quite dangerous, but to you, it's an excellent place to brush up your experience.
Because the monsters in the Endless Altar have no level experience penalty. That is to say,
Even if you're only 30-something levels right now, as long as you have enough attack power, you can hit as many levels as you want. This is equivalent to killing monsters across levels to accumulate experience. And for low-level professionals, the upgrade speed can be increased by a large amount in a short period of time. Hearing Ling Xuehan's words, Li Haotian's eyes shone fiercely. No leveling experience penalties? That shall not be cool. With the number of superpowered weapons that Li Haotian could summon now, he really wasn't afraid of the high number of monsters. Even more, the greater the number of monsters, the more excited he was to fight them. A mechanic with unlimited ammo is the bottom line. Thinking of this, Li Haotian immediately rubbed his fists and prepared to start his journey of brushing monsters. At this time, Ling Xuehan handed Li Haotian 2 small porcelain bottles and instructed, "Junior brother, this is the Heavenly Spirit Pill and the Xian Spirit Pill. When you go in, take one of each." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wu Yuyu, who was beside him, exclaimed, "Xian Ling Dan? This is too extravagant." Li Haotian was also surprised and opened that orange-red bottle, pouring out an orange-red elixir. "Is this the legendary Xian Ling Dan?" Ling Xuehan nodded with a smile. "That's right. This thing is really a bit difficult to get. Only a level 70 or above alchemist can refine it, and the success rate is extremely low. These 10 in there are all that the Dragon team has in stock with the Nucleus leveling elite. The Xianling Dan taken together with the Heavenly Spirit Dan in one piece can quadruple the experience value you gain. Lasts for half an hour, and is most suitable for you to use right now." Li Haotian was touched. "Many thanks to second senior sister." Ling Xuehan smiled clearly and coldly. "We're all on our own. What's the point of being polite with second senior sister? Go on, be careful." "Aha!" Li Haotian nodded heavily and walked towards the teleportation area. With a flash of light, when the world in front of Li Haotian regained clarity, he suddenly realized that he was standing at the edge of a huge altar. The altar was circular, covering an exaggerated area. At a glance, a rough estimate was feared to be more than 10 kilometers, and the ground was engraved with arcane patterns. In the very center of the entire altar, there was a large one character, representing that this was the first level of the Endless Altar. At this moment, Li Haotian was standing at the edge of the altar with a separate small circle. Li Haotian knew that this was the safety zone of the Endless Altar. Once the professional is ready to step out of this safe zone, the challenge is considered to have begun. Chapter 72 really stuck to the bug. Right at this moment, a line of hints floated up in front of Li Haotian's eyes. First challenge to the Altar of the Endless. Basic information in registration. Ding dong. Data registration is complete. Name, Li Haotian. Country, Eastern Dragon Empire. Affiliated guild, Nuclear Flat Elite. Occupation, mechanic. Rank, 34. Li Haotian was stunned. What's this? You have to register your information to brush the Endless Altar? Wouldn't that expose his identity? But immediately afterward, the hint floating up in front of his eyes immediately dispelled Li Haotian's concerns. Is the information publicly available? Phew. Li Haotian was relieved and wiped the cold sweat on his head. So it's possible to hide your profile? That scared me. Hide them all. Li Haotian immediately gave feedback. Hiding over. Name. Seeing this familiar string of question marks, Li Haotian hemmed and hawed. Now you can let go of the job. He immediately took out the 2 bottles given to him by Ling Xuehan, and poured out an elixir from each, stuffing them into his mouth at the same time. Looking at the quadruple experience countdown that appeared before his eyes, Li Haotian nodded slightly. Then, after just a moment's thought, he moved. With a single thought, densely packed heavy tanks appeared in front of Li Haotian, lined up horizontally in front of him. Summoning a tank consumed 16 points of spiritual value, and Li Haotian's current total spiritual value was more than 3,300 points. Together with the double happiness effect of the halo, Li Haotian summoned 800 heavy tanks. Looking at the superpower army in front of him, Li Haotian's heart was filled with grandeur, and he took a step out and left the safe zone. Only a buzzing sound was heard, and the whole altar seemed to have suddenly come to life. The arcane patterns on the ground instantly lit up, and a huge white light door quietly rose from the center of the altar. A red pile of strange creatures then wriggled out of the light door. That was the monster from the first level of the Endless Altar. The red slime. Li Haotian grinned and issued a command in his mind. There was a loud boom and 800 tanks opened fire at the same time. Under such a terrifying collection of firepower, the pile of red strange creatures immediately exploded into pieces. Kill the red slime and gain 400 experience points. Li Haotian looked at the tips floating up and brightened up. Good lord, that's a lot of experience. You should know that this was only the first level of monsters. And after taking out the quadruple experience elixir bonus, there were also a full 100 points of experience. It was equivalent to twice as much as the boss in the level 10 copy of the Dark Forest. If you hit a high level, your experience value will skyrocket.
Congratulations on passing the first level of the Endless Altar.
Do you want to continue the challenge? Keep up the challenge. Without saying anything, Li Haotian immediately made a choice.
A layer of white light quickly rose from underneath his feet,
drowning Li Haotian. After the white light faded, Li Haotian realized that he had already arrived at the second level,
and the number in the center of the altar had changed from 1 to 2.
Li Haotian subconsciously looked around, and immediately his body shook, his eyes suddenly widened, and even his mouth couldn't help but open, because he saw, with a start, that in front of him, those 800 tanks were neatly organized, not a single one of them. Li Haotian's brain was a bit confused. What a situation! Didn't Second Sister say that all panel attributes reset when a professional passes a level and chooses to continue? Does it mean that? Doesn't a skill that has already been used reset? Li Haotian immediately opened his attribute panel to check it out. Spiritual values, 2345. It did reset.
He checked the remaining duration of these heavy tanks again.
53, 52, 51. Li Haotian's eyes instantly exploded with refined light.
He didn't realize that he had been told by people that he was stuck with bugs before.
And today, he seems to have really stuck to a bug.
The super weapons that have been summoned actually don't disappear when you continue to challenge the next level. Only the duration carries over.
What does that mean?
It meant that if Li Haotian brushed the monsters fast enough,
his supernatural weapons would be able to completely accumulate far more than the limit of what he could summon with his current spirit power value. This was like a snowball. With every layer raised, Li Haotian's superpower weapon could double. Then, it's getting scarier and scarier, with more and more firepower. Even if, at a later stage, the first time he summoned a superpower weapon would disappear as the time reached 1 minute, the later ones would still be able to accumulate an extremely exaggerated number. This was at least dozens of times as much as what Li Haotian could summon with his current spirit power value. This is just going to be invincible. Li Haotian didn't know that this wasn't actually considered a copy bug. It was because he was the only professional in the world who summoned super weapons like he did and could do so all the time as long as he had the spirit power value. Even for other similar professions, such as beast masters and summoners, their beast pets and summons were all fixed, and there was no possibility of repeated summoning. And once their beast pets or summons were injured or even died in the process of brushing monsters, they could only wait for their natural recovery to complete before they could be summoned again. Therefore, even if their summons followed their masters to the next level when they chose to continue the challenge, at best, it would save a little bit of spiritual energy value consumption when launching skills, without adding anything extra to the professional's combat power. Therefore, such a rule is not going to be exploited by professionals for any loopholes. The only Li Haotian is an exception. This was because his super weapons, which existed by continuously consuming psychic values, had no limit on quantity. Thinking of these, how could Li Haotian dare to delay his efforts? At the same time it took a step out, it immediately swish, 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 and sprinkled out another 800 tanks. Buzz, a huge white light door once again appeared in the center of the altar, and 4 piles of strange green creatures slowly crawled out of it. On the second level, the number of monsters is 2 squared, with a total of 4 green slimes. Boom! The entire 1,600 tanks roared at the same time, and the 4 slimes were instantly blown apart. Kill green slime, gain 1,600 experience points. Kill green slime, gain 1,600 experience points. 4 tips floated out one after another, looking at Li Haotian with a face of excitement. Good lord, this endless altar is pretty fair. As the tiers rise, the monster count increases geometrically while the experience value increases exponentially. According to this law, then the raw experience value of the third floor should be 3 squared times 100, and the raw experience of a single monster would be 900, and with the quadruple experience elixir, it would be a full 3,600 experience points?
Congratulations on passing the second level of the Endless Altar.
Do you want to continue the challenge? Go on.
With a flash of white light,
Li Haotian appeared on the third floor. This time he was even faster, and in order to grab time, he took a step out of the safe zone without even looking at the scene in front of him, dumping 800 tanks once again. Chapter 73, Something's wrong with this monster brushing speed? Right at the moment when Li Haotian stepped out of the safety zone,
the huge white light door also surfaced in the center of the altar once again, and 9 dark purple giant spiders crawled out from the light door, with a ferocious color flashing in their eyes. This was the monster of the third level, the Berserker Spider.
Boom! With 2,400 tanks firing in unison,
these 9 berserk spiders immediately turned into blood mist and drifted away before they could even take a few steps.
Kill the Berserker Spider and gain 3,600 experience points. Kill the Berserker Spider and gain 3,600 experience points. Indeed. Seeing the kill prompt floating up in front of him, Li Haotian's face revealed a delighted look. Watching the large amount of experience value in the account, Li Haotian was itching to start rapidly advancing to the higher levels. Outside, Ling Xuehan, Zhang Jin, and the others glanced at the endless altered global leaderboards from time to time while chatting idly. Jiang Wu Yuyu said with an expectant face, I also wonder how many levels Hao Tian can brush up to. Zhang Jin laughed. With that aura, Hao Tian's superpower weapon is equivalent to quadrupling out of thin air. If he summons all tanks, that's 800 tanks at full output for a minute. And there's no ammo limit. With this kind of firepower density, I don't feel like I'll have much of a problem hitting level 50. Ling Xuehan made a secret calculation in her mind and spoke with a smile. The attack pattern of the mechanic is rather special. All of them are ranged coverage strikes when there is enough ammunition. The attack power of the heavy tank's main gun is indeed strong, but in the later stages, after the number of monsters comes up, the tank's attack coverage is rather inferior to that of the rocket launcher. A thoughtful look appeared in Zhang Jin's eyes. What second senior sister said is true. The single-shot firepower of a tank's main gun does exceed that of a rocket launcher, and the range is much longer, but the coverage density is indeed much less. If Hao Tian summons a rocket launcher, the consumption of spirit power value is only a quarter of that of a tank, and when converted into numbers, he can even summon more than 300 rocket launchers. This level of rockets for fire coverage is even stronger than 800 tanks in terms of attack power. After all, it's the number of superweapons that counts when it comes to measuring a mechanic's attack power. Ling Xuehan nodded and said, that's right, even if it's a low-grade superpower weapon, when the number reaches a certain level, the terror of the attack power will even far exceed that of a high-grade superpower weapon. If Hao Tian recognizes this, when the 50th floor is over, instead of summoning tanks, he should summon all the rockets, and with more than 300 rockets firing for a minute, there should be a good chance of hitting the 60th floor. Jiang Wu Yuyu, however, said with some concern, but the attack distance of a rocket launcher is much shorter than that of a tank, so if you let the monster get too close to you, won't the danger increase greatly? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin immediately lost his smile and said, Yo, have you forgotten about Hao Tian's new talent? With a mechanical double, it's hard for him to die, so what danger is he afraid of? Jiang Wu Yuyu then remembered this and spat out her tongue in embarrassment. Ling Xuehan derisively glanced at her and teased, It's okay, concern is messy, Aunt Ling can understand. Jiang Wu Yuyu's pretty face reddened, and she pouted her lips poutingly in disobedience. Auntie Ling. Right at this moment, Zhang Jin, who had been focusing his attention on the endless altars global leaderboards, suddenly stared with surprise. Hao Tian has entered the leaderboards. Ha? Where? Quickly show me. Jiang Wu Yuyu hurriedly looked up. Ling Xuehan also let out a cry of surprise and gazed at the leaderboards. The endless altar was accessible to all professionals around the world in large numbers. Therefore, the global leaderboard will only record professionals who have passed the 30-tier challenge. Subsequently, each of the next levels will be ranked according to the amount of time it takes to clear the level. As for levels below 30, for one thing, the professionals were still novices in their new hands, with limited combat power, and simply couldn't fight for more than a few levels. Secondly, below level 30, it is relatively faster and safer to upgrade by brushing copies or finding someone to take them. Naturally, no one would go to the trouble of soloing the endless altar, and after reaching level 30, the intensity of the copies would instantly increase by a large margin, slowing down the upgrading speed drastically. So at this time, most professionals choose to change themselves into better equipment at level 30. Most of the sons of rich families would get themselves a artifact level powder suit at this time, and only continue to replace it midway through if they were lucky enough to brush themselves up to a legendary level orange suit or a level 40 powder suit. Otherwise, it will be used until level 50, which is considered a recognized cost-effective option. The powerful illusory god professions and first-tier professions would also open a large gap between them and the other ordinary professions at this node, a sort of watershed among the low-level professionals. Like Kamito Ichiro of the Sakura country, he was just exceptionally lucky, and in a few Abyssal copies, he actually managed to put together a whole set of level 40 legendary profession exclusive sets, almost raising his battle power to the peak of level 50 or below. If he hadn't encountered this pervert Li Haotian, he would be the ceiling of battle power below level 50. Jiang Wu Yuyu looked at the string at the end of the leaderboard, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, it's this string of question marks again. Couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, this string of question marks again. The information is all hidden. It should be Hao Tian. Ling Xuehan, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled and muttered. Strange. How Tian's speed of brushing monsters feels a whole lot higher than I expected. How come it's 30 so soon? Jiangjun laughed. It's not surprising. Right. The monsters below the 30th floor are only a few hundred, and their defense is even lower. Even if Hao Tian summoned all 800 tanks, it would still be enough to cover the seconds to kill this number of monsters. Ling Shuihan nodded hesitantly. That said, she always had a feeling that something wasn't quite right. North Delta College. Replica Hall. Suddenly, an additional name appeared in the area of the 33rd floor of the leaderboards. Yun Lan. Yun Miao had her hands behind her back and was similarly looking at the endless altar leaderboard, her stereotypical face carrying a rare faint smile. With a flash of light, Yun Lan, whose curves weren't particularly dimpled and whose body was dripping with fragrant sweat, suddenly teleported out. She was breathing heavily, but with an excited smile on her face. Yun Miao nodded appreciatively. Good job. Although the passage was a bit forced, but to have beaten the 33rd floor is already considered overplaying. Arashier, compared to before, your battle skills have improved quite a bit. Receiving her teacher's appreciation, Yun Lan was also elated and nodded heavily. Aha! Thanks to teacher's good teaching. Thanks for bringing me up to level 30. In the 4 Elephant City, Yun Lan saw that Zhang Wuyu had risen to level 30 ahead of schedule, and the sense of urgency was instantly heightened. So after she came back, she asked Yun Miao to take her to brush up her monsters and upgrade, hoping to catch up with Zhang Wuyu's progress. Chapter 74, Intense Phobia in the Endless Altar. Luckily, her experience value was already not far from level 30, and Yun Miao was quite attached to her, so she simply took her to brush up her experience for 2 days, and also let her take a few heavenly spirit pills. Finally, today, leveled up Yun Lan to 30 and changed his entire body into pink clothes. Therefore, after the equipment change, Yun Lan thought of coming to the Endless Altar to test his battle power. Unexpectedly, she actually rushed to the 33rd floor in one breath. Generally speaking, with the strength of the illusory god profession, one could usually challenge 3 or 4 levels higher than one's level in the Endless Altar. Tier 1 professions, on the other hand, can only challenge 1 or 2 tiers higher than their level. Only a super god profession like Marshal could reach 5 levels higher than his own level, and it was still 5 levels across major levels. On top of that, there are differences in career preferences. Battle mages like Yunlan's were not professions that excelled in group combat types, leaning more towards warriors and assassins. Thus, Yun Lan was actually at a disadvantage when he challenged the Endless Altar. She's not bad for hitting the 33rd floor. Yun Lan himself was more than satisfied with this, she said with some trepidation. The Hell Goblin archer attacks on the 33rd floor are just too intense. Luckily the altar grounds are big enough, and the only way to avoid being set on fire by those archers is to keep moving. Luckily I'm not too slow, or I'm afraid I'd have to drink my heart out. Yun now nodded slightly. Battle mages are not good at group combat, much less long-range combat, and Hell Goblin archers are indeed more restrained against you. Yun Lan looked up at the leaderboards, and since she was near the limit of clearing the level, her ranking was basically at the bottom of the 33rd floor. However, just as she was about to move her eyes away, suddenly, an odd name broke into her eyes, because that name is a series of question marks, and at this point, that question mark name is right on her heels. At the top of the 32-tier rankings, Yunlan's pupils instantly contracted as she raised her hand and pointed at the leaderboard and exclaimed, "Teacher, look!" Yun Mo turned her head to look in surprise, and her gaze froze. Ever since that day's camp confrontation copy, the string of question mark names would only represent one identity, and that was that mysterious strong woman from the Eastern Dragon Empire. Seeing this string of question mark names, Yun Mo immediately associated it with her. Yun Lan was surprised. "Teacher, could this be that mysterious female powerhouse?" Yun Miao's eyes narrowed slightly, not immediately answering the disciple's question, only staring at the question mark name without blinking. Then, not more than a few seconds later, that question mark name instantly disappeared from the 32nd floor area. Yun Miao's body shook and immediately looked towards the 33rd floor leaderboards. That question mark name had come to the very top of the 33rd floor. Yun Miao's face showed an expression of "I'm sure it's so," as she slowly nodded. That's her. This kind of clearance speed simply couldn't be achieved by a level 30 plus professional, and there was only one possibility for this person to pass so quickly. That is, the strength of her attacks far exceeded the level of monsters at this level, which was equivalent to monsters that had only just come out before they were all instantly secured, and it was with just a few breaths of effort that the question mark name disappeared from the 33rd floor once again and appeared at the very top of the 34th floor. Yun Miao's eyes burned as she said, "This woman has been snowed under by Marshal for an unknown number of years, and with her current level, the odds are that she is already a strong level 70 or above." Before,
She didn't come to fight the endless altar at all because she wanted to hide her existence. Now, while her true identity still needs to be kept secret, her existence as a person has been revealed.
That's why she's starting to brush the endless altar now. Yun Miao let out a light laugh and said, "Interesting, I'd like to see just how many floors that woman can climb to."
In the Qing Hua Academy's replica hall, Ling Xuehan and the three of them were similarly staring at the endless altar's leaderboards,
staring at the series of question marks. 45th floor, 46th floor, 47th floor.
Seeing that name frantically moving upwards every few seconds, even Jiangjin was starting to feel a little off. With a puzzled and surprised expression on his face he muttered, "This is almost close to the 50th floor. Why is Haotian's speed still so fast? This second is too powerful. 800 tanks with that much firepower? It's a bit unscientific." Zhang Wu Yuyu's eyes were full of excitement and leaps of joy,
yelling and cheering for Li Haotian from the side. "Haotian is so powerful. It's like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. And I wonder how many levels he's up to now?"
Hearing his daughter's words, Jiangjin probably did some calculations in his mind. According to Li Haotian's speed of brushing monsters like this, with no experience penalties and with quadruple experience elixir, I'm afraid that his current level is close to level 40. Suddenly, Ling Xuehan's eyes sank slightly as she whispered, "It's time to break through the 50th floor mark."
In the endless altar.
At this time, the originally empty field had long been filled with densely packed superpowered weapons. As far as the eye could see, there was damn near no place to put your feet. Heavy tanks filled almost the entire altar, their blackened guns all pointing at the center of the altar.
Not only the ground,
but even the sky was all stuffed with all kinds of superpowered weapons. At the very top in the center of the altar was a dense field of Barrett sniper rifles, and in the circle outside the Barretts were Gatling rotary machine guns.
This area, after planning, is specially used by Li Haotian to make up, because the Gatling and Barrett have a greater density of coverage.
They can take care of those that slip through the cracks faster and save time.
And outside the Gatling machine guns, all rocket launchers. Look at the number and density of those rockets.
So horrifying that it could even cause people to develop an intense phobia.
There were at least tens of thousands of them.
The person who started it all,
however,
had been squeezed into the area at the very edge of the altar by these superweapons, and was sitting on a tank yawning in boredom. Now, he was too lazy to look at what kind of monsters came out of the light door.
Anyway, no matter what kind of monsters they were
meaningless in front of this kind of counterintuitive number of superpowered weapons. All he needed to do now was to fill the empty spot when the time for the superweapon summoned in front of him was up.
Other than that,
it's just a mindless bombardment of the center of the altar,
with no additional action required at all,
which was unlike other professionals, who were jumping up and down and running left and right to brush an altar.
What with the tactics and the fighters, there's no need for it, okay? With enough firepower, all monsters are vanities, and if they venture out, they die. Li Haotian looked at his attribute panel and muttered, "When I finish fighting the 50th floor, the experience value should be enough for me to upgrade to 40. TSK,
this endless altar is indeed a good place to brush up on experience. The initial experience of a single monster already far exceeds that of a boss of the same level. If it is coupled with the quadruple Dan, this experience value is simply visible to the naked eye as it grows. It grows faster than a leek that has been given hormones.
It's just too much to cut." Chapter 75, New Talent. Infinite Renewal. Boom! Another round of artillery fire was fired, and the entire thousands of Hell Knights instantly went up in smoke. 50 floors, pass. Ding dong, congratulations on your promotion to level 40.
Seeing the upgrade prompt that surfaced in front of his eyes,
Li Haotian immediately brightened up.
While he chose to continue rushing through the tiers, he quickly opened the attribute panel to check out the new skills and talents.
After ascending to level 40,
the attributes increased by upgrading also changed from 5 points to 10 points.
And the free potential also became 10 points. Without saying a word, Li Haotian directly added all these free potentials to the spiritual power value 1,
and then quickly opened the talent column.
At this moment,
2 more skills had been added to the left skill bar in talents.
One was unlocked when he ascended to level 35,
just before Li Haotian was too lazy to look at it, ready to check it out piece by piece when he unlocked the new talent at level 40.
Level 35 skill, Wolverine. Skill description, summon Wolverine. For every minute Wolverine exists,
it consumes 32 points of psychic energy.
Remarks, Wolverine has 2 forms. One is humanoid,
with more diverse fighting styles and can be equipped with a variety of long-range super weapons.
The second is the wolf form,
which is less flexible but 3 times as fast and powerful as the human form.
Note, Wolverine will be automatically retracted when the psychic value reaches 0. Seeing this, Li Haotian raised his eyebrows high and said with satisfaction, "Ooh, not only does it have independent combat capability, it's actually a dual form. Isn't this the equivalent of a super infantryman?" Not bad, not bad. Level 40 skill, laser cannon. Skill description, summon laser cannons,
which consume 50 points of psychic energy for every minute of their existence.
Remarks, the laser cannon is a long-range light energy weapon of immense power,
with armor-breaking and penetrating effects and a maximum range of 35 kilometers.
Note, the laser cannon will be automatically retracted after the spirit power value returns to 0.
Hiss. Li Haotian's eyes glistened as he looked at it,
and at the same time,
he sucked in a breath of cool air.
Holy!
I can't believe it's still a super weapon with special effects. The mechanic was worthy of being a phantom god profession. From level 40 onwards, the attack effect of the superpower weapon had obviously increased by a considerable amount.
If this order of magnitude is piled up,
laser cannons with penetration and armor-breaking effects are naturally the nemesis of mages and heavily armored warriors.
Not only that, Li Haotian also discovered a problem. The spiritual energy value consumption of the skill laser cannon was actually 50 points. It was important to realize that all of his previous super weapons basically doubled the spiritual energy value consumption of the previous skill for every 5 levels of improvement. The level 35 Wolverine needed to consume 32 points of spiritual value. He had thought that the level 40 skill was consuming 64 points, but to his surprise, it was actually 50 points, which was much less than he had expected. For Li Haotian, this meant that his range could be increased another notch, which was definitely good news. After looking at the skills, Li Haotian couldn't wait to look towards the mechanic's exclusive talent on the right.
Talents are the main focus compared to the skills unlocked by upgrades.
Mechanic's exclusive talent. Stage 4, Life to Spirit. Remark 1, after killing an enemy with a super weapon, it can convert 1,000th of the enemy's blood into psychic energy value and replenish it to itself. Remark 2, level 50 can unlock the 5th stage of exclusive talents. Seeing this skill,
Li Haotian's breath instantly shortened.
Converting an enemy's life into psychic value at a ratio of 1,000th? In this way, together with the double happiness effect of the spiritual energy bloom aura, wouldn't your own endurance be greatly increased again? Previously, although Li Haotian's firepower was exaggerated, there was another relatively big disadvantage: consumption could potentially not keep up. For example, in the previous camp confrontation copy, Li Haotian had to ensure firepower while also taking care to leave a certain amount of residual power. Otherwise, if the super weapon summons too many at once, and the natural recovery effect of the spirit power value can't keep up, it would be possible to cause a large number of super-powered weapons to suddenly disappear and automatically retract due to a lack of spiritual value. In that case, Li Haotian would be in danger. But now with this life transformation spirit talent, Li Haotian was even less afraid of facing group battles. It could even be said that the current Li Haotian was truly born for group warfare. The greater the number of enemies, the more fiercely he killed. And after killing the enemy, the opponent's life would also be converted into Li Haotian's spiritual power value at a ratio of 1,000th. These spiritual energy values would be able to support the superpower weapons that Li Haotian summoned for consumption, or summon more superpower weapons. This is simply infinite blue return, against the day. It's simply anticlimactic. With this talent, Li Haotian was equivalent to truly having the capital to fight 1 against 10,000, or even 1 against a country. Li Haotian looked towards the center of the altar with glowing eyes, because it suddenly occurred to him that the life transmutation talent was just perfect for painting the endless altar. With the number of monsters in the endless altar, it was entirely possible to give him a large amount of spiritual energy value recovery effects. With this talent, Li Haotian's number of superpowered weapons would be able to increase again from the current base, and the duration could also be extended. These chaotic thoughts seemed complicated, but in fact, in Li Haotian's mind, they just flew past. As he returned his attention to the altar, the huge white door of light in the center flickered with light once more and hundreds of cyclops appeared. And when Li Haotian's thoughts moved, he summoned more than 200 laser cannons to supplement his firepower. While the guns around him roared again, a look of surprise crossed his face. This was because he saw through God's perspective that the monsters that appeared this time had a red translucent bar of light on each of their heads. What the hell is this? I don't think I've seen it before. Just as this thought surfaced in Li Haotian's mind, those cyclops went up in smoke in the kiss of cannon fire. At the same time, the red, translucent bar of light above their heads cleared instantly. Li Haotian's eyes lit up and he immediately reacted. Holy, it's actually a ING blood bar. With this talent, he could actually see his opponent's blood bar. As these cyclops died, a new batch of cyclops quickly refreshed, and a series of numbers floated up in front of Li Haotian's eyes. Spiritual energy recovery plus 71. Spiritual energy recovery plus 71. Spiritual energy recovery plus 71. Combined with the numbers he had just seen in the light bar on the Cyclops' head, Li Haotian was extremely excited. The Cyclops was a level 51 monster, a type with high defense, thick blood, and not too weak of an attack. Just now, Li Haotian clearly saw that the blood quantity of a Cyclops was 71,000, and by converting it according to the ratio of 1,000%, every time he killed a Cyclops, Li Haotian would just be able to recover 71 points of spiritual power value. Li Haotian's body even trembled slightly with excitement. You know, it only takes 50 points of spiritual energy to summon a laser cannon.
And that's without counting the double happiness.
This nifty. It's practically unlimited renewal. Chapter 76 Unbelievable Seconds Monster Speed. At this point, the outside world, because Li Haotian's speed of rushing through the layers was too astonishing, coupled with the unusually eye-catching series of question marks, it had already been noticed by many people. Immediately, there was another storm in the replica halls of countries around the globe. Is this the mysterious female bigot? Baka! That mysterious woman from East Dragon has appeared again. Hide your head. Show your name if you can. The female big brother is painting the endless altar. Everyone come and watch strongly. Sister awesome. Little warm boy with 8-pack abs begging to be taken in online. Can be milked, wolfed or licked. All sorts of messy discussions quickly began to spring up in the major forums. East Dragon Empire. Countless professionals quickly heard the wind. To the replica halls of the major cities flocked to. With the damn watch live broadcast. There were some people who had just come out from the duplicate hall after brushing their duplicates, and they were instantly startled by the densely packed heads in front of them. After they learned from the crowd's talkative discussion what had really happened, they simply stopped walking and followed everyone to watch the fun. All of a sudden, the atmosphere of the replica halls in major cities was so hot that it was comparable to the New Year's Eve. Free Federation. The general president of the Guild of Source Gods, Parker Williams, was equally alarmed by the situation. Without saying a word, he immediately summoned the presidents of all the major chapters to an online meeting, while having the people below broadcast the situation in the replica hall. Although the people outside couldn't see what was going on in the endless altar, as experienced professionals, they could deduce quite a bit of information just by using that mysterious woman's monster swiping speed, ranking situation, and other superficial characteristics. While the people below were still connecting to the relay lines, all the major chapter presidents of the Source God Guild were already online. From this, it could be seen how much they valued that mysterious woman from the Eastern Dragon Empire. James Gordon, the president of the Gotham chapter, began with a hushed voice. "I've just gotten word that the woman has passed the 51st floor, and the people down there say she's charging through the floors at a rapid rate." Parker Williams blushed a little. "Soon, fire that henchman of yours? Can't even use words." James Gordon's face showed a look of dismay, and there was some doubt in his mind. Could there be a problem with the judgment below? In fact, not so fast. Right at this moment, the large screen flashed with light. The relay line connection was completed, and the scene of the Source God General Association's replica hall was displayed in the large screen. The large screen flashed, and the endless altar leaderboards were quickly enlarged. When the crowd saw the string of question mark names on it, everyone's breathing paused in unison. 57 floors. The pastime is ranked number 1. James Gordon's pupils contracted momentarily. Seeing that number, he finally realized why Parker Williams had told him to fire that subordinate. Because a few minutes ago, Parker Williams informed him of an online meeting that the mysterious woman from East Dragon was painting the endless altar. After getting this news, James Gordon immediately asked his subordinates to check the leaderboard information of the replica hall. And from the time that subordinate reported the situation until now, only a few minutes had passed at most. But it was in such a few short minutes that that mysterious woman from East Dragon had already swiped from the 51st floor to the 57th floor. What the kind of speed is that? Soon, it's not even that fast on a rocket. Does that woman do all of her work in seconds? It didn't even take her more than a minute to swipe a floor, did it? Just as James Gordon was slightly dazed, the string of question mark names on the 57th floor leaderboard suddenly disappeared. Everyone present froze at the same time, and then the big screen changed again, and the leaderboard shifted to the 58th floor, and that name at the top of the list is still the same string of question marks. With a stunned expression on his face, Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu chapter, spoke with some skepticism. This is too fast, isn't it? The total number of level 57 monsters has reached over 200. What kind of profession is she that has such a terrifying attack power that she can actually achieve such a lopsided mass slaughter? James Gordon wondered. Another branch president frowned. The speed is indeed very fast. Almost as soon as the monsters came out, she killed them all in seconds, with no pause in between, indicating that these monsters are completely unable to defend themselves against her attacks. But when you think about it, it's not too surprising that she has such battle power, is it? After all, we've already gotten some information from the Sakura countryside and made a guess that there's a huge possibility that this woman is a level 70 or higher professional. If her level is the peak of level 70, and her own awakened profession is a super god profession at the same level as Li Fuzi's, or a super god profession that favors the attack type and has outstanding group combat abilities, then it would make sense that she could kill level 57 monsters in quick seconds, right? Hearing this branch president's statement, the others nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with his analysis. Parker Williams, however, was staring at the big screen with a sullen gaze, his eyes glued to the big screen. As the general president of the Source God Guild and the second highest ranked peak professional on the rank list, as high as level 87, he always felt that things weren't that simple. Eastern Dragon Empire, Qing Hua Academy Replica Hall. Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin looked at each other with both surprise and doubt. How on earth did Hao Tian do that? Is his super weapon that powerful? Jiang Jin was curious. The others didn't know Li Haotian's bottom line, but they did. Li Haotian wasn't some level 70 plus powerful professional, even if he had brushed so much experience for half a day, allowing him to level up. However, Ling Xuehan only needed to do some rough calculations to learn that Li Haotian's current true level was at most 40 out of 40. But it was such a mechanic in his early 40s that seconding a level 57 monster was like playing. Even if Li Haotian had unlimited ammo, this second monster speed was a bit too exaggerated. Zhao Muyu didn't know what level the level 50 plus monsters in the Endless Altar were at. She only knew that Li Haotian had a large number of super weapons and it wasn't surprising that they fought fast. Therefore, she didn't have any doubts about Li Haotian's current battle results. Instead, her eyes were filled with envious little stars. Ling Xuehan, on the other hand, hesitantly guessed, it's not quite right. Even if Haotian summoned more than 3,000 rockets, they shouldn't have hit so fast. At his speed, he's completely crushing the monsters in seconds, with little delay. If we extrapolate according to this intensity, 60 layers are far from reaching Haotian's limit. This kind of attack power is at least 70 layers or more. Jiang Jin raised his eyebrows slightly and subconsciously took a deep breath. 70 floors? Holy crap! This tier, even he, a level 68 elemental controller, would feel overwhelmed. One must know that the highest level he could currently clear was just 71. Wouldn't this mean that Li Haotian's current attack power was actually comparable to his? Chapter 77. The venue is a bit small. There's not even enough room for it. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. A horrified look appeared in Jiang Jin's eyes. He suddenly realized that this junior brother of his seemed to be even more perverted than they had expected. Ling Xuehan's also frowned slightly, a thoughtful look in her eyes. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, and a flash of excitement flashed in the depths of her eyes. Third senior brother. We've overlooked one thing. Jiang Jin was puzzled. What is it? Junior brother swiped until now, and with the quadruple experience pill, his current level should already be over 40. This also means that junior brothers that heaven-defying mechanics exclusive talent has unlocked a new one. I'm guessing that the reason why junior brother's attack power is so strong could possibly have something to do with that new talent he unlocked. Jiang Jin slapped his head and suddenly realized. Right. I almost forgot about the fact that junior brother can unlock a new talent every 10 levels. He instantly speculated excitedly. Could the effect of junior brother's new talent be the doubling of the attack power of his super weapon? Which is why he was able to crush level 50 plus monsters? Ling Xuehan shook her head slightly as the luster in her beautiful eyes was exquisite. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that maybe it's going to be even more exaggerated than this effect. She made a simple calculation in her mind. If what Li Haotian had summoned right now was more than 300 rockets, then, even if the attack power of these 3,300 plus rockets were doubled, they shouldn't be able to achieve such a fast second monster speed. Unless, the effect of that new talent isn't doubled. It's multiplied several times. A few more minutes passed. At this time, the replica halls of the various countries were instead no longer as noisy as they were at the beginning, and became quiet again. Everyone was staring intently at the Endless Altar's leaderboard, and the sound of gulping could be heard from time to time. Free Federation online meeting. Now, the faces of all the chapter presidents became grave. Even the branch chairman who had said at the beginning, "It's understandable that the attack power of that mysterious woman from Donglong is so strong," closed his mouth at this moment, with a look of astonishment in his eyes. On the leaderboard in the big screen, the name with the string of question marks had disappeared from the 63rd floor to the very top of the 64th floor. It's too fast. The speed has not dropped in the slightest. After crossing a large level, after coming from the 50th floor to the 60th floor, the overall strength of the monsters had made a huge leap, but that woman's speed of brushing the monsters still hadn't slowed down in the slightest. It's like killing Red Eye. Still all the way to the second map, Parker Williams had even begun to show scorn in his eyes. If projected according to the attack power, that woman's true level was feared to be the peak existence among the 70 levels, equivalent to the top battle power among the intermediate level professionals. Even,
It was on the verge of reaching the level of an 80-level senior professional. Because extrapolating from the results of such a battle, it was clear that she still had a lot left in the tank. A look of shock also appeared on the face of James Gordon, the president of the Gotham chapter. Just how many years has the Li Fuzi fellow been hiding her? How could a peak level 70 super god professional suddenly appear out of nowhere and we didn't receive a single bit of news before? Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu chapter, was equally serious. It's indeed a bit unbelievable. Donlon's secrecy is too good this time, isn't it? Doesn't that woman even need to brush up on large group books or kill copies? Our people never seem to have met her in these multiplayer copies. The other chapter presidents were starting to feel the sense of crisis this woman was causing them, sending each other private chats down the line to exchange information. Parker Williams remained silent, but the foreboding feeling in his heart grew worse. In the Sakura country, Gato Kenrun sat in his office, similarly with his hands pinned to his chin and his eyes deadpan on the endless altar leaderboards on the display screen. Unlike Parker Williams, Kenjin Kamito's eyes were no longer scornful, but rather palpitating. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom and the Eastern Dragon Empire had been at odds for years because of certain historical reasons. For the East Dragon Empire to have a Li Fuzi, for the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, it was already equivalent to having a wolfsbane hanging over their heads. And all of a sudden, East Dragon had actually popped up another super god professionist equivalent to the peak of level 70, and it was also a demon with such amazing group attack abilities. If, afterward, the Sakura Kingdom were to start a conflict with the Eastern Dragon Empire again, and Li Fuzi were to act as a bodyguard for the mysterious woman, and the two of them were to join forces, and with Li Fuzi's life-preserving ability as a master builder, this woman would be able to attack with complete impunity. Then how strong would her destructive power have to be? What's more, the current Sakura nation was also missing high-level combatants like the three major ministers, and the contrast in strength between the two sides was even more disparate. Thinking of the deaths of the three major ministers, Kobe Kenran's body suddenly trembled, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes, because he suddenly thought of one thing. Could that woman's appearance be a conspiracy by the East Dragon Empire specifically targeting those high-level professionals in the Sakura country? Was Ben trying to use the camp confrontation copy to lure the Sakura country's high-level professionals into action and then weaken the Sakura country's high-level strength? Thinking that there was such a possibility, a panicked look even began to appear in Kamito Kenran's eyes. Eastern Dragon Empire, Qing Hua Academy. Marshal comfortably leaned back on the recliner in the house and looked at the endless altar leaderboard information in the display with a face of admiration. Unfortunately, he did not know that Kobe Kenran was frantically adding drama to the East Dragon Empire at this time. Otherwise, Marshal Li High and Low would have to scoff. Hey, it is worthy of being a bullet-riddled place, living with fear and trembling every day. Of course, Marshal Li didn't really know why Li Haotian's attack power was so strong, even a bit outrageously strong. He shared Ling Xuehan's guess and felt that it should be that new talent that Li Haotian had unlocked that gave him a new battle power bonus. As for what that new talent was, when Li Haotian came out, just call him over and ask him. Wang Qingfeng was also sitting in his office at that moment, dealing with related matters while paying attention to the situation of his junior brother brushing the endless altar. He glanced at the discussions and speculations that were all over the internet and actually rose a touch of admiration for Li Haotian. Sking in admiration, he said, "Junior brother's trick of playing with the mystery is really wonderful. Creating a female big brother out of thin air has diverted everyone's attention, and they are still convinced." But then, Wang Qingfeng shook his head and laughed to himself. But that's right. With this level of attacking power displayed by junior brother, if it were me, I wouldn't have believed that he's just a level 30 or 40 low-level professional. Amidst the attention and discussion of countries around the globe, a certain female bigot was looking with a tangled face at the endless altar in front of her, which was piled up with densely packed superpowered weapons. Hey, I didn't realize that the return spiritual energy value can also be replenished in advance to add clocks to the super weapons that haven't reached their time, so that it won't be wasted and can maximize the number of super weapons in existence. But immediately afterward, he muttered with some dissatisfaction, "It's just that this field is a bit small. There's not even enough room for it." Chapter 78, Female Big Brother with Hidden Ranks? 67, 68, 69, 70. That eye-catching string of question marks broke through the 70th floor, and all the professionals in the East Dragon Empire's replica hall all boiled over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 70 floors up. Still number 1. Awesome awesome. Simply awesome great. Solid. This female big brother is at least a peak level 70 super god profession. With this kind of speed, even those illusory god professions that specialize in group attacks are far from being able to match. No. You guys are simplifying things. I have a feeling that the female big brother should be more than level 70. This kind of attack power, even if it's a super god profession,
It doesn't look like it can be achieved by a level 70 professional. I reckon. I'm afraid she's a level 80 or higher professional. Hey, you don't say. It's really possible. Our Ace Dragon has hidden her for such a long time, and now since she dares to reveal her existence, it means that she's already strong enough, and although level 80 is a bit of an exaggeration, it can still be justified. Don't you guys find it strange? If this mysterious female bigot is a peak level 70, or even a level 80 advanced professional, why is her name not on the global rank list? Everyone froze for a moment at these words. Yeah, the global rank list was automatically displayed, even if that mysterious female big shot had hidden her name. But if she was really a powerful professional of level 70, or even above level 80, the rank list would at least display that string of question marks. But so far, those names above level 70 on the rank list were all existences that everyone had been familiar with for a long time. Not to mention that no unfamiliar names appeared, not even the familiar string of question marks. Could it be that female bigot's real rank is actually not that high? Or maybe she used some special method to hide her name from the rank list? Hiss. This female bigot just keeps getting more and more demonic. Free Federation. Parker Williams's eyes were dead set on the question mark name that topped the 70 tier list, the scorn and uneasiness in his eyes growing stronger. The eyes of the other chapter presidents also became grave. Gotham chapter president James Gordon said, "If I remember correctly, the monsters on the 70th floor are Dark Dreadclaw bears, with amazing defense and the natural skill Dark Dreadclaw, which has an extremely terrifying attack power as well. Aside from being slightly slower, this monster would have few shortcomings, and the monsters on the 70th floor, the total number of monsters has reached 4,900, but even so, when she hit the 70th floor, her speed was only a little bit slower than before. It was still incredibly fast." Bruno Collins said gruffly, "This kind of attack power is definitely something only a level 80 or above professional can possess." James Gordon was puzzled, but on the rank list, there is no presence of her. The high-level professionals of the East Dragon Empire are still the same ones as before. What is going on here? Finally, Parker Williams spoke in a low voice. Although it's a bit unbelievable, the Eastern Dragon Empire must have hidden her rank through some special method. With this kind of strength, there's absolutely no way it's a professional below level 70. Li Fu Zi, this old piker, is actually hiding so deeply. Humph. The crowd looked at each other and frowned in contemplation. But no one refuted Parker Williams' point. Brushing the endless altar alone could only rely on one's own strength and equipment, which was completely hard power and could not be faked at all. What's more, that woman was the one who had been fighting from a low level to the current tier without even pausing in the middle. This also meant that woman hadn't even exited the endless altar halfway through. What does that tell you? It showed that woman Donlong not only had deep roots, but was extremely confident in her own strength. The crowd was now certain that the mysterious woman was definitely a secret weapon that the East Dragon Empire had secretly cultivated and prepared to use for the next copy of the International War. And the reason she is still hiding her information is likely just a defense against being made to do something shady by another country, because she was most likely a high-attack brittle mage type that excelled in group battles. Her attack power, while extremely powerful, should be much weaker when it came to defense. The reason she could let her hands go and kill indiscriminately in the endless altar was because the environment inside was simple and the pattern of the enemy's appearances was fixed. However, in the real world, if there was a powerful assassin profession borrowing the complexity of the environment to carry out assassinations, it wouldn't be so easy for her to deal with. If you're not careful, you'll get caught in the gutter and drink it all in. There was a cold glint in Parker Williams' eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Just as they were talking and discussing, Li Haotian's journey to charge the layer was still advancing steadily and quickly. After reaching the 70th floor, the overall strength of those monsters did increase again from the 60th floor. However, with the talent of life-turning spirit, Li Haotian's number of superpowered weapons had already accumulated to an appalling level. As far as the eye could see, it had even filled the entire endless altar. Whether it was the sky or the ground, it was all filled with Li Haotian's army of superpowered weapons. A casual and rough count is at least a few 100,000 people. Moreover, due to his life-turning spirit talent, Li Haotian's blue quantity was now in a state of supply exceeding demand, and he was not worried about using it at all. Taking the monsters on the 70th floor as an example, the blood volume of the Dark Dreadclaw bear was 130,000, and according to the 1,000% conversion ratio, for every kill, Li Haotian would be able to return 130 points of spiritual energy value, and the total number of monsters on the 70th floor was 4,900. And the total amount of spiritual energy value returned was 63,700 points. Can't use it up at all. Fortunately, Li Haotian could still charge the extra spiritual energy value into the already summoned superpower weapons in advance,
giving them a renewal plus clock to prolong their survival time.
Otherwise, if so many spiritual values were all used to summon superpowered weapons, I'm afraid that this endless altar, which was only 10 kilometers in size, wouldn't even be enough to put them in. 75, 76, 77. Li Haotian's ranking was still soaring upwards at a steady rate, crossing layer after layer. In the endless altar, the dread demon dragon,
which was covered in hideous scales and was bubbling with pitch-black flames, had only just emerged from the light gate when it was greeted by dense cannon fire.
Boom 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 boom.
The scalp-numbing cannon fire poured down on top of these oppressive bodies,
instantly blasting these sky overlords to the ground,
their tattered feathers falling in pieces and white bones.
But surprisingly, these big guys with their tenacious life force are still alive.
Li Haotian raised his eyebrows and showed a few points of interest in his eyes.
Ooh, at level 80, the monsters are much more resistant.
The individual strength is not at all at the same level compared to before. It has at least doubled more than tenfold.
Chapter 79, Free Federation's Conjecture. Otherworldly copy? Levels 50 through 70 are considered intermediate level professionals. Level 80, on the other hand, was a truly advanced professional. Compared to an intermediate level professional, it was a complete difference in the world. The 80th level Dread Demon Dragon,
in terms of individual strength, was also clearly far superior to the 70-something level monsters.
Surprisingly, he was able to resist a wave of such an exaggerated artillery fire set and not be instantly killed in seconds. But, and that's about it. Boom 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 boom. Another series of booms. Under the endless coverage of cannonballs, those dread demon dragons could only let out a helpless hiss as their blood bars went to zero. 80 floors, pass. Outside, that mysterious string of question mark names once again topped the 80-floor leaderboard. A landslide of screams erupted from the East Dragon Empire's replica hall. 80 floors up, 80 floors up.
With this kind of monster brushing speed,
the female Big Brother is really a high-level professional above level 80. So strong, it's really too strong. Hey, you guys, do you think that this female Big Brother's level will be even higher than Marshal Li's?
I feel that with this brushing speed of hers,
I'm afraid that even Marshal Li is somewhat inferior. It should. It won't. Will it? After a professional reaches level 70, the experience required for each level up is ridiculously high,
and without special encounters, the upgrade speed will drop drastically.
Yeah,
Marshal Li is the existence of the highest rank list in the world. If this female Big Brother's rank is even higher than Marshal Li's,
wouldn't she be close to level 90?
Yun Miao listened to the comments of the people around her, but her eyes were full of shock that she couldn't hide.
80 levels? How is this? How is this possible? This woman is actually so much stronger than I thought? Beside her,
Yun Lan had the same look of shock and awe on her face.
Teacher, is this mysterious female bigot really a strong person of about the same rank as Marshal Li? Why do I feel that she seems to be even stronger than Marshal Li?
Yun Miao came back to his senses and said in a deep voice,
"It's different.
Although this mysterious woman has a high probability of being a super god professionist like Marshal Li, the direction they specialize in is different. It can be seen from the previous camp confrontation copy. Even though this mysterious woman's level and equipment were suppressed below level 50, those guys from the Sakura country still didn't have much resistance in front of her, and they were killed cleanly in a matter of minutes. This means that this woman's group combat ability and attack power is so strong that it far exceeds that of a professional of the same rank.
But Marshal Li is different from her.
Marshal Li's strength is controlling everything. Her combat flexibility and self-protection ability is the number one in the world, and although her attacking methods are diverse,
her attacking power is not as prominent. So, although this woman's level should be above 80 with high probability, it shouldn't be as high as Marshal Li's. It's just that her attack power, it's so strong that it's really a bit outrageous. Free Federation, Gensokyo Guild Online Meeting. Parker Williams' face had been ugly beyond words. The other branch presidents also looked at each other, all of them looking incredulous. The East Dragon Empire had sprung up out of nowhere with another level 80 or above senior professional, or an existence with such an unbelievable attack power. But before that, they actually hadn't received any news at all? This is unbelievable. After level 70, if one didn't participate in large group books, kill copies, and copies of international wars and make outstanding contributions in them, a professional's upgrading speed would be ridiculously slow. But this woman had been notorious in the time before. How on earth had she managed to level up? By brushing wilds and world bosses? That's impossible. Every time a high-level world boss appeared, it would attract attention in the world. And with so many people participating in the siege of the world boss, it was impossible for no one to notice her if she struck out to deal damage. As for the wildlife, that's even more bull ********. High level if you want to upgrade by brushing wild monsters,
It's the same as a commoner trying to become a billionaire by working for a living. It's impossible to fight for the rest of your ing life. Parker Williams gazed at his brow and thought for a long time, and then suddenly came up with a vision. Maybe he upgraded up through the otherworldly copies? When they heard the general president say this, the crowd was in a daze, because besides this option, they really couldn't think of any other channel for that woman to escalate up so fast. The otherworldly copy, also known as the secret copy, was a special copy independent of the various regular copies in the world. The only way to access the otherworldly copies is through the otherworldly contracts that are spawned in the major copies. Otherworldly copies are usually more difficult and take longer, but relatively speaking, it's also very rewarding to brush up on the otherworldly copies. Not only could it produce a large amount of experience value, but also a variety of precious materials, as well as otherworldly equipment whose attributes might even surpass epic levels. Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu chapter's eyes lit up and spoke. What the president said could be true. If she mainly upgraded through otherworldly copies, she would naturally be able to hide it from everyone. Moreover, it's also possible that she has assembled a whole set of otherworldly equipment with particularly powerful attributes, or even upgraded, profession-exclusive fine otherworldly equipment. Bruno Collins' speech instantly became faster. According to the research conducted by occupational scholars, it has been shown that the source of all occupationalists at the current stage is actually the various large and small otherworlds, and those powerful phantom god professions among them are even the pinnacle of existence in those large otherworlds. As for the super god profession, it's even possible to automatically receive the corresponding otherworldly encounter quest, if Master Li really wants to cultivate her with all his might. Then with East Dragon's heritage, secretly collecting a large number of otherworldly contracts for her to brush up her experience isn't much of a problem at all. That's why this mysterious woman was able to level up so high without anyone noticing. Moreover, the otherworld also produces some auxiliary equipment with powerful and peculiar effects. The reason why that woman was able to hide her rank on the rank list might also be the special effect of some kind of auxiliary equipment. Upon hearing the general manager's prompting and Bruno Collins' analysis, all of the other club presidents had a look of icy on their faces. If that's true, then it all makes sense. Parker Williams nodded slightly. What Bruno had said was exactly what he had suspected. Otherwise, he really couldn't figure out why such a powerful and mysterious woman had suddenly appeared in East Dragon. He glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, although we can guess the reason why that woman is powerful, it still doesn't change the fact that she has grown up. Gentlemen, the international war replica will begin before long, and with this woman's strength, I'm sure I don't need to tell you how much of a threat she is. A fierce look flashed in Parker Williams' eyes. We have to find a way to get rid of her before the international war copies start. Chapter 80. What a departure from the norm. In the endless altar, Lei Haotian looked at the hell-bone dragon that was blasted into flying dust in front of him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Ding dong! Congratulations on your promotion to level 45. After clearing the 83rd floor, Lei Haotian's unchanging business of brushing monsters finally brought him some new surprises. Moving up to level 45 meant that he was able to unlock another new skill. While controlling the superpower army to continue rushing the layers, Lei Haotian opened the attribute panel, added 10 points of free potential to the top of the spiritual power value, and then clicked on the talent column to check the newly unlocked skills. Level 45 skill, Strategic Bomber. Skill description, summons strategic bombers, which consume 80 points of psychic energy for every minute of their existence. Remarks, the strategic bomber has a speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour, a maximum range of 12,000 kilometers, and carries a variety of weapons such as airdropped bombs, cruise missiles, air-to-surface missiles, anti-ship missiles, and airborne artillery, and can also carry other superpowered weapons on its own. Note, the strategic bomber will be automatically withdrawn after the spiritual value reaches 0. Lei Haotian's body shook and excitedly waved his fist. Good guy. Finally an air control weapon. But immediately afterward, he took a pitying glance at the army of superpowered weapons in front of him that had almost filled the entire endless altar. Gee, it's a shame this site isn't suitable for strategic bomber play. Can't even afford the extra space. Shaking his head helplessly, Lei Haotian could only itch to close the attribute panel. He looked at the Storm Naga on the 84th floor and muttered, there are still 16 floors to go, and according to the current experience increase ratio, if I can brush through 100 floors, I wonder if I can directly ascend to level 50. I'm really looking forward to it, and I wonder what the new talent unlocked at level 50 is. Alas, this endless altar is indeed a good place to brush experience. It's just a pity that each layer can only be brushed once. How nice it would be if it could be cycled, combined with the quadruple experience pill. This is much more efficient than going out into the wilderness and brushing monsters. The second elder sister is the main person of the nuclear flat elite, and there should be quite a lot of affairs in normal times, so if I keep asking her to take me to brush up my experience, I always feel a bit embarrassed about it. Unfortunately, Ling Xuehan does not know Li Haotian's thoughts at this time. Otherwise, she must not be able to help but spit a sentence. Little brother, did not think that you were still strange good Lu. Outside, Qing Hua Academy, comrade Ling Xuehan, who made Li Haotian feel embarrassed, was staring blankly at the leaderboard, where the string of question mark names had easily popped up another layer. Beside her, Zhang couldn't help but rub his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xuehan was seeing the same information as him, he would have even wondered if he was under an illusion. 85 floors. A level 30 or 40 professional brushing the endless altar had managed to reach the 85th floor in a single breath. Moreover, looking at the current situation, this is still not the limit of his little brother. Although the speed of brushing monsters has decreased compared to before, but it is still amazingly fast. Beside her, Jiang Wuyu also finally felt a hint of something wrong. She turned her head towards her father in confusion and opened her mouth to ask, "Dad, didn't you say before that the monsters of the endless altar were hard to deal with? Especially the high-level monsters after the 80th floor. The individual strength is more than 10 times that of the monsters in the 70th floor. How do I feel that Haotian is not struggling at all to fight?" Jiang Jin inclined his head to look at his daughter, but he was hard-pressed to know how to answer. "You ask me. Who am I going to ask?" Ling Xuehan said in a daze. As a matter of fact, the monsters on the 80th floor are indeed extremely different from the monsters on the 70th floor, and even I, right now, can't beat the 80th floor. Haotian he. Exactly how did he do it? Jiang Jin's eyes were also filled with bewilderment. Could it be that the effect of Haotian's talent unlocked at level 40 is really so heaven-defying? Below the 80th level, brushing monsters is like chopping up a melon. Even if we reach the 80th floor, at most, we will turn chopping melons and vegetables into chopping bones and meat, and the chopping is still brittle bones. High-level monsters, so unbeatable? Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild. Kenjin Kamido looked at the leaderboard information in the display screen with an unbelievable expression on his face. 85 floors, which was the highest number of floors he could brush through at the moment. But judging from the speed at which that mysterious woman from East Dragon swiped the monsters, this was clearly not her limit. Wouldn't this mean that that woman was even stronger than him? The president of the Amaterasu Guild, Qing Hua Academy, Marshal Li's residence. At this moment, this number one person of the Eastern Dragon Empire did not leisurely lean back in his recliner anymore, but instead stood straight in front of the display screen, staring at the leaderboard information on it and mumbling under his breath. It can't be. Whether it's the Storm Naga on the 84th floor or the Hell Rainbow Dragon on the 85th floor, they're all high-leveled magic monsters. With the defense of the spell shields they cast, Haotian's superpower weapons, despite their numbers, shouldn't be able to break through the defense so quickly? Marshal Li subconsciously tugged at his whiskered beard, somewhat skeptical of life. Moreover, the number of monsters on the 85th floor has reached a staggering 7,225. So how did he fight his way through it in such a short period of time? What a departure! The replica halls of the major cities in East Dragon had even fallen into a clamor at this time. 85 floors up. Holy, with this kind of monster brushing speed, she wouldn't be a level 90 professional, would she? Hiss, horrible as hell. Horrible as hell. Guys, no kidding. I feel like we're going to be invincible in East Dragon. Ha ha, I'm really looking forward to the next copy of International War. With this big woman, we can definitely rub the Free Federation's group of white-furred monkeys who think they're noble on the ground. Yun Nao's expression at this point was completely dumbfounded, her gaze transfixed. Who the hell is she? Our Eastern Dragon actually has such a formidable strong woman? Yun Lan's eyes were even sprouting countless little stars, her admiration overflowing. And in the endless altar, Li Haotian looked at his experience value that was still swish and growing upwards, and his satisfaction was overwhelming. Families, who understands the feeling of frantically brushing experience to upgrade? It's so awesome. 87, 88, 89. Free Federation. Online meeting. All of them didn't say a word, their eyes staring dead on the screen. Staring at the question mark name that ranked number 1 on the 89th floor. Parker Williams' clenched fists were even more already bruised, showing his extremely nervous heart at this moment. As a peak level 86 powerhouse ranked second on the global rank list, a top expert who had awakened the super divine profession of the Emperor's Way Knight. His current highest battle record in the Endless Altar was merely 90 floors, and at that moment, the woman from East Dragon, who hadn't even revealed her name, was on the verge of catching up with him. Chapter 81, Is This Kid Open? Roar! The enraged Sphinx Emperor roared up to the sky, and a Beast King roaring bullet containing berserk energy spewed out in all directions, wanting to blast those pitch-black cannon mouths firing at him to smithereens. However, their numbers were just too small. only a mere 4,000 or so, facing an army of superpowered weapons numbering in the hundreds of thousands.
It couldn't turn over much at all.
Chirp! In a sharp whistling sound, incandescent-colored laser cannons were like divine light penetrating heaven and earth,
shooting down densely, intercepting the Beast King's roaring projectile in midair. Subsequently, rockets, barrettes,
and Gatling rotary machine guns, together with the heavy tank's main gun, roared crazily,
and the rain of guns instantly drowned the Sphinx Emperor. Boom, 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 boom.
Violent explosions resounded throughout the endless altar.
5 minutes later, the last of the Sphinxes returned in a baptism of fire, opening the way to reincarnation. 90 floors, pass.
Li Haotian yawned in boredom and muttered, I can't believe I need to keep bombing for 5 minutes to finish these guys off.
After the 90th floor,
the overall strength of the monsters seems to be more than 10 times higher than the 80th floor again. It's fortunate that the supernatural weapons that have already been summoned won't disappear when charging through the floors.
Otherwise, even with the gift of life-turning spirit,
I'm afraid that I'll only be able to hit a 70-something floors at best.
Hiss. Qing Hua Academy.
Marshal Li watched the string of question marks jump to the 90th floor and was so shocked that he accidentally pulled off a small handful of his beard.
Something's not right. Is this kid open? A whole 100 Sphinx Emperors. Even if it's split into several waves of refreshment, the number in that last wave is still as much as 3 to 4,000. That's not in any way less than the number of superpowered weapons he has.
With the individual strength of the Sphinx Emperor,
even if Haotian has unlimited ammunition, he shouldn't be able to fight through it, right? What's more, that kid has only used 5 minutes. This speed can be much faster than I was.
Marshal Li was filled with question marks.
At the Amaterasu Guild, a look of fear had even appeared in the eyes of Kamido Kenrun.
To be able to get through the 90 layers, this kind of attack power
was already far beyond him.
Free Commonwealth. Parker Williams' forehead exploded with bruises. Although he had already anticipated this scene,
when he actually saw it,
he was still filled with disbelief. What the hell is the occupation she awakened?
This isn't scientific. This isn't scientific.
In the various replica halls of the Eastern Dragon Empire, all of the eaters had boiled over.
Asterisk. I think we all underestimate female bigots. 5 minutes to clear the 90 floors.
With this kind of strength,
I think there's a chance to rush 100. 100 layers. Must him 100 layers. Could it be that the first pass of the Endless Altar is going to be taken by our Eastern Dragon Empire? Strong and invincible. I don't know what rewards the 100th floor will give. It's so intriguing. Ow. The Empress begs to be adopted. Whatever you say, I'll never be on top if you tell me to be on the bottom.
In the Endless Altar,
the female classmates were advancing towards the 100th floor slowly but steadily. 93, 94, 95.
Looking at the guileful Siren Emperor that slowly annihilated in the cannon fire,
Li Haotian couldn't help but smash his mouth.
TSK,
after the 90th floor, the difficulty is really unusual. It's completely incomparable to before.
It's only the 95th floor.
Why does it feel like the monster's intensity has increased tenfold again compared to before? Could it be that it's deliberately targeting me? At this moment,
the gazes of all the countries around the globe had all been attracted by Li Haotian. The high-level professionals from various countries were all concerned about that mysterious female big shot rushing the tiers of the Eastern Dragon Empire.
James Gordon, president of the Free Federation, Gotham chapter,
glanced at the time on his watch and said in a deep voice,
"It's been 8 minutes,
and she hasn't fought her way through yet.
95 floors, that's supposed to be her limit, isn't it?"
Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu chapter,
nodded slightly and said hesitantly, "I feel that it's about time.
She spent at most 5 minutes on each floor she passed before.
This is already more than 8 minutes.
She should be feeling the pressure and starting to drag her feet." The corner of Parker Williams' mouth twitched as he glanced at these two.
What the kind of talk is that? That's 95 ing floors.
When I used to fight the 90 floors,
it took me more than 50 minutes to get through it.
Qing Hua College.
Li Fuzi wiped the cold sweat on his head, murmured, "Should be up to the point, right? It's all 95. If this kid can beat it, he'll be 2 levels higher than Old Man Ah."
As the former number 1 on the leaderboards and the only peak expert in the world who had cleared the 93rd floor, Li Fuzi's memory of the Endless Altar monsters after the 90th floor was a deep one. At that time, when he fought the 93rd floor, he also hardened and slowly ground his way through,
and fought for more than an hour of ing time.
At that time,
but if there was one more monster on the 93rd floor,
he could have been consumed by the monster.
As for the 95th floor, it's simply unimaginable.
Qing Hua Academy's replica hall,
a certain hidden area.
Ling Shuihan and Jiang Jin were both completely dumbfounded at this point.
Even Jiang Wu Yo-Yo, who had been yelling before,
had long since quieted down at this point.
Ever since Li Haotian had hit the 90th floor,
her eyes had widened.
above the 90th floor. So far, only Marshal Lee of the East Dragon Empire and Parker Williams, the General President of the Free Federation's Source God Guild, had fought their way through globally. Its difficulty and gold content can be seen even if you don't need to experience it for yourself. But when it came to Li Haotian, it was as if there wasn't much difficulty above the 90th floor. It wasn't until the current unprecedented 95 floors that his speed seemed to have finally leveled off. But even so, Ling Xuehan and the others felt that Li Haotian still had a great possibility of passing through the 95th floor, because they had watched the entire process of Li Haotian brushing the endless altar. From a few seconds of figure at the beginning, to a minute or two of figure at the 70th or 80th floor, to 5 minutes of figure after the 90th floor. By now, although more than 8 minutes had passed since Li Haotian brushed the 95th floor, in their eyes, it should just be that the difficulty of the monsters on the 95th floor had been substantially increased again, causing Li Haotian's brushing speed to slow down. As to whether they can pass, the answer in their minds is, yes. As the time increased by the second, the eaters in the replica hall began to whisper, "What's going on here? Has the female bigot reached her limit? It's possible, right? It shouldn't be possible for the female Big Brother's level to exceed Marshal Lee's, even if the female Big Brother's attack is strong, but at the 95th level, it's almost at the point. Ugh, I wanted to see the big female pass the 100th floor, but I won't get a chance now." Ha, you're thinking, Peach. You think the 100th floor is that easy to hit, with your mouth open? If you can't realize your dreams, it's not bad to look at others. You, hiccup, woes, 95 floors past. There's still hope for my dream. Chapter 82, passing the 100th floor. Endless Destroyer. Seeing the string of question marks on the display appearing alone on the 95th floor, the professionals of the Eastern Dragon Empire let out a sigh of relief, followed by wild cheers. 100 floors. 100 floors. Female bigots are invincible. Pass. Pass. Charge. Go to the top. Free Federation. Parker Williams' pupils constricted momentarily. Over. It actually passed. Is he really only level 80 or so? Why do I feel like this woman could possibly be level 90? A certain chapter leader muttered. Everyone stuttered at these words. 90. Grade? Parker Williams muttered. Did the Eastern Dragon Empire really secretly cultivate a peak level 90 professional? This is unscientific. How could they raise such a superpower without saying a word? Could it be that those previous years, when the East Dragon Empire was weakening in the international war copies, was just an appearance deliberately made to paralyze us? Seeing the string of question marks on the leaderboard, Ling Xuehan and Zhang Jun let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Ling Xuehan muttered, "More than 10 minutes. It seems that after the 90 floors, the strength of the monsters will have another more substantial increase every 5 floors. Zhang Jun subconsciously nodded his head. That should be the case. When Junior Brother fought the 94th and 93rd floors, it took almost 5 minutes out. The monster intensity should just be a normal increase, but by 95, it's significantly slower." Speaking of this, Zhang Jun's voice lurched, and somewhat breathlessly, he and Ling Xuehan exchanged glances. Zhang Jun himself felt a bit ridiculous. Back then, Marshal Lee took more than an hour to hit the 93rd floor. They all thought it was fast. How to change to Li Haotian? Then suddenly feel, playing 95 floors only spend 10 minutes or still feel slow. With that reference time, all the chatter subsided. They, already, are getting ready to witness a miracle. Li Haotian's clearance speed restabilized. And now, the time he needed to pass each floor was basically 10 minutes out. In the endless altar, as the light in front of him flickered once again, Li Haotian finally arrived at the last level, the 100th floor. Li Haotian frowned as he looked at his attribute panel and muttered, "The experience value is only 12%, based on the previous increase. Even if I beat 100 floors, it seems like it still won't be enough for me to level up to 50. Ugh, I thought I'd be able to rise to 50 after brushing the endless altar, but I didn't realize I was still a little short." Li Haotian stretched his waist, letting his spirit, which was originally a bit sleepy, get excited. But it's finally time to finish the fight. And I wonder what the monsters on the 100th floor are. As the light in the altar lit up, Li Haotian's eyes instantly kept going. This is even. Li Haotian's mouth slightly opened, feeling a bit of tears and laughter, because what appeared in front of him was another Li Haotian. The monster on this 100th floor was actually himself, only to see that Li Haotian waved his hand, and large swaths of rockets similarly surfaced around him, and in just a blink of an eye, a whole 600 rockets appeared around him. Seeing the other party's movements, the genuine Li Haotian was suddenly enlightened. Looking at this situation, the endless altar seemed to have copied all of his abilities at this stage. After ascending to level 49, he now had a total spirit power value of over 3,600 points. If all of them were used to summon rockets, with the aura effect, it would be almost 3,600 rockets. But the problem is, the Endless Altar could replicate all of his abilities, but it couldn't replicate the bugs in the Endless Altar itself, much less the superpowered weapons he'd amassed over so many layers. After brushing so many layers of Endless Altar, Li Haotian had already accumulated and renewed hundreds of thousands of superpowered weapons through his life-turning talent. In front of so many super weapons, this replica made by the Endless Altar was of no use. It's going to be crushed in minutes. Looking at the pitiful 3,000 rockets around the replica, Li Haotian almost laughed out loud. Honestly, there is nothing inherently wrong with this logic of the Endless Altar, because this duplicate it got out had all the abilities, equipment, skills and character attributes of the main body. That is, no matter who hits the 100th floor, they will have to face a full-bodied version of themselves. Killing monsters is difficult, but defeating yourself is the most difficult. But the problem was that he had met Li Haotian. The strength of Li Haotian's main body and the combat power he had accumulated through the card bugs now were not at all at the same level. Boom 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 boom. Ferocious cannon fire had been ejected from around the replica, blasting straight towards Li Haotian's position. Obviously, this replica also had Li Haotian's mechanic exclusive talent, God's perspective. It's just a shame that his firepower is so weak. Li Haotian gently shook his head and gently spat out two words, goodbye. Boom 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 boom. Hundreds of thousands of super weapons erupted at the same time, and even more furious firepower instantly tore apart the 3,000 or so rocket breaks around the replica. The replica had a dumbfounded look on its face, its mouth slightly open. He couldn't seem to figure out why that guy had so many more guns than he did when he clearly had the same abilities as the other guy. It wasn't fair. Boo! In the next instant, the replica Li Haotian blasted apart with a head full of questions. 100 floors. Pass. Ding dong. Congratulations on clearing the Endless Altar. Clearance rewards are being settled. Along with this string of beeps, a piercing white light lit up from the entire altar. The door of light in the center of the altar then quickly converged and coalesced into a line of brilliant golden text, Endless Destroyer. The line of brilliant gold text was as if it had a physical body, as if it were gilt lettering sealed by crystal glass, just suspended in midair, glittering. Looking at this thing, Li Haotian's eyes revealed excitement and doubt. Endless Destroyer? What does this mean? It feels like some kind of title? He hesitated for a moment before finally clenching his teeth and extending his right hand towards the line of brilliant golden text. A strange scene appeared. When Li Haotian's right hand touched this line of brilliant golden words, this string of words immediately transformed into a golden luster, drilling into the body from Li Haotian's right hand like mercury. Subsequently, Li Haotian only felt a slight trance in his spirit, and this line of brilliant gold-colored text turned into a semi-transparent style, floating above his head and slowly floating. Looking at the information coming from his mind, Li Haotian's eyes immediately released a strange light. This thing, it's actually a piece of special equipment. Title, Endless Destroyer. Common attribute, all professions basic panels are doubled. Title effect 1, summon a clone with 100% of your own ability. Title effect 2, attack efficiency doubled, effective after wearing. Remark 1, summoning a replicant can only be used once a day, with an existence time of 24 hours, if the replicant is killed. It cannot be summoned again on the same day. Remark 2, the replicant has an independent mind and can share sensory information with the body, but is absolutely subordinate to the body. Chapter 83, Heaven-Defying Title Attribute. Seeing the attributes of this title, Li Haotian froze for a moment. Then, a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Once a day you have a chance to summon a clone of yourself and have the exact same attributes and abilities as yourself. This effect, simple and crude for any professional, was equivalent to doubling their battle power. Moreover, this replica is not the kind of dead thing without thought. He has all the intelligence of the body, but also can share sensory information, and completely obey the body. In other words, this duplicate is fully capable of replacing the main body for certain dangerous tasks, and even if it dies, it can be summoned again the next day. For other professionals, this effect was already counterintuitive enough. However, to Li Haotian, the actual role of the replica was even more perverse. Why? Because Li Haotian had a mechanic exclusive talent. Other professionals would die if they were not careful, but Li Haotian had a mechanical double. This also meant that there was basically no possibility of Li Haotian's clone dying. 24 hours of existence. 24 hours of cooldown. As long as the replicant doesn't die. What's the difference between that and permanent existence? If there was a battle, especially a large-scale battle, this clone also had the gift of life transmutation. Just like a ING war perpetual motion machine. One Li Haotian is already sick enough. These two Li Haotian, my goodness, it is really scary to think about it. Light flickered in Li Haotian's eyes. Seeing the effect, he had even figured out how to use it. In the future, but whenever there is a battle, He will first throw out this replica Li Haotian to attract attention, and then hide in the dark as the old sixth himself. Not to mention that it was impossible for the enemy to kill this replicant, and even if they did, they would realize that it was a ing fake, and once 24 hours have passed, Li Haotian will be able to summon a new replica again. And the replica version has endless children and grandchildren as well? Gee, this is just Thai cool hotness.
Only after a long time did Li Haotian forcefully suppress his inner excitement and shift his attention to the second effect. Looking at the introduction of the second effect, Li Haotian frowned slightly. Attack efficiency doubled. What does this mean? He thought about it, so he might as well just try it. As soon as he thought of it, a Gatling rotary machine gun appeared in front of Li Haotian with a thought. It seems like the speed of using skills has gotten faster? Feeling the changes that appeared when summoning the Gatling rotary machine gun,
Li Haotian raised his eyebrows and seemed to somewhat understand the meaning of this effect.
With some excitement he controlled the machine gun to the other side and opened fire.
Da. Sharp gunfire erupted at once.
Carefully feeling the difference between the machine gun attack and the previous one,
Li Haotian excitedly waved his arm hard.
It's really like this. The rate of fire of the Gatling rotary machine gun was originally 1,000 rounds per minute. But just now, Li Haotian could clearly feel that the rate of fire of the Gatling rotary machine gun that was summoned this time had doubled.
It went from 1,000 rounds per minute to 2,000 rounds per minute.
It turns out that this so-called doubling of attack efficiency refers to attack speed and release speed. For all professionals, regardless of whether they were physical or magical,
melee or ranged,
attack speed and release speed were extremely important attributes. Attack speed allows the attacks issued by a professional to land on the enemy at a faster rate, such as the magic issued by a mage,
and the cleave, slash, stab, slice, and so on of a melee professional.
The release speed, on the other hand, determines how fast or slow a professional releases a skill, and to put it simply, it is equivalent to the readout when launching an attack or casting a spell. After these two speeds were doubled,
the efficiency of the attack could naturally be improved tremendously, and if this effect was placed on Li Haotian, the actual effect produced would be even more perverse. The release speed was just fine. After all, Li Haotian summoning a superpower weapon was originally just a thought. Doubling it again wouldn't produce much of a change, but the effect of doubling attack speed is simply unbelievable, because what it increases is the rate of fire of the super weapon, and it's acting on top of every super weapon.
This meant that if Li Haotian now summoned the same superpower weapons, the ammunition that these superpower weapons poured out per minute was twice as much as before.
It's damn near no different from summoning a double super weapon.
It's equivalent to doubling the overall attack power again on top of what it is at this stage.
And if you add the replica, then, thinking about this, Li Haotian himself couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air.
It's like an old cow taking her daughter on an airplane.
Double awesome. Right at this moment, Li Haotian suddenly thought of something and muttered.
If attack speed and release speed are considered as attack efficiency,
then, would the movement speed of a superpowered weapon be considered part of the attack efficiency?
For example, if superpowered weapons like tanks and strategic bombers are inherently self-moving,
the faster they move, the more efficient their attacks will naturally be. So logically, that doesn't seem to be wrong, does it?
Try it.
Li Haotian showed a look of anticipation in his eyes, and once again,
with a thought, he summoned a heavy tank with a bang.
Subsequently, under the control of Li Haotian's intention, this heavy tank immediately let out a roar,
and the surging power pushed the dozens of tons of body, like a wild horse that had taken off the reins, and violently galloped toward the front.
Li Haotian's eyes instantly exploded with essence. I can't believe it's actually possible. Even the movement speed of the super weapons has doubled. Previously, Li Haotian's heavy tank speed was around 80 kilometers per hour, but now, heck,
it's up to about 160 kilometers per hour.
You know, it's a big ing thing that weighs dozens of tons.
Imagine arrays of heavy tanks of several dozen tons swarming at 160 kilometers per hour to crush or chase the enemy, with double the rate of fire for a covering bombardment in the middle of the way. It's a scene that really makes my blood boil just thinking about it.
Li Haotian's eyes shone.
If tanks can double their speed,
wouldn't strategic bombers? With a swish sound, Li Haotian once again moved his mind, and a huge bomber with a sharp, triangular shape suddenly appeared in midair. Subsequently, only to hear a boom.
A horrible sonic boom instantly exploded, turning into a circle of ferocious shockwaves spreading in all directions. Li Haotian only had time for his pupils to shrink before the huge triangular bomber flashed in the air.
It's so damn fast. The strategic bomber's speed, which was originally 2,000 kilometers per hour, has now become 4,000 kilometers per hour after being doubled. If it wasn't for Li Haotian's quick reaction and quickly moving his mind to retrieve the strategic bomber, it would have crashed on the border of the endless altar. Chapter 84 Phase 5, Airdrop Support. Looking at the white trail left in the air, Li Haotian took a deep breath. 4,000 kilometers per hour. What's that? Equivalent to more than 3 times the speed of sound. If the shortest distance from the East Dragon Empire's coast to the Sakura country was taken into account, Li Haotian's strategic bomber group would only need even 10 minutes to rush to the Sakura country to conduct an all-out bombardment. If this was known by Kobe Kanjin, from now on, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to sleep soundly. Li Haotian was so excited that his whole body trembled slightly. What an endless destroyer! It was worthy of being a reward only available at the 100th floor. The attributes and effects were truly heaven-defying enough. By the way, the base attribute of this title is doubling the base panel. In other words, Li Haotian's total spiritual energy value had now become more than 7,200 points. When Li Haotian brushes up his epic equipment afterward, the base panel will also increase dramatically. When the time comes, the effect of doubling this base panel is, TBH, unimaginable. Ha! What's this? Just as Li Haotian was marveling, he suddenly saw the tiny wooden box on the ground. Just now, he was so focused on looking at the title attributes that he didn't even notice that there was this thing. Li Haotian curiously picked up the wooden box and opened it. Only a yellow-orange elixir was seen lying in it. Li Haotian's eyes lit up. Elixir? What effect does this have? He curiously picked up the elixir, and information about the elixir immediately came to his mind. Upgrade pill. After using it, you can immediately increase 1 level. Remarks, the potion is valid for 1 hour and can only be taken by the passer, and will be void after the expiration date. Holy, upgrading pills? There's actually this kind of heaven-defying stuff. Li Haotian was instantly delighted. He was worried that the experience of the last layer could not rise to level 50, but he did not expect that. In addition to the Endless Destroyer title, the reward after passing the level, there was actually an upgrade Dan. But then, he smacked his lips sadly. I can't believe there's a time limit. If we don't use it within an hour, won't this thing expire? Alas, it's a pity. This thing doesn't seem to have a level restriction. Wouldn't it be more cost-effective if I could stay and wait until I ascend to level 69 or 79 before eating it? According to normal circumstances, those who could brush through the 100th floor must surely be at least a level 90+ professional. This upgrade elixir would only be most valuable if it was given to a professional of that level. As the higher the level, the slower the upgrade speed. It's just a pity that Li Haotian was stuck in the bud to brush the endless altar, and is only at level 50 now, so it's really a bit of a waste to give him this elixir to eat. Shaking his head helplessly, Li Haotian pondered for a moment, but still threw it into his mouth. If it's only valid for 1 hour, there's no point in keeping this upgrade Dan. Eat it early and enjoy it early. The elixir melted in his mouth, and in the attribute panel, the experience value instantly filled up. Ding dong! Congratulations on your promotion to level 50. Seeing the upgrade prompt that surfaced before his eyes, Li Haotian was very excited. When he reached level 50, not only would he be able to have 1 more skill, but more importantly, he would also be able to unlock 1 more mechanic exclusive talent. After level 50, the attribute point reward given by upgrading was also raised again, from 10 points to 20. At the same time, the free potential likewise doubled to 20 points. Li Haotian added all these potential points to the top of the spiritual power value, then quickly opened the talent column to look at it. Ha! 2 more skills actually appeared? Li Haotian was a bit surprised. He suddenly saw 2 new skills popping up in the skills column. Level 50 skill, Transformer. Skill description, summon a Transformer. For every minute the Transformer exists, it consumes 200 points of spiritual energy. Remark 1, Transformers are large-scale superpowered machines, 10 meters tall, with 3 models, Type A for the Navy, Type B for the Army, and Type C for the Air Force. Remark 2, each model has 2 forms. One is humanoid, which is more diversified in the way of fighting. The second is a vehicle. Type A vehicle is a submarine. Type B vehicle is an armored vehicle. And Type C vehicle is a helicopter gunship. Remark 3, Transformers can be equipped with other super weapons. Note, the Transformer will be automatically withdrawn after the spirit power value returns to 0. Li Haotian looked at it with glowing eyes. Nice guy. With a height of more than 10 meters. And all 3 of the air, land and sea. This is definitely a real multi-purpose heavy war weapon And what's more, this thing has some loading capacity, and in terms of practicality, it's clearly a huge step ahead of the previous super weapons. By the time he reached level 50 and became an intermediate level professional, the skill effects had improved considerably again. Li Haotian forcibly suppressed the urge to summon a few Transformers out to have some fun and continued to look toward another skill. Achievement reward skill, Iron Man armor, exoskeleton armor stage 2. Skill description, summons the Iron Man armor, based on the original version, once again greatly increasing the user's strength, defense and speed, and adding flight and diving functions. The Iron Man armor consumes 200 points of psychic value for every minute of its existence. Note, the Iron Man armor will be automatically retracted after the psychic value reaches 0. Li Haotian's eyes lit up. It was actually another achievement reward. Moreover, the exoskeleton armor actually has a second stage. So, will there be a third stage at the back? What will the third stage escalate to? Suddenly the anticipation is there. This time, not only was there another increase in the basic attributes, but there were also additional flight and diving functions. This makes it much more practical. Looking at these two extra skills, Li Haotian nodded his head in satisfaction. Next up, the top priority new talent. Li Haotian immediately looked toward the extra talent in the right column. Mechanics exclusive talent. Stage 5, Airdrop support. Remark 1, within the range of God's viewpoint. Super weapons can be summoned at any time and in any location for airdrop support. Remark 2, level 60 can unlock the 6th stage of exclusive talent. Seeing this talent effect, Li Haotian couldn't help but have his entire body shaken. Summoning a super weapon from anywhere within God's view? This is going against the grain. Don't look at this explanation as so simple and plain. But the actual combat effects brought about by this talent were perverted to the extreme. As a mechanic, with a passive skill like superpower control, Li Haotian was able to control superpower weapons anywhere within his field of vision. But even so, when it came to a real fight, it was actually still impossible for a superpowered weapon to get too far away from oneself, because human eyesight is limited. Once you are too far away, you can't pinpoint the space and distance for a perfect strike. Even if Li Haotian had a perverse talent like God's perspective, there would still be a drawback. That is, when he summoned the superpower weapon, he could only summon it around himself before controlling the superpower weapon to drift and go wherever Li Haotian wanted it to go. That is to say, such a process of a summoning and then moving to the destination is unavoidable, and it will certainly take some time to move. Chapter 85 can't be defended. Can't defend it at all. But with the gift of drop support, you can skip this process altogether. Moreover, after brushing through 100 layers of endless altar, Li Haotian's God's perspective had expanded to a range of nearly 360 kilometers. In other words, Li Haotian was now completely able to casually throw super-powered weapons within a 360 kilometers radius centered on himself, and point and shoot. Precision bombing. Li Haotian's breathing instantly became rapid. With this talent, his level of threat to his enemies could be said to have instantly skyrocketed 100-fold. Just imagine, as long as the enemy entered into the God's perspective shrouded range of Li Haotian could always summon any super-powered weapon in any place around the enemy, like behind you, over your head, or even crotch, and then, out cold, shoot you. Hiss. Can't defend it. Can't defend it at all. Even Li Haotian himself couldn't help but fight a cold war when he thought of the scene where the Gatling rotary machine gun suddenly appeared at his crotch and swept wildly. This nifty. It's scary to think about. Throwing away these vicious tactics that suddenly popped up in his mind, Li Haotian exhaled heavily. This time, when he brushed the endless altar, he had gained so much that he couldn't even use words to describe it. Just 2 words, awesome, punctuating, just as Li Haotian was excitedly counting the loot in the endless altar. The outside world had long since exploded. Ever since Li Haotian hit the 90th floor, the endless altar leaderboards in the replica hall had become the focus of everyone's attention around the globe, especially when he had beaten the 95th floor. Even the cattle and horses who espoused the idea of going to bed early and waking up early were called up by their friends and family to gather around them in a strong crowd. And when Li Haotian passed through the 99th floor, everyone's hearts were even more unconsciously raised in their throats. Ling Xuehan and Jiangjin had already been shocked to the point of numbness by their junior brother, but looking at the brightly colored 99 on the screen, their hearts couldn't help but beat rapidly with a thump. It seems that the first pass of the endless altar is going to be taken by junior brother, Ling Xuehan muttered. Jiangjin subconsciously nodded his head. Even if the difficulty of the 100th floor will increase again, but judging from junior brother's efficiency of only taking more than 10 minutes to even hit the 99th floor, hitting the 100th floor won't take more than half an hour at most, right? Jiang Wuyu's entire body felt a little dreamy at this time, staring blankly at the screen. She didn't expect that she originally just wanted to come along and make a scene, but she actually had the chance to witness Li Haotian pass the 100th floor. Who could believe that a few days ago, this person who was about to clear the 100th floor had only just had his career awakened? Hiss. Haotian, the mechanic, was simply as good as open. However, before Jiangjin's words fell, his eyes instantly went all the way. Not only him, at this moment,
All the people who were staring at the big screen with their eyes fixed on it all froze for a moment in unison, because they suddenly saw that the string of question mark names, which had only just cleared the 99th floor within a few seconds, disappeared once again and ascended to the top of the 100th floor. That female big shot from the Eastern Dragon Empire actually passed the 100th floor in seconds. Hiss. Qing Hua Academy. Once again a handful of Li Yuan Shui who ripped off his own beard sucked in his breath in pain. Clamor. The Sakura Nation and the Free Federation. Kenjin Kamito and Parker Williams, and the rest of them snapped to their feet in unison, pushing the chairs behind them to the ground. Even Kenjin Kamito rubbed his eyes a few times with a face like he had seen a ghost, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was only after a long time that Parker Williams said with a horrified expression, She actually did get through the 100th floor? James Gordon, the president of the Gotham chapter, had also finally come back to his senses, and fear had even filled his eyes. Could it be that this mysterious woman, Dong Long, is really a level 90 or higher professional? Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu chapter, was also dumbfounded. If she's really a level 90 or above professional, then wouldn't we be fools to try to deal with her and seek our own deaths? There was silence in the room. 90 levels, that was a level that no one had been able to touch so far. Even the current number 1 on the global rank list, East Dragon Empire's Li Fuzi, was only at level 88. Parker Williams had all sorts of rapid flashes in his eyes, his brain obviously on overdrive as he pondered the situation he saw before him. Only after a long time did he exhale slightly and said heavily, There is indeed a great possibility that she is a peak professional above level 90, but it is not impossible for us to kill her. A branch president said blankly, The level 88 Li Fuzi is as strong as that. If this woman is really level 90 or above, how can we possibly kill her? Parker Williams said in a deep voice, Indeed, to be able to pass 100 floors, the strength of her attack is so strong that it would not be an exaggeration to say that she is the number 1 in the world. But haven't you guys ever wondered, if she's really so strong that she's impeccable, then why does she hide her name? When these words came out, everyone froze, and then it dawned on them, revealing a thoughtful expression. Parker Williams continued, What an honor it is to summit the Endless Altar. It is an equally powerful shock to all the professionals in the world. With all these benefits, she still chooses to hide her name. Why? Parker Williams' eyes flashed with essence. I guess that although her attack power is incredibly strong, I'm afraid that her defense and self-protection ability will also be unimaginably low. This woman's awakened profession. Odds are that it's an extremely parochial type of overpowered group attack mage. Attack power is unparalleled in the world. But defense power. Humph. James Gordon's eyes lit up. What the president is saying is that we actually still have a chance to assassinate this woman if we can identify her? Parker Williams nodded heavily. Nice. Within the Endless Altar, Li Haotian naturally did not know that his act of hiding his name had diverted the thoughts of those people in the outside world to 100,000 miles away. After he finished counting his loot, he once again confirmed that he hadn't missed anything before he chose to exit the Endless Altar with a satisfied look on his face. Qing Hua Academy. A certain hidden area in the replica hall. With a flash of light, Li Haotian's figure reappeared here. Phew. Finally came out. No wonder it's called Endless Altar. This thing is really time-consuming to fight. Fought for a whole night. Li Haotian exhaled and couldn't help but mutter. Ling Xuehan. Jiangjun. Listening to Li Haotian complain, Ling Xuehan and Jiangjun were speechless. Time-consuming? Fighting all night? What kind of Versailles statement is that? You're a level 30-odd professional who got through 100 floors of the Endless Altar in one night, and you actually think it's time-consuming? It's really pole vaulting inside the toilet, it's too damn much. Chapter 86. Your level of difficulty has surpassed that of a teacher. Ling Xuehan was the first to come back to her senses from the shock of Li Haotian's passage through the Endless Altar, her beautiful eyes glowing as she stared at Li Haotian and asked, Haotian, how on earth did you beat the 100th floor? With the number and attack power of your super weapons, you should be able to hit up to 70 or 80 floors at most before you reach the end, right? Li Haotian hemmed and hawed and began to recount the process of his discovery of the Endless Altar bug. It's like this. When I was brushing the monsters, I suddenly discovered. Listening to Li Haotian's narration, Ling Xuehan's three people's eyes became more and more round. When Li Haotian finished speaking, Ling Xuehan said with a shocked expression, there is still such a bug in the Endless Altar? Jiangjun even sucked in a mouthful of cold air. My god. It can still be played like this? Jiang Wuyu was shocked. That is to say, by the end of the day, the number of your superpowered weapons has reached hundreds of thousands of people? Li Haotian shook his head inside. Yes, it's a pity that the Endless Altar is too small, and at most, it can only hold a few 100,000 superpower weapons. If the Endless Altar was a bit bigger, I wouldn't be so slow when I brush the monsters behind me. 3. Ling Xuehan even glared at Li Haotian without any good humor. Jiang Jin suddenly came back to his senses and asked with an expectant face.
Hao Tian, how many levels are you up to now after beating 100 floors with the quadruple experience pills?
Ling Xuehan and Jiang Wuyu's bodies shook as they looked at Li Haotian with the same curious expression.
A smile appeared on Li Haotian's face. Good luck. Just in time to level up to 50. Ah, you're level 50?
Jiang Wuyu stared in shock.
This time, instead,
Ling Xuehan wasn't that surprised. Only her eyes were slightly bright as she nodded her head gently. The monsters in the Endless Altar already have high experience, and there is no experience penalty for level difference. And together with the quadruple experience pill, the entire 100 levels of the Endless Altar, the number of monsters is even more than 300,000. So it is reasonable to be able to rise up to level 50, Jiang Jin said with a look of amazement. However, this kind of upgrading method can't be copied by anyone else at all, and it's only Hao Tian who can play like this, Ling Xuehan said. Indeed, in order to achieve this step, Hao Tian's unique way of summoning superpowered weapons, as well as the talents of unlimited ammunition and life transmutation, are indispensable. She shook her head inside. Without these, not to mention the 100th floor, even our teacher can only hit the 93rd floor at most. Hey, Hao Tian, you're level 50 now, so wouldn't you have a new skill and a new talent in addition to life-turning spirit? Jiang Wuyu didn't think that much and then asked. Hearing this, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin were also energized and looked towards Li Haotian. Li Haotian laughed, not bothering to speak with his mouth, and directly shared his attribute panel to the three people. Transformers? Iron Man armor? Jiang Jin's eyes glazed over. 2 more skills? Is this an exclusive benefit only available to professionals awakened with full spiritual power value? Ling Xuehan, on the other hand, was all excited. What a great guy. It's actually a polymorph weapon. It's available on land, sea, and air. With this thing's maneuverability and attack power, it's definitely a big killer on the battlefield. Jiang Jin also waved his fist fiercely. After looking at the skills, the two of them coincidentally moved their eyes above the main event, the mechanic exclusive talent. Mechanics exclusive talent. Stage 5, Airdrop support. Remark 1, within the range of God's viewpoint, super weapons can be summoned at any time at any location for airdrop support. Remark 2, level 60 can unlock the 6th stage of exclusive talent. Hiss. The introduction of this talent was very simple, but Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin just swept a glance at it and unanimously sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all experienced professionals, and just by seeing this introduction, they could imagine just how terrifying this talent would be if it was placed in a real combat environment in conjunction with Li Haotian's God's perspective. This was equivalent to the fact that within the scope of Li Haotian's God's perspective, it all belonged to his domain alone. Any enemy who dared to step in would be centrally bombarded by countless superpowered weapons from any angle and any distance. There was no way to hide or escape. Jiang Jin couldn't help but win a cold war at the thought of several thousand rockets suddenly appearing around him and then firing at him. This Nima, not to mention level 50, even level 60 or 70 professionals, without special abilities or slower reaction, are minutes to kneel. When Li Haotian saw their expressions, he knew that they had already thought of the perversion of this talent. He hemmed and hawed. Not only does this talent greatly increase the threat of my superpowered weapons, but also, it drastically improves my own mobility, allowing me to quickly shift the battlefield, or get out of harm's way. Jiang Wuyu was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Ling Xuehan's gaze moved, quickly associating it with Li Haotian's other talent, mechanical double. Jiang Jin also reacted quickly and inhaled. What you mean is, Li Haotian nodded with a smile. That's right, it's the mechanical double. These talents can link up perfectly, and in the future, I'll be able to airdrop super weapons for support as long as they're within range of my God's view. And then, all within that range, I can instantly shift by headshot teleportation. Exactly, as far as the eye can see, as far as the body can go. Ling Xuehan was speechless for a moment. Only after a long time did she exclaim, this time, it will be even more impossible for others to kill you. Your God's perspective right now is already more than 300 kilometers. With such a wide range, not to mention the professionals, even if several countries join hands and send out their armies, it's impossible to carry out a high-powered covering strike. Junior brother, your current level of difficulty, I feel that it has even surpassed that of a teacher. Jiang Jin also nodded with an agreeable face. Don't look at the fact that Li Haotian was only level 50 right now, but with the attack power of a mechanic, coupled with those perverted mechanic exclusive talents of Li Haotian, regardless of actual combat power or life preservation ability, all things considered, it was indeed a greater threat than Marshal Li's creator. At this time, Jiang Wuyu suddenly opened her mouth and asked, by the way, Haotian, the Endless Altar is so difficult, do you have any extra rewards for beating the level? Bonus? Upon hearing Jiang Wuyu's question, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Zhen's eyes lit up at the same time.
Oops. Right. Almost forgot about that one. Even the camp confrontation copies have reward outputs, so the harder endless altar should have them too, right? Li Haotian let out a light laugh. Of course there is, and the reward is very good. There are 2 rewards after clearing the level. One is the upgrade pill, which was eaten by me before I could just about level up to 50. As for the other one, well, see for yourselves. Saying that, Li Haotian's mind moved, revealing the hidden title again. The 3 of them, Ling Xuehan, had their gazes fixed, and a stunned expression appeared on their faces, because they saw that above Li Haotian's head, 5 large translucent guilt characters suddenly emerged. Endless Destroyer. Chapter 87. Our plans. I'm afraid. Need to change. Looking at the 5 big words on top of Li Haotian's head, Jiang Wu Yuyu had an envious face. Endless Destroyer? What a domineering title. Is this the reward you gave for clearing the 100th floor of the Endless Altar? Ling Xuehan marveled. Could this be a special piece of equipment, similar to the aura of a camp confrontation copy? Jiang Zhen was already a bit impatient. Haotian, what are the attributes of this title? Li Haotian hemmed and hawed and unfolded the title attributes. Ling Xuehan and the other spirits lifted as they stared. Then, the 3 of them immediately let out an exclamation. Doubling the base panel? This is too perverse. Ling Xuehan's eyes were glowing. If this is Pei Chi's full set of epic equipment, it won't go straight to heaven. Jiang Zhen was even so excited that his whole body was slightly trembling. There is also this title effect. Summoning a clone with 100% of the body's abilities. This effect is certainly powerful when placed on an ordinary professional, but if it is placed on Haotian, it is too perverted. With the number and actual attack power of Haotian's current superpowered weapons, if it doubles again, I'm afraid that even an 80th level professional won't be able to carry it. While Jiang Wu Yuyu marveled, his gaze revealed some doubts. Haotian, what does this doubling of attack efficiency mean? Li Haotian explained. It's very easy to understand. To put it bluntly, it's actually attack speed and release speed. Well, if it's a summoning type professional, then the movement speed of the summoned object counts as well. If I wear it, for example, it's a doubling of the summoning speed of super weapons and a doubling of the rate of fire. And also a doubling of the movement speed if it's a super weapon that can move by itself, like tanks and bombers. Hearing Li Haotian's explanation, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Zhen's eyes instantly widened. Ling Xuehan even immediately grasped the key point and said in shock, doubling the rate of fire? In other words, with this title, all of your superpowered weapons can double the amount of ammunition dumped per unit of time? Li Haotian smiled and nodded. Jiang Zhen's mouth opened wide, and it seemed that even his voice changed a bit, including that replica. Li Haotian nodded his head with a smile once again. Hiss. 2 inhalations sounded like an exhaust fan, nearly sucking all the air out of this side of the room. Ling Xuehan and Jiang Zhen looked at each other with both excitement and gravity. I think that it's necessary for us to go and meet the teacher. Jiang Zhen nodded heavily. Li Haotian's harvest from this trip was too great, and the plan they had made before was already a bit too much to keep up with. He turned his head to Jiang Wu Yuyu and said seriously, You go home first. Your Aunt Ling and I have something to see the Marshal. And also, what happened today absolutely cannot be revealed to anyone. Jiang Wu Yuyu glanced at Li Haotian and nodded seriously. Aha! Don't worry Dad. I know great. Tonight, I don't know anything. Ling Xuehan smiled and nodded. And without further hesitation, she immediately tore open a spatial crack and brought Jiang Zhen and Li Haotian to step into it. Qing Hua College, Dean's office. Wang Qingfeng was still looking at the display while shocked and marveling, when suddenly, his gaze slightly moved and he looked towards the center of the office. With a spatial fluctuation, 3 people stepped out from the spatial crack. A smile appeared on Wang Qingfeng's face as he immediately got up to welcome him, his eyes glowing. Junior brother, how exactly did you do all this? Before Li Haotian had the chance to speak, Ling Xuehan couldn't wait to say, eldest senior brother. Junior brother has gained a huge amount. For the specifics, let's wait until we meet the teacher. Jiang Zhen also looked uplifted. That's right, eldest brother. I'm afraid our previous plan needs to be changed. Oh, Wang Qingfeng glanced at Li Haotian with both surprise and curiosity, not knowing what benefits this junior brother had gained that actually made the always calm Ling Xuehan look like she couldn't control herself. He nodded his head after just a moment's thought. Alright, then we'll go see the teacher right now. With Wang Qingfeng's understanding of Ling Xuehan, he believed that Ling Xuehan wouldn't put out an unwarranted statement. Since she had proposed to meet her teacher, it meant that Li Haotian's harvest from this trip was absolutely exaggerated. Ling Xuehan nodded heavily and once again tore open a spatial rift, and the 4 of them fishtailed into the room. At the back of Qinghai Academy, Marshal Li's exclusive small courtyard. At this moment, Marshal Li's gaze revealed a rare moment of confusion. Impossible. This doesn't make sense. Is Haotian's superpower weapon that strong? Could it be that there's a bug in the endless altar? Should I try it tomorrow as well? Maybe I can get through the 100th floor as well? Suddenly,
Marshal Li's eyes twitched and he immediately turned his head toward the courtyard. Seeing the 4 disciples join hands, Marshal Li was a bit surprised. He coughed lightly and quickly collected the shock and confusion on his face as he flirted. What? Brushing through the 100 floors of the endless altar and coming to me?
An old man? To show off?
The 4 of them respectfully bowed to Marshal Li, and Wang Qingfeng glanced at Ling Xuehan and spoke with a smile. Teacher, senior sister said that junior brother has gained quite a lot from this trip to the endless altar, and that the plan we made earlier might need to be changed. The flirtation on Marshal Li's face suddenly tightened and became serious. He looked towards Li Haotian and nodded. Just so happens, I am indeed quite curious about how exactly Haotian managed to get the endless altar through the barrier.
Since that's the case, let's talk about it in detail. The crowd immediately looked at Li Haotian,
especially Wang Qingfeng and Marshal Li.
Their curiosity had a tendency to pop out. Li Haotian didn't dawdle and quickly told the story of how he brushed the endless altar. At first,
Wang Qingfeng and Marshal Li listened with interest,
but soon, their expressions began to change. After hearing that Li Haotian had unlocked the talent of life-turning spirit,
the 2 of them even began to unconsciously open their mouths wide.
Until finally, when Li Haotian mentioned the title reward he obtained after clearing the endless altar, as well as the new talent airdrop support unlocked at level 50.
Wang Qingfeng and Marshal Li couldn't hold it in any longer, and were so shocked that they lost control of their expressions.
When Li Haotian finished his introduction,
Wang Qingfeng and Marshal Li were even speechless for half a day,
just looking at Li Haotian's attribute panel and the 5 glittering endless destroyer on his head.
Hiss! It was only after a long time that they both took a breath in unison.
Seeing the reaction of the 2,
Ling Xuehan and Jiangjin glanced at each other and couldn't help but snicker out.
So it wasn't just them, even the eldest brother and the teacher, they all reacted in the same way. Wang Qingfeng looked at Li Haotian with a dumbfounded expression. In other words, junior brother's total spiritual power has now reached over 7,200 points, and with the aura and title,
not only will he be able to summon 4 times as many super-powered weapons,
and on top of that,
the rate of fire of the super weapon can be doubled again,
and the actual attack power is, in fact, equivalent to 8 times the number of super weapons? Chapter 88, The Man. Ling Xuehan smiled and nodded. It's not just that, eldest brother. Don't forget that Haotian also has a duplicate body, doubling the 8 times,
which equals as much as 16 times.
Jiangjin also added.
In conjunction with his life-turning talent,
the more enemies there are,
the more the number of his super-powered weapons will continue to increase, and the wider the range of control will be, and it's the kind that hits wherever it's pointed.
Wang Qingfeng stared at Li Haotian. His lips wriggled for a long time, 1,000 words, but in the end,
they only melted into 5 words.
What a ing pervert.
Marshal Li subconsciously touched his beard again,
but the empty feeling coming from his hand woke him up instantly.
He dropped his hand in a huff with some trepidation. If he accidentally pulls off another handful of these, he's really not going to be able to hide the gaping hole in his beard.
Marshal Li's eyes burned as he stared at Li Haotian.
No wonder Xuehan said that our plans need to be changed. Your harvest this time is indeed a bit astonishing.
And after brushing the endless tower, you were actually able to rise to level 50.
So it seems that the plan we made before can indeed change.
Wang Qingfeng's body shook. Some surprise, teacher, that after the international war copy, the little master brother
Marshal Li pondered for a moment and spread his smile.
Not bad.
After Haotian has a mechanical double and a replica of that title from Endless Altar.
Even though his current level is still on the low side, he is no longer inferior to me in terms of life preservation ability. What's more,
his God's perspective has also now expanded to nearly 360 kilometers in a circle. And with this kind of range,
it's impossible for the enemy to sneak in even if they wanted to. Moreover, after reaching level 50, Haotian will also be able to wear epic equipment.
If the full set of epics is matched,
Haotian's total spiritual energy value will also have a huge increase, and at that time,
both his attacking power and life preservation ability will likewise progress by leaps and bounds.
For the international war copy afterward, Haotian can go and participate. With his current occupational strength, even if it's a high-level professional above level 80, there's nothing they can do with him. This time, let's give the world a big surprise. Speaking of this,
Marshal Li's eyes exploded with essence, and his tone revealed a strong ironic meaning.
Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, Marshal Li said to Li Haotian, "Right, Haotian, you can advance to awakening after level 50. Have you received any quests to advance to awakening?" Li Haotian shook his head. Each country's professionals have characteristics that belong to that country. For example, The Sakura Nation's Yin-Yang Master is a profession unique to the world, and only the Sakura Nation awakens it. And the characteristic of the East Dragon Empire was that East Dragon's professionals would have a chance to advance and awaken at level 50. An Eastern Dragon professional who has completed an advancement awakening will have an additional awakening skill. This awakening skill is sometimes an active skill and sometimes a passive skill. Different people in different professions receive different awakening quests and have different awakening skills. But the same thing is that this awakening skill is usually much stronger than other normal skills. It was also because of this advancement awakening that the professions of the Eastern Dragon Empire would all see a considerable increase in their professional strength after level 50. However, corresponding to this, if a professional in the East Dragon Empire fails to complete the advancement awakening quest, then he will not be able to continue upgrading subsequently, and will only remain trapped at the level 50 stage. And the advancement awakening quests come up automatically, and everyone has a different difficulty level. Hearing that Li Haotian hadn't received the advancement awakening quest yet, Marshal Li wasn't surprised and nodded. The advancement awakening quest will automatically appear within 24 hours after the professional has risen to level 50. There's no need to hurry with this. You'll naturally receive it at that time. Marshal Li turned his head to Ling Xuehan. Xuehan, Haotian has already reached level 50. Tomorrow you take Haotian down to the team copy a few times, and then pay attention to the information of the world boss, and first change all of his equipment to epic quality. The advancement awakening quest can only be completed solo, and although Haotian's current attack power and ability to save his life basically won't be a problem, let's try to make enough preparations as we should. Ling Xuehan nodded. Yes, teacher. Well, let's just leave it at that for now. Haotian's information should continue to be kept secret until the international war copy is over. Yes, teacher. The crowd agreed in unison. Just as this master and disciple 4 were discussing Li Haotian's subsequent upgrading matters in a fiery atmosphere, some other people's moods were not so favorable. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild. Gato Kenrun's eyes were a little lost in thought, and he fell into silence as he looked at the question mark name on the screen that was 100 floors up. In the middle of the day, he muttered, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why did such a powerful professional suddenly appear in East Dragon? And we didn't receive any news at all? Could it be that the last assassination incident made that old piker Li Fuzi's defenses so much stronger that he actually made the secrecy so much better?" The light in Kamito Kenrun's eyes shifted, and after a long time, he finally stood up and walked towards the secret place at the back of the Amaterasu Guild. He passed through a series of houses and walked through a jungle planted with numerous cherry trees to a stone house. Standing with his hands down, he respectfully said, "Third uncle, Jinran has something to inquire about." A moment later, a sorrowful and old voice came from the stone house. "What is it?" Kamito Kenrun gave a quick rundown of today's events regarding the Endless Altar. "Third uncle, that woman that came out of nowhere in Donglong is really a bit weird, and her battle power is so strong that it far exceeds even that of Li Fuzi. I would like to ask Uncle San to perform a secret spell and ask that person if he knows any information about this woman." Donglong. The sorrowful and old voice was slightly silent, as if it was thinking about what Kenjin Kamito had just said. Only after a moment did he slowly speak. "According to what you said, that woman's existence has indeed posed a great threat to our Sakura Empire. It's just that the last time he inquired, he wasn't really sure about this woman's details either. So I think it should be a secret hidden tactic by Mr. Li. Ever since that stabbing god plan, it seems that Li Fuzi has sensed his existence, but he just hasn't been able to pinpoint it. If this woman is really the secret weapon that Li Fuzi is secretly cultivating, I'm afraid he won't reveal it to anyone else." A look of gravity appeared in Kamito Kenrun's eyes. He knew that Uncle San had a point, but the sense of threat that woman brought to him was too strong. He still wanted to confirm it again. Kobe Kenrun bowed. "Kenrun understands, but to be on the safe side, please ask Uncle San again." In the middle of the day, an old voice came out. "In that case, let's confirm it once more." Chapter 89, Large Group Book. The Eighth Apostle, Rhodas. The words of the old voice had just fallen, and with the stone house as the center, an indistinct and substantial darkness instantly surged out, completely drowning this space. As he watched the darkness continue to spread, Kamito Kenrun couldn't help but marvel in his mind. Uncle San's mastery of nightmares is getting more and more powerful. A dead silence fell around them as the darkness enveloped them. Suddenly, a gray silhouette lit up in the darkness and quietly appeared beside Kamito Kenrun. This gray human form rippled like water, as if it were a dream bubble. A respectful voice came out from the gray humanoid. "Third elder." Uncle Sam's old voice seemed to ring from the deepest part of his mind. "That mysterious woman from Donglong. Do you know who she is?" The gray humanoid replied. "I don't know." Kenjin Kamito thought for a moment and asked out loud, "What about her occupation? What are your thoughts on her career?" The gray humanoid paused. "Her profession might be related to summoning. specializing in group battles and extremely powerful attacks. Kobe Kenran's eyes glazed over. Summoning? On what basis? Gray humanoid, from what I've been told.
That woman seems to have lent her abilities to a junior disciple, and it would be difficult to do so if it weren't for a summoning type ability.
Gato Kenran's eyes lit up. A junior disciple? What's the name? Li Haotian.
The gray humanoid said.
I've already asked the people below to poke around for information. That junior disciple is an orphan and doesn't have any relatives. If you want to pry into that woman's news, the best way at the moment is to start with this junior disciple. But that woman hid herself very well, never making contact with this junior disciple, and even sent him to be protected by husbandman Li, living in deep seclusion. So even if she wanted to start with him, she would need to slowly look for an opportunity. The light flickered in Kobe Kenran's eyes. Li Fuzi's secrecy this time was really too good, and it was almost impossible to directly pry into that woman's information. But now that we know she has another disciple, at least we have direction. Third uncle's pale voice sounded once again. I understand. You can stand down.
The gray humanoid bowed slightly.
Hi. The darkness receded like a tidal wave,
revealing the stone house again. Kenjin Kamido thought for a moment and cautiously said,
Uncle San.
His words, are they completely trustworthy? Uncle San's voice said sorrowfully, the art of nightmare transmutation is the deepest level of hypnosis projected directly into the depths of the mind, using the proprioceptive consciousness as the basis for reversing perceptions. Even he can't notice it himself. So do you think it's believable? Thinking of the power of Uncle San's nightmare master profession and the success of the God of Thorns program, Kobe Kenran finally let go of his heart and bowed.
Hey, thank you, Uncle San.
Leaving the stone house, Kenjin Kamido returned to his office. He thought for a moment before dialing the video encrypted call again. Seeing Parker Williams appear on the call, Kenjin Kamido said in a deep voice, Chairman Parker, I've got the latest news. After Parker Williams listened to Kobe Kenran's account, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. A junior disciple? If that's the case, there's still some room for maneuvering. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Ling Xuehan came to the entrance of the villa belonging to Li Haotian and rang the doorbell.
Li Haotian welcomed Ling Xuehan into his room and said with some anticipation, Second senior sister, let's go brush the large group book now.
Ling Xuehan smiled faintly and nodded.
Not bad. After level 50, the experience from brushing wild monsters is less.
And large group books and kill copies of these are the biggest source for professionals to gain experience.
And epic level equipment, in addition to world bosses, will only be randomly generated in large group books. Want to collect a set of epic equipment that suits you, is not an easy thing. Luck and strength, you can't have one without the other. Li Haotian nodded slightly. This basic information, once as a high school student he naturally knew. He thought for a moment and said, Second senior sister, the number of people required for a large group book is 100. Do we still need to call for people?
Ling Xuehan smiled sweetly.
Of course it's not necessary. The two of us are enough. Didn't teacher say yesterday? Before the international war copy, your information still needs to be kept secret. I'm pretty good at attacking.
And you're even better. With those perverted abilities of yours?
The number of monsters in large group books is high,
but they don't pose much of a threat yet.
Okay. Li Haotian nodded with a smile. Without delay,
Ling Xuehan immediately tore open a spatial crack and stepped into it. In the Qing Hua Academy replica hall,
in a certain hidden area, the figures of Ling Xuehan and Li Haotian once again appeared.
Ling Xuehan said to Li Haotian,
Haotian,
the large group books are divided into 3 difficulties,
which are level 50 introductory, level 60 normal, and level 70 difficult,
and none of the epic equipment that they produce has a level restriction, so as long as they are level 50 or above,
the professionals can wear them.
But the higher the difficulty of a large group book, the higher the probability of producing an epic,
and the better the quality and attributes of the epic will be. As for level 80 and above,
there will also be large hell-level group books that can produce vastness epics that are better than epic weapons.
Speaking of this,
Ling Xuehan sadly shook her head.
With your current attack power, although you can also brush it,
but the vastness epics have a level restriction.
They can only be worn if you are level 80 and above, so you now can't use it. So let's not consider it. Saying that,
Ling Xuehan turned her head to look at the teleportation array of a large group book.
Our target is the level 70 large group book, the 8th Apostle, Rhotus. Saying that,
Ling Xuehan took out a stack of group book admission tickets and handed them to Li Haotian.
She smiled. Originally, teacher was planning to personally take you to brush the group book to get equipment after you were level 50. After all,
the number of monsters in the difficult group book is too high,
and they're all over level 70. So even if I were to take you along with your eldest and third eldest brothers, the efficiency of brushing the monsters wouldn't necessarily be as high as it could be.
but I didn't expect that you would actually fight your way through the endless altar on your own. And not only did you rise to level 50 to unlock 2 even more perverted talents, but you also harvested a title with heaven-defying attributes.
Ling Xuehan teased.
The number of monsters in the difficult group book is around 50,000,
and the limited number of entrants is 10. But right now, I'm afraid that these numbers aren't enough for you to kill alone.
I'll walk you through the process in a moment.
And if there's nothing wrong with it,
you'll be given your own solo brush next.
If I team up with you,
I'll take half of your experience.
And the copy settlement rewards will be split equally, affecting your upgrades. Li Haotian nodded and received the group book admission ticket with some warmth in his heart. After level 50,
because upgrading is becoming more and more difficult,
the corresponding large group book entrance tickets are also extremely expensive. An entry-level group book at level 50 is 10,000 gold coins for an entry ticket.
The price of a level 60 normal grade group book was then quintupled to 50,000 gold coins apiece. The level 70 difficult group book that they were preparing to brush was even more expensive at 200,000 gold coins apiece.
Chapter 90. Okay, Lord of the Body. If you were an ordinary professional,
you would have to save up a long time's worth of gold for every group brush, but the stack of admission tickets that Ling Xuehan had just given him,
roughly estimated to be at least 30 to 40,
was obviously ready to use the money to smash a set of epic equipment out for him, thinking that he was about to change into a full-body epic as well.
Li Haotian walked toward the teleportation area with high spirits. Let's go. Octopus Massacre. Begin. The large group book, the 8th Apostle Rotus,
was also jokingly called the Octopus Book by the professionals because the final boss was an incomparably huge octopus monster.
With a flash of light, a long-lost trance hit him, and when Li Haotian regained a clear view of the scene in front of him,
he realized that he was at the top of a small island.
As far as the eye could see,
the island was surrounded by a sandy beach, which was filled with giant crabs 1 person high. These crabs surrounded this peak in the center of the island,
and by rough estimation,
I'm afraid there were at least thousands of them. All of them wielded huge pincers, their crimson shells reflecting the sunlight with a metallic sheen, very hard at first sight.
Beyond that, there is the endless sea.
Although Li Haotian had heard of this octopus Ben,
he had never actually seen it.
Seeing that although the number of these monsters was quite a lot,
compared to the 50,000 monsters in Ling Xuehan's mouth, it was obviously still a large amount less. So he queried, "Second senior sister, the number of monsters doesn't seem right, does it?"
Ling Xuehan laughed.
Large core are divided into regions, and there is a time limit. Only when one region is captured will the other regions be unlocked. Saying that,
Ling Xuehan raised her hand and pointed to the 2 sides of the island.
The location we are in is the first area of the Octopus Book. There are a total of 5,000 monsters. After teleporting in, the group book will be counted as the start of the group. Within 10 minutes of solving these 5,000 monsters, 2 teleportation arrays will appear on both sides respectively. By passing through those 2 teleportation arrays, one can be transported to the second area. Normally,
the second area has to start raiding at the same time,
with 10,000 monsters each, to be solved in 20 minutes. Then, a third teleportation array will appear in front of the island,
and through that array one can teleport to the third area. The third area has a total of 20,000 monsters, which again must be resolved within 20 minutes. When all the monsters in the third area have been killed, a fourth teleportation array will appear at the back of this island, and it's through that you can finally reach the fourth area where the boss is located.
In each area,
there will be a corresponding number of elite monsters.
There's one in the first area, and lo, it's the one that's several times larger than the other crabs. There are 2 each in the second region and 3 in the third. As for the fourth area, in addition to the final boss, the 8th Apostle Rotus, there are several thousand small monsters and 4 elite monsters escorting the area,
which must be fought within 30 minutes.
Li Haotian listened thoughtfully. Second senior sister, from what you just said, it seems like there is a time limit for each of these areas. What happens if we exceed the time?
Ling Xuehan explained. These 3 areas in front of you will add a gain status to the final boss if the raid is not completed after more than a certain amount of time.
The first area is to increase the boss's physical defense by 30%. The second area will increase the boss's magical defense by 30%.
And the third area will increase the attack power by 30%.
As for the boss area, if it can't be resolved within 20 minutes, the boss will go berserk, and its full attributes will change to 3 times their original. Hearing this, Li Haotian immediately smacked his lips a little. Good lord, it's worthy of being a large difficulty level group, but there's actually a mechanic like this. Even if 10 people fight 50,000 monsters, there is still a time limit, but wherever any of this went wrong, the end result would be a failed raid and a waste of 200,000 gold coins of ticket money. Li Haotian suddenly curiously said.
Second senior sister. Then the ordinary and introductory group books of level 60 and 50.
Is it the same mechanism? Ling Shuaihan laughed. The mechanism is the same. And the number of monsters is the same. But the monster level will be lowered into its counterpart.
And the number of people entering has increased a lot more than the level 70 difficulty book.
For example,
the normal group limit for level 60 becomes 30 people.
And the introductory group for level 50 is 50 people. Li Haotian drifted off. So that's how it is.
In the case that the number of monsters remains the same, if the number of professionals is raised,
it's also equivalent to drastically reducing the difficulty of rating. Immediately after that, Li Haotian thought of another problem. Second senior sister.
The levels required for this large group book are not low, especially above level 70. Like some countries that are relatively small and have weak chickens in their overall strength, such as the pickle country. I'm afraid that they won't be able to put together enough people to brush the large group book for a while, right?
Ling Shuaihan let out a pfft and was amused by the example cited by his junior brother.
Large group books are usually organized globally,
and a small country like Kimchi country,
if they only gathered professionals of the same level in their own country, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to brush it a few times a year.
So it is. Li Haotian secretly nodded his head.
The higher the level of the large group book, the higher the requirements for the professional naturally became. Although level 50 and level 60 professionals could also enter the level 70 difficult group books, they were limited by their level and would definitely be dragging their feet in terms of combat power.
Except for perverts like Li Haotian, this kind of cross-level brushing of high-difficulty group books would rarely occur.
Well, of course, the exceptions are mega guilds like the Nuclear Flat Elite,
King's Pride, Amaterasu, and Gensokyo.
These mega guilds had so many strong players that it didn't matter if they brought 1 or 2 level 50 or 60 hangers on.
There's no way around it. There are a lot of big numbers. It's just ho-hum.
As for the low to medium difficulty group books of level 50 or 60, high-level professionals will often bring level 50 or 60 small brush. After all, it's much easier to brush up when you're battle-crushing.
Speaking of this, Ling Shuaihan sighed,
but in these recent years,
our Eastern Dragon has been targeted by various countries led by the Free Federation, and whether it's a large group book or a kill copy, the losses have been somewhat impressive.
Li Haotian's eyes flashed with essence and suddenly laughed.
Don't worry, second senior sister. In the future, I'll make them put up an honest fight.
Ling Shuaihan was slightly stunned,
then nodded heavily, seemingly looking forward to that day. Aha!
Li Haotian cast his gaze on these large crabs, looking at the red translucent light bar on their heads, and secretly calculated in his mind.
120,000 blood, with 5,000 monsters. It can return 600,000 spiritual power values. Hey, it's good to have a lot of monsters. This blue can't even be used up. Li Haotian muttered, and with a thought, he immediately activated the effect of the Endless Destroyer title. With a flash of light, beside Li Haotian, another Li Haotian immediately appeared. The two Li Haotian glanced at each other, and the former smiled faintly. I'll hit the left, you hit the right. Let's make it quick. Alright, Lord Origin. The replica body agreed with alacrity. Chapter 91, Difficult Group Book. When was it so easy?
Ling Shuaihan watched in wonder from the side.
Is this the clone that little brother summoned through the Endless Destroyer? It's funny, it really is exactly like the original. With that, each of the two Li Haotian turned around, and with a thought,
they began to summon their supernatural weapons.
The laser cannon's spirit power value consumption was 50 points, while Li Haotian's total spirit power value at this moment was more than 7,200 points, combined with the double happiness effect of the aura. In this round alone, the two Li Haotian summoned more than 570 laser cannons each. The reason why the rocket launcher was not used was because the laser cannon had a much longer range of 35 kilometers. When brushing monsters on this kind of closed island and using laser cannons, Li Haotian would not even need to move,
and would just stand directly in place to control the output.
Whoosh! In the next instant,
the laser cannon arrays on both sides fired simultaneously.
With a neat whistling, the dense array of laser cannons swept past from near to far like a ing bulldozer plowing the ground.
The laser cannons came with armor-breaking and penetration effects.
Under this level of laser cannons fire,
Li Haotian only needed to use the laser cannons to swipe back and forth twice in the crab group below like painting, and those big crabs were swept into a field of severed limbs. As these large crabs died in large numbers, a series of prompts immediately floated up in front of Li Haotian's eyes. Spiritual energy recovery plus 120. Spiritual energy recovery plus 120. Spiritual energy recovery plus 120. Getting a new spiritual energy value replenishment. The two Li Haotian, without saying a word, once again sprinkled laser cannons to the outside. In the blink of an eye,
The original 500 or so laser cannons quickly surged to 2,000 laser cannons each. The fire density instantly nearly quadrupled. The remaining crabs were all cut up in the blink of an eye, leaving a mess. As for the excess spiritual power value, it was all renewed and recharged by Li Haotian to these summoned laser cannons in advance. Ding! With a crisp ringing sound, the two sides of the island suddenly lit up with two eye-catching white lights. Congratulations on your success in the first region. The second area is open. Please go now. The two Li Haotian glanced at each other, smiled silently, and once again waved their hands to throw out a behemoth. With a loud thud, a 10-meter-tall transformer appeared in each. The body Li Haotian smiled faintly at Ling Xuehan, second senior sister. Let's go. A simple substitute. Ling Xuehan was shocked. Although she has long been prepared for the psychological preparation of Little Brother Can Single Brush Large Group book, but when she actually saw it, she was still shocked and dumbfounded. It's simply too fast. This is a level 70 difficult group book, but here in Li Haotian's place, it was only half a minute, and he had actually finished the first area. With the talent of life-turning spirit, Li Haotian's destructive power as a mechanic was truly and completely liberated. The huge transformer slowly crouched down and extended two huge metal palms. Ling Xuehan subconsciously walked up to its left hand, while the native Li Haotian walked up to his right hand. After that, the transformer slowly got up and sent Li Haotian and Ling Xuehan on top of its left and right shoulders respectively. Knock! 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 Under Li Haotian's command, the transformer turned toward the lit-up teleportation array, while a dense array of laser cannons hovered above the transformer's head. Intimidating. As for the replica Li Haotian, he similarly boarded another transformer and headed towards the teleportation area on the right. And at this moment, in the mind of the principal body Li Haotian, another picture automatically appeared. It was like monitoring, projecting all the scenes that the other Li Haotian saw, controlling the situation on the other side. Li Haotian looked surprised. This is sensory information sharing? It's quite interesting. A moment later, Li Haotian came to the huge teleportation array on the left, which was the entrance to the second area, controlling the transformer to walk onto the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, the huge figure of the transformer, including those laser cannons summoned by Li Haotian, all disappeared. Li Haotian only felt that the image in front of him flashed, and he came to another place. This was also an island, but compared to the first area just now, this second area was much larger. The second area is a large, long island, still surrounded by the sea. In the center of the large island are small, rolling hills, flanked on either side by expansive sandy beaches. As far as the eye could see, both the beach and those small hills were covered with tons of lobster monsters. These lobster monsters were about 2 meters tall, with their whole body appearing as a reddish color, waving their huge pincers with a ferocious look. And in the center of the large island, there were also 2 huge lobster monsters that were obviously several times larger in size, and were feared to be 5 meters tall, which were obviously the 2 elite monsters in the second area. Li Haotian just observed for a moment and then immediately controlled the laser cannon array to start plowing. Once a portion of his psychic value had returned again, he began to continue throwing transformers outwards. These huge guys only just came out and quickly transformed their forms in the air. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of propellers began to bloom intensely. Transformers Sea Carrier. Helicopter gunship. In just the blink of an eye, these helicopter gunships were arranged in a neat formation and headed over to the big island. At the same time, terrifying gunfire poured down from the helicopter, exploding countless flames in the swarm of lobster monsters below. Transformers can carry other super weapons, as can transformed helicopters. In order to increase the efficiency of killing monsters, Li Haotian equipped every helicopter gunship with rocket and laser cannons, and with the gunship helicopter's own machine guns and missiles, the firepower value was directly pulled full. Boom 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 boom. While the front was bombing, Li Haotian cozily followed behind with those 2,000 laser cannons to make up for it. When you see a lobster monster that isn't dead through, you sweep a round of lasers over it, and the main one walks by, leaving the corpse untouched. After regaining some of his psychic energy, he once again waved his hand and spilled a large amount of adamantium. As soon as these wolverines landed on the ground, they quickly changed their stance and transformed into human form. Subsequently, under Li Haotian's command, the laser cannons floating in the sky quickly fell down and embedded themselves in the humanoid wolverine's shoulders. These wolverines then shifted into laser infantry and began carpet collecting loot as they quickly pushed forward to fill in the gaps. Li Haotian sat on top of the transformer with a cozy face, waiting for the army of super-powered machines to bombard, mop up and clean up the battlefield. A one-stop service, with God's view monitoring the whole situation. He simply didn't bother walking and just waited in place. Next to him, Ling Xuehan couldn't help but gulp down his saliva and muttered, "Difficult group book. When did it become so easy?" Li Haotian curiously turned his head. I think it's okay. It's not like the strength of these monsters is high, and the number of them is average. Second senior sister, was it hard for you guys to brush up before? The corner of Ling Xuehan's mouth twitched. Not very strong. Also average in quantity. Also average. General. Compared to Li Haotian, Ling Xuehan instantly felt that his so-called illusory god profession Voidwalker was like a ing third-grade cripple. Chapter 92, First Epic. Blue Truth Bracelet. Typically, large group books above level 50 are split up, because different professions have different biases. This has to be planned for when grouping up. Meat Shield type profession is mainly responsible for defense. Warrior type profession melee output. Long distance mage type profession hides behind the group of monsters. In addition to this, there are also supporting professions that provide gain buffs or status replenishment. And sometimes assassin type professions are needed to kill high damage French monsters on point. In the case of tacit cooperation, the large group of books to brush up will not be strenuous, and the efficiency is also higher. However, Li Haotian's appearance has completely broken Ling Xuehan's inherent knowledge of this group's cooperation mode. Defense? Not necessary. Assassin? No need. Aid? Even less. Li Haotian interpreted a sentence to Ling Xuehan, all those fancy maneuvers actually just stemmed from the lack of firepower. With enough firepower, a straight across trip would be the end of it. Under the rampage of Li Haotian's army of superpowered machines, in just 5 minutes, all the lobster monsters on the island were slaughtered by Li Haotian. If it wasn't for the fact that collecting materials took some time, Li Haotian's speed of raiding could even be faster. Congratulations on the success of the second region. The third area is open. Please go now. The cheat alert went off again. Li Haotian sat on top of the transformer's shoulders, a flash of excitement in his eyes. Exploding epic. In his god's perspective, Li Haotian saw 3 clusters of golden flashes emerging from the middle of the island. With gold quality, it means epic equipment. When I was in the first area before, not a single epic popped. I didn't expect to enter the second area and have 3 pieces of epic equipment come out straight away. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. As soon as Li Haotian's words fell, he learned through the sensory information sharing of the replica that the other side had also exploded 2 epics. Under Li Haotian's control, Wolverine and the helicopter gunship returned quickly. Li Haotian just took a glance and retrieved the 3 pieces of epic equipment over here with some disappointment. The 3 epics were a cloth armor top, a plate armor bottom, and a heavy armor shoe, none of which were suitable equipment for him to use. But the good thing was that of the 2 epics that popped up on the replica side, there was another bracelet he was able to use. Ling Xuehan smiled and said in relief, "It's okay, that's how it is with large group books. The epics that pop out are all random types, just brush them a few more times. As for these extra epics, you can break them all down. The epic crystals produced by the breakdown of the epic equipment is considered a more precious material, which isn't too bad." Li Haotian nodded and said to Ling Xuehan, "Second senior sister, judging from this, I'm afraid that I'll have to consume quite a lot of entrance tickets if I want to brush a full set of epic equipment. The materials spawned inside the group book can still be worth a bit of money, so after I finish painting, I'll give you all of these materials, and the epic crystals as well. I'll just leave some of them behind and give you all the rest as well. I've consumed so many entrance tickets. Think of it as giving the guild back its blood." Ling Xuehan thought briefly and nodded with a smile. "Good. If you brush solo like you do, all the materials produced in the large group book will all belong to you, and this way, the cost of the entrance ticket can basically be recovered. So feel free to brush it." Ling Xuehan didn't treat him politely, because Li Haotian, a mechanic, was special. Ordinary mechanics needed to collect their own materials to make super-powered weapons, but Li Haotian was directly summoned. Therefore, these materials produced in the group book were not really in demand for Li Haotian. After cleaning up this side of the battlefield, Li Haotian returned to the first area through the teleportation array with his superpower army, controlling the Wolverine army to clean up the first area as well in the meantime and collect materials. The replica came sitting on another transformer and smiled as he threw the 2 epics in his hand towards Li Haotian. "The bracelet you can still use for a bit. The other one is a plate armor belt. It doesn't suit you." Li Haotian nodded and received the 2 pieces of epic equipment. After putting the plate armor belt away, check the bracelet information. Name, Blue True meaning bracelet, superior. Type, jewelry. Set, Blue Truth set, 1//3. Attributes, magic defense plus 8,000. Strength plus 3,000. Spiritual value plus 3,000. Physical strength plus 2,000. Effect 1, magic defense plus 5%. Effect 2, when attacking, there is a 3% chance of recovering 3% of your spiritual energy value. Effect 3, when attacking, there is a 20% chance of adding 10% damage. Looking at this equipment attribute, Li Haotian couldn't help but smack his lips slightly. Nice guy.
It was no wonder that all professionals before level 50 were low-level professionals, but after level 50 they were called intermediate-level professionals. Other than that, just the epic equipment that could be worn after level 50. The attributes would completely crush those artifact level and legend level equipment. What's more, he was still a level 70 group burst epic with better attributes and all superior equipment. Next to him, Ling Xuehan also saw the equipment attributes of this bracelet and her eyes lit up slightly. Junior brother, you're still lucky. The Blue Truth set is considered to be a very good epic set in the law profession. The epic equipment produced in level 70 difficult group books. Even if it's the same set, the attributes and effects are far superior to the epics produced in level 60 and level 50 group books. If you can collect all three sets and activate the set attributes, the boost can be quite small. Li Haotian glanced at the set attributes of the 3-piece set, and his eyes glowed slightly. Set effect 1, plus 10% damage. Set effect 2, increase in spiritual value by 15%. It's really good, he said with some anticipation. It's really good. I just don't know if I can brush it all together. Putting this bracelet on, Li Haotian saw that his spiritual power value instantly broke through 10,000, reaching over 13,000 points. This is mainly due to the fact that the attribute panel doubling effect of the Endless Destroyer title is calculated based on the base panel. In other words, according to the original base panel, after wearing the Blue Truth bracelet, Li Haotian's spiritual power value was actually more than 6,600 points. Then, with the double effect of Infinite Destroyer, it becomes more than 13,000 points. If Li Haotian wore the entire set of epics, plus the double effect of the title, by then, his panel attributes would be even more exaggerated. After changing into this new equipment, Li Haotian pointed forward with great vigor and shouted, "Departure! The third region! Buzz off!" Countless helicopter gunships led the way, and on the ground below, there were densely packed humanoid wolverines. These humanoid wolverines were also all carrying 2 laser cannons each on their shoulders, as if they were super infantrymen. Knock, knock, knock. Finally, there were 2 huge transformers, taking heavy steps, carrying the replicas and the main body, Li Haotian, and traveling forward, sitting on the transformer's shoulder. Looking at the spectacular scene in front of her, Ling Xuehan even got a little hot under the collar. Li Haotian's superpowered mechanical army could already be seen taking shape. Chapter 93 Li Haotian exclusive set? Stepping into the teleportation array, with a flash of light, Li Haotian and the others arrived at the third region. The third area is significantly larger than the second area and the terrain is more complex. Under the exploration of God's perspective, Li Haotian quickly brought all of the third region into his mind. The area they were in now was a huge reef with rugged ground and large and small bodies of water divided by the reef. The reef area is fronted by a wide sandy beach, with a large wooded area behind the beach and finally a gentle mound. And in all of this terrain, there is a huge coconut crab monster with a brownish coloration spread throughout its body. Coconut crab is about 2 meters high. The front of a pair of giant oysters click 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 to cut non-stop, like gold and iron. The attack power is obviously not bad, and the hard shells on their bodies were like metal, reflecting a hard and thick luster. Li Haotian looked excited and muttered, "So many monsters, it's so good." Ling Xuehan was speechless, a face of tears and laughter. When others saw so many monsters, their first reaction was a headache. Little brother was good. The more monsters there were, the more excited he got instead. The replica body. Li Haotian had a relaxed look on his face as he looked at the main body. "What's the deal? You're the principal body. You say what to do." The native Li Haotian hemmed and hawed. "There are so many blue packs. Just directly cover the whole map. Do it faster." The replica shrugged. "No problem." In the next instant, more helicopter gunships and strategic boom fighters were thrown out by the 2 Li Haotian. Whoosh! Buzz buzz. In just a moment, the entire sky above the third region was like a locust transit, with the sound of propellers and wings cutting through the air. With airdrop support, the 2 Li Haotian directly summoned the air force across the map, and ferocious artillery fire poured over those monsters from over the entire third region. Boom, 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 boom. Full map coverage bombing begins. Hiss. The hissing of coconut crabs accompanied by blasted severed limbs and broken pincers flew all over the map. Then, after being plowed through by the Air Force, more humanoid wolverines carrying laser cannons and rocket launchers bristled all over the map. With your individual agility, start mopping up, cleaning up the battlefield in the process, and collecting materials and equipment. Kill the deep-sea coconut crab and gain 4,000 experience points. Kill the deep-sea coconut crab and gain 4,000 experience points. Kill the deep-sea coconut crab and gain 4,000 experience points. Spiritual energy recovery plus 140.
Spiritual energy recovery plus 140. Spiritual energy recovery plus 140.
Densely packed kill prompts and spirit power value recovery prompts floated up from Li Haotian's eyes.
This was still that Li Haotian was teamed up with Ling Xuehan,
and his experience was divided in half by Ling Xuehan.
Otherwise, he would have harvested even more experience value. Ling Xuehan couldn't help but take a deep breath as she watched Li Haotian frantically second the map,
while the super weapons killed more and more and the firepower became more and more fierce.
Little master this mechanic. What a ing pervert. A good difficult group book was hard for him to play as an elimination game. But don't tell me, what is it about watching hordes and hordes of monsters annihilated by artillery fire that's actually a bit of a stress reliever?
Deep sea coconut crab, unzip your $$ hashtag #NAMP, asterisk hashtag @ After 5 minutes, the game of coconut crab dissipation came to an end, leaving behind a field of tattered crab shells.
Li Haotian, on the other hand, looked at the epic equipment in his hand with a surprised face. Name, Magic Spirit Source Boots, Superior. Type, Cloth Armor.
Set, Magic Spirit Source Set, 1/5.
Attributes, Physical Defense plus 1500. Strength plus 500. Spiritual Value plus 2500. Physical Strength plus 500. Speed plus 500. Effect 1, Magic Defense plus 3%. Effect 2, Physical Defense plus 3%.
Effect 3, plus 5% of spiritual strength.
Good stuff.
Looking at the attributes of this equipment,
Li Haotian couldn't help but marvel.
Ling Xuehan glanced at him in surprise.
Junior brother,
the Magic Spirit Source is an exclusive set for the legal auxiliary profession.
What are you? Li Haotian pointed at the set attributes of this equipment with glowing eyes and said in an uplifting manner,
Second Senior Sister, which is the exclusive set of the auxiliary profession.
It's clearly my exclusive set. Look, Second Senior Sister, as the equipment of the cloth armor profession.
It has the highest spiritual power value bonus of all armor-type defenses.
On top of that,
it has a 5% bonus to spiritual power value on each piece of equipment.
And with 5 pieces of equipment, that's a total of 25%. The key thing is still its set attributes. Li Haotian was thrilled. With all 5 pieces of the set together,
in addition to the 15% increase in physical defense and magic defense each,
you'll also get another 25% increase in spiritual power value. My goodness, in total, that's a 50% increase in spiritual energy value. When it comes to doubling the panel attributes of the Endless Destroyer, won't this be my exclusive set? Hearing Li Haotian say this, Ling Xuehan froze for a moment. Hiss. With that, she immediately sucked in a breath. Empiricism kills.
She had always remembered in her mind that her youngest brother was a mechanic,
and a mechanic's exclusive armor type of defense would be leather armor,
so she had never even considered any other type of defense.
But the problem was that this guy Li Haotian was different from other mechanics. To him, the defense attribute bonus from leather armor proficiency didn't matter at all. With his mechanical double in place, even if Li Haotian's defense was 0,
it didn't affect his mechanical double in the slightest.
What did Li Haotian need the most? Of course it was spiritual energy value. The higher the spiritual power value, the more superpowered weapons Li Haotian could summon.
And the endurance and life preservation ability would also increase. It could even be said that apart from the item of spiritual power value, all the other attributes were unimportant to Li Haotian. He only needed to pile up the spiritual power value and that would be enough. In other words, when Li Haotian was picking his defense equipment, the spiritual power value was his only measuring point. As for other attributes, they could be completely ignored, because the supernatural weapon summoned by Li Haotian was fixed damage. No matter whether it was spiritual value or strength, it would not have an effect on the attack power of Li Haotian's supernatural weapon, except for the effect of the equipment of the damage increasing type. The only significance of the existence of psychic values is just the amount of blue. In this case, the auxiliary profession set, which focused on piling up blue, was instead the most suitable equipment for Li Haotian. Figuring this out, Ling Xuehan's eyes instantly glowed. She heavily patted Li Haotian's shoulder and lamented, "Junior brother, it's still you who knows how to play, and your thoughts are clear as a thief." Her eyes burned as she said,
"If we follow that line of thought, I've thought of your best weapon for you as well. If you're lucky enough to brush it out, you won't even need to change it by level 80 I'm afraid." Li Haotian curiously said, "What kind of weapon?"
Ling Xuehan said word for word, "The Source of Magic Rosary, an exclusive weapon for Qigong masters.
The basic attributes are not to be mentioned, but its effect matches you extremely well. Spiritual power value increased by 50%, skill attack power increased by 20%, physical defense power and magic defense power halved." Chapter 94, Brush Epic Days. Beginning. Upon hearing this, Li Haotian's eyes immediately lit up. Another 50% increase in psychic value? I'm a straight-up good guy. If this thing was combined with the magic spirit source set, wouldn't it be the equivalent of doubling the spiritual energy value again? But immediately afterward, Li Haotian was puzzled. Second senior sister, you just said that this is an exclusive weapon for Qigong masters. If I wear it and use it, won't the spirit power consumption become more than twice as much as it was originally, and the durability of the weapon will fall off terribly? Ling Shuaihan laughed. Normally that's the case, but it's not like it can't be solved. After level 50, because the epic equipment that drops is randomized, there are a lot of professionals who don't always manage to swipe the right weapon for their use. This is the time to use the weapon proficiency scroll made by the profession of the learned. With this, you'll be proficient in the weapons of other professions and exempt from the penalty for using weapons across professions. Li Haotian was overjoyed. There's actually such a good thing? Immediately afterward, it occurred to Li Haotian that this thing didn't even seem to have been mentioned in the previous compulsory superpower education, so I'm afraid that it wasn't a regular item, right? Second senior sister, is this weapon proficiency scroll expensive? Ling Shuaihan smiled faintly. It is indeed a little expensive. The market price is 10 million gold coins apiece, and there is often a price without a market. But it's definitely well worth it if you use it on you. We have a copy in the warehouse of the Nucleus Leveling Elite, so if you do swipe the Source of Magic Rosary, just come and get it from me when the time comes. Li Haotian was slightly shocked. 10 million gold coins? Surely not an ordinary item. Thinking about the dedication of his teacher and these several elder brothers and sisters to him, Li Haotian was somewhat moved. However, he did not reject Ling Shuaihan's good intentions, and only secretly noted these favors in his heart. Okay, thank you second senior sister. Li Haotian thanked Ling Shuaihan and then put this cloth armor epic on his body. The larger the base of the basic panel, the more terrifying the effect of doubling the attributes of Endless Destroyer was, and just this piece of cloth armor alone instantly increased Li Haotian's spiritual power value by a few thousand points to more than 18,000. After the third area was raided, Li Haotian re-entered the first area and came to the boss area through the teleportation array at the back of the island. The boss area is also an island, about the same size as the first area. But compared to the first area, this island is much more barren. As far as the eye can see, it's all gobi sand. The beach was densely populated with tons of black-shelled crabs that still had black fuzz on their two large pincers, as if the hairy crabs had had a genetic mutation. And at the very edge of the beach, near the sea, there was a huge shipwreck half exposed. Looking at that style, it was a bit like an ancient three-masted warship, with a length of at least 30 meters. In front of this three-masted warship, there were also 4 huge black-shelled crabs that were over 5 meters in height, which should be the elite monsters in the 4th region. Li Haotian sat on the transformer and looked around. Surprised. How come we don't see the boss? Ling Shuaihan explained from the side. The boss is still in a hidden state right now. After clearing out these small monsters and the 4 elite monsters, the 8th Apostle Rotus will show up by that sunken ship. Li Haotian nodded. So it's like this. He grinned at the clone. In that case, let's get started. As you wish, Lord Origin. The replica body laughed and agreed. In the next instant, a dense army of superpowers under the control of the 2 Li Haotians opened a slaughter mode on the hairy crabs all over the place. Armed helicopters poured munitions wildly from the air, while an army of wolverines carried laser cannons to replenish their forces and gather materials. A minute later, the last elite monster, the hairy crab, blew up, and all the small monsters were cleared. In the process, Li Haotian harvested 2 more epics, but unfortunately, neither of them were suitable for his use. Roar! Just then, a dull roar came from beneath the surface of the sea. Boom! In Li Haotian's curious gaze, a huge octopus with reddish body and a row of blue vertical pupils on its forehead crashed through the surface of the sea and appeared at the edge of the sunken ship. And just the head that was exposed to the surface of the sea was more than 10 meters high. In the water around the wreck, it was even revealing 7 or 8 huge tentacles, and the terrifyingly huge force slapped up a sky full of water on the sea surface. On the octopus head, there was actually a huge bloody mouth, and between the roars, the sharp teeth like guillotines flashed with a morose light. Boss showed up, the 8th Apostle, Lotus. Li Haotian was in the center area of the island, and through God's perspective, he watched from afar as this big guy exuded ferocious might. 8 million blood? Good guy. Worthy of being a difficult level group boss? This skin is really thick. Li Haotian looked at the incredibly long blood bar on Rotha's head, raised his eyebrows, and muttered. Seeing the boss appear, Ling Shuaihan subconsciously gave Li Haotian a popularization of the boss's attack. Rotus's 8 tentacles will continuously attack enemies close to it, centering on its main body. Boom 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 boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of helicopter gunships and thousands of laser cannons opened fire at the same time, and in just a blink of an eye, The blood bar on Rotus' head instantly cleared. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 8th apostle. Rotus, replica raider completed. Rewarded with 5 million in experience value. Li Haotian turned his head to look at Ling Shuihan and said doubtfully, "Second senior sister. The sound of the cannon fire just now was too loud. What did you say that I didn't hear?" Ling Shuihan's mouth opened, sighed and reclosed. "It's fine. You pick up the equipment." Oh. Li Haotian immediately controlled Wolverine to pick up the 3 epics that had exploded from the boss. Next to him, Ling Shuihan was speechless. Boss attack mechanic? In front of the thousands of superpowered weapons of little brother, there was no point at all. Next to him, Li Haotian looked at the 3 epics that Wolverine had picked up with some surprise. Luck was not bad this time. Among these 3 epics there was also a leather armor and a ring suitable for Li Haotian to use. Although the attributes didn't fit particularly well, it was good to use for the time being to make up the spiritual power value. After the copy raid was completed, Li Haotian and Ling Shuihan teleported out. Li Haotian's clone essentially existed in the form of a skill, and as long as it wasn't annihilated, it could exist for 24 hours. Before coming out, Li Haotian reclaimed him back into his title. Ling Shuihan said to Li Haotian with a sighing face, "Junior brother, with your current strength, there is no longer any problem in solo brushing large group books. Take these heavenly spirit pills, and next, you'll be solo brushing on your own." Saying that, Ling Shuihan once again handed Li Haotian a bottle of heavenly spirit pill to help him quickly brush up his experience. As for the Xianling Dan, that thing was indeed rare. Even if the nucleus leveling elite and the dragon group wanted to find it, they would have to rely on luck. Aha! Li Haotian received the double experience Dan and agreed with some excitement. Brush up on the epic days and get started. Chapter 95 Advancement Awakening Quest, Orcs Will Never Be Slaves. The next time, Li Haotian began to constantly go in and out, frantically brushing epics. With his current abundance of firepower, a single swipe would basically take just over 10 minutes. This was still because he had to collect materials and equipment. Otherwise the speed would have been faster. Apart from eating, Li Haotian was soaked in the octopus group book for almost the whole day. It wasn't until 7 o'clock in the evening, when the sun set, that Li Haotian exited from the octopus book with an excited face. Wahahaha, I'm so lucky. Not only did the boss explode a double yellow for me, but it also happened to be the last top of the Source of Magic Spirit and the Source of Magic Rosary. Seeing Li Haotian walk out of the teleportation array with an ecstatic face, Ling Shuihan was instantly surprised. The set is put together? Li Haotian nodded his head in exhilaration. The Source of Magic Spirit has finally been put together, and even the Source of Magic Power is available. Saying that, Li Haotian showed Ling Shuihan the full set of epic equipment he had swiped. In the whole day, he had brushed the difficult group book dozens of times, and Rotus was about to be abused by him. Although the 3 pieces of jewelry are loose, not a complete set, but the good thing is that the epic cloth armor and his exclusive weapon to brush out. With a complete set of Magic Spirit Source set, Li Haotian's spiritual power value could be greatly increased. Looking at the whole set of epic cloth armor and defense gear that Li Haotian was wearing and the string of milky white rosary beads on his hand, Ling Shuihan was also a bit surprised. "You kid, your luck is really quite good." Saying that, Ling Shuihan flipped her hand and immediately took out a scroll and handed it to Li Haotian. "Junior brother, this is the weapon proficiency scroll. If you use this, you will be able to use the Source of Magic Rosary normally." "Aha! Thank you, second senior sister." Li Haotian received the scroll with some excitement and immediately chose to use it. An intense pause shown. "This will do?" Li Haotian was curious. Ling Shuihan laughed. "Open your attribute panel and look at the skills." Li Haotian did as he was told. Then, his eyes snapped open, because he saw that in his skill bar, there was a new passive skill, Weapon Specialization. With this Weapon Specialization passive, Li Haotian could perfectly master all types of weapons. Ling Shuihan asked curiously, "How is it? The weapon effect should have come out already? What's the total amount of spiritual power value you have now?" Li Haotian glanced at his attribute panel and was instantly shocked hard by that number. 90,320. This was the total amount of Li Haotian's current spiritual energy value. One must know that Ling Shuihan, who was a legal profession, only had 41,000 spirit power value. With the effect of the Endless Destroyer title, Li Haotian's spiritual power value was more than twice that of Ling Shuihan. Hearing Li Haotian's current total amount of spiritual energy value, Ling Shuihan couldn't help but let out a hiss even though she was already mentally prepared. With this total amount of spiritual value, together with the double happiness effect of the aura, even if Li Haotian summoned the Transformers with the highest spiritual value consumption, he could directly summon more than 1,800 of them. Transformers of this order of magnitude. If they were to fight a difficult level Rotus group book, Even if they were just lined up to stomp through, they would be easy to crush. If they were replaced with other types of superweapons, the numbers would be even more horrifying. The plain and simple rocket launcher, for example, that's well over 90,000 of them. This overwhelming effect is comparable to the transit of locusts, and it's the kind that will bombard. Ding dong! Received advanced awakening quest. Right at this moment, a string of hints suddenly appeared from in front of Li Haotian's eyes, and a half-illusory purple scroll quietly surfaced in front of Li Haotian's eyes. Li Haotian blurted out, "I received the advancement awakening quest." Ling Xuehan was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly asked, "Quickly open it and see what your advancement awakening task is?" Li Haotian nodded with some anticipation and sent out the idea of open. The half-illusory purple scroll then quickly unfolded in front of Li Haotian. Advanced Awakening Quest, Orcs Will Never Be Slaves. Quest description, to gain the trust of the Orc clan chief Gorum and help him defeat the evil shaman Gordon and free the enslaved Orcs. Quest description, Gordon, the chief shaman priest of the Orcs, betrayed his own race in order to please the demons and gain greater power, and a large number of Orcs fell into slavery to the demons as a result. Orc clan chief Gorum is not willing to be humiliated, leading the remnants of the Orcs to wage war against Gordhan. However, because Gordon has formed a legion of Death Knights with the help of the demon lords, Gorum's resistance is losing ground and is on the verge of defeat. Looking at this mission expression, Li Haotian instantly froze for a moment. Orcs? His advancement awakening mission was actually an otherworldly mission. After the professionals of the Eastern Dragon Empire reached level 50, everyone's advancement awakening quests were different. And the most difficult of these is the otherworldly quest. Otherworldly quests are also known as secret quests. After activating the quest, the professional will be detached from the main world and automatically transported to the otherworld. Usually, the advancement awakening task could still be left alone for a while if it was not completed. The exception to this is the otherworldly type of advancement awakening quests, where once the quest has begun, you can only detach yourself from the otherworldly world once you've completed it. Otherwise, it would have been trapped in the otherworld. Seeing Li Haotian dazed, Ling Xuehan asked suspiciously, "Haotian?" Li Haotian let out a bitter smile. "It's actually an otherworldly type of advanced awakening quest." "What? An otherworldly type of advanced awakening quest?" Ling Xuehan couldn't help but exclaim in shock as her brows furrowed. "You give me the details of the mission. I'll see if this otherworld has already been recorded," Ling Xuehan immediately asked. Li Haotian nodded and gave Ling Xuehan the mission content and mission description. The Orcs? Gorum, the Orc Chief, and Gordine, the Orc Chief Shaman Priest? After hearing this, Ling Xuehan's brows suddenly furrowed even tighter. The race and the names sounded very unfamiliar to her, and whether anyone had been in there before this she didn't know, but at least, the Nuclear Flat Elite and the Dragon Group had never gone in, or else the guild information would have left a record related to this otherworldly realm. Ling Xuehan thought for a moment and said, Let's go find a teacher and ask. If the teacher hasn't even heard of this otherworld, then it means that the odds are that this otherworld is newly emerged." Yes. Ling Xuehan tore open a spatial crack and led Li Haotian to step in. 10 minutes later, Marshal Li's small courtyard. At this moment, not only Marshal Li, but senior brother Wang Qingfeng and third brother Zhang Zhen were also gathered here. Wang Qingfeng gently shook his head. "I used my authority to check the other guild's information, and I found no information about this otherworld." Zhang Zhen frowned slightly, seemingly a bit worried. "A war-type otherworldly awakening mission. I'm afraid the difficulty is not simple. Chapter 96 Otherworldly Mission. Beginning. Seeing the worry on the faces of his two disciples, Marshal Li had a faint smile on his face. Forget about not being able to find out. The illusory god profession's advancement awakening task is already on the difficult side, and there's also a not so small probability that it's an otherworldly type. Not to mention, Haotian's awakened mechanic is still so different. The danger of otherworldly quests is indeed not low for ordinary illusory god professions, and war-type otherworldly quests are even more so. But don't forget that war, by definition, means a multitude of enemies. And for Hou Yuhao, the more enemies there are, the stronger he is. In that case, what's there to worry about? Upon hearing this, Wang Qingfeng and Zhang Zhen then suddenly reacted. They all focused on the strange otherworldly aspect, but forgot that this was a war-type otherworldly mission. For Li Haotian, what he was most afraid of was war. Wang Qingfeng then exhaled a breath and smiled at Li Haotian. "It's because we were overthinking. In that case, junior brother, you should rest well tonight, and tomorrow morning, you will activate the quest and enter the otherworld." "Okay, eldest senior brother," Li Haotian agreed with some anticipation. At this time, the Free Federation, the office of the General President, the president of the Gensokyo Guild, Parker Williams, and two of his most powerful sub-presidents are in a confidential meeting. Gotham Chapter President James Gordon frowned. President, is that guy Kenjin Kobe's word to be trusted? Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu chapter, also said with some concern, yeah. According to the news coming from the California chapter, the high grade of that piece of equipment has to be far more than ordinary otherworldly equipment, or even essence otherworldly equipment, and it's even better than the epic effect of the 70-level troop produced, and it should have already arrived at the level of a treasure weapon. If we do make the otherworldly pact public, there will definitely be countless people flocking to it all over the world. After all, that treasure artifact has no level limitations and won't be bound to a professional. Although it's not difficult to seek out that treasure artifact and it can only be done by sheer luck, the probability of us acquiring it will be greatly reduced once the number of people going in is high. Parker Williams' gaze sank as he slowly spoke. There shouldn't be any problems with Kobe Kenron's sources, and you all know how bizarre that old guy from the Amaterasu Guild's nightmare technique is. He gave a slight beat and continued. Treasure weapon level equipment is indeed rare, but compared to the threat of that woman Donglong, a mere piece of equipment is no big deal. According to the news coming from the California side, this treasure weapon originally belonged to the tribal side, and because of some sort of change it strayed into the camp that the Alliance belongs to. There are human races present in that other world as well, and it just so happens that the human race is one of the several major races that the Alliance belongs to, which means that this otherworld treasure hunt quest isn't really that big in terms of danger, and is more of an exploration type. And while there are far too many occurrences of low-level professionals getting treasures from exploring the otherworld, the people of the three major guilds of the Eastern Dragons are even more happy about this kind of quest. As long as we distribute the subsidiary scrolls of the otherworldly pact, even if that woman from the Eastern Dragon Empire is worried that we're using this opportunity to lay a trap on her and doesn't go to participate in the exploration of the treasure hunt, there's a high probability that that disciple of hers will still be able to participate in it. Speaking of this, Parker Williams' eyes flashed with brilliance. East Dragon imposes a ban on the country. In this case, we have no chance to contact that woman. That disciple of hers is also living in deep seclusion. We can only gamble in this way to fish out her disciple. If we can get the woman's identity information from her disciples, and then have that old man from the Sakura Kingdom use his dark sun to execute the assassination plan, with the grudge between the Sakura Kingdom and the Eastern Dragons, if we can solve that woman, they definitely won't refuse. James and Bruno looked at each other and nodded. Yes, President. Parker Williams, that's it. You guys immediately have the people below you make subsidiary scrolls with the otherworldly pact as the main body, and then distribute the scrolls. Understood. The next day, the early morning sun shone down from a high altitude, dispersing all the remaining coldness of the night. In the villa that Li Haotian belonged to, Ling Shuaihan, Jiang Jin, and Jiang Wu Yu gathered here, ready to witness Li Haotian's trip to the otherworld. After Li Haotian brushed up the magic spirit source set and the source of magic rosary beads, Marshal Li didn't doubt for a second that Li Haotian would be able to complete this advancement awakening quest, and only explained to Li Haotian that he would return to him after completing the advancement awakening. Wang Qingfeng had other things to take care of, so he didn't come over. Under the expectant and somewhat nervous gazes of the three, Li Haotian took a deep breath. Then I'm going to start. Ling Shuaihan and Jiang Jin nodded their heads heavily, and Jiang Wu Yu admonished somewhat worriedly, be careful with everything. Li Haotian smiled faintly. Aha! With that, he looked at the advanced awakening task in the attribute panel and clicked to activate it. In the next instant, a flurry of purple light suddenly exploded from Li Haotian's body, enveloping his entire body. The purple light grew stronger and stronger, so strong that it completely obscured Li Haotian's figure. When the purple light weakened again, Li Haotian's figure had already disappeared without a trace. Li Haotian only felt as if he was caught in a whirlpool, and when he regained consciousness, he found that he had already arrived in an unfamiliar territory. It was a pristine jungle, surrounded by ancient trees and one-person high weeds. The plants growing on the ground all seemed like flooded exotics, never seen before and incredibly large. The whole thing reveals a primitive and flooded atmosphere. Li Haotian first chose a few hidden places, summoned a few glockenspiels and hid them as his teleportation resurrection points. This is because mechanical doubles cannot teleport to the main world when they are in other worlds and copies. It was only after he had done his security that he began to think about what came next. The quest is to help Gorum, the Orc clan leader, defeat the evil shaman Gordo, so it's imperative that we find Gorum first. Li Haotian's brows furrowed slightly. But where should I look for that Gorum? He thought for a moment and muttered. I still don't know all about this otherworldly world, so I'd better find a local and ask around first. Then, with a thought, his god's perspective quickly unfolded and spread out in all directions at a rapid pace. Yesterday, I brushed the difficult group book all day, dozens of times. Not only did it allow him to put together a full set of epic defenses and weapons, but more importantly, after brushing so many monsters, Li Haotian's god's view had now expanded to over 600 kilometers as well.
This also meant that the area he could control with his airdrop support was much wider.
Chapter 97, I have a big airplane. As Li Haotian's god's perspective spread outward, a dry and thin figure appeared in Li Haotian's line of sight. It was a humanoid creature, very short, and I'm afraid it wasn't even a meter tall.
His skin was green all over. His ears and nose were pointed and long, but his eyes were quite soulful and,
what kind of creature is this? It's ugly, but it looks like a highly intelligent creature?
Li Haotian's eyes brightened slightly and muttered in a low voice.
Just him, let's find out what's going on first.
With his mind set, Li Haotian slightly moved his thoughts and summoned a glockenspiel in front of that dry and thin figure. He then picked up the glockenspiel he was carrying and aimed it at his temple. This mechanical double is quite convenient to use for rushing, but if it goes on for a long time, I won't get screwed out of my self-mutilation tendencies, right?
Li Haotian muttered and pulled the trigger. Boom goes the gun.
Headshot teleportation.
On. More than 100 kilometers away,
the dry and thin figure saw a strangely shaped pistol suddenly appear in front of him, and a look of curiosity just appeared in his eyes.
Suddenly, the pistol disappeared in an instant and came to life. The dry and thin figure was startled by the sudden appearance of Li Haotian and involuntarily shrunk back. When he looked at Li Haotian's appearance,
he was surprised and relieved at the same time.
Human?
Li Haotian froze for a moment and looked at it with interest.
You can speak human language?
The dry and thin figure cursed in a bad mood.
You're the one who can't speak human language.
We gnomes are proficient in the languages of all the major races.
What's so great about human language? Gnomes? Is this one of the races in this other world? Li Haotian secretly said in his heart.
Then, that gnome carefully sized up Li Haotian,
and immediately spoke out in astonishment. This outfit.
You're not from our world.
Are you a stranger? The gnome asked with some excitement. Are you from the blue planet? Li Haotian was really surprised this time.
Have there been other blue stars who have come to this other world? But eldest brother and the others had checked the information, and it seemed that no one from the Eastern Dragon Empire had ever come here.
Right? Could it be a foreign professional? He nodded curiously. I do come from the blue planet. Why? Have you had other blue planets come through here? That gnome nodded. That's right. It was just a while ago. I heard that.
He came to our world through some otherworldly contract.
Li Haotian was suddenly dazed.
Otherworldly contracts,
also known as secret contracts. It's an occasional artifact of Abyssal copies.
The otherworldly contract contains the otherworldly quests as well as the coordinates of the otherworlds.
And those who obtain the otherworldly contract will be able to travel to the corresponding otherworlds through the contract. But the interesting thing is that it is possible to accept an otherworldly quest and not complete it. In other words, those who hold the otherworldly contract have a chance to explore the otherworld. And when he's in the otherworld and activates the otherworld contract again, he'll be teleported back to the blue star in half an hour. Li Haotian asked curiously, is that blue star man still around now?
The gnome shook his head.
It's gone. Li Haotian nodded and continued to ask.
I want to look for the orc tribe's patriarch Golem.
Do you know where he is? The goblin eyed him warily. What do you, a stranger, want with Golem? Seeing his behavior, Li Haotian's heart stirred. It seems that this gnome knows where Golem is? I just don't know if they are enemies or friends. Li Haotian didn't move and said,
I know that Golem has recently encountered some troubles,
and I want to go and help him.
Hearing Li Haotian's words,
Earthcare's head slightly relaxed. He sized up Li Haotian once again,
and a touch of disdain appeared in his eyes.
You can flash. You should be a mage, right?
But at your age, I'm afraid you're at most a level 30 or 40 mage.
And at your level, you want to go help Golem? The way I see it,
it's more like you're going to get yourself killed.
Oh, so, Golem's enemies are very powerful? Li Haotian continued prying for information.
A look of fear appeared in the goblin's eyes.
Nonsense. Golden is a level 86 Dark Shaman,
and the Death Knight Legion under his command are at least level 50 or above. And there are quite a few level 60 Death Knight commanders and level 70 Death Knight generals.
Death Knights not only have extremely high defense and amazing attack power,
but they also have no pain. Even the brawny orc warriors have trouble dealing with them,
and a small mage like you is even more likely to go to your death. Speaking of this, the gnome sighed. Golem is a traditional orc warrior who has always looked down on the fancy equipment of the human race, and this time, he was also pushed to the brink by Golden. Otherwise,
I wouldn't have been entrusted with the task of going over to the Alliance to procure weapons for him.
After all,
the Alliance and the Horde have always been hostile, and only we goblin merchants are free to travel through both territories.
It's just a pity. The goblin shook his head. The orcs are too poor. Golem poured out his entire fortune and was only able to buy some ordinary human equipment. If he could have had the finest products produced by the dwarves, his chances of winning might have been a little higher.
Hearing the gnome's words,
Li Haotian's eyes immediately released a light.
He hadn't realized that this gnome was actually an international trade after all.
And by the way he said it, it seems like he also happens to be on his way to deliver equipment to Gorum? In that case, wouldn't he be able to find Gorum if he followed him? A smile immediately appeared on Li Haotian's face. After chatting for half a day, I still don't know your name? The goblin proudly said. My name is Gollum, and I am a great goblin merchant. Li Haotian smiled and said, Oh, Gollum, I see that you and Gollum seem to be on good terms.
You shouldn't want Gollum to lose this war either,
right? Gollum nodded repeatedly. Of course, Golden was seduced by a demon. He has degenerated into an evil devil. If he doesn't die, he will be a great threat to all races. What's more,
Golden will convert all the warriors under his command into immortals.
Immortals don't need equipment, food, or even jewelry. If they don't want anything, won't we goblin merchants be out of a job? These damned undead should all be exterminated. Gollum muttered through gritted teeth. Li Haotian was speechless, hoping it's because Gordhan is stealing your business that you're supporting Gorum. Worthy of being a businessman in international trade.
It is true that profit is the only thing that matters.
Li Haotian shook his head.
Since you also want Gorum to be victorious,
then take me to him. I will help him defeat Gordo and liberate the orcs. Gollum looked at Li Haotian with a disbelieving face. Just by you? A little foreigner? Li Haotian raised his eyebrows.
He raised his hand to the air and bellowed.
I've got a big airplane. Buzz off. A helicopter gunship full of modern high-tech flavor appeared out of nowhere.
The blackened gun barrels,
the hygienic missile ports,
and the streamlined aesthetic of the fuselage shook Gollum's eyes as they snapped open.
Chapter 98 Goblin Trader. Gollum.
Gollum's eyes suddenly blossomed with a fiery light,
and with an excited expression,
he pointed at the helicopter gunship in the sky and asked,
What? What is that? It looks like some kind of weapon, and it seems to have some loading capacity?
He frantically pulled Li Haotian's pants,
his eyes glowing. How much of this stuff do you still have? Is it for sale? I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Li Haotian laughed. This is my ability. I won't sell it for any amount of money you offer. Gollum was stunned. Your ability? You're a master forger like the dwarves? Li Haotian didn't bother to explain to him and nodded. Pretty much. Then, with a thought of his mind,
the armed helicopter in the sky quickly reversed its direction and flew to the side while the guns and missiles that came with the helicopter exploded.
Ta-da! Boom boom boom! A ferocious sweep of ammunition came down, blasting the pristine jungle next to it. Li Haotian looked at Gollum. This thing, do you think it can help Gorum?
Looking at the mighty helicopter gunship in the sky,
Gollum looked at Li Haotian. The power is really good. This thing, how much do you have? Li Haotian smiled lightly. More than you can imagine. Beyond imagination? Gollum's body shook slightly. He thought for a moment and then said, Good. I'll take you to Gorum. Li Haotian hemmed and hawed. Done. Next.
Li Haotian invited Gollum to get on the helicopter gunship and flew towards Gollum's hideout under his guidance.
By the way, Li Haotian also inquired more information about this world from Gollum. According to Gollum, the continent they live on is called Azeroth. There are numerous types of races living in the continent,
and a few of the most powerful of these races formed two separate camps.
One for the Alliance, one for the Horde.
The orc race they were now going to look for was one of the races in the tribe's affiliation.
With the helicopter gunships in tow, it didn't take long for the two to arrive at Gollum's hideout. It was a huge canyon with dense, sky-high trees growing in the canyon. If viewed from above,
these huge canopies almost completely obscure the ground, and nothing but a dense green can be seen.
Gollum looked at a quiet dense forest below and said to Li Haotian, Here it is. Gollum and his orc warriors are hiding in the dense forest of this canyon. Li Haotian nodded slightly as he took a look and realized that there was no suitable place for downtime here at all. Then, with a thought, clanging sounds rang out one after another. A strangely shaped armor then seemed to grow out of his body, instantly covering Li Haotian's entire body. It was a gold and red full-body armor. Even the face, which was protected by a golden full-coverage helmet, while the eyes lit up with a glowing white light. This was Li Haotian's level 50 achievement reward skill Iron Man armor. As soon as Li Haotian pulled Gollum, light flames erupted from his back and the soles of his feet, and he instantly flew out of the helicopter gunship and landed in the canyon below. Gollum was like a country bumpkin entering the city, turning his head to survey Li Haotian's armor while exclaiming, You built this too? My goodness! The convenience of this thing is much better than the airship. Are you selling it? I guarantee to give you a satisfactory price. Li Haotian didn't bother with him. The two fell through the dense canopy to the ground. The moment they landed, several tall figures suddenly flashed out from the surrounding bushes. Obviously, the huge commotion they had just made had alarmed the orc warriors hiding here. Li Haotian looked curiously. Like Gollum, these orc warriors also had dark green skin, but their stature was extremely majestic, standing at least 2 meters tall.
and their entire body was gnarled with muscles and filled with explosive strength. The most distinctive feature was their mouths, clear as the ground, with two fangs rising up to the sky and showing outside their lips. However, the equipment on these orc warriors was extremely rudimentary, all rough leatherwork, compiled from grass ropes, blocking the vital parts of the crotch, as well as the shoulders and small arms and so on. The axe he carried in his hand was big, but the blade was pitted, like rags. Seeing them in this shape, Li Haotian secretly muttered, "No wonder Golo said that these orcs are poor. Look at this model. There is indeed enough shoddy." Those orcs looked at Li Haotian, whose entire body was covered in armor, in astonishment and uncertainty, not knowing what the hell this contraption was. An orc warrior glanced at Gulo beside Li Haotian. His eyes lit up, and he came forward to gabble a bunch of words that Li Haotian couldn't understand. Gollum pointed at Li Haotian while talking to him, seemingly explaining Li Haotian's origin. The orc warrior gave Li Haotian a vigilant and doubtful look, and said a few more words to Gollum before turning around and burrowing into the dense forest. Gollum said to Li Haotian, "Let's go. He's taking us to see Gorum." Li Haotian nodded, his heart somewhat grateful. Luckily, he had found a guide in advance. If he had barged in alone, the language barrier between the two sides, the probability of having to be bad, because the human race and the orc race in this world are in different camps and are naturally hostile. After walking in the dense forest for about 10 minutes, Li Haotian came to the entrance of a hidden cave under the leadership of the orc warriors. When he drilled into the cave, the inside opened up to a huge natural cave. When the orc warriors among them saw the goblin merchant and Li Haotian, they all looked over curiously, just like watching a monkey walking down the street. Luckily, Li Haotian had a helmet to cover his face, which prevented embarrassment. A moment later, they came to the deepest part of the cave, and Li Haotian saw the tall orc sitting on the stone chair at a glance. The size of this orc was obviously 2 sizes larger than the other orcs, and if he stood up, he was feared to be close to 3 meters tall. He had 3 thick twisted braids on his head, and a grounded, bloody mouth that was more imposing than the other orcs. This is the patriarch of the orc clan, Gorum. At the sight of Gollum, Gorum stood up a little eagerly and rattled off a bunch of bird language. "Ah no, beast language." Gollum also jabbered back. Then, Gollum stretched out his hand to point at Li Haotian and jabbered again, seemingly introducing Li Haotian's origin to Gorum. Gorum glanced at Li Haotian, and a flash of contempt and hostility flashed in his eyes. An orc warrior then stepped forward and led Gollum to the side with a cheerful face. Before leaving, Gollum turned his head to Li Haotian and said, "I've already talked to Gollum about your reason for coming. Next, you guys talk among yourselves." Li Haotian was slightly stunned, and just when he wanted to say "What should I do if I don't have an interpreter after you left?" Gollum's low voice rang out, "Stranger in a strange land. Why do you want to help me against Golden?" Chapter 99 Gollum, Orc Chief. Li Haotian looked at Gorum in surprise and subconsciously said, "You can speak human language too?" Gorum's expression froze, and the fierce light in his eyes instantly rose as he roared furiously and growled, "Human! How dare you provoke the great orc warrior?" Saying that, Gollum picked up the 2 huge axes that were more exaggerated than doorboards that were pestled on the ground, and his ferocious and savage aura soared steeply, as if he might rush up to hack Li Haotian to death at any time. The corner of Li Haotian's mouth twitched. Lean. Not bad for an orc. Just like ing grumpy old man. At the same time, however, his eyes were slightly glazed over, because judging from the aura on this orc clan chief, this fellow was feared to be at least an 80 level or above powerhouse. In order to prevent grumpy old brother from getting mad and causing his mission to fail, Li Haotian hurriedly said, "This is the mission I received to help you defeat the evil shaman Golden and liberate the orc slaves." Gollum's aura lurched and a puzzled look appeared in his eyes. "A quest?" Gollum said. "You are a stranger. You stranger. Why would you have a mission from our orc clan?" Li Haotian was somewhat helpless. "You ask me. Who the hell am I going to ask?" But in order to complete the mission, Gollum's trust must first be gained. Li Haotian's brain turned, his face solemn. "Although I'm not from the Izelus continent, maintaining world peace is the responsibility of every intelligent creature. As is the case with the powerful orc warriors, so is the case with us strangers." Hearing Li Haotian praising the orc warrior for being powerful, Gollum's gaze instantly became much more moderate. Li Haotian continued, "Gordo was tempted by the devil and degenerated into an evil shaman, enslaving his people. He deserves to die." With a slight lurch, he bellowed as if on oath, "Orcs will never be slaves." At these words, the light in Grom's eyes shone brightly, and it was as if the blood in his entire body was instantly ignited. Similarly brandishing his giant axe, he roared furiously, "Well said, orcs will never be slaves." After howling this throat, Gollum's eyes immediately changed when he looked at Li Haotian, as if he hadn't seen his brother for a long time, and his big hand full of dirt patted wildly on Li Haotian's shoulder. "Stranger in a strange land.
You are different from those arrogant humans of the Alliance. Although you are as weak as a mole, your bravado and wisdom have won the friendship of the Orc clan. Come on, let's drink and eat together. Looking at Gollum enthusiastically pulling himself to the side, in a manner that he wanted to eat the seat on the spot, Li Haotian was a little bit in tears and laughter. These orcs are too easy to fool, aren't they? Typical limber and simple-minded. And with that one sentence, I win the friendship of the Orc clan? Isn't this guy afraid he's an undercover agent sent by the enemy? Li Haotian didn't know that in the Orc tribe's knowledge, there was never such a high-end occupation as undercover agent. The philosophy they uphold has always been to look down on life and death. Whoever wins the fight is awesome. As for the underhanded tricks, they are used only by cunning and weak humans. Seeing that Gollum was really ready to take himself to the party, Li Haotian hurriedly stopped. Patriarch Gollum, I'm here to help you deal with Gordhan. Why don't you tell me about Gordon's current situation first? Gollum heavily slapped Li Haotian on his shoulder. Don't be so outgoing, you are a friend of the Orc clan. Call me Lao Gu from now on. Older brother, look at how skinny you are. You must not even be able to afford meat. You must be very poor there, right? To our orcs' land. There's enough meat to go around. You eat it all. Li Haotian. Nima, didn't the mission say that Gorham's resistance struggle was on the verge of defeat? Why can't I see it at all? Lao Gu, this battle, you guys are about to win? Li Haotian asked hesitantly. Gorham's head shook like a rattledrum. Who are you listening to rumors? Our remaining orc warriors are all here. I heard that Golden has gathered a legion of Death Knights to surround us. If we can't resist, we'll surely have to become his new slaves. Li Haotian? Then you're a ing meat-eater. Only after a long time did Li Haotian forcefully suppress the urge to curse his mother and hold back his temper. Since the situation is so critical, how can we still have time to eat meat and drink wine? Gollum looked at Li Haotian seriously. Brother, listen to my old brother's advice. I appreciate your feelings, but with your thin arms and legs, my old brother can paste you to death with a slap. Not to mention Golden, who has absorbed the power of the devil. Li Haotian listened to a black line on his head. These orcs have their hate-pulling skills fully lit, right? What a ing talker. Gollum didn't notice Li Haotian's impulse to change sides in the slightest, and proceeded to persuade. Older brother invites you to have a meal, and after that, you should leave before it's too late. If Golden really attacks, older brother won't be able to take care of you. Li Haotian took a deep breath. He could sort of see it. The bastard wouldn't even take himself seriously if he didn't show Gollum some muscle. With a thought from Li Haotian, densely packed rockets appeared in mid-air, almost filling up this cave. The blackened muzzles of the cannons were all pointed at Gollum, and even with him, the strongest warrior of the orc race, he felt a chill welling up behind him. Gollum shivered. His eyes revealed a look of astonishment as he looked at Li Haotian. Older brother, looking at your thin arms and legs, you don't have a few pairs of meat on your body. Could it be that you're also a forger? These things of yours look like artillery, don't they? Quite a lot of them. Can you sell me some cheaply? The corner of Li Haotian's mouth twitched, sighing in his heart. Orcs are really simple and scary. This guy was suddenly pointed at by so many rockets, and his first reaction was actually not to turn against himself, but to want to sell him some cheaper? Also, why doesn't he wonder at all why these rockets can hover and float? Shaking his head, Li Haotian directly said, these weapons are already bound to me. No one can use them except me. Selling you is impossible, but I can help you deal with Golden. Gollum muttered with both surprise and regret. You have to bind yourself to make a weapon? Why are you strangers so petty? The corner of Li Haotian's mouth twitched, and he once again took a deep breath. Immediately afterward, Gollum thought for a moment and spoke. However, if you have so many artillery pieces, it is true that they can be that much more useful in a battle. Well, in that case, I'll talk to you. Gollum turned his head and bellowed. Boys, serve our stranger friend a roast suckling pig, crisp on the outside. We'll talk while we eat. Yo ho! The orc warrior yelled strangely and ran outside. Li Haotian looked despondent. Gotta. Looks like this meal is a must. Chapter 100 True Orc. Eat and be done with it. After a while, Li Haotian stared blankly at the roasted suckling pig in front of him, which was almost as big as his entire body, and muttered, You call this a roasted suckling pig? Gollum looked at Li Haotian's shocked face and patted his shoulder pitifully. It seems that your sight is really poor. You haven't even seen a roasted suckling pig before. Hissing, he tore off a pig leg and stuffed it into Li Haotian's hand, saying boldly, It's okay. When you get to my old brother's territory, just let go of your stomach and eat. There's enough meat. Li Haotian couldn't help but sip his teeth. Despised again. Am I the kind of person who hasn't seen a roasted suckling pig before? It's obviously because you guys are so ahead of your time with the development of the suckling pig here. Okay. You know, I've even eaten at the most luxurious restaurant in East Dragon. Drunken Immortal House. Shaking his head, Li Haotian subconsciously took a bite,
and immediately his eyes brightened slightly.
Ha! It actually tastes pretty good. The outside is charred and the inside is tender. Fat but not greasy. There is even a kind of nature's fragrance. Pure natural and pollution-free. Well,
compared to those artificially bred suckling pigs in Donglong, your roasted suckling pig here is indeed quite good.
Li Haotian secretly muttered. Gollum likewise tore off a leg of a suckling pig and ate it with a mighty chomp of the earth. At the same time, Gollum began to introduce the enemy's situation to Li Haotian. Before Gordon's fall, we orcs had a total population of over 100,000. But after Gordon's fall, that demon killed several tribesmen and refined them into Death Knights. Gorum said angrily. Currently,
he also controls more than 40,000 clansmen, and has these clansmen help him build altars in an attempt to summon demons over.
If Golden succeeds in summoning demons and gets more demonic power, he'll be able to transform these remaining 40,000
odd clansmen into a legion of Death Knights as well.
And when that happens,
the Horde will be in big trouble. That means the number of Death Knights in Gorum right now is about 30,000
in total? Gorum nodded. What about us? How many warriors do we still have? Li Haotian asked. Gorum sighed softly.
Although our orc race is brave and good at fighting,
and we can even fight for all of us. Among the remaining 30,000 odd clansmen, the old and weak still make up most of them, and there are only 10,000
odd true adult orc warriors.
Li Haotian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. People have legions of Death Knights transformed from over 30,000 orcs, with no pain, amazing fighting strength, and absolute obedience to orders. And yet you have only 10,000 orc warriors and the rest are old and sick? That's a hell of a shot.
No wonder the mission said that Gorum was on the verge of failure.
I'd say that's half a foot inside the coffin.
If the one who received the quest wasn't an oddball like himself who was good at group combat,
was there really a possibility of this quest being completed? And what made Li Haotian feel even more metaphysical was that with such a huge gap between the strength of the enemy and his own side, and with the war situation being so critical, Gollum was actually in the mood to treat himself to a roasted suckling pig? Simply not bad for an orc. What a tiger! Li Haotian asked somewhat breathlessly. Then where is Golden now? Sizzle, Gorum said vaguely as he once again took a bite of a large piece of skin panko. Who knows? It should be on its way over. Li Haotian's eyes glared. You didn't send scouts out to spy on Gordon's movements? Gorum slapped his large,
oil-drenched hand against his majestic pecs and said proudly,
brave orc warriors don't need scouts. As long as Golden goes outside the canyon, we will naturally be able to spot it. True orc, it and be done with it.
Li Haotian held his forehead with his hand.
Nima, what's the point of you guys knowing if the enemy has already attacked the canyon entrance? This orc race has really interpreted the word simple-minded.
4 limbs developed to the extreme.
Li Haotian even doubted that they hadn't exterminated their clan until now.
Just how much virtue their ancestors had accumulated in exchange for the result.
Just as Li Haotian was about to continue asking, a low horn suddenly came from outside. Oh, Gorum froze and jerked to his feet. This is. Li Haotian looked outside in astonishment.
Gollum threw the pig thigh in his hand away, and his body erupted with a strong battle spirit and aura.
There are enemies. It could be Golden coming. Li Haotian was slightly stunned,
then secretly spat out.
You guys actually know how to put up sentries? How damn rare. Gollum grabbed the 2 huge, long-handled battle axes placed beside him and roared furiously. Little ones, grab your weapons and that bastard Golden. Yo-ho! Frantic cries came at once from all parts of the canyon. In the midst of his busy schedule, Gollum actually thought of turning back to admonish Li Haotian.
Older brother, when the battle starts in a while, older brother can't take care of you, so be careful yourself. With that said, Gorum swung his slat axe and charged outside with a ghostly cry. However, he didn't see that at this moment, Li Haotian's face didn't have the slightest worry or fear. Instead, it was full of surprise. Learning that Gollum hadn't even sent out any scouts and had no idea about Golden's current movements, Li Haotian had originally thought that this mission was estimated to take at least several days. But I didn't expect that Gordo's movements would be so fast that he would hit Gorum's base camp so quickly. Gordine had a legion of over 30,000 Death Knights. A seemingly horrifying number. But with Li Haotian's current total amount of soul power, he really didn't need to worry. Li Haotian excitedly unfolded God's view to include the entire canyon in its scope. He then saw countless orc warriors of majestic stature, howling as they rushed towards one of the directions of the canyon. And among these orc warriors, there was a small portion of them, still wearing bits and pieces of plate armor gauntlets, and holding a mess of heavy weapons such as wolfsbane sticks, ghost head swords, meteor hammers, and so on. Some of the armor on their bodies were missing arms or legs, obviously split off from a full set of protective armor and then haphazardly put on.
Li Haotian guessed that these should be the equipment that Gollum had procured from the Alliance side.
With a slight shake of his head, he was ready to summon the glockenspiel at the edge of the canyon and flash through via headshot teleportation.
But just then, a green dwarf stumbled in and said to Li Haotian with a panicked face, "Stranger in a strange land, Golden is calling. You quickly release that what's-his-name helicopter gunship of yours and take me out. I don't want to die here." Li Haotian looked at the great gnome merchant with amusement and teased, "What are you afraid of?
With my brother here, a mere Gordian is nothing to be afraid of."
Gollum's face was sweating with urgency. Now is not the time to brag. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Golden has more than 30,000 legions of death.
And with your measly few hundred artillery pieces,
what's the point? Chapter 101, Stranger in a Strange Land. You're going in the wrong direction, obviously. Gollum thought that the hundreds of rockets released by Li Haotian earlier was all he had.
Li Haotian smiled faintly, and without explaining, he walked straight towards the outside of the cave.
Finish the mission sooner and he can return sooner. Seeing Li Haotian move, Gollum immediately sighed in relief. He thought that Li Haotian was persuaded by him and was ready to retreat in an armed helicopter.
Coming outside the cave,
there was no longer any orc warrior on this side. All the orc warriors, all converged to the right front. Li Haotian's mind moved,
and a helicopter gunship appeared in midair.
The Iron Man armor emerged from Li Haotian's body once again,
and light flames erupted from his back and legs as he pulled on Gollum and flew towards the helicopter.
Off the ground and into the cabin, Gollum couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his head.
He had already experienced how fast the helicopter gunships flew,
much faster than the airships built by the dwarves. Surely they could have run the other way before Gordo overran the entire canyon. Buzz off! The propeller rotated madly, and under Li Haotian's command, it quickly flew toward the front.
But seeing the direction they were advancing in,
Gollum's large eyes instantly rounded, exclaiming, "Wrong, wrong, wrong! Stranger in a strange land, you're going in the wrong direction."
"That's right.
Aren't we going to help Gorum deal with Golden?" Li Haotian said with a smile.
Gollum screamed, "Help the hell out.
I'm only responsible for equipping Gollum, not helping him fight. Golden has over 30,000 legions of Death Knights. You fight with your head." Li Haotian suddenly recalled Gollum's wild attitude just now,
and with a playful heart, he also followed his example and hammered his chest heavily,
saying loudly, "Fear a ball. Real man. Just do it." Hiccup. Gollum's eyes snapped open. "Orcs are poisonous, aren't they? It's only been one meal and you've been infected by that mangy man Gorum." Amidst Gollum's wailing, Li Haotian controlled the helicopter gunship to rapidly approach the edge of the canyon. At this point, on the high ground at the edge of the canyon, Gorum was in first place. Behind him, the densely packed orc warriors gasped for air,
their pupils covered in blood,
as if they would charge up at any time like an out-of-control bison. And a few kilometers away outside the canyon,
blackened Death Knights were slowly approaching.
Buzz off!
The sound of the propellers drew the attention of the orc warrior.
Gollum looked up and saw Li Haotian in his Iron Man armor, dragging Gollum, the goblin merchant,
with both hands as he leapt down from the helicopter.
With a muffled thud, Li Haotian smashed down in front of Gollum. Gorum looked at Gollum in surprise and exclaimed, "Gollum? I didn't realize that the always timid goblins could actually give birth to a warrior like you. From today, you are a friend of the orcs. We'll Gordon together."
Gollum's green face had a tendency to change to a light green color.
Looking at the death army outside the canyon, teeth cackling, Li Haotian laughed darkly in his heart and focused on his mission objective.
Pulling the focus closer through God's perspective,
Li Haotian saw these upcoming enemies clearly. From their appearance, it was clear that the approaching enemies were likewise all orcs.
But unlike the dark green skin of ordinary orcs,
those orcs' skin was a deathly grayish-white color. Their faces had no expression, and their movements were neat and stiff. Moreover,
these orcs did not have pupils in their eyes, but rather two small clusters of ghostly green flames. They rode giant grayish-white bears that burned with moory white flames, and the same white ghostly flames burned in their eyes,
clearly not living creatures.
At the very front of this army of Death Knights was an even bigger gray and white giant bear. On the back of the giant bear sat an elderly orc, his back already somewhat hunched, his face with a grayish-white beard, the thick braid hanging at the back of his head similarly grayish-white, and his eyes deep, with pupils appearing to be a ghostly green. He held a white bone staff in his hand, and at the top of the staff was a hideous skull with the same green ghostly fire burning in it.
Li Haotian's eyebrows moved slightly as he muttered, "He is golden?" Gollum had walked beside Li Haotian at an unknown time, his eyes staring dead at the giant bear leading the death army, and said angrily, "That's right, he is the demon's slave. The damned Golden." Li Haotian asked, "What is the approximate level of these Death Knights of Golden?" Gorum explained, "About a third of them are in the 50s. a third are in the 60s, and the final third are in the 70s, but with the Death Demon Bears, their combat power has to be raised a whole lot more. In the continent of Azeroth, the Orc clan was considered a relatively strong race in terms of combat power. An ordinary Orc clan warrior of over 50 levels was equivalent to 3 times the battle power of someone else of the same level. If the aid of the Death Demon Bear was added, the combat power of these Death Knights could almost cross a large level. And because the gap between level 70 and 80 was relatively large, it was impossible for those level 70-something Death Knights to cross over to the 80 level. But even so, they had a powerful battle strength of peak level 70. Then again, on Gorham's side, there were only 10,000 or so true Orc warriors at best. The battle power of each rank was only equal to a third of the other parties, and without the aid of the Death Demon Bear, it was no wonder that he was being pressured by Golden. After roughly calculating the opponent's battle strength, Li Haotian had a bottom in his heart. It's a good thing that I brushed up my epic equipment before doing the quest. Otherwise, against these guys, the little spiritual power value from before would really be a bit insufficient. Li Haotian muttered in a low voice. Ha? What did you say, brother? Gorham asked, puzzled. Li Haotian turned his head and smiled at him. It's fine. I said, when the battle starts in a while, tell your people not to run out indiscriminately so that they won't be affected. As for these Death Knights, I can handle them alone. Gorham's eyes suddenly widened. What? You mean you're going to take on Golden and his army of Death Knights all by yourself? Li Haotian nodded. That's right. Next to him, Gollum, who was shaking like a sieve, looked incredulous. Stranger, you're crazy. The other side has more than 30,000 Death Knights. With your hundreds of rockets, it would be good if you could kill a few dozen Death Knights. And you still want to deal with all of them? Gollum patted Li Haotian's shoulder with a touched face. Old brother, I appreciate your good intentions. Although this old bastard Golden deserves to die, his strength, indeed, is not as simple as you think. The corner of Li Haotian's mouth gently hooked up as he smiled faintly. Is that so? Then you guys just watch. Saying that, Li Haotian's eyes instantly condensed. Swish swish swish. With a single movement, countless heavy tanks appeared out of thin air on top of the plains outside the canyon. Chapter 102, Blasting Evil Spirits with Artillery. These tanks took the shape of a huge ring, from in front of Li Haotian and the others, rapidly extending to both sides. The number was so large that it was impossible to see at a glance. Judging from the formation of the heavy tanks, it seemed that they were lined up around Golden's army of Death Knights, forming a huge circle with their blackened guns pointing in unison towards the center, encircling the Death Knight army. Even if it's just a rough estimate, I'm afraid there are thousands of them. All the people around, including Gorham and Gollum, were dumbfounded when they saw this. Hiss. It was a long time before the sound of a great intake of breath came from around the room. Gollum's earthbound sky almost evolved into an earth-devouring sky, and his speech even became stuttering. Older brother, this is all built by you? Li Haotian smiled faintly. You can say that. Gollum's entire mouth went oh. This amount. It's two. Li Haotian humbly said. I know. For more than 30,000 Death Knights. This number is indeed still too small. Gollum's face twitched. Too few? Did I say too few? Would you stop misinterpreting what I'm saying? On the Death Knight Legion's side, the expression on Golden's face, who had a look of arrogance on his face, froze. He looked around in shock as he pulled the noose around the Death Demon Bear's neck. It doesn't matter if you don't look. You'll be even more amazed. In just such a blink of an eye, he realized that his army of Death Knights was actually surrounded by these oddly shaped machines that nevertheless emitted a strong aura of danger. These are Alliance People's siege cannons? Why does it feel a bit less like that? Also, that Gorham guy, when did he collude with the people? Why does he have so many siege cannons? I clearly didn't see any when I came over just now, right? 100,000 reasons instantly popped into Gordon's head, and at the edge of the canyon, Li Haotian's thoughts moved again. Knock, knock, knock. Countless huge figures appeared in front of Li Haotian, and the clanging sound of mechanical friction was endless. Looking at these big guys that were more than 10 meters tall and numbered as many as 600 or 700, Gorham couldn't help but gulp, and even his voice changed, and more. Gollum has traveled extensively and has seen a wide range of things, but he had likewise never seen such a terrifying behemoth, and it was actually humanoid, almost like the legendary guards of the heavenly gods. What are these again? Li Haotian hemmed and hawed. Transformers, use them to temporarily act as meat shields just in case. That's not all. Brush it off. Dense rockets like locusts suddenly appeared above the Death Knight's army, and the sheer number of them, it was a true cover of the sky. The sunlight that spilled from the sky was actually covered tightly by these rockets. They were like a huge canopy of trees, and the radiant sunlight could only pour through the tiny gaps between them. 30,000 rockets. This coverage density should be enough, right? Li Haotian muttered. As for the remaining spiritual power value, Li Haotian thought that with so many enemies, there should be no shortage of replies, so he didn't bother to save anymore, and simply used all of them to summon laser cannons, and put another layer of laser cannon lace on the outside of the densely packed rockets in the sky. Plop, plop, came the sound of two heavy objects crashing to the ground next to each other. Li Haotian turned his head and realized that it was Golem's axe that had fallen to the ground. Looking at this Hulk who had almost glared his eyes all the way out of their sockets, Li Haotian hemmed and hawed. Patriarch Golem, look at this bit of firepower of mine. It should be enough to settle Golden, right? Golem nodded subconsciously and gulped. He looked at Li Haotian with a gaze like looking at a god, and his eyes had even revealed a slight color of fear. The beast god is above. What exactly is this old man's status? How did he get so many weapons that look very high-tech and very powerful? Even though these things hadn't fired yet, the terrifying sense of menace was already making him, who hadn't had a gun pointed at him, feel the hairs on his back stand up. I'm afraid it wouldn't be a big ing deal to turn the earth upside down, let alone destroy Gordo's Death Legion. Next to him, Golem also finally came back to his senses, staring deadpan at Huayuha with the gaze of the world's #1 billionaire. Big brother, are you selling these weapons? I only need 1%. Ah no, 1,000th. I only need 1,000th of 1%. An honest goblin merchant will surely give you a satisfactory price. Li Haotian gave the bastard a funny look. Before it was great goblin trader, now it's honest goblin trader all of a sudden? You're floating? Why don't you float? He shook his head gently, dropping his gaze to the evil shaman below whose face had gone pale beyond recognition. What's going on here? What the hell is going on here? That reckless bastard Golem. Did he move all the old human and dwarf races here? It can't be. This isn't real. This must all be an illusion. The Alliance and the Horde are naturally opposed to each other, and there's no way they'd come to Golem's aid with such gusto. Golden waved his white bone scepter and yelled madly. Looking at Golden who was scared out of his wits, Li Haotian smiled lightly. With a mere 30,000 troops, he didn't even bother to release the replicas. After all, being in the other world, it's better to keep some cards for yourself after all. Time is limited. Get to work, Li Haotian muttered, and suddenly stretched out his right hand, gently pointing downward. In the next instant, thousands of tanks roared in unison, and the tremendous recoil even splattered the ground with a circle of mud and smoke. At the same time, the dense rockets in midair began to pour out artillery fire in a frenzy. The muzzles of the guns flashed with fire, instantly illuminating the shadows below like a spotlight in a ballroom. Bombing feast, commence! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ring of laser cannons on the periphery of the rockets also started to go ballistic, the incandescent-colored laser cannons weaving back and forth among the legions of Death Knights below, splitting up the Death Knights that had been blown up to the point of missing their arms and legs once again, making sure that they were completely incapacitated. Kill the Death Knight and gain 8,000 experience points. Kill the Death Knight Commander and gain 13,000 experience points. Kill Death Knight General. Gain 20,000 experience points. Li Haotian looked at it with a bright eye. This experience value is actually quite high? With that much experience value, you have to get high on a double elixir. Li Haotian immediately threw a heavenly spirit pill into his mouth. Spiritual energy recovery plus 100. Spiritual energy recovery plus 120. Spiritual energy recovery plus 150. As the kill prompts continued to float up, Li Haotian's spiritual energy value also began to rapidly recover. Then, in Golem and Golem's shocked gazes, a steady stream of rockets and laser cannons were once again flung out by Li Haotian. In the end, the terrifying number of superpowered weapons actually formed a huge bowl in the air, detaining all of Gordo's Death Knights inside, making it impossible to run away. All of a sudden, the cannon fire was sky-high, shaking the four fields, and the evil spirits flew into ashes. Chapter 103, the mission was not completed? On the high ground at the edge of the canyon, the rows of orc warriors all stared wide-eyed. Among them, there are a lot of people in the hands of the weapon from time to time fell to the ground, issued a sound bang 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 muffled sound. My god, is this the beast god manifesting? The blue star, could it be the legendary world where the gods reside? That stranger couldn't have been sent by the beast god to save our beastman clan. This is nothing short of a miracle. So many powerful weapons. Where exactly did he hide them just now? His space magic weapon is too big. The crowd of orcs looked on in shock while discussing in gibberish Orcish. And in the battlefield below, Golden reached up and raised the white bone scepter high, a greenish shroud of light emanating from it to protect him. However, under such a horrifying outpouring of Li Haotian's cannon fire, Gordhan only felt that the dark magic power in his body was like a flood of crazy outpouring. In just a few minutes' time,
His dark magic mojo was already close to bottoming out. The legions of Death Knights around him were even blown to pieces.
I'm not convinced. I defy you,
Gordine hissed with a scowl on his face.
Next. Boom 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 boom. Uninterrupted artillery fire poured down. Gordon around the green light slowly fade. And then, bang, a light sound
exploded into broken light disappeared.
Golden's body, too, was crushed to pieces by this endless cannon fire. Looking at this scene, all the orcs, including Gorum, and the goblin merchant Golem, were all stunned. Gordon, the evil shaman, just casually died?
The devil's advocate who had chased them into a street rat and even nearly wiped out the entire orc race,
just suddenly hiccuped away? And the person who killed him was only a foreigner race who looked to be about 20 years old? He took out 30,000 of them in one go, and in just a few minutes, he dry-humped Golden's army of Death Knights? Also, Gordon, an evil shaman priest at the peak of level 80? With a gulp, Gorum gulped and subconsciously turned his head toward Li Haotian. At this time,
his eyes were no longer bold and arrogant, and in the depths of his eyes, a glow of awe and incredulity gradually rose.
Older brother. Ah no, brother Haotian. You Blue Star people, are you all this tough? Li Haotian smiled and glanced at him. It's not that exaggerated. It's just that my fighting style is rather special.
Confirming through God's perspective that both the Death Knights and Golden below had been completely annihilated,
Li Haotian then waved his hand and disarmed all the superpower weapons.
The densely packed rockets and laser cannons in midair instantly disappeared, and the sky and earth were suddenly brightened.
The ground, on the other hand,
was filled with pieces of limbs of Death Knights and Death Demon Bears. Not caring about the Orc clan chief who hadn't recovered from the shock, Li Haotian immediately shifted his attention to the thing he was most concerned about. He quickly opened his character panel and checked the Advanced Awakening quest inside.
But after just sweeping a glance, Li Haotian immediately froze. Advancement Awakening quest, orcs are never slaves. In progress. In progress? It's not done yet? That's not right. Li Haotian thought that it was because Golden wasn't dead through.
So he hurriedly exited the character panel and once again carefully scanned every corner of the battlefield with God's perspective.
A moment later,
Li Haotian's brows furrowed slightly.
Why would the mission not be completed when you're obviously dead to the world? Am I missing something? At this point, a deeply shocked Gorum finally accepts that Golden was killed in seconds by the young stranger. And with it, intense excitement and ecstasy. Roar! Long live the beast god! The orc race is saved. Yo ho! The surrounding orcs also finally came back to their senses and began to frantically hiss, venting their joy. Gorum looked at Li Haotian with an uplifted face. Brother Haotian, thank you. Without the demonic altar under his control, I'll be able to free the rest of my clan. Free the rest of the clan? Hearing Golem's words, Li Haotian instantly reacted and opened the Advancement Awakening quest again to look at it. Help him defeat the evil shaman Gordhan and free the enslaved orcs. So it is. Li Haotian cried and laughed a little as he suddenly realized. According to the quest description, defeating Golden was only one part of it. There was another part, which entailed freeing the enslaved orcs. Now that Golden was dead, the orc slaves he had captured earlier were still imprisoned. Thinking of this, Li Haotian immediately said to Gorum, Old Gore, do you know where those clansmen of yours are imprisoned? Gorum replied, Of course I know. It's all confined by Golden where the demon altar is located. Li Haotian's eyes lit up. Then where is his demonic altar? Gorum shook his head decisively. How should I know? It's not like I'm the one who imprisoned it. Li Haotian? He looked at the orc clan leader with a breathless expression. So how are you going to free your people? Gorum rightfully said. Send someone to look for it. Anyway, Golden is finished now. Even if he left some Death Knights at the altar, without his manipulation, those Death Knights are not enough to worry about at all. Although those clansmen captured by him will also be corrupted by the demon altar. Without him to perform the transformation ceremony, the demon's overflowing power will only weaken them at best, and won't put their lives in danger. After we get them back, we'll be able to recover with some time of recuperation. Li Haotian was almost suffocated with internal injuries. God damn it, you orcs are big ing hearts. Then the approximate area where the altar is located. You should always know, right? Li Haotian asked again. Gorum nodded. It should be right in the middle of the Orgrimmar forest. That's where our orc clan has lived for generations. Saying that, Gorum raised his hand and pointed in the direction where Golden led the Death Knights Legion to come, saying, From over there, it's the Orgrimmar forest, and that's where we lived before. Upon hearing this, Li Haotian finally let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, you don't need to look around headless. As long as you know a general area, you can at least look faster. Gorum turned his head and gibbered to the orc warriors around him, and the orc warriors burst into a roar and charged in the direction of Orgrimmar. In the blink of an eye, other than Golem and Golem, Li Haotian's surroundings suddenly became empty.
Gollum said to Li Haotian with a grateful face.
Brother Haotian, let's go.
When my warriors find the location of the demonic altar, they will naturally free the clansmen captured by Golden.
Now, I'm going to treat our noble guests of the Orc clan. Let's drink and eat. Chapter 104 Advancement Awakening. Magical Machinery. Under Gollum's generous invitation,
Li Haotian thought about it and finally chose to return to the previous cave with him to continue the grilling business. Since the biggest difficulty in this mission, Golden, had already been solved by himself, the rest of rescuing the Orc slaves would no longer be difficult. As for Li Haotian, he was not familiar with the terrain of this neighborhood at all, although he had the headshot teleportation to quickly flash. If he went in the wrong direction during the search, if he wasn't careful, he could be crooked to 100,000 miles away. And while the Orc warrior's search was a bit slower than his, the others at least knew the area well enough to know which places would be likely to be chosen by Golden to build a demonic altar. Plus they can communicate with the beasts of the forest and expand their search. This way, the search won't slow down much, so there's no need to rush. And, you don't say that the Orcs are pretty good at barbecuing. It's not easy to come to the other world. It's not bad to taste some exotic food. Blue Star, Free Federation, Gensokyo Guild. Parker Williams looked at his right-hand man and asked in a hushed voice, are all the subsidiary scrolls for the otherworldly pact done? James Gordon nodded. It's done, and I've put the rest of the subsidiary scrolls through the black market to the auction house, except for the ones we left for our own people to use. This time, the otherworldly quest is designated as a treasure hunt type, because that treasure artifact is strayed in the Alliance forces close to the human race, and after activating the scroll, just like the otherworldly contract, it can also be teleported back to the main world after half an hour, so it has a lower difficulty level and is only counted as AC grade. If there are no surprises, there will definitely be quite a few people from the Eastern Dragon Empire going on treasure hunting quests of this level. Parker Williams gently nodded his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes. That's good. James, Bruno, you two personally lead the team and leave for the other world immediately. If that woman Donglong is found, kill her without pardon. If that disciple of hers enters the other world, at least force information about the identity of that mysterious woman out of him. Yes, President. I don't know how long it took, but Li Haotian's eyes suddenly lit up. Ding dong, the Advanced Awakening quest is complete. Receive a reward of 80 million mission experience value. Ding dong, congratulations on your promotion to level 54. The Advanced Awakening quest was completed, and with the experience that Li Haotian had accumulated before, his level directly rushed to level 54. As this prompt appeared in Li Haotian's mind, a strong purple light blossomed out from Li Haotian's body. It illuminated the entire cavern as Gorum looked on in amazement. Brother Haotian, what are you? Gorum asked in surprise. Li Haotian didn't have the time to answer his question. He only felt that a majestic power was washing over his flesh, and all aspects of the attributes in the characters panel continued to rise under the rush of this force. This is our East Dragon's unique advancement awakening? Li Haotian nearly moaned out in comfort and muttered. A moment later, the purple light slowly disappeared. Feeling the changes in himself, Li Haotian exclaimed with an astonished face. No wonder Donglong's professionals will become stronger by a hair after their level 50 advancement awakening. All their attributes have all been added by 2,000 points, and these enhancements alone are equivalent to having one more piece of epic equipment than other professionals. However, what Li Haotian didn't know was that although the professionals of the East Dragon Empire could increase their attributes after advancing and awakening, the amount of increased attributes was completely different for different people. For a direct increase of 2,000 attributes like him, in the entire Eastern Dragon Empire, other than him, it was only Marshal Li who could achieve this level. What makes him even stronger than Li Fuzi is that he also has the attribute doubling effect of the Endless Destroyer title, which is equivalent to a direct increase of 4,000 points in attributes. And like Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan, they had only added 1,000 points of attributes when they advanced to awakening back then. As for those even weaker common professions, the added attributes were even less. At this time, Li Haotian suddenly remembered something and hurriedly clicked on the Talents column and looked towards the skill bar inside. Sure enough, there it is, the Advancement Awakening skill. Advanced Awakening, Magical Machines. Skill type, status. Skill mode, active. Skill effect 1, attribute enchantment can be given to the summoned super weapon, and the enchanted super weapon will have the characteristics of the attribute attack. Skill effect 2, the enchanted super weapon can choose whether or not to transform it into a magic machine. Seeing this skill introduction, Li Haotian was pleasantly surprised. Surprisingly, it's an attribute enchantment. Attributes are usually reserved for magical professions. As for the melee professions, most of them were purely physical attacks without attributes, except for the magic martial dual cultivation professions like the magic swordsman.
For example, his eldest senior brother, Wang Qingfeng, had a profession of sword saint, and even though he had now cultivated sword chi, he was still a purely physical attack profession. And the sword chi that Wang Qingfeng sent out was an attribute-less attack that did not have any attribute additions. Such an attribute-less attack does a middle-of-the-road level of damage for most professions. Not good and not bad. There is no attribute restraining bonus or attribute being restrained nerf. However, there are some professions, especially legal professions, whose own attribute strengths and weaknesses are very obvious. Take for example the Ice Knot Master. From this name, it could be seen that the Ice Knot Master was a pure ice attribute profession, and all of his skills, basically, were related to ice. And if the enemy of this Ice Knot Master was a fire mage, then all the skills of the Ice Knot Master would be restrained by the fire mage. Without taking into account the level suppression, the fight would naturally fall into a disadvantage. While Li Haotian's mechanic itself was more complicated, because of the different types of superpowered weapons, the attack judgment would also appear in various different variations. Artillery-type attacks like rockets, gatlings, and tanks can basically be considered physical outputs with a fire attribute, because whether it's a bullet or a shell, there is a physical body after all. Laser cannons, on the other hand, were special, being considered light energy weapons but not having the light attributes of an acolyte, but rather attribute-less skills. As for Wolverine and Transformer, without using any other super-powered weapons, all of their attacks were simply physical output, similar to Wang Qingfeng's Sword Saint. But now after the advancement awakening was complete, it was a completely different story. Being able to freely enchant the attributes of the super-powered weapon meant that no matter what kind of enemy Li Haotian faced, he could choose the attribute that restrained the opponent to enchant it, with the strength of the original attack remaining the same. The original damage is greatly increased by attribute restraint. Like Golden's Death Knight, it was equivalent to a dark attribute monster. If Li Haotian could attach light attributes to all the super-powered weapons, then the attack effect would definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. Chapter 105 Otherworldly Exploration Mission? As for the second effect, Li Haotian was a bit puzzled instead. Can an enchanted superweapon choose for itself whether or not to transform it into a magical machine? Does this mean that an enchanted superweapon can decide on its own whether or not the enchanted attributes take effect? Something like switching attack effects in real time? Li Haotian gently shook his head, ready to go back and explore this issue again. After checking the skills of Advanced Awakening, Li Haotian finally returned to his senses. With obvious joy on his face, he turned to Gorum and said, "Old Gore, your people have been rescued." Gorum froze. "How do you know?" He was a bit puzzled. Li Haotian had been feasting with him here. The orc warriors he sent out hadn't sent back any news. How did Li Haotian know that his people had been rescued? Li Haotian hemmed and hawed and didn't explain. All he wanted to do now was to return quickly and share the good news with his brothers and sisters. "Lao Gu, thanks for your hospitality. The mission is complete. I'm leaving. The mountains are high and the water is far away. Let's meet again in the Jianghu." After saying that, without giving Gollum a chance to stay, Li Haotian once again activated the awakening quest. Under the shocked gazes of Gollum and the others, Li Haotian's figure slowly faded away in the purple light. Blue Star, Qing Hua Academy. In Li Haotian's villa. At some point, Wang Qingfeng had also arrived here. Aside from Li Haotian, who was in the other world, Marshal Li's three major disciples were all gathered here. Sitting around in the living room, Jiang Zhen's face revealed a look of surprise. "Otherworldly contract subsidiary scroll?" Wang Qingfeng said. "That's right. According to the information we've spied on, all of these subsidiary scrolls are flowing out of the black market, and the quantity is extremely large, and people from every country in the world have already begun to act." Ling Xuehan revealed a thoughtful emotion in her eyes. "This kind of quantity, it can't be the natural circulation of the black market. There must be some big power behind it that is manipulating it." Wang Qingfeng nodded his head and said, "This is a very obvious thing. Those guys in the black market, if they really found this kind of otherworldly treasure hunting exploration mission without much danger, they would never release it, and would definitely go treasure hunting on their own secretly." Skeleton Monarch's ring? It's actually a treasure weapon level extreme equipment, and it's also an equipment that's common to all professions. The attraction is indeed quite great. Jiang Zhen nodded slightly. Wang Qingfeng said in a deep voice, "According to the introduction in the subsidiary scroll, the other world where this treasure hunting quest is located should never have appeared before." Ling Xuehan nodded. "The number of other worlds is innumerable, and it's not surprising that they haven't appeared before. Like that otherworldly quest where Haotian advanced and awakened. It's likewise an other world that hasn't appeared before." Wang Qingfeng nodded. "That's right. This other world that appeared in the black market should be a multiracial world that is divided into two camps, one called the Alliance and the other called the Horde. As for the exact races that are actually there, It's unclear for now. And this skeleton monarch's ring, it originally appeared on the Horde side, and later strayed into the area where the Alliance is. What we know so far is that among the various races belonging to the Alliance, there are also human races present, which means that if we humans go over there, we shouldn't be in too much danger in the Alliance. Ling Xuehan nodded gently. Indeed, with the return function of the subsidiary scroll, in the absence of a clear and powerful enemy, holding on for half an hour and dragging it out until the time to teleport away should not be a big problem. Jiang Jin said cautiously, if that's the case, then what kind of purpose does the person behind making these subsidiary scrolls and distributing them have? If this otherworldly exploration mission is not dangerous, why don't they organize their own people to explore it? Although treasure hunting quests go 9 out of 10 and are all based on luck, but with one more person going to hunt for the treasure, the probability of one of their own finding it will naturally decrease along with it. No one, no matter who they are, would do such a helpful thing without some favor, would they? Wang Qingfeng had a smirking expression on his face as he slowly spoke. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that the person who is distributing these subsidiary scrolls is doing it for fishing. As for the target they're fishing for, hey, these days, other than that mysterious female bigwig of our Eastern Dragon Empire, I'm afraid there's no one else worthy of releasing such tantalizing bait. An amused expression also appeared on Ling Xuehan's face. Obviously, she had also guessed the other party's true purpose. Eldest brother is right. A ring at the level of a treasure weapon is still common to all professions. Although we don't know the specific attributes, the effect of equipping it is sure to be strong. To be able to make so many subsidiary scrolls to put out as bait, it's obviously not something a normal small power has the vigor to do. I reckon. I'm afraid it's a tactic the Free Federation has come up with. Wang Qingfeng nodded his head gently. I think so too. Jiang Jin's gaze sank slightly. If it's really a plot by the Free Federation, then do we still want to? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan smiled at each other. Of course I'll go. Although this bait was deliberately put out by the Free Federation, that treasure weapon is also real. There is no possibility of counterfeiting the otherworldly pact, and naturally, it is impossible to counterfeit the subsidiary scrolls that are created based on the otherworldly pact. That is to say, that treasure artifact is definitely still scattered among the allied forces of that otherworldly realm right now. The Free Federation's aim is the female big brother of our Eastern Dragon Empire, so no matter what plot they have, they must find this female big brother before they can proceed with their later plans. Wang Qingfeng laughed playfully, but the problem is that this female bigot doesn't exist at all. It's just a blindfold played by junior brother, until they have identified their target. Even if our East Dragon Empire's people also go to dabble in the other world, the Free Federation's people will only act in secret and won't dare to do anything out of the ordinary. Otherwise, once they startle the snakes, all their subsequent plans will have to go down the drain. Ling Xuehan thought for a moment and said, however, for safety's sake, let's not go in ourselves and just send the others in the guild in. The Free Federation isn't sure of the exact identity of that female bigot, and there's no way to send anyone into East Dragon to ask around. The only thing they can do now is to find out through someone who might know the identity of that female bigot. They must now think that that female big brother is a secret weapon that our East Dragon has secretly cultivated. And since it's a secret weapon and it's been hidden for so many years, there must not be many people who know about it. With our status, if we do go in, it's highly likely that we'll be targeted by them, so it's best not to take that risk. Speaking of this, Ling Xuehan couldn't help but laugh. After all, we're not like little senior brother. Not only is our battle power explosive, our ability to preserve our lives is even more exaggerated. Almost no one can kill him. Chapter 106, The Real Effect of Magical Machinery. Listening to the several elders discussing, Jiang Wu leisurely sighed sadly. Alas, I don't know when Hao Tian is going to do this mission. If he could come out earlier, with him escorting us, we would still be able to go in and play around with this new otherworld. Ling Xuehan smiled. Indeed, if Hao Tian is around, with the superpower army he can summon now, he's really not afraid of the Free Federation secretly messing things up. Jiang Jin shook his head and said, but the otherworldly advancement awakening task, the difficulty is usually higher. Do 10 days and half a month is normal. I'm afraid that Hao Tian is not so fast to come out. However, his expression froze before the words left his mouth. A flurry of purple light lit up the room, and a familiar silhouette slowly emerged in the purple light. Ha, eldest senior brother, you came over too? Li Haotian was surprised. Wang Qingfeng looked at the figure slowly solidifying with some dismay and uttered in surprise. Junior brother? Your otherworldly advancement quest, you finished it so quickly? Jiang Wu Yu was even more surprised and cheered. Haotian, you came back just in time too. Ling Xuehan's focus was on another place as she looked at Li Haotian with an expectant face. Junior brother, what is your advanced awakening skill? Upon hearing Ling Xuehan's words,
Curiosity appeared on the faces of the others as well. Zhang Wuyu was even more impatient. Did you awaken passive skills or active skills? Advancement awakening was an ability unique to the Eastern Dragon professionals. The more powerful the profession, the greater the boost from advanced awakening. And what kind of perverted skills will appear after the advanced awakening of a perverted mechanic like Li Haotian to the extreme? Li Haotian laughed and directly displayed the attribute panel. The four of them hurriedly came up and stared unblinkingly at the newly appeared one in Li Haotian's skill bar and looked hard. Magic mechanic. A buff skill? Wang Qingfeng subconsciously said. Zhang Jin, on the other hand, looked excited. Buff skills are good. Buff skills are usually the type of gain that acts on itself, and can act as an increase to all skills, and overall, it's more practical than one active attack skill alone. Ling Xuehan's attention was all focused on the skill description at this moment, and a look of shock gradually appeared on her face. Magic machinery. Enchant the summon super weapon with an attribute. The enchanted super weapon will have the characteristics of that attribute attack. The enchanted superpower weapon can choose whether or not to transform it into a magic machine. Magic machinery? Magic machinery. Zhang Jin looked at the skill description and the expression on his face went from being surprised at the beginning to an instant pupil quake at the back when he seemed to suddenly remember something. Zhang Wuyu looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. With some strangeness in her heart, this passive awakening skill of Haotian was indeed very strong. As long as the mind moved, it could enchant the superpower weapon with various attributes. And enchanted super weapons do achieve stronger attack results when targeting specific enemy targets. But the problem was that the number of Haotian's superpowered weapons was simply too exaggerated, coupled with the open-ended talent of unlimited ammunition. Even without enchantments, he was perfectly capable of crushing by sheer numbers. In that case, compared to those perverted mechanic-exclusive talents of Haotian, this passive awakening didn't seem so exaggerated. Did it? Are Dad and Auntie Ling so shocked? Jiang Wuyo immediately asked his doubts. Upon hearing Jiang Wuyu's question, neither Ling Xuehan nor Jiang Jin answered immediately. They looked at each other in unison, knowing that the other had also sensed the effect's hidden perversity. Ling Xuehan excitedly looked at Li Haotian and said, Junior brother, you summon a Barret out now. Li Haotian looked at Ling Xuehan doubtfully, not knowing what Ling Xuehan was asking him to get a big sniper out for. However, based on his trust in Ling Xuehan, Li Haotian still did as he was told, and with a thought, summoned a Barret sniper rifle. Ling Xuehan looked toward Jiang Jin and said excitedly, Third senior brother, are you coming or should I? Jiang Jin had an expectant look on his face. I'll do it, my level is low and the effect is more obvious to see. Hearing their conversation, Zhang Wuyu and Li Haotian were filled with fog. Wang Qingfeng, however, had a slight movement in his eyes, as if he had sensed their intentions, and a look of shock and anticipation appeared on his face. Without saying a word, Jiang Jin stood up and stood on the other level of the living room, then summoned his staff and coalesced 3 cold ice shields in front of himself. Afterwards, he looked at Li Haotian with a burning gaze and pointed at the first cold ice shield. Junior brother, take a shot with your Barret. Don't enchant it. Now. Li Haotian could also see that third senior brother and second senior sister obviously wanted to test something, and it was something that he hadn't thought of before. He was instantly interested, curiously controlling the Barret to aim at the first cold shield and pull the trigger. With a muffled bang, the Barret activated, and the bullet spewing out of the big gun instantly hit the ice shield and blew a deep crater the size of a bowl on top of it. Ling Xuehan said excitedly, Haotian, enchant your Barret with the fire attribute, but don't transform it into a magical machine. Then hit the second cold ice shield. Li Haotian nodded, and with a thought, a layer of red light instantly covered Barret, causing the entire gun body to be colored with a dark red glow. Boo! Another shot was fired. Jiang Wuyao's pupils contracted slightly. This was because she could clearly see that the crater blasted out by this shot had actually reached the size of a faceplate. The increased effectiveness of the attack speaks for itself. Then, the light in Ling Xuehan's eyes flickered. Now, turn on the second effect of your awakened skill, transforming the enchanted Barret into a magical machine. Li Haotian's mind moved again and opened the second effect. The original dark red glow of the Barret sniper rifle in front of him instantly lit up and became a brilliant red light. Seeing this change, the luster in Ling Xuehan's eyes increased, and she was almost certain of her suspicions. Now, shoot the third cold ice shield with it, Ling Xuehan said in a deep voice. Boo! A surprising scene emerged. This time, the crater that was shot out of the third ice shield was actually just about the same size as the deep crater that appeared during the first shot, not even close to the second shot pit. Sure enough, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin almost shouted in excitement. Jiang Wuyu was a confused man. After the effect was turned on, the power became less. Why are father and Auntie Ling still so excited? Li Haotian was also slightly stunned, but immediately afterward,
He had reacted with an incredibly shocked expression in his eyes. Next to him, Wang Qingfeng had even exclaimed in shock, with an absurd color on his face. It can actually be like this. The second effect of this magic machinery can actually transform physical damage into magic damage. Chapter 107, That other world wouldn't be Azeroth, would it? Hearing Wang Qingfeng's exclamation of surprise, Jiang Wuyuyu's eyes glared and her rosy lips widened into an O shape. Magic damage? The second effect of Haotian's magic machine actually has this kind of heaven-defying function. And at this moment, Jiang Wuyuyu finally completely understood the significance of Ling Xuehan and the others doing this experiment. Li Haotian's 3 previous attacks represented 3 different damage effects. The first time was a Barret attack in its normal state, and the effect of the attack was the deep crater the size of a sea bowl. As for the second shot, Li Haotian had enchanted Barret with fire attribute attack, and fire attribute damage had an extremely obvious restraining effect on cold and ice type monsters for skills. Therefore, the degree of damage caused by Li Haotian's second shot was obviously much higher than the first, turning from the size of a sea bowl to the size of a face basin. And for the third time, on top of attaching the fire attribute, Li Haotian also opened the second effect of this awakening skill, transforming Barret into a magic machine. This also meant that on the third attack, Barret, who had originally dealt physical fire attribute damage, became a magical fire attribute, and as Jiangjun was an elemental controller, his mastery of the magical elements was already extremely strong. As a result, the cold ice shield he unleashed had a higher resistance to magical damage. It was also for this reason that the degree of damage caused by Li Haotian's third Barret shot was, on the contrary, much smaller than the second shot, and was only comparable to the first. This was because, although the cold shield was more resistant to magical damage, the Barret on the third attack was, after all, enchanted with fire damage. Fire attribute damage to ice attribute skills have a restraining effect, and cold ice shield to magic damage and resistance to strong. Between this rise and fall, the effect of increasing and reducing damage cancel each other out, so that the deep crater that was eventually created instead became similar to the first time. Jiangjun dispelled the 3 cold ice shields with a surprised look on his face, the light in his eyes shining as he said with an excited expression, "Hao Tian, this advanced awakening skill of yours is just too perverse." Ling Xuehan's eyes were also filled with excitement as she nodded heavily. "More than perverse. I'm afraid that this is the most powerful effect amongst all the known advanced awakening skills in the Eastern Dragon Empire." Wang Qingfeng was shocked, and only after a long time did he shake his head and sigh. This time, Hao Tian's last flaw has been made up for. Later, when he grows up, he will truly crush all professions. Jiang Wuyuyu finally calmed down, and hearing Wang Qingfeng's exclamation, he queried, "Uncle Wang, Hao Tian still has defects? Even without this magic mechanic skill, he's at best slightly worse in terms of single damage. Not really a flaw, right?" Jiangjun shook his head and said, "The previous Hao Tian did have a flaw." Li Haotian looked at Jiangjun curiously. He really didn't know what his defect was. Jiangjun explained, "Although Hao Tian's supernatural weapons have ridiculously strong attacks, those are physical attacks after all, but there are some enemies or professions that have abilities that are completely immune to physical attacks." Hearing Jiangjun's explanation, Li Haotian was suddenly enlightened and blurted out, "Ghost-type monsters?" Ling Xuehan nodded. "Not bad. For example, grievous spirits and ghosts are the more specialized types of the undead, and they are completely devoid of entities. Hao Tian's superpower weapon can effectively kill undead monsters with entities like zombies and headless horsemen, but for monsters without entities, he can't do anything about it even if his firepower is strong." Wang Qingfeng also added, "Not only monsters, but also the skills of some professions, such as the spiteful spirits summoned by the Night Wanderer, and the ghosts and witch demons summoned by the Necromancer, which Hao Tian's original supernatural weapons had no way of harming. But it's different now. As long as Hao Tian attaches the light attribute to the superpower weapon, it will be able to inflict a huge killing effect on undead-type enemies." Jiangjun said with an excited face, "That's right. With this skill, Hao Tian's last shortcoming has been made up, and now, he is a true hexagonal warrior without any shortcomings." At this time, Jiang Wuyuyu suddenly remembered something and said with an expectant face, "By the way, Dad, Hao Tian has now returned and has become even stronger. Let's go to the other world to hunt for treasures together." With how powerful Hao Tian is now, even if the Free Federation really has any plots, they won't mean anything in front of Hao Tian. A look of intent appeared on Jiangjun's face. After a brief thought, Ling Xuehan spread her face and smiled. "If we have Hao Tian tagging along, we can indeed explore that otherworldly realm." Before, there was still a need to worry that if it was a conspiracy by the Free Federation, the president of their Huadu chapter, Bruno Collins, would still be a bit troublesome for Hao Tian to deal with him if he was also involved. After all, he's a level 84 necromancer, and with that 100 Ghosts Night moves move, Haotian doesn't really have anything too good to do, and we're in danger. Now. Hey, I was really looking forward to meeting them in the other world.
Wang Qingfeng sighed with some envy.
Alas, you all can go out and sneak around, but I'm miserable. I have to guard here every day.
Ling Xuehan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Eldest brother, who made you the president of the Dragon Group and the dean of Qing Hua?
The Dragon Group is responsible for national security.
Not to mention that our Eastern Dragon now has a ban on the country.
How can you, the person in charge, walk away?
Wang Qingfeng laughed bitterly.
Senior sister, do you think we should take turns switching? For you to be the president of the Dragon Group,
I'll be the president of the Nucleus Leveling Elite, and the position of the dean we can also switch. Ling Xuehan hastily refused.
Don't. It's better to leave such a heavy responsibility to eldest brother. Zhang Jun and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud at the rare sight of Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan bickering.
Only Li Haotian was confused by what he heard and asked suspiciously.
Second senior sister, you guys are also going to the other world? Jiang Wu Youyu said. That's right. After you left this morning,
many subsidiary scrolls of the otherworldly pack suddenly popped up in the auction house,
which was recorded as a treasure hunting and exploration quest. Jiang Woyao quickly spoke that mission over. Hearing the latter, Li Haotian's face gradually surfaced with astonishment.
You said that the target of that treasure hunting quest was a ring, called the Skeleton Monarch's Ring, which was strayed from the tribe to the Alliance,
and it's still at the level of treasure weapon? Aha! Li Haotian cried and laughed. The name of that other world.
It wouldn't be called Izela's continent,
right? Ha! Haotian, how did you know?
Ling Xuehan was puzzled.
Li Haotian laughed. Because the other world I went to for the advancement awakening quest is this continent. Ha! What a coincidence.
Ling Xuehan instantly became interested and continued to ask.
Then have you heard of the Skeleton Monarch's Ring?
Chapter 108, The Dark Tide is Raging.
Everyone looked at Li Haotian with a curious expression. Li Haotian nodded.
I've heard a gnome named Golem mention it.
Speaking of which,
this Skeleton Monarch's Ring is also a little bit related to my advancement awakening quest this time.
After Gordine was seduced by the demon,
he tried to summon the demon to descend, but the demon's power was too strong to descend to Azeroth through the space blockade, so it lent Gordon the power of its right-hand man, the Skeleton Monarch, to help Gordon create an army of Death Knights. At the same time, this ring was given to Gordine to plunder more life energy to build an altar and summon demons to descend on the continent of Azeroth.
But Gordine accidentally lost the ring while chasing down Golem, the leader of the Orc clan,
and then somehow it strayed from the Horde side to the Alliance region. These things were still what Li Haotian heard from Golem when Golem feasted on Li Haotian and Golem later after resolving Gordhan.
At that time, Gorem was still glad that he was afraid that he would have been destroyed by Gordine if he hadn't lost the ring. Jiang Wu Youyu curiously said. So, you know the effect of this ring? Li Haotian smiled and nodded. That's right, Golem and I talked about it a bit. Let's not talk about the basic attributes. The key is the effect of this ring. It's really powerful.
The damage of broken moves is increased by 50%. Wang Qingfeng and a few others were astonished.
Broken move damage? What's this new claim? It seems that in all of Blue Star's known epics, there's never been an effect like broken move damage? Li Haotian explained. I didn't know it at first, but then I heard Golem say that this so-called broken stance damage is called broken stance damage as long as the enemy makes a move and your attack lands on the enemy. Make a move? Ling Xuehan muttered, then proceeded to ask. Then what if we don't move and just activate the defense shield? Li Haotian affirmed. This counts as some action. Zhang Jun was confused. This counts? Then what is considered no action? Li Haotian said. Standing still and not having any defense is what counts as no action.
Jiang Wu Youyu said breathlessly.
When fighting, how can one stay put? Not even taking defensive measures. Wouldn't that turn them into pure targets? Zhang Jun couldn't help but take a deep breath. That is to say, as long as you wear this ring to send out an attack, it's actually equivalent to breaking the move the entire time. And you can have a 50% damage bonus all the time? That's right. According to Golem, that should be it. Li Haotian sked. At that time, when he heard this, he exclaimed that the orcs were really lucky. Golden's legion of Death Knights would have been far superior to the orc warriors led by Gorem, both in terms of combat power and numbers. This with a 50% damage bonus, Gorem would have even less of a chance to fight back. Ling Xuehan's eyes were glowing.
Worthy of being of treasure weapon grade, this Skeleton Monarch's Ring is indeed a rare and superb piece of equipment.
Not only is it a universal equipment,
it can be used by both physical and magical professions.
And the effect judgment is still so domineering. The enhancement of ordinary professions wearing it is already great. If it's given to Haotian, that's when it will really take off.
At those words, Zhang Jun and the others all had their bodies shaken.
Yeah, Li Haotian's means of attack was superpowered weapons.
And as long as he wore this ring, 50% of the damage from broken moves would be applied to all superpowered weapons. At that time, when thousands of superpowered weapons were firing together, who would dare to stand there without doing anything to defend themselves? However, as long as he moved, Li Haotian's superpower weapon was equivalent to all broken moves when attacking. Thousands of super weapons all increase their damage to 1.5 times, and then attach a restraining attribute. That damage is simply intolerable. Thinking of this, even Ling Xuehan was a bit impatient. She stood up with gusto and said to Li Haotian, "Haotian, wait for me for a while, I'll go and explain something. Then we'll set off for the other world to find the skeleton monarch's ring." Saying that, Ling Xuehan immediately tore open a spatial crack, not waiting for the others to respond, and quickly stepped into it and disappeared. Wang Qingfeng looked at Ling Xuehan's departing back, his eyes filled with envy. The nuclear flat elite was Qing Hua Academy's own guild, and there was basically nothing special going on during the week, and most things were handled with the help of the school's other teachers. Therefore, Ling Xuehan could still run around after giving an account, but he, the president of the Dragon Group, would have no chance at all. At this moment, the private villa of a certain leader was located in the Skylight Academy, which was located in the other direction of Tianjin City. Dokuragain was sitting on his knees on the bed, his chest was full of blue and purple bruises, and it looked like he had been ruthlessly suppressed by the Five-Finger Mountain several times. The room still smelled strongly of heather. A shaven middle-aged man with a round beer belly, lying on the sofa next to the bed comfortably swallowing clouds and fog, seems to be summarizing the exercise technique just now. Only after a long time did he take out a parchment scroll from behind him and flung it at Dokuroyan on the bed. The middle-aged man's burning gaze spanned across the high mountains and swept across the valley, seemingly pointing as he laughed strangely. Hey, it's still the young people who have vigor. Take it. This is the subsidiary scroll that was promised to you earlier. Dokuragain's somewhat numb gaze instantly returned to his senses, and he looked down at the attached scroll by the bedside. Her eyes instantly became resentful, growling in her mind. Li Haotian, you're a trash illusion god profession. On what basis did you enter Qing Hua Academy? And on what grounds do you worship Jiangjin as your teacher? You wait. I will find the bone ring and trade it for a chance to kill you. For Elephant City, Yuan family villa. Yuan Ting's father, Yuan Tiangang, sat in the living room with a gloomy face and waited quietly. A few moments later, a man in black walked in. Family resident, our men are ready. Yuan Tiangang raised his head, his eyes filled with vicious killing intent, nodded slightly, then said in a deep voice, "You go out first." "Yes, master of the house." After the man in black left, Yuan Tiangang dialed a video encrypted call. "President Bruno, we're ready to go in." "Okay, once you're inside, rendezvous at the place I told you about, and I'll give you the transmogrifier. If Li Haotian has really entered the other world, when you find him, immediately tell us his location, and we will take care of the next thing for you, making sure that Li Haotian won't be able to return." Yuan Tiangang said grimly, "It's not just Li Haotian. If Jiangjin and Jiang Wuyuyu are also there, I want them dead too." "Yes, no problem." Only then did Yuan Tiangang nod slowly. "See you inside then." Snapping, Yuan Tiangang hung up the phone, the sinister intent in his eyes intensifying. Chapter 109 Brother Haotian, Qing Hua Academy. Ling Xuehan finished explaining things and re-entered Li Haotian's villa. She had a touch of excitement on her face. "Alright, I finished explaining everything on the side of the nuclear flat elite. Junior brother, let's go." Saying that, Ling Xuehan took out 4 copies of the parchment scroll, leaving one for himself and handing the remaining 3 to Li Haotian. "Jiangjin and Jiang Wuyuyu, when we activate the scroll in a while, the 4 of us should hold each other's hands so that we won't be separated when we teleport." Li Haotian nodded his head for a few days, indicating that he understood. Afterward, under Wang Qingfeng's envious gaze, the silhouettes of the 4 were flooded by a burst of intense white light and disappeared. Wang Qingfeng sighed and turned to leave. He was going to find his teacher and inform him of the matter of Li Haotian completing his advancement and awakening. The continent of Azeroth, the Alliance region, Elwyn Forest, the birthplace of the human race. As a military-heavy city for the Alliance's defense against the Horde in the middle of the western region, today's Heisen Fortress suddenly became a lot more lively. The reason for this is that since noon today, there have been a number of strangers suddenly appearing in the Alliance area, including the Heisen Fortress. As soon as these strangers came out, they began to ask around about the skeleton monarch's ring that had been strayed from the Horde side to the Alliance's territory some time ago, and each one of them acted as if they were pumped up. At first, the residents and Alliance soldiers in the Hazumi Fortress surveyed these outsiders with a curious look on their faces, but as more and more strangers arrived, everyone gradually began to become accustomed to them. Suddenly, A certain street in the Heisen fortress flashed with light, and the figures of 4 people appeared. The transmitting light slowly converged,
and Ling Xuehan immediately looked around.
She realized that it was a city that resembled the medieval Europe of the Blue Planet.
In the distance, the towering walls were 30 meters away and looked unusually sturdy.
And in the surrounding streets,
a number of people dressed in vintage medieval attire came and went.
There were 3 main categories of these people.
One being humans who looked similar to the Free Federation people,
a type with even more delicate features,
elegant temperament, and extremely outstanding looks,
but with a pair of pointed ears that were clearly different from those of the human race.
The last type was short, only about a meter or so, but quite lanky,
and seemed to have ordered all of his vertical development talent over horizontal development. Seeing these 4 people suddenly appear in the center of the street, all of these people subconsciously cast their eyes over.
However,
after seeing what they were wearing, these people just muttered a few words and went about their own business.
Another group of strangers. Apparently, they've seen this scenario too many times to be surprised. Jiang Wu Yu looked at these otherworldly natives with a curious expression, seemingly new to everything here. Li Haotian compared the features of these people's appearance with what Gulu had once introduced to him and spoke.
The ones that look similar to us are the human race of the Stormwind Kingdom. The ones with pointed ears are elves, and the ones that aren't too tall but are particularly stout are dwarves. And all of them are members of the major races in the Alliance.
Jiang Jin looked around and said with amusement, "It seems that the people on this Aizeless continent don't seem to have a high level of technological development?"
Li Haotian nodded.
"That's right, Aizeless is different from our blue star. They developed a magic civilization, and their technology level is indeed average."
Ling Xuehan quickly collected her mind and looked at Li Haotian.
"Junior brother, you've been here once. What do you think? How should we go about searching for the skeleton monarch's ring next?" Li Haotian frowned and pondered for a moment, realizing that he didn't have any good direction either. After all,
he was teleported to the Horde's side when he did the quest before, and he didn't know much about this side of the Azeroth continent except for the Orc clan.
"Looks like I need to find a guide," Li Haotian muttered.
He looked at Ling Xuehan and the others and said,
"Let's go to the Goblin Merchant's Guild first." Gollum once said that through the Goblin Merchant's Guild, every goblin merchant can be quickly contacted. We don't know our way around here, and with Gollum's help, it should be easier to find.
Ling Xuehan and the 3 of them nodded slightly in agreement.
Then, Li Haotian casually pulled a passing human,
ready to ask him where the Goblin Merchants Guild was located.
According to Gollum's bragging earlier,
regardless of whether it was the Alliance or the Horde,
as long as it was a settlement,
there would definitely be a Goblin Merchants Guild present.
However, before Li Haotian could ask, the celebrity shook his head. "You guys want to ask about the whereabouts of the bone ring, right? I don't know either. So take your time to find it yourselves."
"Bone ring?" Li Haotian's few people were stunned. The celebrity was puzzled.
"What? Aren't you guys here to look for the bone ring?"
Ling Xuehan's eyes moved slightly.
"You're talking about the skeleton monarch's ring?"
"Yeah,
what else could it be? Hundreds of strangers have come long before you, all in search of the bone ring."
It dawned on the crowd. So the bone ring is short for the ring of the skeleton monarch.
Li Haotian shook his head in amusement and said, "I don't want to ask you about the whereabouts of the bone ring. What I want to ask you is, do you know where the Goblin Merchant's Guild is?"
That passerby looked at Li Haotian in surprise. He didn't expect that this stranger actually knew about the Goblin Merchants Guild.
"Here, keep going this way and take the second left." "Okay, thanks a lot."
Li Haotian thanked him and led Ling Xuehan and the others towards the Goblin Merchant Guild. The layout of the Goblin Merchants Guild was quite similar to the Blue Star's auction.
After entering inside, Li Haotian found the counseling office and said to the old goblin wearing a pair of glasses inside, "Hello, I'd like to look for the Goblin Merchant Gollum. Please notify him. Just tell him that Li Haotian is looking for him." That old gnome took a surprised look at Li Haotian and the others. "You are strangers? Strange. How does Gollum know the stranger?"
The old goblin muttered as he sent a message to Gollum through the special magic communicator of the Goblin Merchants Guild.
A moment later,
the teleportation array in the center of the Union lit up. A short figure ran out of it excitedly.
"Oh, the great god of geomancy is above. Brother Haotian. It's actually really you, Brother Haotian?" The elderly goblin gave Gollum a surprised look,
and Ling Xuehan and the others likewise had odd expressions on their faces.
Li Haotian rubbed his nose and explained,
"Ever since he saw the scene of me brushing monsters,
he changed his name to Brother Haotian."
Ling Xuehan suddenly thought of the scene before when Li Haotian brushed a large group book and the superpower army crushed it all the way,
and couldn't help but nod her head in admiration. "It's understandable. It's not shameful." Goblin trader Gollum rushed to Li Haotian and said with an expectant face, "Brother Haotian, are you trying to sell your equipment? Don't worry, no matter what you want to sell, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price." Chapter 110, Free Goods? Hearing Gollum's words, A dawning look appeared in the eyes of the aged gnome, and his gaze toward Li Haotian became slightly burning. Gnomes are known to be natural businessmen,
with a penchant for the whole business thing.
Looking at Golem's appearance just now, it is obvious that this brother Haotian, as he called him, is definitely a very powerful party father. Li Haotian cried and laughed as he looked at Golem. This guy, still pining for those super weapons of his. He pondered for a moment and turned his head to Ling Xuehan, second senior sister, for this otherworldly treasure hunting mission. Those guys from the Free Federation must have come quite a bit, right? Ling Xuehan let out a light laugh and nodded. They want to deal with that big woman of our Eastern Dragon Empire. If they didn't send in enough, and powerful enough, professionals, how would they dare to put out such bait? The corner of Li Haotian's mouth revealed a wacky smile as he said to Golem, Golem, I can't give you those things, but well, I assure you that as long as you follow us, you'll definitely get fewer good things. Let's make a deal. How about you act as a tour guide for us and I'll help you stock up for free? Golem's eyes lit up. Free stock? No cost? Li Haotian nodded affirmatively. Right. Free of charge. Not a penny needs to be spent by you. Golem nodded decisively. Deal. Li Haotian grinned. In that case, let's talk about it as we walk. With that, Li Haotian turned around and walked outside with Golem. Golem, we came in on this trip to look for the skeleton monarch's ring you mentioned to me earlier. Do you have any idea where in the alliance that ring is most likely to be right now? Golem was not at all surprised by this. The news that the continent of Azeroth had suddenly seen the arrival of many strangers, and that they were all searching for the bone ring that had trickled down from the horde to the alliance, had long since spread through their circle of goblin merchants. He thought for a moment and said, it is said that the bone ring was picked up by an orc after it was lost from Gordine. Coincidentally, that orc is retarded. Well, literally retarded, and he has no idea how powerful and valuable this bone ring is. Later, when a bard was passing by, the orc traded the ring to the bard for a package of beef jerky. Speaking of this, Golem said with a pained look on his face, it is well known that the bard loathes war, and he knew that once this ring came to light, it was bound to cause a storm of bloodshed. So, after he brought the ring to the Union, he found a hidden place to hide it. Who knows? Then it was actually found by a dwarf child by accident. And then later, I don't know where the ring actually went. Golem mused. However, according to our information within the goblin merchants, the place where the dwarf child found the ring is close to Stormwind City. So there's a not so small chance that the ring is in the middle of Stormwind City. Ling Xuehan was puzzled. What is Storm City? Golem explained. Storm City is the capital of the Alliance's human Storm Kingdom, and it is also the largest mixing place for the various races of the Alliance. Li Haotian's spirit lifted and he exchanged glances with Ling Xuehan and the others. It's true that it takes a local native to be well informed. Jiang Wu Yuyu's face was filled with anticipation and curiosity. So are we going to Storm City, the capital of a country, or a place where all the major races mixed? She could be too curious about the Storm City that Golem was talking about. Li Haotian laughed. Let's set off then. Target. Storm City. With that, the group walked in unison towards the gates of the Heisen Fortress. Just as they walked out of the city gates, a remote corner not far from the city gates, a yellow-haired, green-eyed Free Federationer took out an odd bug and excitedly whispered, President James, you bet right. Li Haotian and the others really teleported to the Shichuan Fortress. I saw them. A voice immediately came out from the weird bugs. Keep an eye on them. We'll come over immediately. Yes. A few dozen kilometers away from the Heisen Fortress in the wilderness. James Gordon's eyes perked up. They really couldn't resist the temptation of that treasure weapon and came to the other world to seek treasure. Next to him, Bruno Collins was also celebratory. Still, you're well thought out. James smiled smugly. The affiliated scroll's teleportation takes place randomly, so if Li Haotian and the others are in the wilderness after teleporting over, then it will naturally be troublesome for us to search for them. But if they are in an urban settlement after teleporting over, then, as long as we arrange manpower at the entrances and exits of the city to keep an eye on them, once they go out of the city to look for the bone ring, they will definitely be seen by our people. I didn't expect that we'd actually be so lucky to have found Li Haotian and the others after only a few hours of staring. Next, as long as we carefully follow them into the wilderness, avoiding the crowds, and then take them down by thunder, we can naturally force out information about the identity of that mysterious woman from Donglong. Speaking of this, James glanced around, his eyes full of confidence. On this trip, we've sent out 30 branch presidents, and the remaining 70 people, all of them are also the best at level 60 or above. Even if Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin from the Eastern Dragon Empire are also present, but with just the two of them, it's absolutely impossible to save Li Haotian from so many of us. Killing intent also emerged in Bruno's eyes. Just in time, Ling Xuehan is the president of the Nucleus Leveling Elite, If we can kill her in the other world, then this trip to the other world will definitely be a big profit. Drip drip drip. Just then, the sound bug in James' hand went off again. James quickly picked up and asked, "What is it, President James?" "Li Haotian." It was the secret sentry who had just reported Li Haotian's traces. But at this moment, this secret sentry's voice was filled with astonishment and helplessness. What happened to Li Haotian and the others? James' voice sank. Could it be that Li Haotian and the others had sensed their and others' plans and activated the subsidiary scrolls in preparation for their escape? The others also looked tight. Although it would take another 30 minutes after activating the subsidiary scroll in the other world before he could teleport away. Ling Xuehan was a voidwalker. Even though she didn't have enough control over the power of the spatial rules of this otherworldly world to make long-distance crossings, with her rank, she still had no problem crossing close distances. On this trip, they had also prepared in advance for Ling Xuehan's presence, and had specifically brought along White Magician Granger, who was also skilled in the power of space. But Granger had to get close enough to get within a certain range if he wanted to block Ling Xuehan's void shuttle. If Ling Xuehan took Li Haotian and escaped now, and then bent on playing hide-and-seek with them, then even if James and the others were strong in battle, it would be impossible for them to catch Li Haotian again. Chapter 111. This Yuan family can't stay. What James and the others were most worried about now was being detected in advance by Ling Xuehan and the others. As long as they could get close to Li Haotian within a certain range of them, and then Granger would make a move to block off the space, Li Haotian and the others would not be able to fly with their wings. Li Haotian and the others flew away. The voice in the sound transmission bug said in shock. Fly away? James and the others froze at the same time. What do you mean? Make it clear to me. As long as they didn't find out ahead of time, James asked in a hushed voice as he breathed a sigh of relief. As far as he knew, Ling Xuehan's voidwalker did not have the ability to fly. As for Jiangjun, as an elemental controller, although Jiangjun was also able to harness the wind element, he could only cast wind attribute-related magic and did not possess the ability to harness the wind. As for Li Haotian, he had only just become a mechanic not long ago, so it was even more impossible for him to have the ability to fly. The voice hurriedly explained. They released a helicopter gunship, and all 5 of them flew away in the helicopter gunship. James' eyes flickered. Armed helicopter. Could it be that Li Haotian's super weapon? That's not right. A helicopter gunship should be a mechanic's mid to high stage ability. Then didn't Li Haotian just transfer not long ago? Where did he get a helicopter gunship? Wait a minute. A party of 5? Didn't the report just now say that the 4 who came into the other world were Ling Lucan, Jiangjun, Jiang Wu Yuyu and Li Haotian? Where did the 5th one come from? James immediately asked his doubts. The other side of the communicator replied. In addition to the 5 of them, there's also a local native. I think it's a goblin. James and the others were even more confused. What the hell? Are they that social? Having only just arrived in the other world, you've already mingled with the natives of the other world, and you're actually able to team up together to hunt for treasure? Could it be that the helicopter gunships they were traveling in were made by goblins? But it was useless to think more at this time. What was more important was to grasp the whereabouts of Li Haotian and the others, or at least to know where to go to chase them. Which way did they fly off? Northeast. James and the others rushed to open the map they had purchased after coming into the other world. Northeast direction. The northeast direction within the Alliance's sphere of influence seems to have only one Storm City, the capital of the human Storm Kingdom. Could it be that they are going to Storm City? Bruno said in a deep voice. James pondered for a moment and said decisively, further north beyond Stormwind is the Horde's sphere of influence. No matter what, we have to go to Stormwind first to see if we can find them. Yes, indeed, that's all that can be done. The other chapter presidents nodded in agreement. James said into his communicator, you will now immediately look for transportation in the Heisen Fortress that can get to Stormwind. As fast as you can. As soon as we get to Heisen Fortress, we'll take transportation to Stormwind City. Yes, President James. Press the head of the sound-emitting bug back into its shell. James thought for a moment and pulled out another transmogrifier. Patriarch Yuan, there's good news for you. Li Haotian and the others have indeed come to the other world, and we've already found their trail. But according to the information I received, Li Haotian and the others just left the Shiquan Fortress and headed in the direction of Stormwind City. I know that you guys are also on your way to Storm City. If you guys get to Storm City first, I hope that you can keep an eye on Li Haotian and their whereabouts. And once you find Li Haotian, notify me immediately. The breathing on the voice bug side instantly became much heavier. Yes. A few hours later, Gollum pointed at the majestic city that was gradually taking shape in the distance and said cheerfully, here it is. That's Stormwind City. The crowd's spirits were shaken and they immediately looked over there. Li Haotian even subconsciously unfolded the god's perspective, spreading it rapidly and bringing the entire Storm City into view. It was a huge city modeled after the Blue Star's Western medieval look. The city's architectural style varies. Some are tall and solemn, some are rough and bold, and some are exquisite and elegant, obviously influenced by the human race. Dwarves and elves mixed with the formation of the influence of all parties. And the most conspicuous place. Then the gate of Stormwind City. The Saint Square on the 5 magnificent statues. They were the human paladin Taleo, the human archmage Kaja, the elven gale ranger Aurelia, the dwarven griffin knight Cudlin, and the king of the Storm Kingdom, the storm warrior Varian. 10 years ago in the alliance to defend the Holy War. It is the 5 alliance known as the saint of the existence of a concerted effort to defend Storm City, and finally repelled the horde of the alliance's invasion of the Big. All of these were the history that Li Haotian and the others had mentioned when listening to Golem's introduction of Storm City on the way here. Li Haotian's line of sight swept over the statue on the Saint Square at the entrance of Stormwind City and was about to look inside. Suddenly, he couldn't help but let out a soft giggle. Ling Xuehan glanced at Li Haotian in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Haotian's eyes flickered and an odd expression appeared on his face. Seeing an old acquaintance, Jiang Jin curiously said, "An acquaintance? Your former classmates?" Li Haotian glanced at Jiang Wuyuyu and spoke in a calm tone. "It should be a Yuan family's professional. When Yuan Tiangang sent Yuan Ting to the school in the past, I once saw him beside Yuan Tiangang. The Yuan family?" Upon hearing Yuan Ting's name, Jiang Wuyuyu froze slightly, then immediately revealed a wary expression. Jiang Jin also frowned slightly. Seeing the change in the two men's expressions, Ling Xuehan's gaze moved slightly as she asked, "What? This Yuan family has a beef with you guys?" Jiang Wuyuyu's mouth pouted as she quickly recounted the incident when Yuan Ting had led an attempt to assassinate Huayuhao in the Abyssal copy. After hearing this, Ling Xuehan's face suddenly changed. A murderous aura slowly emanated out. "What? A small family from 4 Elephant City actually dares to assassinate Junior Master, and it doesn't even spare Yo-Yo?" Li Haotian shrugged indifferently. "Anyway, that Yuan Ting was killed back by me in the end. I just didn't think that the Yuan family actually ran to the other world to hunt for treasures as well. And it also happened to be in Stormwind City." Ling Xuehan asked in a deep voice, "What is that Yuan family professional doing now?" Li Haotian replied, "He was sitting at the edge of the Saint Square, and had been scanning the people coming in through the gate, perhaps looking for clues related to the bone ring." Ling Xuehan pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "Something's not right. This doesn't look like he's looking for a bone ring, instead it looks like he's looking for someone." Light flickered in her eyes as she looked toward Li Haotian. "Junior brother, I'm afraid he's looking for you. That Yuan clan patriarch may have guessed that you killed his son, and now, it's possible that he's trying to seek revenge on you." The killing intent in Ling Xuehan's eyes suddenly thickened, his tone resounding, "If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Junior brother, this Yuan family, we can't keep it." Chapter 112, Nucleating and Leveling for Him. Hearing Ling Xuehan's words, Li Haotian was stunned for a moment, and his face gradually became serious. "Second senior sister, do you mean that the Yuan family left that professional at the door to keep an eye on me?" Ling Xuehan nodded. "Very likely. After you leave 4 Elephant City and enter Qing Hua, you'll either go directly through the spatial passage with me to brush the monsters in the wild, or you'll be in the replica hall. During this period of time, you basically haven't gone out of Qing Hua Academy. That Yuan Tiangang may have already guessed that you killed Yuan Ting, and has made quite a few preparations against you in secret. It's just that because you're an orphan and haven't left Qing Hua, he hasn't been able to find an opportunity. And this otherworldly treasure hunting mission is the only opportunity he's been able to seize in a while. He's betting that you'll be in on it. And Stormwind is the largest city in the Alliance, and the easiest place for news to circulate. If one is really looking for the bone ring, then this is a place where all treasure hunters are highly likely to come and poke around. He left an eye at the gate, possibly to squat and look for you." Listening to Ling Xuehan's analysis, Li Haotian's gaze followed suit and turned cold. On second thought, there seems to be no small possibility of such a thing. The probability was that his father, Yuan Tiangang, knew about the matter of Yuan Ting bringing people to assassinate him, and the Abyssal copy ended with himself unharmed, but instead Yuan Ting, who was protected by bodyguards, was nowhere to be seen, and even the bodyguards didn't come out. What would Yuan Tiangang, as a father, think? Li Haotian muttered. "Yuan Ting killed me first. If the Yuan family is really still this unforgiving, then don't blame me for being ruthless." He turned his head to Ling Xuehan and said, "I understand, second senior sister, whether the Yuan family is targeting me or not. Next, we'll know if we do an experiment." Saying that, Li Haotian controlled the helicopter gunship to land in a forest outside Stormwind City. The group then walked on foot towards the gates of Stormwind. On the surface, the crowd was talking and laughing, but in reality, All of Li Haotian's attention fell on the professional sent by the Yuan family to keep an eye on him through God's perspective. Lu Ringjia sat boredly at the edge of the Saint's Square, his figure mostly blocked by the boulder next to him, his eyes scanning through the crowd in the Saint's Square. This stakeout is hard work, but not really difficult at all. Because the professionals coming up from the blue planet are very different from those in this other world in the way they dress. If Li Haotian and the others really appeared, he would immediately be able to discover it and report it to the patriarch. In order to avoid being discovered by those professionals, Lu Ringjia also changed into a costume of a human in the other world, trying to keep a low profile. Plus, this position he was in was also relatively hidden, so unless he came over to check it out on purpose, no one would notice him. Unfortunately, Lu Ringjia simply couldn't imagine that Li Haotian actually had such a plug-in talent as God's perspective. Moreover, he had overlooked one more point. Although his costume had been changed to the regular clothing of the human race in the other world, his facial features were typical of the Eastern Dragon Empire. In Li Haotian's God's perspective, it was too damn conspicuous. If he had the face of a free Commonwealth person, then Li Haotian wouldn't really be able to recognize him at a glance that easily. Suddenly, Lu Ringjia's sight was fixed on the young man who was looking up at the statue of the five saints. His pupils instantly contracted, and the color of surprise surged in his eyes. Li Haotian. There were also those people beside him. Lu Ringjia just casually compared them with the information given to them by the patriarch and immediately identified them. The president of Qing Hua Academy's nuclear flat elite guild, Ling Xuehan, Li Haotian's new teacher, Jiang Zhen. There was also Jiang Zhen's daughter, Jiang Wu Yuyu, who had come to Four Elephant City for the college selection last time as the student representative of Qing Hua College. Ha! What's with the green dwarf? Lu Ringjia's eyes flashed with a color of doubt. Then without further thought, he immediately got up and quietly followed behind Li Haotian and the others. Li Haotian and the others were like a group of typical otherworldly treasure hunting squads, and after surrounding themselves in the square for a few moments, they headed straight towards the interior of Storm City. They inquired about the bone ring while wandering around Stormwind City. The sun then slowly set. Under Golem's guidance, the few people found an inn where they were going to rest for the night and continue searching for the bone ring tomorrow. At this moment, in Li Haotian's room, everyone was gathered here. Li Haotian said in a deep voice, "The Yuan family is indeed rushing towards me. That person followed us all the way until just now when he made sure that we had checked into this inn before he left. I reckon he went to find Yuan Tian gang to report our whereabouts." Ling Xuehan nodded. Being in an otherworldly realm, our Blue Star's communicator can't be used, so he can only go to Yuan Tian gang in person. Jiang Wuyu was curious. So what next? Although he knew that someone was secretly targeting Li Haotian, Jiang Wuyu was not worried at all, because she knew very well that with Li Haotian's current ability, not to mention a small Yuan family, it was 10 Yuan families that were not enough for Li Haotian to chop up the melon and cut up the vegetables. Li Haotian's face revealed a touch of ironic meaning. Next, let him take me to find Yuan Tian gang, and then, kill. A look of amazement appeared in Jiang Zhen's eyes. Ling Xuehan even slapped his thigh with a shining eye. Well said. When the time comes to make a break, it comes back to haunt you. Since the Yuan family doesn't want peace, let's nuke them. The corners of Jiang Wu Yu's mouth twitched, muttering, "Worthy of being the president of the nuclear flat elite, it's really hardcore enough." In Storm City, Lu Ringjia didn't know that he had been included in the list of those who needed to be nuked by Li Haotian and the others. He quickly made his way through the city, not knowing how long it was before he came to another inn in the city. He entered it without hesitation and knocked on one of the innermost rooms on the second floor. "Who? It's me, Lu Ringjia." With a creak, the door to the room opened, and Lu Ringjia dashed in. In the room, aside from Yuan Tian gang, who had a gloomy look on his face, there were several men dressed in black. Yuan Tian gang looked up at him and chortled in a deep voice. "Didn't I say I was not allowed to come back until after nightfall when the city gates were closed? Who told you to leave early?" Lu Ringjia said excitedly. "Patriarch, I saw Li Haotian." Yuan Tiangan's body shook violently as he stared at him with a deadly stare. A vicious light exploded in his eyes as he said, "They really came to Stormwind City? Where are they now?" Lu Ringjia said in an urgent voice. "Li Haotian, Ling Xuehan, and Jiang Zhen's father and daughter are all there, and are now living in a hotel in the south of the city. The name of the hotel is called The Temptation of Going Home. Oh yeah, besides the four of them, there's a goblin following. I wonder what the relationship is with them."